If I gave you a chance to transmigration to ancient times, with a limit of 6 choices out of 12, how would you choose? First, golden kidney. Your flesh will rot in the soil, but your kidney will be eternal. Second, pistol, infinite ammunition. Third, hand grenade, infinite supply. Fourth, all famous poems, essays, and classics in history, including modern and contemporary, existing in memory form, never forgotten. Fifth, 10 caddies of high-yield conventional rice, corn, wheat, potato, and other seeds can be kept for planting. Sixth, bulletproof vest, impervious to swords and guns. Seventh, medicine kit, contains various common medicines and tools, refreshed monthly. Eighth, spice box, contains 13 spices, MSG, oyster sauce, iodized salt, and other common seasonings, refreshed monthly. Ninth, technical formulas for the curved shaft plow, cavalry 3-piece set, cement, gunpowder, stir-fried tea, winemaking, papermaking, etc., existing in memory form, never forgotten. 10th, women's lingerie, includes stockings and various other intimate items, refreshed monthly, which can make your ancient life colorful. 11th, tank infinite fuel. 12th, a stunningly beautiful sweet girl at your disposal. The smell of disinfectant in the ward was always so pungent. Song Yan lay on the bed, struggling to keep his eyelids open, trying not to fall asleep. His eyes were somewhat unfocused. Although the ward had heating, an inexplicable loneliness always made him feel a chill. 3 days ago, the little girl in the next bed was sent to the emergency room and never returned. The vast ward was left with only him. So sleepy. Ever since he saved a child from under the wheels of a car and suffered severe head trauma, he had become extremely drowsy. The doctor said that each time he fell asleep, he might never wake up again. He would either die or become a vegetative state. He shook his head, and his gaze refocused on his phone screen. Not long ago, he clicked on a TikTok video about transmigration to the apocalypse with a limit of 3 choices out of 6. Subsequently, more and more similar recommendations appeared. However, others were limited to 3 out of 6, but you're good, 6 out of 12. Golden kidney. Must choose, this is related to a happy life after transmigration. Pistol, hand grenade, bulletproof vest, tank. All must be chosen, they can save your life in critical moments. Medicine kit. A must-have. With his frail body, if he caught a cold with the medical standards of ancient times, he would probably die on the spot. Spice box, must choose, he probably wouldn't be used to ancient food. Crop seeds, a must-have, these are things that can change an era. Poems and essays, a must-have, this is related to whether he can thrive in ancient times. He could only recite a few common ancient poems. He could barely remember Shui Dao Ji Tu and couldn't recite Jiang Jin Jiu. He couldn't even recognize all the characters in Luoshan Fu. Women's lingerie can be omitted. The attire of ancient women also had its unique charm. Sweet girl can be omitted. As long as he could become a big shot like Liu Yang, he could even get free services at a brothel, so he shouldn't lack girls. Curved shaft plow, gunpowder, stir-fried tea, winemaking formulas can be omitted after all. He could just Beidou them first. Song Yan thought this, realizing he was quite greedy, wanting everything. The sleepiness grew stronger. After much serious thought, Song Yan casually typed a few numbers into the comment section. Choose, choose, choose. You keep telling me to choose. Will you give it to me if I choose? He turned off TikTok and casually opened Beidou to search for curved shaft plow. It wasn't that he believed he would really transmigration, but merely a momentary curiosity. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Song Yan's eyelids had become exceptionally heavy. The text on the screen seemed to turn into tiny tadpoles, swimming back and forth. The screen, even at its highest brightness, had turned dim. He sighed softly and slowly closed his eyes. I most likely am going to die. It's a pity I haven't even seen the national football team win the World Cup yet, the 19th year of Enning. On the banks of the Yiluo River, orioles sing on the wudang trees, spreading their wings to gaze at the clear sky. New shoots emerge from the mud, the grass is green, and the warm breeze passes through the willows into the dense shade. By the river stood a young man, tall and slender, with a face like white jade and lips like painted cinnabar. Every glance and movement was elegant, every gesture naturally graceful. Even in coarse linen clothes, patched upon patched, his handsomeness could not be concealed. Why were the numbers I casually wrote down 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 10? Golden kidney, poems and classics, crop seeds, medicine kit, spice box, plus women's lingerie. How great it would be if women's lingerie was replaced with a gun. He couldn't help but sigh. 15 years ago, he woke up to transmigration into this world, becoming the ninth son of Duke Song's family in Ningping County, Songzhou Prefecture, Enning Country. He was a concubine-born, a wailing infant. He also changed from Song Yan to Song Yan. This world also had the spring and autumn and warring states periods, with Laozi, Confucius, and Mencius. However, the one who ultimately unified the realm was not Emperor Qin, but King Chu. Subsequently, the Xiang family usurped Chu and established the Great Han. Just like a butterfly flapping its wings, history changed its course. The Great Han enjoyed 300 years of rule, after which the state collapsed, and the 6 Hu tribes plunged the Central Plains into 2 centuries of darkness, with lamentations everywhere and lives devastated. Amidst the chaos, a fierce individual emerged, rising from a beggar to expel the barbarians, end the turbulent era, and establish the Great Wu. The Great Wu reigned for over 2 centuries. Then the divine artifact once again crumbled, leading to another century of chaos, which eventually evolved into the current situation where Enning, Chu, Zhao, and Liang stood in a 4-way confrontation. There was no flourishing Tang dynasty, no weak Song dynasty, and no Li Bai, Du Fu, or Su Dongpo. Relying on the poems and essays imprinted in his memory, Song Yan believed he could make a name for himself in this world. If not, opening a restaurant or a medical clinic would still make him rich. But reality dealt Song Yan a heavy blow. At the age of 6, he began his education in the family school. Just because of a compliment from the teacher, that very night, he and his mother were suddenly poisoned without warning. Song Yan, thanks to his robust kidney and strong detoxification ability, miraculously survived, but his mother became mentally deranged from then on. At that moment, Song Yan finally understood. For him, being talented was not a good thing. The more talented he was, the faster he would die. Some family would meticulously cultivate talented concubine-born children, who might someday assist the main lineage. But for Duke Song's principal wife, all concubine-born sons were a threat to the main lineage and had to be eliminated, as she had 8 sons and didn't need collateral branches. Since then, Song Yan and his mother lived in a dilapidated small courtyard in the back of the Duke's mansion. It was more like imprisonment than living. For 9 years, Song Yan never stepped out of the courtyard. During these 9 years, Song Yan lived a hard life. Even the maids and servants lived better than him. Maids and servants could get 2 new sets of clothes a year, while he only got one every 3 years, and that was only because his old clothes were too small and no longer covered him, making it somewhat unseemly, so a loose, old set was thrown his way. In winter, maids and servants could still have charcoal fires for warmth. He, however, could only huddle in a corner, curling up his body, wrapped in those few tattered rags, enduring the invasion of the cold wind. Tragic, lamentable, pitiful. Only after being drunk does one know the intensity of wine. Only after dying does one know the preciousness of life. Having died once, Song Yan valued life more than anyone else. He lived cautiously, never eating all his food at once. Instead, he would eat a little, then sit quietly for an hour, and only after confirming the food was safe would he send it to his mother. He had even grown somewhat accustomed to such a life. Although his mother was mentally deranged, her gaze was still gentle when she looked at him. But 6 years ago, when lunch was brought, his mother, who had been sitting silly in the courtyard, rushed over like a madwoman, snatched the lunch, and ravenously stuffed it into her mouth. That night, his mother passed away silently. When he woke up in the morning, the body beside him was cold and stiff. Even in death, his mother still held him tightly. Died of a sudden illness. This was the result of the Duke's mansion's investigation. At that moment, Song Yan felt a chill throughout his body. Frustration, repression, melancholy, bewilderment, anger, fear, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart, and also hatred. Why hadn't he chosen better before? If he had a gun, he could kill everyone he hated. If he had a hand grenade, he could blow the entire Duke's mansion to pieces. If he had a tank, he could crush the entire Duke's mansion. But there was no if. His mother's status was humble, merely a concubine, and after her death, she was not qualified to be buried in the Song family ancestral grave. A mass grave, a dirt pit, a straw mat, that was all. Song Yan knew it would be his turn next. He wanted to live, but he was alone, without backing, without power. How could he break free from this situation? Living in fear and feigning madness for several years, Song Yan was finally granted permission to leave the Duke's mansion, the reason being, to pay respects to his deceased mother. What was meant to come eventually came. Song Yan was somewhat curious. How would that principal wife of his finally get rid of him? Just then, Song Yan suddenly heard a series of urgent and chaotic footsteps. He raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't gone to the mass grave but had chosen the completely opposite direction. Could it be that he was still being pursued? His gaze turned towards the direction of the sound, only to see a group of short men dressed in gray robes, with sashes tied around their waists, holding Japanese swords. They were clearly dressed as Japanese ronin. Song Yan initially thought these Japanese ronin were there to kill him, but he soon noticed something unusual. The pirates, normally fierce and brutal, burning, killing, and looting along the coast, were now all looking panicked. They were frantically running forward, occasionally turning around to look behind them, as if some flood beast was following them. Swish! Just then, a cold flash appeared behind several ronin. A sharp sword instantly pierced through one ronin's neck, from the back of the neck to the throat, directly through. The ronin's eyes widened, his mouth opened, and his body stiffened in place. Hiss! The sharp sword was pulled out, and blood splattered. The ronin's body went limp, kneeling on the ground. Immediately after, the blood-stained longsword was seen shaking in midair. Accompanied by a piercing sword cry, drops of blood instantly flew off the blade. Like a sideways falling downpour. Puff, 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 followed by a deathly silence. Upon closer inspection, one would find a small, blood-bead-pierced hole on each ronin's head. After 3 breaths, the bodies of the 6 ronin fell to the ground in unison. Terrifying to such an extent. Only then did Song Yan finally catch sight of the figure behind the ronin. With just one glance, his eyes could no longer move away. The Luo River shimmered, its waters rippling clearly. The young girl by the Luo River, dressed in white, perfectly proportioned. Her shoulders were like sculpted, her waist slender. Her skin was like white snow, her black hair like a waterfall. Her face veiled by light gauze, she was like a celestial maiden from a painting. After a long time, Song Yan finally came back to his senses, followed by excitement. Apprenticeship, he must become her apprentice. Although Song Yan knew that martial Tao existed in this world, he never imagined that the power of a martial forest master could be so terrifying. Just the blood beads flying off the sword could pierce through a skull. If he could become this woman's apprentice and learn a trick or two, perhaps he would have the capital to settle down in this world. Song Yan's heart was burning. He immediately clasped his hands and loudly said, "Miss." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a flash of white before his eyes and a fragrant breeze assailed him. The young girl, who had been tens of meters away, had already appeared before Song Yan. At close range, he saw her even more clearly. Her delicate skin was like congealed fat, almost imperceptible pores. She smelled very fragrant. Inadvertently, Song Yan saw the young girl's eyes, a pair of dark eyes tinged with redness, her seductive gaze like silk, her breathing hurried. Her burning eyes gazed at Song Yan, as if something on Song Yan was attracting her. Song Yan's heart skipped a beat. This girl, could she have been poisoned by something rather improper? An aphrodisiac? Before Song Yan could ask anything, a slender, soft hand had already landed on his shoulder. Song Yan felt his body tremble violently. The white-clad young girl grabbed his shoulder and flashed into a nearby cave. "Wait, what kind of development is this? I was preparing to ask you to be my master." Tusk, the sound of cloth tearing. White trousers scattered like snowflakes, a pair of long legs as round as pillars, as lustrous as jade. "Miss, calm down." Blinking his eyes, Song Yan said this. However, before he could finish a sentence, a fragrant breeze brushed his face, and his lips were already sealed. Even through the veil, he could still feel the softness of her cherry lips. At this moment, it was like crab apples blooming in white dew, peach blossoms welcoming the spring breeze. That tremor, like fragrant sweat clinging to her temples, her hazy, starry eyes accompanied by the swallow's song. The sun set in the west, and the moon hung over the eastern sea. 2.5 days later, deep into the night, a cool breeze dispelled the scent of witch hazel. Song Yan lay on the ground, unmoving as if in a deep sleep or perhaps unconscious. The woman in white, however, had already risen. Her pure white gown enveloped her graceful body, the silken skirt outlining the curves of her legs, and a belt cinched her slender waist. Her long, slender jade fingers combed through her dark hair. The scenes that had transpired earlier replayed in her mind, and her gaze fell upon the man, her brows slightly furrowed. She cultivated profound Taoist martial arts, which emphasized severing emotions and desires. However, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are human instincts, and severing them was incredibly difficult. Unable to sever them, she could only suppress them. But this suppression couldn't last forever. Every full moon night, the suppressed desires would surge forth, and as her cultivation deepened, the backlash from her desires grew stronger. Even so, relying on her strong willpower, she had always been able to control herself. That day, she discovered several Japanese pirates plundering young women in a nearby village. Although it was the day of the full moon, it was still noon, not yet time for the backlash of desires. She believed that with her strength, killing these Japanese pirates wouldn't take long, giving her enough time to return to her secret chamber before dark. But who would have thought that the moment she saw this young man, the backlash of desires would appear prematurely, and moreover, it was more violent than any previous time. It was like a surging tsunami, utterly uncontrollable. What made the woman even more incredulous was that the bottleneck that had troubled her for 3 years had actually been broken through during these 2 days of pleasure. She had entered the 9th grade, just 1 step away from becoming a grandmaster. This young man, she feared, was somewhat unusual. After a long while, the woman exhaled softly, stood tall, and lightly tapped her toes on the ground. Her figure swayed gently in the moonlight, like a night blooming cereus, very beautiful, and like a graceful dance on water, she floated away. Song Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and after a few breaths, he finally opened his eyes. He wanted to take this woman as his master, but he valued his life more. Although this world had not yet given birth to Neo-Confucianism, and social customs were relatively open, the concept of chastity was still very strong. This woman's chastity was ruined by him. If he woke up and they faced each other, she might become enraged and cleave him with a sword, and then it would all be over. Does this count as being forced? Unfortunately, in this dynasty, a woman forcing a man was not illegal. Otherwise, he would at least extort dozens of taels of silver from her. Thinking this, Song Yan stood up, his legs still trembling. He leaned against the stone wall with his right hand, supporting his body. If the young woman is strong, the young man lies flat. No matter how powerful his kidneys, he still has to lean against a wall, doesn't he? Song Yan even began to doubt whether these golden kidneys were counterfeit products. They shouldn't be fake. If it weren't for the golden kidneys detoxifying him these past few years, and the poison not being pure enough, he would have died countless times already. Could it be that the woman was just too powerful? He looked at the scattered pieces of cloth on the ground. They probably couldn't be worn. He stumbled out of the cave, and the night wind hit his face, finally making him feel a little more recovered. Not far away, the bodies of several Japanese pirates still lay there. This place was remote, and ancient transportation was not developed, so no one had discovered these corpses. However, it was summer, the temperature was high, and the air by the river was humid. The bodies had already begun to swell and rot, exhibiting a nauseating giant's appearance. There was also a foul stench like dead rats. Forcing down his nausea, Song Yan walked to a slightly better preserved corpse, stripped off its clothes, washed them several times in the river, and only then did the smell barely dissipate enough for him to put them on. He then dared to reach out again, finding several scattered pieces of silver and a handful of copper coins from the several corpses. Although not much, for Song Yan, it was a huge sum. After all, he was penniless. According to the rules of Duke Song Manor, a concubine's son could receive 10 taels of silver monthly, but he had never received any. His fingers touched something else, and he pulled it out to see a yellowed book. 100 Flowers Treasure Mirror. Good, it was 100 flowers, not sunflower, and a treasure mirror, not a treasure manual. The sky was already turning a fish belly white. By the faint light, Song Yan wanted to see if this 100 Flowers treasure mirror was a poetry collection written by a literati or a cultivation secret manual. Just then, a sound of horse hooves came. He immediately tucked the 100 flowers treasure mirror into his embrace. Looking up, he saw more than a dozen horses galloping towards him. From their attire, they were clearly Duke's mansion guards. He had intended to use this opportunity to escape the Song family, but he hadn't expected to be delayed in the cave for 2.5 days, and in the end, he was still caught. Escaping was impossible. 2 legs, no matter how fast, couldn't outrun 4. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen guards had rushed in front of Song Yan. The leader was Song Dashan, the Duke Song Manor's family general. His bell-like eyes scanned the bodies of the several Japanese pirates with some surprise. Then he stared at Song Yan and sternly ordered, "Take him away." A guard tucked Song Yan under his arm, and the horses galloped, heading straight for Duke Song Manor. By the time they returned to the county town, the sky was already bright. Entering the mansion through the back door, 4 maids had already been waiting there for a long time. One maid held a brand new set of clothes, soft and smooth, clearly made of fine silk. Another maid held a pair of pure white cloth boots, also high-quality goods. The guards casually threw Song Yan to the ground, and the 4 maids immediately swarmed around him. For a moment, his ears were filled with chirping, a lively scene. The maids fumbled around Song Yan, who was a little bewildered, having never received such enthusiastic treatment before. "Wait, what are you doing? Had times changed? Are women this proactive now?" "Ninth young master, hurry up, we don't have much time." The maid named Xiangaming frowned, her small mouth slightly pouting, showing some disdain. Although Song Yan was a master, he was a concubine's son, his mother had passed away, and he was an eyesore to the first madam. As a result, even maids and servants didn't take Song Yan seriously. "You've never worn such good clothes in your life, have you? You're lucky." Song Yan felt even stranger. What exactly happened? Seeing that Song Yan wouldn't cooperate unless things were explained clearly, Xiangaming sighed impatiently, glared at Song Yan, and then spoke. "Congratulations, 9th young master, you're getting married." Song Yan felt even stranger, getting married. Although marriage was generally early in this world, he was only 15. As a concubine's son of Duke Song, if he married, he would have to live independently. Although it was impossible to receive too much and the title had nothing to do with him, he could at least get a house and a few acres of land. With Duke Song's family wealth, these things were just a drop in the ocean. But in the eyes of the first madam, Yang, Duke Song's property all belonged to her son, and a concubine's son shouldn't expect a single penny. "There must be more to this." Xiangaming's voice grew more impatient. "That's right, the first madam is kind-hearted and has chosen a good marriage for you. It's the Luo family of Ningping County, isn't that good? Today, people from the Luo family are coming. 9th young master, tidy yourself up well and make sure the Luo family doesn't see anything amiss. If all goes well, you'll be marrying into their family in a few days." Even though he had been confined to his small courtyard for years, he had heard of the Luo family of Ningping County. Strictly speaking, the Luo family was a legitimate imperial relative. The head of the Luo family was the former Princess Luo Yuheng, who was of the same mother as the current Enning Emperor. It is said that at that time, Princess Luo Yuheng and the Empress were both pregnant, and the Empress invited Princess Luo Yuheng into the imperial palace to await childbirth together. At that time, the Enning Emperor had just ascended the throne and urgently needed a crown prince to stabilize the court. However, the Empress only gave birth to a daughter. The Enning Emperor was depressed. He met the brother-in-law and asked him. The brother-in-law replied, "I have been blessed with a dragon and phoenix pair." The emperor was furious and rebuked. "Since Chu, the emperor has been the dragon and the empress the phoenix. If you say dragon and phoenix pair, are you not calling the emperor a son and the empress a daughter?" He furiously killed him. Poor Princess Luo Yuheng became a widow. When Song Yan first heard these rumors, he had already equated the Enning Emperor with a tyrant and an incompetent ruler in his mind. Even if you were jealous that someone else had a son, you wouldn't directly chop off their husband, would you? And he was your brother-in-law. At least the Enning Emperor still had some humanity. He only chopped off the brother-in-law, not the newborn infant. After Princess Luo Yuheng became a widow, she resented the Enning Emperor but couldn't raise an army to rebel. She was depressed all day. At the end of the first year of Ning, the imperial concubine gave birth to a prince. The Enning Emperor was overjoyed, but after only half a month, the infant died prematurely. It is rumored that Princess Luo Yuheng laughed for 3 days in her mansion. To spite the Enning Emperor, she even deliberately adopted a newborn male infant from the street and held a 3-day banquet, emphasizing her rebelliousness. The Enning Emperor was furious, stripped Princess Luo Yuheng of her princess title, and demoted her to a county princess. Princess Luo Yuheng, however, didn't care and continued to act as she pleased. Unfortunately, ancient medical conditions were poor, and the premature death of infants was common, and the imperial palace was even dozens of percentage points higher than the common people in this regard. The Enning Emperor lost a prince. Princess Luo Yuheng adopted a son. He lost a princess. Princess Luo Yuheng adopted a daughter, carrying her rebelliousness to the end. Over the years, Princess Luo Yuheng managed to adopt 2 sons and 3 daughters, holding banquets multiple times and inviting guests from all directions, although no one dared to go except beggars. Her title was also demoted from princess to county princess, then to county mistress, and finally even the county mistress title was stripped, reducing her to a commoner. The Enning Emperor even personally removed Princess Luo Yuheng from the imperial Jade genealogy and issued an imperial decree to banish Princess Luo Yuheng from the capital to Ningping County, to keep her out of sight and out of mind. Rumors outside said that Princess Luo Yuheng had become mentally unstable due to her brother-in-law's murder. Could it be that the first madam was preparing to marry into the Luo family? Was she crazy? Wasn't she afraid of offending the Enning Emperor? No, what did Xiangaming just say? It was him marrying into their family. He was not marrying a wife, but marrying out. Isn't this a live-in son-in-law? Song Yan's brows furrowed, his mind filled with thoughts. In reality, aristocratic families like the Song family always hedged their bets. After Princess Luo Yuheng was demoted to Ningping County, Duke Song believed that Princess Luo Yuheng, being of the same mother as the Enning Emperor, had a relationship incomparable to other princesses and princes. Furthermore, with the Empress Dowager still alive, she would surely miss her daughter. With time, Princess Luo Yuheng might rise again and regain her title. So he personally went to the Luo family and sought a child marriage for his 5th legitimate son, Song Zhen, and Princess Luo Yuheng's eldest daughter, Luo Tianxuan. But who would have thought that after so many years, the Enning Emperor seemed to have completely forgotten his sister, Princess Luo Yuheng, causing Duke Song to often regret his decision back then. Most importantly, Luo Tianxuan was not in good health, suffering from severe pulmonary tuberculosis, coughing constantly, and living alone in the back courtyard, not interacting with people. Pulmonary tuberculosis is contagious. It is said that Luo Tianxuan's condition had worsened recently, and she didn't have much time left. The Luo family even prepared to have Luo Tianxuan marry quickly to bring good luck. If the good luck was successful, everyone would be happy. If the good luck failed, Luo Tianxuan would at least have a husband and wouldn't die alone and neglected, with no one to worship her after death. The first madam was clearly worried that the Luo family would cling to Song Zhen because of the engagement. The reason she let him leave the mansion to pay respects to his birth mother was probably just to appease him, so he would cooperate obediently as a substitute groom. He knew the first madam would never be so kind as to genuinely arrange a good marriage for him. However, a live-in son-in-law, pulmonary tuberculosis, healthy. For Song Yan, as long as he could leave the cage of the Song family, everything was worth it. Seeing Song Yan lower his head and say nothing, the maid Xiangaming grew more impatient. Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up, I told you we don't have much time. Song Yan exhaled softly, reaching for the clothes and shoes. I'll do it myself. Xiangaming pouted but didn't stop him. After all, serving such a good-for-nothing, she felt ashamed. Returning to his small courtyard, Song Yan first found a place to hide the 100 flowers treasure mirror, then changed his clothes, combed his hair, and washed his face before leaving. Led by Xiangaming, he hurried to the living room. As soon as he arrived at the living room, Song Yan felt that the atmosphere was off. At the head seat directly above was the current Duke Song Hongtao. Beside him was the first Madam, Yang. Below them were the other young members of the Song family. On the guest seats opposite, there were 3 young men in splendid clothes, who should be the 3 Luo brothers. All of them looked displeased. They knew their eldest sister Luo Tianxuan's illness best. Although they were worried about their eldest sister, they also knew that the idea of bringing good luck through marriage was pure nonsense. The Luo family did not want to harm an innocent person's life for the sake of so-called good luck. The preparation for good luck was merely a rumor spread by the servants. The Luo family had already prepared to return the betrothal gift and dissolve the engagement. But who would have thought that the Song family would send someone to their door first, expressing willingness to marry a concubine's son into the Luo family to bring good luck? They even stated emphatically that when the engagement was made, it only mentioned a younger son, and now Song Yan was the younger son. Their words seemed to indicate fear that the Luo family would cling to them, which made the Luo brothers very unhappy. By the way, the eldest sister was already 19, and this Song Yan seemed to be not even 16, more than 3 years older. Finally, there was a woman. Seeing Song Yan arrive, Song Hongtao cleared his throat and spoke. Yanner, Xiangaming must have already told you on the way. This is the Luo family's eldest young master, Luo Tianchu. The second young master, Luo Tianquan. The third young master, Luo Tianyang. Following his father's words, Song Yan greeted each one. As for this young miss, she is the Luo family's second miss, also your fiancée Luo Tianxuan's younger sister, Tian Yi. Song Yan looked at the woman, preparing to bow, and just at that moment the woman also happened to raise her head. Their eyes met. The woman, at the age of 18, wore a white dress. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes gleamed like autumn water, her pearly teeth bit her peach-like lips, and her snowy skin bloomed with cherry blossoms. Except for not having a veil covering her face, she was extremely similar to the woman in white from the cave. This was his wife's sister. Her figure was exactly the same. Even her clothes were remarkably similar. The only thing missing was the veil. Zyro Yizi. Even though Song Yan's heart nature had long been unperturbed for the past 15 years, he still couldn't help but stare blankly at the woman in front of him, forgetting even to greet her. The three Luo brothers originally only disliked the Song family's shamelessness and had no ill will towards Song Yan, but seeing Song Yan's current appearance, their impression of him plummeted. Song Yan, do not be rude. Song Hongtao's face was grim. This youngest son truly lacked upbringing and manners. Staring at an unmarried young lady in public, how was he any different from a lecher? He was indeed a bastard son, unfit for public display. Luo Tiany's delicate brows also furrowed slightly, and her eyes lifted a little. Is something wrong? Her voice was slightly hoarse, with a hint of a mature woman's tone. Song Yan, however, let out a slight breath. The voice was different. The white-clothed young lady in the cave had a clear voice like a sweet spring, so it shouldn't be the same person. It was my abruptness, second miss, please forgive me. Luo Tianyi glanced at Song Yan, then withdrew her gaze, her expression calm, without the slightest abnormality. This was just a small interlude. Seeing the matter pass, the first Madam Yang Mister said with a beaming smile, 3 young masters, second miss, this is my Song Yan. It's no exaggeration to say he is refined, handsome, and talented. This child has been smart since he was little, learned, and knowledgeable. Although he was born to a concubine, I have always treated him as my own son. Song Yan lowered his head and didn't respond, but he couldn't help but inwardly grumble. His own son. What own son is confined to the back courtyard, unable to step out of the gate for 9 years? What own son is poisoned from time to time, with every possible means used to try and kill him? Seeing that the 4 members of the Luo family remained silent, Yang Mister felt a little awkward. Moreover, Song Yan is a person of deep blessings. When he and Aunt May accidentally ate poisonous fruit as a child, Aunt May became foolish, but Song Yan recovered within 3 to 5 days. In his childhood, he suddenly had a high fever, convulsions, and fell unconscious, but after sleeping for a while, he was back to normal. If Song Yan marries into the Luo family, perhaps he can truly drive away the illness from the eldest miss. Yang Mister chattered on with a lot of praise, but in her heart she was seething with anger. Of course, he was deeply blessed. Several times she tried to poison him, but it was useless. She deliberately had sick people deliver his food to transfer the illness to Song Yan. Without the Duke's mansion doctor prescribing medicine, she thought he would surely die, but in 2 or 3 days he was bouncing around again. His life was terrifyingly tough. For Yang Mister, who didn't want any illegitimate young masters in the Duke's Song manor, this was simply a thorn in her heart. She couldn't be more displeased. Yang Mister still wanted to say something, but the Luo family's eldest young master, Luo Tianchu, had already risen. Duke Song, the first madam, we need to report this matter to our mother when we return. Everything will be decided by her. The 4 members of the Song family all stood up and cupped their hands, clearly not wanting to stay longer, and didn't spare another glance for Song Yan. They had come this time simply to see what kind of character Song Yan possessed. If he was a good man, marrying into the Luo family wouldn't be bad. Although they didn't believe in the idea of Eki, bringing good luck to ward off illness, what if it worked? Even if the Eki failed and Luo Tiangshuan passed away, Song Yan wouldn't be treated unfairly. But from the current perspective, this Song Yan had already lost his qualification. Though still young, he already had the demeanor of a lecher. Even a rotten ship has 3 jin of nails. Although Luo Yuheng's name had been removed from the Imperial Jade Registry, and the Luo family held no titles, the princess's family was vast and powerful, and not just anyone could marry into it. Yanner, you go see them off. Song Yan lowered his head and assented, following behind the Luo family members. This Song family is truly shameless, actually attempting to use an illegitimate son to replace a legitimate son. Although eldest sister is seriously ill, she is still the Luo family's legitimate eldest daughter. How can an illegitimate son be worthy of her? As soon as they exited the Duke's mansion gate, the Luo family's third young master, Luo Tianyang, began to sneer. Originally, he had felt a little pity for Song Yan, but ever since that guy stared foolishly at second sister, his slight pity vanished. Was this guy planning to marry into the Luo family and then, after eldest sister's passing, conveniently marry second sister? What kind of pipe dream was that? Second sister possessed the demeanor of an immortal. How could this lecher be qualified to covet her? However, eldest young master Luo Tianchu glared at Luo Tianyang, signaling him to speak less, then looked at Song Yan, his eyes showing a hint of apology. After all, his second sister was naturally beautiful, and almost every man who saw her would show the same expression. Moreover, he observed that although Song Yan was staring at his second sister at the time, there was no lust in his eyes, but rather more shock. Although Song Yan was only an illegitimate son, Luo Tianchu remained polite. My third brother is outspoken, ninth young master, please don't take offense. Song Yan smiled lightly, it's fine. He turned his head to look. The Duke's mansion entrance was already some distance away, and the gatekeepers presumably couldn't see the commotion here. Pressing his lips together, Song Yan extended his right hand towards Luo Tianchu, his palm revealing several white, flake-like objects. Ninth young master, what is the meaning of this? Luo Tianchu asked, somewhat surprised. The others also cast curious glances. This item, twice a day, half a piece each time. After 3 days, the symptoms of consumption can be alleviated, and it may be cured within 2 years, Song Yan slowly explained. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Since ancient times, consumption has been an incurable disease. Once contracted, life lasts only 1 or 2 years. It was only because the Luo family was powerful and wealthy, spending countless silver on doctors and medicine, and even having experts transfer qi to prolong her life, that Luo Tiangshuan had lived until now. Even Sun Shuji, the divine physician of Ening country and a successor to the medicine king, could only alleviate the symptoms of consumption. Now, a mere illegitimate son of the Duke Song Manor actually dared to claim he could cure consumption. Who did he think he was? Was his medical skill even more formidable than Sun Shuji's? For a moment, the 3 young masters of the Luo family looked at Song Yan with contempt. This person was truly unscrupulous in his desire to marry into the Luo family, even saying such things. He was utterly shameless. And what kind of thing did he dare to bring over for eldest sister to take? They had never seen medicine that looked like this. Luo Tianyang, with his wild and fiery temper, casually flicked his right hand, hitting Song Yan's wrist, scattering the pills all over the ground. Get lost. I actually felt a little pity for you, but who would have thought you'd be a swindler? If this trash can cure illness, I'll eat 3 jin of shit while standing on my head. After a moment of thought, Luo Tianyang added, 3 jin. Look how hungry the child is. He's even resorting to tricking people for food and drink. 3 jin in 1 meal. Isn't he afraid his belly will burst? Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianquan covered their faces, looking utterly speechless. Having such a third brother in the Luo family was embarrassing. He completely lacked the Luo family's gentleness and elegance, instead spouting nonsense at will. However, Luo Tianyi silently watched the white flakes scattered on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. After a few breaths, she actually slowly squatted down and picked up all the flakes. Thank you, ninth young master, for the medicine. It was still that slightly hoarse, very magnetic voice. Song Yan smiled lightly and nodded. Remember the dosage. After giving the instruction, he turned and left. After Song Yan left, Luo Tianyang finally couldn't hold back and looked at Luo Tianyi with surprise. Second sister, you don't actually believe that kid, do you? He's definitely a liar. Luo Tianyi's gaze was fixed on the flakes in her hand. She carefully put them away before saying, use your brain to think. Young Master Song just said half a piece once, twice a day, 3 pieces are enough for 3 days. But there are 9 pieces here. Why is that? He just took too many, Luo Tianyang answered without thinking. A vein suddenly popped on her smooth forehead. Luo Tianyi desperately suppressed the urge to punch Luo Tianyang in the head. Ninth young master's meaning is that we can use the extra pills to find other consumption patients to test the efficacy, you idiot. Daring to do this shows that ninth young master is very confident in the medicine's efficacy. We can certainly go back and try it. Luo Tianyang suddenly realized. These scholars were just disgusting. Why couldn't they just say things clearly instead of making people guess? What's wrong with them? However, if these medicines were truly effective, wouldn't he have to eat 3 jin of shit? A man of integrity cannot go back on his word. Damn it, that bastard Song Yan. He deliberately didn't explain it clearly. Could he be trying to trick him into eating shit? Indeed, scholars' hearts are all dirty. Moreover, this guy is also learned and knowledgeable. He heard from the teacher in the clan school that learned and knowledgeable describes a scholar who has read a lot of books, so his heart must be black. But if it can truly cure eldest sister, let alone 3 jin, even 30 jin, he would eat it. Thinking this, his mood immediately improved a lot. By the way, second sister, what's wrong with you today? Your voice sounds a bit off. Luo Tianyi's eyelids drooped, and a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her pretty face. My throat, it hurts a little. Re-entering the Duke's mansion, although it was still oppressive, a slight smile curved Song Yan's lips. He finally saw a glimmer of hope. Master, those Luo family people are truly delusional. A consumptive ghost actually wants to marry my Zhener. Zhener is heroic and outstanding. How could he possibly marry a woman who could die at any moment? What bad luck. In the reception hall, after the Luo family left, Yang Mister immediately changed her expression. She didn't even pay attention when she saw Song Yan return, merely glancing at him indifferently and saying, Song Yan, don't think that because Luo Tiangxuan has consumption, she's unworthy of you. No matter what, she's still the Luo family's legitimate eldest young miss. If you marry into their family, you'll be a son-in-law of the Luo family with everything you could want. Even if that woman dies immediately after marriage, the Luo family will never treat you unfairly. Listen to what she's saying. She's clearly making him marry into the Luo family in place of Song Zhen, but she has to make it sound like it's all for his own good. Turning thoughts in his mind, Song Yan lowered his head and assented. With his current status and strength, he had no right to resist, even a slight struggle. No, even just talking back might earn him the label of disobeying his father and disobeying his legitimate mother, and he would deserve to be beaten to death. So he could only first admit defeat, honestly marry into the Luo family, and then seek a way out. Once the Luo family saw the effects of isoniazid, even as a son-in-law, they probably wouldn't treat him poorly. At the very least, living off their wealth should be no problem. Leaving the reception hall, he returned to his small courtyard. Ever since his mother was poisoned 6 years ago, Song Yan had lived here alone. Although he was accustomed to solitude, he still occasionally felt lonely. His mother had passed away 6 years ago. To this day, Song Yan still didn't understand why his mother, who had been foolish for many years, had suddenly gone mad that afternoon, snatching his lunch and desperately stuffing it into her mouth. Crying while eating, his fists subconsciously clenched until a stinging pain came from his palms. Only then did Song Yan let out a heavy breath. He looked around, then slipped into the small house, lifted a floor tile, and took out an old book with a yellowed cover from inside. 100 Flowers Treasure Mirror. He hoped this was a martial arts secret manual. To survive in this world, being strong himself was fundamental. External forces would eventually become unreliable. Taking a deep breath, Song Yan suppressed the agitation in his heart and opened the cover. After just one glance, his expression instantly became somewhat strange. The book didn't record many words. Instead, it mostly contained illustrations, and they were in color. In this world, that should be quite precious. However, the content inside. A single flower blooms. 2 swallows flutter. 3 pearls of spring water, 4 seasons jade vortex, 8 directions wind and rain, 9 bends corridor, 10 heavens palace. Just a quick glance, and Song Yan's forehead was lined with black. He had originally thought this 100 flowers treasure mirror might be a collection of poems left by some literati, hence such an elegant name. Who would have thought it was a lewd book introducing female physiques? Were they really 100 flowers? Song Yan instantly felt an urge to tear the thing to shreds. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, this item looked quite old. What if it was an antique? It's not good to casually destroy ancient texts. Speaking of which, according to the introduction, the woman in that cave must have been a 10 heavens palace. He still remembered the narrow cave, with layers of folded rock walls. His first transmigration was like breaking through thorns and brambles, fighting in a bloodbath. Flipping to the very end, Song Yan finally confirmed that this 100 flowers treasure mirror was indeed a secret manual for martial arts. There were also some simple sketches. Though only a few strokes, they were vivid and clear, mostly depicting various different poses. There were also a few diagrams specifically illustrating various acupoints of the human body. Song Yan didn't seek a deep understanding, casually flipping through page after page. This should be a dual cultivation secret manual, generating yin and yang qi during sexual intercourse, and then converting the yin and yang qi into internal energy, which in turn strengthens the physical body and tempers the muscles, bones, and skin. There were no techniques or light body skills mentioned. His memory was excellent. Although he had only briefly skimmed it once, he had already remembered most of it. He looked up at the doorway, then quickly wrapped the 100 flowers treasure mirror in a tattered cloth and reburied it beneath the floor tiles. There was no other way. Although it was a martial arts secret manual, he couldn't cultivate it now. After all, relying solely on his right hand wouldn't generate yin and yang power. The magnificent mansion was definitely the most luxurious in Ningping County. This was Luo Manor. Luo Yuheng loved extravagance. Even when demoted to a small county to suffer, she still insisted on building the most luxurious mansion for herself. Rumors outside said that Luo Yuheng was competing with the Enning Emperor, wanting to tell the Enning Emperor that even if she left the capital and lost her princess status, she could still live very well. She did whatever would annoy the Enning Emperor the most, which was quite in line with Luo Yuheng's personality. In the study, incense smoke curled upwards. 2 rows of intricately carved bookcases displayed various books, including rare and ancient editions. The calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls and the porcelain displayed on the cabinets were mostly by famous artists. The Luo family's inner quarters had many female residents, and usually no outside men were allowed in. Even the servants were mostly women. But at this moment, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes sat at the desk, absorbed in reading an ancient book. He was the only one in the entire study, and aside from the occasional rustle of turning pages, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Perhaps tired from reading, the middle-aged man closed the book, rubbed his temples, and spoke softly. "How is the investigation into that person?" After 3 breaths, an ethereal voice came from behind the bookshelf, old and hoarse, not like a normal person's. Song Yan, Duke Song Hongtao's 9th son, actually his 13th son. 4 illegitimate sons died prematurely before Song Yan. He will be 16 in 2 months. He was intelligent as a child, then imprisoned in the Duke Song Manor's backyard for 9 years. During those 9 years, Yang tried to poison him 6 times, 5 times with chronic poisons which had little effect, and once with a strong poison which was blocked by his mother who sacrificed her life. After his mother's death, he became even more cautious in his actions. Yang tried to arrange for trusted associates to beat him to death 3 times, but he managed to resolve them. It wasn't until young Miss Tiangshuan's condition worsened, and the rumor of a propitious marriage spread that Yang wanted to use this son to replace Song Zhen, temporarily abandoning the idea of eliminating Song Yan. The day before yesterday, he was granted permission to leave the manor to pay respects to his birth mother, but he did not go to the pauper's grave. Instead, he prepared to leave Ningping County. He was later found by the Duke Song Manor's servants. Nearby were 7 Japanese pirates' corpses, all killed with a single blow. The perpetrator's strength was at least rank 8. Song Yan killed them, the middle-aged man frowned. No, the hoarse, old voice showed no emotional fluctuation. This old servant observed him from a close distance. This son has not stepped into the martial Tao. In that case, his background and origins are not a problem. The middle-aged man's expression softened slightly. He is indeed a person of deep fortune. If he can drive away the illness from Xuaner, what's wrong with giving him a lifetime of wealth? To survive 6 poisonings and 3 assassination attempts, he could indeed be considered deeply blessed. When the 3 young masters and young Miss Tianya left the Duke's mansion, this son produced a few pills, saying they could cure consumption. If Song Yan were here, he would break out in a cold sweat. This old man understood him even better than he understood himself. Song Yan had already forgotten some things, but this old man recounted them as if they were precious possessions. He even knew exactly what had just happened in front of the Duke's Song Manor, truly a prodigy. However, the middle-aged man's calm face suddenly showed a ripple. Really? Third young master even made a bet with him. If it really cures consumption, he'll eat 3 caddies of shit while standing on his head. The middle-aged man's voice caught in his throat. Looking closely, his face even flushed slightly as if embarrassed. His gaze drifted and he awkwardly coughed twice. Well, Tian Yang is naturally kind, honest, and sincere, so it's not surprising. Worthless brat. After a pause, the middle-aged man spoke again. Do you think that medicine can really cure consumption? Footsteps sounded from outside, and the old man's presence gradually faded. Shortly after, the door was pushed open. A loose white robe could not hide her voluptuous figure, which was subtly cinched at the waist, outlining alluring curves. Her skin was snow-white and delicate, her face as beautiful as a flower. She appeared to be around 30 years old, yet she had a pair of sparkling almond eyes, full of charm in their glances. This beautiful woman was the mother of the Luo family's 3 young masters and 4 young misses, and also Song Yan's future mother-in-law, Luo Yuhang. The middle-aged man asked, "How is Xuaner?" "Not so good." Luo Yuhang sighed and said slowly, her brows heavy with fatigue and exhaustion. "Divine Dr. Sun said it's just a matter of these few months." Looking at Luo Tiangshuan's appearance, the middle-aged man's brows also showed some heartache. "You've suffered these past few years." "It's not suffering." Luo Yuhang pinched the soft flesh on her waist. "Away from the capital, there aren't so many annoying things. I eat well, sleep well, and even gained weight. A little plump is good. You were too thin before." Their conversation was quite casual, and the middle-aged man was especially doting on Luo Yuhang. If the beheaded prince consort knew about this in the afterlife, he would probably wonder if his head was completely green. As they spoke, several sets of hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Not long after, a knock came. "Mother." "Come in." Luo Yuhang also put away her slight playfulness, her expression returning to one of dignity. The 3 young masters of the Luo family and Luo Tianyi entered in single file. Although they frowned slightly at the suddenly appearing middle-aged man, they said nothing. Luo Tianchu recounted everything that happened at the Duke's Song Manor today, including the bet between Luo Laosan and Song Yan. Luo Yuhang's expression gradually turned gloomy. Her willow-like brows were raised, and her eyes were cold, clearly displeased with the Song family's behavior. Luo Tianyi spoke, "Mother, that medicine." "Whose?" Luo Yuhang let out a heavy breath. "Bring it up." Luo Tianyi took a silk handkerchief from her bosom. When she opened it, 9 white, flat tablets lay quietly inside. Luo Yuhang looked at these strange pills with a peculiar expression, even picking one up to sniff it, then handed it to the middle-aged man beside her. He looked at it for a moment and also shook his head slightly. "I've never seen such a strange medicine. Could it just be a lump of flour?" But flour wasn't this white. In this era, milling technology was backward, and the flour produced was brownish yellow and dull, unlike these pure, dense, and fine white pills. Luo Yuhang frowned slightly and said, "No matter what, there's no harm in trying. Has Xuaner tried fewer various prescriptions over the years? It's just that a person suffering from consumption is hard to find on short notice." The middle-aged man nodded. "I'll arrange it." The 3 young masters of the Luo family and Luo Tianyi also temporarily left. Inadvertently, Luo Yuhang caught sight of Luo Tianyi's retreating figure. Her small, perky buttocks swayed slightly, and her long legs moved somewhat unnaturally, as if they couldn't close completely. Luo Yuhang's expression changed slightly. As an experienced woman, she naturally knew under what circumstances a woman would exhibit such changes unless she had lost her virginity. Immediately, Luo Yuhang shook her head and chuckled. That was impossible. What kind of personality did her second daughter have? Like an ice block that hadn't melted in 1,000 years. Although her figure and appearance were impeccable, she had no interest in men whatsoever. Although Luo Yuhang had once introduced some talented young men to Luo Tianyi to see if this ice lump could be enlightened. The result was Luo Tianyi striking out with a sword, its sword chi grazing the young man's forehead, cutting off a few strands of hair, and at the same time splitting a 2-person tall rockery behind him. Immediately, the young man smiled widely, stating that he had 28 lovers in the brothel and also liked married women, was untalented and immoral, and was truly not a suitable match. As a result, Luo Tianyi, now 18 years old, was still unmarried. In Ening country, women who were 18 and still unmarried were extremely rare. Perhaps it was just a small problem with her cultivation, or perhaps her menstruation had arrived early. Women, after all, always have a few uncomfortable days each month. To say that her own daughter had truly taken an interest in a man, well, pigs would fly first. As she thought this, there was a sudden commotion in the courtyard. Luo Yuhang subconsciously looked in that direction, only to see several servants chasing a pitch-black, shiny, fat, and strong sow. Knowing it was about to be slaughtered, the sow, with surprising strength, charged towards a tree with a trunk as thick as a bowl. All 4 hooves moved, and it crashed into the tree trunk with a crack, breaking it. Its plump body squeezed into the branches, refusing to come out. In an instant, Luo Yuhang's cherry lips parted slightly, and her eyelids twitched. Did this count as a pig climbing a tree? Could it be that Tianyi really had a man she liked? Suddenly, Luo Yuhang's gossip-loving heart burned fiercely. She developed intense curiosity, wondering what kind of man could make an ice block like Tianyi's heart stir, making an iron tree bloom. She even felt an urge to shed tears of joy. Now she wouldn't have to worry about her second daughter not getting married. She decided that as long as it was a man Luo Tianyi liked, even if he was a beggar on the street, she would agree. As long as she could get married, that was all that mattered. But not that Song Yan. After all, he was very likely Tianyi's future brother-in-law. A Xiao Yizi falling for her brother-in-law, that would be a sin. Xiao Yizi can't fall for her brother-in-law, Luo Yuhang muttered, then thought of Luo Tianyi's previous words, which seemed to favor Song Yan. This was very unusual. Could it be that the person Luo Tianyi was interested in was really Song Yan? Brother-in-law and Xiao Yizi, is this good? This is not good. Her gossip heart completely ignited. Luo Yuhang quickly called back Luo Tianchu, who had just left, and asked Luo Tianchu to recount everything that had happened at the Duke's Song Manor in detail. When she heard that Song Yan's face was dull, and his eyes were fixed when he first saw Luo Tianyi, her eyebrows raised. When she heard Luo Tianyi's voice was hoarse, and her expression was even more suspicious when facing Song Yan. Sore throat. Something's fishy. There's definitely something fishy here, Duke's mansion. Scorching sun. Song Yan, dressed in a short jacket, squatted at the entrance, rubbing clothes in a wooden basin. Generally speaking, such tasks were handled by maids, but Song Yan had no maids. It was fine for now, but in the cold winter with icy water and biting wind and no charcoal fire for warmth, that would truly be life-threatening. He hung the washed clothes on tree branches to dry. Song Yan stretched his arms vigorously to relieve his stiff body. His treatment hadn't changed much, but at least now he could leave his small courtyard without being stopped by servants. He also had a few pieces of silver sent by Yang's arranged servants, allowing him to get 2 presentable outfits made outside. If his marriage with Luo Tianxuan went through, he would be leaving the Song family, and dressing too shabbily would also disgrace the Song family. Gardens, rockeries, pavilions, courtyards, born here, yet it was Song Yan's first chance to properly see this residence. Occasionally, servants passed by and seeing Song Yan's unfamiliar face would curiously whisper, "Is this a new servant?" After hearing explanations from others, they would usually exclaim, "Ah, so this is the 9th young master who is about to marry into another family." Then their gazes towards Song Yan would inevitably carry a hint of pity. Such a handsome young man, yet he had to become a live-in son-in-law in the woman's family, truly pitiful. I heard that this 9th young master also had some mental issues, seemingly due to the immense shock from his mother's death. His mind was sometimes clear, sometimes not. When he was clear, he was no different from a normal person, but when he had issues, he would even hug a big rooster and demand that it sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Making a rooster sing and dance, what else could that be but a mental problem? What is rap? Who is basketball, and why hit him? It's also thanks to this ninth young master being a bit silly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived until now, right? The varied gazes made Song Yan feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, not because he felt embarrassed, but because he felt that everyone, whether maids or housekeepers, harbored ill intentions. It was the illusion that there are always treacherous commoners trying to harm me. He had been tormented by Yang for too long. He was possessed. Song Yan shook his head, laughing at himself. Before a result came from the Luo family, Yang would likely not make a move against him again. For Song Yan, this was a rare period of leisure. Perhaps because both the Luo and Song families were in Ningping, the small county town was more prosperous than imagined. Carriages passed by on the streets from time to time, shops lined the roads, and occasionally constables patrolled. Although these constables were somewhat arrogant, after all, while constables weren't officials, they were still functionaries, earning a salary and even able to pass it down for 3 generations, which counted as a respectable job in those days. As long as you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't bother you. They weren't as tyrannical as depicted in movies, and they didn't even drive away the messy street vendors. The social atmosphere in any country was relatively open, without the rule that women could only stay in the inner courtyard. Women in Ruquin dresses passed by on the streets from time to time, most of them slender, with fair skin, possessing the gentle charm of women from a waterside town. Although Ningping County was small, it had everything it should: tea houses, taverns, inns, brothels, and also brothels. Entertainment in this world was quite scarce. Often, a storyteller in a tea house could attract many tea drinkers. As for the content of the stories, they mostly revolved around tales of chivalry and justice. After listening for a while, he saw a dark-faced brute and a pale-faced scholar, their blood boiling, shouting about eliminating evil and bringing peace, and wanting to kill the corrupt official, the Ningping County magistrate. Then, they were taken away by the constables. Any country did not punish people for their words, but openly shouting about assassinating a court official in the street would likely result in no less than 20 strokes of the rod. As for the brothels, they were places to listen to music. As the saying goes, when one is idle, one goes to a brothel to listen to music. Song Yan also went to listen for a while. Although the girl's voice was pleasant, the tune was not something he could appreciate. It wasn't exciting, not as exciting as the big-breasted beauties dancing to Shake the Sun on Daoyan, let alone those welfare girls. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he was still a vulgar person at heart, utterly unrefined. Speaking of which, many people confuse brothels and brothels, but in reality, while their services overlap, there are still quite a few differences. Brothels primarily focused on singing, while brothels primarily focused on selling oneself. Of course, as long as you can afford the money, occasional business transitions are not impossible. Brothels primarily catered to ordinary commoners, with cheap fees, a performance only costing a few copper coins, and it didn't matter if you didn't pay. As for brothels, if you didn't have dozens of taels of silver, it was best not to humiliate yourself. Above brothels and brothels was the Imperial Music Academy. If brothels were like streetwalkers and brothels were like bathhouses, then the Imperial Music Academy was a high-end club. Basically, only royalty and nobles were qualified to patronize them. The women inside were mostly wives and daughters of officials who had committed crimes. They were well-educated, proficient in all the arts of chin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They could not only accompany patrons to relieve loneliness but also discuss life ideals, which was considered very elegant. It is said that in the capital, a vice minister of revenue had a long-standing feud with a high-ranking court official. After the latter fell from power and was exiled to Lingnan, with his wife and daughters sent to the Imperial Music Academy, the vice minister went to the Imperial Music Academy every day for a month, specifically requesting the enemy's wife and daughters. He even sent people on fast horses to kindly inform his enemy of this news, which caused the enemy to die of anger on the spot. His pettiness even alarmed the Enning Emperor, who reprimanded him severely and fined him 3 years' salary. Ningping County was too small after all. Without an Imperial Music Academy, what a pity. There was also a river in the middle of the county town where an old man was fishing. After watching for a while and after the old man lost 2 fish, Song Yan couldn't help but sigh, "Alas, the fish hook, fishing rod, fishing line, the equipment is too poor." If he had his gear from Earth, he guaranteed that not only fish, but not even a single tadpole would survive in this river. Unfortunately, later on, regulations became strict, and electrofishing was no longer allowed. Thinking this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, earning 2 glares from the old fisherman. Not far away, 2 other old men were arguing about something, mostly related to legal cases. When the argument grew heated, their faces often turned red, and exclamations like, "Son of a bitch, your mother is a whore," flew readily. If not for the decorum expected of scholars, it might have devolved into a scene like a Western parliament, with teacups and shoes flying and spittle mingling with the vast sky. It was estimated that both of them had previously worked in fields related to criminal justice. As if noticing Song Yan listening nearby, one old man waved to Song Yan. "Young master, are you interested in law?" The old man's eyes held a hint of surprise. In any country, both hereditary appointments and imperial examinations coexisted. Hereditary appointments meant that if ancestors had merits, their descendants could be appointed as officials. There were not many talented people among those appointed through hereditary means. Since Taizong, there had been a conscious effort to reduce the proportion of officials appointed through hereditary means, and their upward mobility was limited. For commoners, the imperial examination was the only way to reach high positions in the court, and it was also an important channel for the court to select talent. In fact, even many noble families whose descendants were confident in their abilities would choose the imperial examination. Once they passed and had the family's assistance, their future was limitless. However, the imperial examination tested Confucian classics, poetry and prose, current affairs and policy essays, and miscellaneous studies. Mathematics and law were all within the scope of miscellaneous studies. Although they were part of the imperial examination, they accounted for a very small proportion. This directly led to most Enning country scholars discarding law like worn-out shoes. Even if they could pass the Jinshi examination and be appointed as county magistrates, assistant magistrates, or even directly enter the Ministry of Justice as officials, due to their lack of understanding of law, everything had to be learned from scratch, leading to many cases with incorrect application of law, inappropriate sentencing, and even miscarriages of justice. Now it was rare to find a young man interested in law, which greatly pleased the 2 old men. Song Yan was stunned. He just wanted to see when these 2 old men would start fighting, but the eager gazes of the 2 elders made it hard for him to refuse. "Just so. I just happened to hear about a case and don't know how it should be judged." "Oh, tell us." The 2 old men became interested. Song Yan cleared his throat. "A man named Zhang San. He entered the Quinniu brothel, found a prostitute, agreed on a payment of 50 taels, and afterwards paid with ghost money. What law did Zhang San violate?" The 2 elders were stunned, not expecting the case to be so simple. One old man kept shaking his head. "Quinniu brothel is the most luxurious brothel in Enning country, no less inferior to the Imperial Music Academy. Even the lowest-ranking prostitute there cannot be had for 50 taels. It would cost at least 500. Enning country really did have a brothel called Quinniu brothel, and he had underestimated the consumption level of Quinniu brothel. It was truly a sin. With a strange look, he gazed at the old man. "Old sir, have you been there?" The old man's eyes suddenly changed, and his face flushed crimson. "Young scoundrel, do not falsely accuse me of impropriety. How could this old man possibly go to such a sordid place? I heard it was all from what others said." The other old man naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to tease. "You don't go now, after all, you're willing but unable." The old man was furious. "Old scoundrel, how dare you insult me so?" These 2 men combined must be at least 120 years old. If one accidentally died, he would also be in trouble. Song Yan quickly changed the subject. "Then let's say 500 taels. What crime did Zhang San commit?" One old man said, "Paying with ghost money is fraud." The other old man, however, shook his head. "No, the only officially recognized and protected entertainment venue is the Imperial Music Academy. Although brothels have not been banned, their existence has not been recognized either, making them a gray area. This means that an agreed-upon prostitution fee is not a legally protected agreement, so even if Zhang San paid with ghost money, it doesn't count as fraud. Then private minting of coin blanks. Nonsense, ghost money has existed for thousands of years. Everyone knows this stuff is for the dead and doesn't circulate on the market. How can it be considered private minting of coin blanks? Then the crime of counterfeit currency. I already said, no one would use ghost money as real money. Then prostitution. Prostitution is not illegal in any country. Then the crime of coercing women. They were both willing, where was the coercion? Son of a bitch, so what crime did this Zhang San commit? Damn Zhang San, your mother is a whore. The two old men cursed and swore. They hadn't initially taken this case seriously, but who would have thought that such a seemingly simple case would stump both of them, two legal experts? For a time, they racked their brains, turning over every article of any country's law, yet couldn't find a single one that could be pinned on Zhang San. Fornicating with your mother, this Zhang San is simply an outlaw. Any country will never allow such a person to exist. Hey, young friend, what crime do you think this Zhang San committed, eh? One old man turned around and only then realized that Song Yan had long since disappeared. He immediately became furious. That scoundrel is despicable, even more despicable than Zhang San. I wonder which family this kid belongs to. I forgot to ask his name. God knows, for people like them who have spent their lives studying law, knowing a bizarre case but not the answer is an agonizing torture. They probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Lord Liu, there's a brothel right here in Ningping County. How about we go verify it? Lord Zhao is absolutely right. For Song Yan, this was just a small interlude during his leisure time. While the two old men were busy figuring out how to convict Zhang San, he had already made his escape, found a tailor's shop to order 2 sets of clothes, and returned to the Duke's mansion. Although Yang no longer confined him, the more crucial the moment, the more cautious he had to be. He absolutely couldn't stumble before success. As for whether the two old men would lose sleep over Zhang San, or even become obsessed and do some incomprehensible things, that was none of his business. However, the atmosphere in the Duke's mansion was a bit off. A carriage was parked in the courtyard, and all the servants in the mansion were hurrying about. The person who alighted from the carriage was about 40 years old, but had a pale, beardless face, exuding a feminine air. He was dressed like an ordinary merchant, but Song Hongtao and Yang personally welcomed him, their posture very low. On their faces, Song Yan even saw some apprehension and fawning. Just then the middle-aged man seemed to sense something, suddenly turned around and looked at Song Yan. His gaze was like a hook. After a few breaths, he smiled at Song Yan, then withdrew his gaze as if he wasn't very interested in Song Yan. Song Hongtao and Yang, she did not notice the middle-aged man's movements, and bowed to welcome him into the living room. Servants came and went, and the rustling sounds were endless. Song Yan listened for a moment and generally knew that the middle-aged man had come from Dongling. Dongling was the imperial city of Ening country. Composing himself, Song Yan returned to his small courtyard. Given Duke Song's status, it was normal for important figures to visit, and he, a mere concubine's son, was not qualified to receive important guests. Regardless of the man's identity, it likely had nothing to do with him. Now, he only hoped that the next few days before marrying into the Luo family would pass peacefully. He thought this Luo family. Luo Yuheng hid behind a large tree, stealthily peeking out half her face, furtively observing a separate courtyard. It was her own home, yet she acted like a thief. That was Tianya's courtyard. When she saw Tianya hang a sanitary pad, which was still slightly pink despite being washed, to dry inside the house, Luo Yuheng felt a little relieved. For now, it seemed that although Tianya had a man she was interested in, she wasn't so foolish as to cause a pregnancy. It seemed that her previous unnatural wiggling of her backside was simply due to her period arriving. How disappointing. Alas. Tianya sighed softly, her expression slightly helpless. She was a 9th-rank martial artist, and Luo Yuheng's every move could not escape her perception. At first, she thought someone was trying to harm her, but after realizing it was her mother, she let her be. However, being constantly watched by her mother like this, Tianyi always felt a prickling sensation on her back, and her strange gaze made her uncomfortable all over. Not long ago, she really couldn't take it anymore and flashed in front of her mother. Luo Yuheng, like a mouse seeing a cat, shrieked and immediately looked up at the sky, whistling, pretending to admire the scorching sun above. It's just, if you're going to whistle, at least make a sound. All that huffing and puffing was embarrassing to hear. Then her eyes were stung by the scorching sun, and she couldn't maintain the act for long before giving up, her eyes red and tears almost rolling down. Yet she still forced herself to pretend to have just noticed Tianyi, asking in surprise, "Oh, do you need something?" When would her mother grow up a little? She wasn't talking about her figure. Sometimes, standing next to her mother, Tianyi even wondered who was the daughter and who was the mother. Faint footsteps came from the front courtyard, attracting Luo Yuheng's attention. Soon, a plump, tall figure hurried from the front courtyard, her dark hair flowing behind her. In her 20s, her fair cheeks, though not as beautiful as Luo Yuheng and her daughters, were delicate and charming. This was Gu Bangxia, Luo Yuheng's personal maid. She had been taken in by Luo Yuheng when she was very young, and their bond was deep. Luo Yuheng had been demoted all the way, and with her mistress's personality, she might one day be executed along with her entire family. Maybe just her immediate family. In short, everyone was afraid of being implicated, so they left or ran, changing batches again and again. But Gu Bangxia had always stayed. Even young master and young miss like Luo Tianchu, and Tian you would call her sister Zia. However, after looking at Gu Bangxia, then at Luo Yuheng, Tian Yi lowered her head to look at her own chest, feeling a little sad. Gu Bangxia hurried to Luo Yuheng's side and whispered a few words, and Luo Yuheng's face suddenly changed. She quickly rushed towards the front courtyard. Could it be the medicine young master Song gave? Tianyi paused for a moment before reacting. 3 days had passed since they found someone to test the medicine. A slight restlessness stirred in her heart. If the medicine was useless, her elder sister might not live much longer, and Song Yan would be confined to Duke's mansion for the rest of his life. If the medicine was useful, her elder sister would be saved, and young Master Song would also be able to break free from Duke Song Manor's restraints and marry her elder sister. From then on, they would be a family. Thinking this, Tianya's lips curved into an arc, and she walked briskly towards the front courtyard. When Tianya reached the front courtyard, she found that many people were already there. Her 2 elder brothers and 1 younger brother were all present. The middle-aged man from before was also among them, accompanied by an old man of 50 or 60. Although he had a beard, his demeanor was slightly effeminate. Tianyi had always prided herself on her talent in the martial Dao, having already become an 8th-rank martial artist at a young age, and recently having a breakthrough. However, facing this old man, she could not discern his background at all. At first glance, he seemed no different from an ordinary old man, but Tianyi had an inexplicable feeling that she probably wouldn't last 10 moves against him. This was a martial artist's intuition, and with her realm breakthrough, this intuition had become even stronger. In front of everyone, there were also 3 doctors. 2 of them were Luo family physicians, and 1 was a doctor from the Jian Hall in Ningping County. All were highly skilled and renowned medical practitioners. However, at this moment, all 3 doctors were extremely agitated, their faces flushed from excessive excitement. 3 doctors, how is the situation? Taking a deep breath and suppressing the agitation in her heart, Luo Yuheng asked in as steady a voice as possible. Reporting to Madam, great news, a family physician said tremblingly. This time there were 3 patients. One of them, about 50 years old, has been suffering from consumption for over 2 years, coughing up blood daily, and was not expected to live much longer. After taking the medicine for the first time that night, his coughing significantly decreased within half an hour. He continued taking the medicine on the 2nd day, and his hemoptysis symptoms also clearly lessened. On the 3rd day, the symptoms improved once again. The remaining 2 patients were a woman in her 30s and her daughter. Their symptoms were milder, and they stopped coughing much on the very night they took the medicine. After 3 consecutive days of taking the medicine, most of their consumption symptoms had disappeared. However, consumption is a stubborn illness, and unless completely cured, it will still relapse. Madam, young Mrs. Illness is saved. The doctor's voice echoed in everyone's ears, and the heart that had been hanging in their chests finally settled. They exchanged glances, and the incredulous joy on each other's faces was evident. Luo Yuheng's eyes welled up, becoming moist, and tears almost rolled down. After so many years, this was the first time she had heard truly good news. Even the middle-aged man, who had always been very composed, showed a deep sense of relief in his eyes. He had originally just been treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Who would have thought that the strange pills would actually be effective? For a time, everyone's impression of Song Yan greatly changed. Could it be that this concubine's son, who had always been looked down upon by the Song family, was actually a divine doctor? A divine doctor who could even cure consumption in any family, no, even in the imperial family, would be highly revered. Didn't the Enning Emperor treat son Shuji with respect when he entered the palace, without the slightest disrespect? After all, who could guarantee a lifetime without illness or disaster? At a critical moment, he could save one's life. Yet, such a divine doctor was actually imprisoned in a small courtyard by the Song family, and even to be married into the Luo family. Song Hongtao, that fool, was truly blind. Since your Song family doesn't care, then my Luo family will gladly accept him. Luo Yuheng giggled foolishly, laughing so hard that she swayed, feeling like she had made a huge profit this time. She had 100 ways to make Song Yan completely forget the Song family and be devoted to the Luo family, 100 ways. Tianchu, go to the Song family immediately and tell them that our Luo family accepts this marriage. Luo Yuheng immediately ordered Luo Tianchu. A divine doctor of this caliber couldn't be given to others cheaply. No, first go prepare the betrothal gifts. Tianquan, you go find good matchmakers, 3 of them. Tomorrow, go to the Song family to propose marriage with the highest standards. You must make Song Yan feel our Luo families pay attention to and not show any disrespect. As for Tian Yang, Luo Tianyang looked at his mother expectantly, also wanting something to do. His elder brothers both had tasks, and if he didn't, it would make him feel useless in this family. You just stay home, just don't cause trouble. Having said that, Luo Yuheng happily got up. She had too many things to do, to tell Tian Chuan the good news, and to find a master to pick an auspicious day. Oh, right, according to custom, before the wedding, the bride's side also had to arrange a concubine maid to go over. She glanced lightly at Tian Yi. That girl's lips were curved so much she couldn't suppress it. Luo Tianyang, left behind, had a long face. He thought for a moment and then turned to leave. Not long after, he arrived at a place where the air was filled with a foul odor. As soon as he arrived, a large swarm of flies buzzed out. This place was the latrine. In summer, the smell here was even more nauseating. Luo Tianyang frowned, pondering a very important matter. For 3 caddies of feces, should he choose thin or thick? As a man, he had to keep his word and not go back on it. After 2.5 hours of deep thought, Luo Tianyang decided that thin was better, because during a difficult handstand, it was quite normal for it all to spill out if he wasn't careful. This wouldn't be him failing to keep his promise. If it spilled, no one could do anything about it. I'm truly shameless, despicable, and clever. It was all the fault of that teacher, Master Chen. His innocent self must have learned bad things from him. Indeed, scholars' hearts are dirty. On the other side, Yikui brothel. 2 old men, at least 120 years old combined, were dragged out by the pimp like little chicks, bruised and swollen, with traces of beatings all over their bodies. Even their originally expensive silk robes had been stripped off, and their neatly combed hair buns were disheveled like birds' nests. Bah, 2 old perverts coming to patronize without money, dressed like respectable people, yet not a single copper coin in their pockets. And they ordered 12 girls as soon as they arrived, not even afraid of throwing out their old backs. What's even more outrageous is that after enjoying themselves, these 2 actually pulled out a stack of ghost money to pay the bill. How unlucky. You wouldn't do something so unethical without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. If it weren't for the fact that these 2 old men were older than each other, and they were worried they would die in Yikui brothel, they would have crippled 1 leg each. The 2 old men, however, were completely unconcerned. They looked at each other, seeing each other's disheveled appearance, and after a few breaths, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lord Lu, I understand now that Zhang San didn't commit a crime at all. He'll just get beaten. Hiss, it hurts so much, you hateful brat, daring to trick this old man. This isn't over. The next day, Yikui brothel was sealed off, on the charge of harboring imperial fugitives. On a summer morning, the sunlight at the edge of the sky dyed the thin clouds an orange-red color. Songju was a windy city. Cicadas chirped tirelessly, and fallen leaves were caught by the wind, playfully circling in midair before gently landing on one's head. The voices of house servants came from outside the small courtyard. Did you hear? The Yikui brothel has been sealed off. It seems they were harboring imperial fugitives. How come I heard it was rebellion? They apparently found a dragon robe in the Yikui brothel. Song Yan was very sad. As Ningping County's only brothel, he had originally planned to visit it someday, but before he could even start, the Yikui brothel was gone. Brothels have always been hotbeds for harboring imperial fugitives, so that wasn't strange, but plotting rebellion was too far-fetched. What rebellion could a mere brothel plot? Would they be the only brothel allowed to operate if the rebellion succeeded? Perhaps they had offended someone. After listening for a while, Song Yan lost interest. Compared to the brothel, he was more concerned about the situation at the Luo Manor. 4 days had passed, and he presumed the Luo Manor should have verified the efficacy of isoniazid by now, and there would definitely be some action. Isoniazid was an effective treatment for pulmonary tuberculosis. For people in this world who hadn't developed drug resistance yet, its effects would be incredibly dramatic. Thus, he could use the marriage into the Luo Manor to escape the Duke's mansion. A glimmer of light flashed in Song Yan's eyes, but it quickly faded. Wealth without power, a poor family with a beautiful wife, weak influence but precocious intelligence, these were the 3 great taboos in life. He would continue to lie low until he possessed sufficient strength. Closing the courtyard gate, Song Yan retrieved the 100 flowers treasure mirror he had buried underground and began flipping through it again. Perhaps due to his 2 lives, his memory was quite good. Though not photographic, he could remember most of it after one read-through. After several such readings, the book's contents were firmly etched in his mind. He silently recited it once more, confirmed there were no errors, and then rehid the 100 flowers treasure mirror. In the mid-afternoon, around the hour of Shen, the Duke's mansion suddenly became lively, with noisy commotion coming from outside. Before long, footsteps approached outside the small courtyard, followed by a knock on the door. An old wet nurse in her 50s stood outside the courtyard. Yang Gifeng. She was the old wet nurse who personally attended to Yang Gifeng, and it was said she was also Yang Gifeng's wet nurse, even sharing a distant kinship with her. When Yang Gifeng married into the Duke's Song Manor, she brought Yang Gifeng along. Relying on Yang Gifeng's favor, Yang Gifeng was extremely overbearing in the Duke's mansion's inner courtyard. Aside from the legitimate sons, Yang Gifeng completely disregarded the concubine-born young masters and Song Hongtao's concubines. Song Yan still remembered that when he was 3 years old, his mother was punished by Yang Gifeng for a minor matter. The one who struck her was this Yang Gifeng. The old woman was incredibly vicious. His mother's face was beaten red, swollen, and cracked, and even a tooth was broken. He rushed forward and bit Yang Gifeng, only to be slapped across the face by the old hag, leaving him unable to hear for several months. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind, but Song Yan controlled his expression perfectly. He even bowed to Yang Gifeng. "Mama Yang, is something the matter?" Wealthy families had many rules. No matter how favored Yang Gifeng was by Yang Gifeng, she was ultimately just a servant. No matter how disliked Song Yan was, he was still a master of the Duke's mansion. How could a servant expect a master to bow to her? But Yang Gifeng didn't think that much, accepting Song Yan's bow without avoiding it. Clearly, she was a brainless fool. "Ninth young master, hurry up, the master is calling for you." Yang Gifeng glanced at Song Yan and said coldly. Along the way, many servants passed by, and their gazes towards Song Yan were noticeably strange. Unlike the previous pity and disdain, there was now a hint of surprise and even envy. Many people were already in the reception hall. Song Hongtao, Yang Gifeng, and even Song Zhen were there. Besides members of the Song family, there were also the 3 Luo Manor brothers. Behind them stood a woman, but it wasn't Luo Tianyi. In short, big, very big, extremely big. Gathered like peaks, scattered like clouds, tender skin, fragrant and soft flesh, all in balance. She was around 24 or 25 years old. Her temperament was gentle. Although she couldn't compare to Luo Tianyi's peerless beauty, she was still delicate and charming. Her dark, beautiful hair cascaded down her back, not coiled up like most married women, indicating that she was still unmarried. In this world, a woman of 24 or 25 who hadn't married was truly rare. Luo Tianyi was not present. Although Luo Tianyi was probably not the white-clothed woman in the cave that day, after several days, Song Yan's mind still unconsciously overlapped Luo Tianyi with that white-clothed woman. No one knew Song Yan's thoughts. When they saw Song Yan appear, the eyes of the 3 Luo Manor brothers suddenly lit up. Song Yan's lips curved into an arc, and he bowed in greeting. Greetings to the three young masters. However, before he could fully bend his waist, a pair of large hands supported him. A relatively gentle yet irresistible force came from Luo Tianchu's palm, instantly restoring his slightly bent body to normal. Rumors outside claimed that the Luo Manor's eldest young master was as gentle as jade, skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had already achieved the rank of Jurin at a young age. But now it seemed this person was probably more than just a simple scholar. Luo Tianchu said with a light laugh, "Brother-in-law, there's no need for such formality. From now on, we're family, so there's no need for these courtesies." He called him brother-in-law. The Luo Manor had 3 sons and 4 daughters. Luo Tianxuan was the eldest daughter. Although Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianxuan were twins, he was born half an hour later. He was very clever, not to mention Isaniazid. During his last visit to the Duke's mansion, Song Yan only took out the pills after he was some distance from the Duke's mansion gate, clearly not wanting the Duke's mansion to know about his medical skills. Luo Tianchu was also very curious where Song Yan, who had been confined to the Duke's mansion's back courtyard for years and rarely left the residence, had learned such medical skills. But Luo Tianchu also understood that everyone had their secrets. To maintain a good relationship, prying into each other's secrets was a major taboo, and he wouldn't do such a foolish thing. The address brother-in-law made Song Hongtao's eyelids twitch slightly. He had long been prepared for the Luo Manor to agree to this marriage, but what he hadn't expected was how much the Luo Manor valued Song Yan, this concubine-born son. The betrothal gifts sent by the Luo Manor this time were quite astonishing, amounting to 88 sedan chairs, worth at least 70 to 80,000 taels of silver. Even the marriages of legitimate sons and daughters of the Duke's mansion were no more than this. He truly didn't understand what was so special about this young son that made the Luo Manor value him so much. He felt as if something he didn't know about had happened, and this feeling of being out of control made Song Hongtao frown deeply. However, Song Hongtao was also an old fox. He just chuckled. "Yanner, don't just stand there. Lady Luo has agreed to your marriage with young Miss Tianxuan. The wedding date is set for 3 days from now. Once you go to the Luo Manor, you must uphold your duties, take care of your wife, serve your mother-in-law, and not be negligent." Towards the end, his tone became stern. "Although you are marrying into their family, your every word and action represent the face of my Song family. If I hear that you are causing trouble in the Luo Manor and damaging the Song family's reputation, even if you have already married into the Luo Manor, I will never let you off. Do you understand?" Living cautiously and fearfully for over a decade had given Song Yan the ability to observe people's hearts. Although Song Hongtao hid it extremely well, Song Yan could still clearly feel Song Hongtao's breathing becoming slightly hurried, his mouth unconsciously trembling when he spoke, and his pupils slightly contracting, all signs of excitement. This was very abnormal. Song Hongtao's attitude made Song Yan confused. Originally, he thought he was just a substitute, stepping into the fire pit in place of Song Zhen, the legitimate son. But upon closer thought, it didn't seem right. After all, the Luo Manor had already indicated they could annul the engagement. Yet both Song Hongtao and Yang Gifeng seemed determined to send him to the Luo Manor. There was something strange. Perhaps they wanted him to do something in the Luo Manor, a pawn. Thinking this, Song Yan bowed his head. This child will remember father's teachings and will certainly not disgrace the Song family. After all, for Song Yan, the most important thing right now was to escape the Duke's mansion. As for whether he would be drawn into other whirlpools, that was a matter for later. Next, they discussed some of the wedding details in more detail, but Song Yan had no right to interject in these matters. He stood quietly to the side, listening. As dusk approached, the discussion finally concluded. Although Song Hongtao and Yang Gifeng repeatedly tried to persuade them to stay, the Luo Manor brothers clearly had no intention of doing so. However, they did leave one person behind when they departed, that woman. "I heard that brother-in-law has always lived alone with no one to care for him, so mother asked Sister Ban Zia to come and attend to him personally. Sister Ban Zia, you will stay by brother-in-law's side from now on. Serve him well and do not be negligent." Hearing this, Song Yan looked up to see Gu Bangxia's face slightly flushed, and she gently nodded, assenting. She probably knew what was coming next. Song Zhen, however, felt a pang of regret and envy, with a hint of greed and desire in his eyes. Gu Bangxia was a concubine-in-waiting. As expected of the Luo Manor, even their concubines-in-waiting were quite beautiful. Although she was a bit older, her mature and gentle demeanor was even more alluring. Her expression was dignified, showing no hint of flirtatiousness, and her pureness, combined with her voluptuous figure, exuded a subtle, captivating charm. Giving such a woman to Song Yan was simply a waste. Song Zhen couldn't help but ponder in his heart how he could get Gu Bangxia. Song Yan was just a good-for-nothing. Surely if he just asked, he would obediently hand Gu Bangxia over, right? Thinking this, his heart couldn't help but stir with agitation. Song Hongtao, on the other hand, frowned deeply. Others might not know, but he was well aware that Gu Bangxia was Luo Yuheng's personal maid. To have her personal maid serve as her son-in-law's concubine-in-waiting, what was that woman thinking? But then again, that woman was Luo Yuheng, so it wasn't surprising. In this era, sons of wealthy families often had many concubines-in-waiting. The purpose of a concubine-in-waiting was to familiarize the master with a woman's body and to master the techniques of the bedroom, so as not to lose face on the wedding night due to awkwardness. Often, young masters from wealthy families would begin to enjoy conjugal pleasures at the age of 13 or 14, some even earlier. For example, Song Zhen, that fellow tasted the pleasures of women at 12 and indulged in nightly revelry, to the point where he now needed medication to sustain himself. You say this behavior disrespects women and tramples on human rights? Please, this is a feudal society. In an era where survival is difficult and human lives are worth less than cattle and horses, who talks about human rights with you? Human lives being worth less than cattle and horses was no joke. The value of plow oxen and war horses far exceeded that of ordinary commoners. And the rules in the imperial family were even more complex, especially for princesses marrying out. Before the marriage, the imperial family would arrange for the princess's personal maid to consummate the marriage with the prince consort. The purpose, naturally, was to check if the prince consort's body was normal. What if the prince consort was impotent? Would the princess then be married off to live as a widow? If the princess couldn't endure it and found a host of male companions, wouldn't that bring shame to the imperial family? From ancient times to the present, there have been quite a few princesses who engaged in such flamboyant behavior. Although Luo Yuheng had been expelled from the imperial family's jade tablet, she still carried the imperial bloodline, and all matters were handled according to imperial rules. Of course, when Luo Yuheng married, Gu Bangxia was still young, so she wasn't the concubine-in-waiting. This time, when choosing Song Yan's concubine-in-waiting, normally, the person should have been selected from among Luo Tiangshuan's attendants. However, Luo Tiangshuan suffered from pulmonary tuberculosis and was attended by medical women, not maids. It would naturally be inappropriate to have those medical women serve as concubines-in-waiting. Selecting maids from Luo Tianshu, Luo Tianquan, or Luo Tianyang was even more out of the question. As for Luo Tianyi, she also had no maids. She even washed her own menstrual cloths. The maids of the other two daughters were too young. The remaining ones were all rough maids, lacking in appearance and figure. It would be difficult to find suitable ones on short notice, not to mention their loyalty couldn't be guaranteed. After much thought, Luo Yuheng sent Gu Bangxia. On one hand, Gu Bangxia was well known and utterly loyal to the Luo manor. On the other hand, it also served as an opportunity to settle Gu Bangxia's lifelong matter. When the time came, she could be elevated to a concubine. Although not a formal wife, given the relationship between Gu Bangxia and Luo Yuheng, she would certainly not be treated unfairly. Although Song Yan was intelligent, he didn't know the intricacies of this situation. Looking at the shy and gentle woman across from him, he couldn't help but feel that his mother-in-law, whom he had never met, was truly a kind person. Did she know that Luo Tiangshuan's body was not suitable for consummation? And so she specifically arranged a beautiful woman by his side, intending to tie him down in this way. How did she know he had no resistance to a honey trap? However, looking down at his somewhat immature physique, at 15 years old, and then at the 25-year-old older sister across from him, a small horse pulling a big cart. The three Luo brothers left, and Gu Bangxia stayed by Song Yan's side, her head slightly bowed. Although she was older than Song Yan, she was docile and obedient. Song Hongtao also let out a slight breath. When he turned to look at Song Yan, his face had already transformed into a gentle smile, an expression that almost made Song Yan feel overwhelmed. In 15 years, the two had met no more than 10 times, and a smiling face was something that had never happened. Yanner moved to the green bamboo courtyard. Although it's not a first-class courtyard, the environment is quite elegant. The green bamboo courtyard was where some of the head maids lived, some of whom were even related to the Song family and the Yang family. Once you're settled, come to my place. With that, Song Hongtao turned and left. Song Yan went back to his small courtyard to pack his things. Gu Bangxia originally wanted to follow Song Yan, but Steward Wang stopped her, having a maid lead Gu Bangxia to the green bamboo courtyard first. He probably didn't want Gu Bangxia to see where Song Yan lived. Song Yan didn't care. He returned to his small courtyard, tucked the 100 flowers treasure mirror into his embrace, and then put some loose silver into his pocket. As for the remaining matters, he left them all to the servant who had followed him. Seeing Song Yan's cautious demeanor, the servant rolled his eyes a few times. A concubine's son was just a concubine's son. It was just a few pieces of broken silver. Look how careful he was. Would we steal those few pieces of silver from him? If Song Yan wasn't there, he probably would. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the milky white moonlight floated over the ancient mansion. The tiles seemed to be covered with a layer of white frost. The night was very quiet, with occasional crickets, which was quite pleasant to hear. When Song Yan arrived, Song Hongtao, Yang Gifeng, and the 3 legitimate sons were having dinner. Because they had entertained the 3 young masters of the Luo family, dinner was a little late today. This kind of thing had nothing to do with Song Yan. As a concubine's son, he was not qualified to sit at the table. Yang Gifeng had 8 sons, and 3 of them currently remained in the duke's mansion. The 5th son, Song Zhen, the 7th son, Song Yun, and the 8th son, Song Lu. The eldest son and 2nd son had already become imperial court officials. The 3rd son joined the army. The 4th son was good at business and was not home all year round. The 6th son, Song Ji, was intelligent, sharp, and studious from a young age. He was favored by the dean of the White-clad Academy in the imperial city and taken as a personal disciple, earning him the title of the Song family's Qilin child. His future prospects were limitless. Song Yun and Song Lu were also quite talented. Although not as brilliant as Song Ji, they had both achieved the student title and were expected to study at the prefectural academy next year. Most of Yang Gifeng's sons had some abilities except for the 5th son, Song Zhen. How should one put it? Even good bamboo can produce bad shoots. Although he was not young, he had accomplished nothing. He had studied for many years but couldn't memorize a single analects essay, and when he practiced martial arts with the guards, he couldn't endure the hardship. He was a typical failure in both scholarly and martial pursuits. It was strange to say, but even though Song Zhen was the most incompetent of the Song family's 8 sons, Yang Gifeng doted on Song Zhen the most, even more than Song Ji. Thinking this, Song Yan couldn't help but glance at Song Zhen a few more times, and then his gaze suddenly became strange. He looked at Song Zhen, then at Song Yun and Song Lu, and finally his eyes fell on Song Hongtao. Song Yun and Song Lu bore some resemblance to their father, Song Hongtao, but upon closer inspection, Song Zhen and Song Hongtao shared almost no resemblance at all. Could it be that Song Hongtao, this old tortoise, had been cuckolded by Yang Gifeng? Song Yan thought maliciously, while simultaneously bowing in greeting. Song Hongtao said nothing, and Yang Gifeng didn't even lift her head. It was Song Zhen who glanced at Song Yan, picked up a chicken leg with his chopsticks, and walked towards Song Yan. He was smiling, but his face was full of coarse flesh, and his forced smile made him even more unsettling. "Ninth young master, we are blood brothers. Why be as distant and reserved as servants? You're getting married in 3 days. The stance of a young master of our Song family should be maintained, so people don't think our Song family is easy to bully. Speaking of which, that eldest young miss of the Luo family should have been your sister-in-law, but now you're going to marry her. 5th brother here feels quite uncomfortable about it. However, in the end, you've helped me out this time. In the future, you'll marry Luo Tiangshuan and I'll marry Luo Tianyi. We'll still be brothers." It was this Song Zhen who, ever since he saw Luo Tianyi a few days ago, had been struck by her beauty. He had never seen such an ethereal and elegant woman. He imagined even Chang of the Moon Palace was no more than that. These past few days, he had been begging Yang Gifeng to see if they could ask the Luo family for another marriage proposal to marry Luo Tianyi. "Here, a reward for you." Saying this, Song Zhen extended the chicken leg in his hand towards Song Yan, his posture clearly that of rewarding a dog. Just as the chicken leg reached Song Yan's face, Song Zhen's hand shook, and the chicken leg fell to the ground, splattering juice onto Song Yan's trousers. "Oh, look at my hand, I'm too clumsy." Song Zhen clicked his tongue. "What a good chicken leg. Although our Song family has a vast estate, we shouldn't be so wasteful, ninth young master, don't you agree?" A pair of sinister eyes stared at Song Yan, the meaning very clear, for Song Yan to pick up the chicken leg from the ground and eat it. Not only Song Zhen, but even Song Hongtao and Yang Gifeng raised their heads to stare at Song Yan. Song Lu and Song Yun were both gloating. Song Yan's body trembled slightly, and with great willpower, he finally suppressed the instinct to clench his fists. It was blatant humiliation. It seemed that Song Hongtao was indeed planning to use him to do something in the Luo family, and he was worried that Song Yan would become uncontrollable after leaving the Duke's mansion. That's why he was conducting this obedience test. Otherwise, there would be no need for these petty tricks. Song Hongtao's intentions were probably very serious. If he showed any resistance or dissatisfaction at this moment, he would likely be killed on the spot. Of course, Song Hongtao wouldn't be that foolish. Humiliating him severely just as he was about to leave the Duke's mansion would easily provoke a rebellious mentality. Therefore, at the critical moment, Song Hongtao should speak up to stop it, showing favor. Thinking this, Song Yan's expression remained unchanged, as if he was accustomed to such things. He bent down, preparing to pick up the chicken leg. As expected, just as he began to move, Song Hongtao's voice came from behind the dining table. "Enough." Song Hongtao was quite satisfied with Song Yan's reaction. This youngest son was still under control. It seemed that 15 years of confinement had instilled in Song Yan a servility and fear towards the Duke's mansion. This servility would become an instinct, binding him. And preventing Song Yan from actually picking up or even eating that chicken leg was a way of preserving Song Yan's face. For this youngest son, who had been ignored, bullied, and even almost died several times since childhood, to the point of having some mental issues, a slight show of protection from his biological father could make him feel immense warmth, and even re-establish their tenuous father-son relationship. Although Song Hongtao was not as cunning as those old foxes in the imperial court, he was still shrewd and calculating. Every action had its purpose. He would never do anything useless. "Song Zhen, I often teach you to be friendly and respectful to your brothers. Is this how you treat your younger brother?" Song Hongtao seemed very angry, scolding Song Zhen fiercely, then driving everyone out, including Yang Gifeng. Then he raised his hand and beckoned. "Yanner, come sit." Next, he would likely begin to show off his acting skills and play the emotional card. If his guess was correct, Song Hongtao would probably push all the blame onto Yang Gifeng. Thinking this, Song Yan, on the surface, looked terrified and repeatedly said he wouldn't dare. This posture greatly pleased Song Hongtao, but his expression was somewhat mournful, and he sighed softly. "We are father and son, why be so distant? I know all the suffering you've endured these past years. Are you suspecting that your birth mother was killed by Yang Gifeng?" Song Yan repeatedly said he wouldn't dare. Song Hongtao, however, gave a self-deprecating smile. "There's nothing to not dare. You know about this, I know about this. Everyone in the entire Duke's mansion knows about this. My 4 dead concubine sons, your lost sister, and the concubines who passed away from illness over the years, they were all Yang Gifeng's doing. Song Yan also had an older sister who went missing when he was 3 years old." Song Hongtao held his wine cup, the wine trembling slightly. "I know all of it, but I can't do anything. Do you know that although the Song mansion is still the Duke's mansion, it is actually just an empty shell? And the Yang family is the top-tier noble family in Enning country. Even the imperial family dares not underestimate the influence of these aristocratic families. 3 generations of Enning emperors have intermarried with aristocratic families. One of the current Enning emperor's consorts is Yang Gifeng's younger sister." "Yang Gifeng consort. Consort Yang. It wouldn't be Yang Yushuang, would it?" Song Yan complained inwardly, finding it amusing. Just as he had predicted, Song Hongtao began to play the emotional card, pushing all the blame onto Yang Gifeng, while he himself emerged clean and innocent, even claiming to have suffered greatly and been tormented by pain daily. Even his eyes were slightly red, and he even squeezed out a tear. Acting as if anyone couldn't do it. During the 15 years of confinement, Song Yan's acting skills had long been cultivated. Even pretending to be a madman who occasionally zoned out was second nature to him. He cooperatively put on an angry expression, clenching his fists until they creaked. "Father, you've suffered." Song Hongtao was satisfied inwardly. Indeed, he was a fool. Imprisoned since childhood with little schooling, his mind was probably immature. Such a person was the easiest to deceive. For someone who had lacked love since childhood, forceful commands often backfired, but tying him down with emotion would yield better results. He paused slightly, then said again, "However, now there is an opportunity before us. As long as this matter is completed, the influence of the Duke's mansion will soar, and we will no longer need to worry about Yang Gifeng. The mere Yang family is not worth mentioning. When that time comes, I will divorce Yang Gifeng and drown her in a pig cage. Your mother's spirit in heaven will finally rest in peace. I will also move your mother's grave into the Song family's ancestral tomb and move her memorial tablet into the Song family's ancestral hall, elevating your mother to the status of legal wife. Then, you will be the legitimate son of the main wife." Song Yan's eyes were burning, and a flush of red spread across his face, as if the temptation of being the legitimate son of the main wife made him lose control. A hint of triumph flashed in Song Hongtao's eyes. This world revered filial piety. Moving the grave into the ancestral tomb, the memorial tablet into the ancestral hall, plus the temptation of being the legitimate son of the main wife. A foolish person with an immature mind would absolutely be unable to resist. It's just filial piety. As someone who had transmigrated, Song Yan didn't care about ancestral tombs or ancestral halls at all. The person was gone, so what good was all the fanfare? Compared to the Song family's ancestral hall, Song Yan would rather keep his mother's memorial tablet by his side and worship it daily. "Father, what exactly is it? Just tell me, I will definitely do it." Song Yan patted his chest, promising with a trembling voice. Song Hongtao's lips finally curved into an uncontrollable arc. "It's very simple. After you enter the Luo family, you must find a way to investigate the true relationship between the Luo family's 3 sons, 4 daughters, and Luo Yuhang. You don't have to feel bad about the Luo family. Although you are marrying into the Luo family, you are still surnamed Song, not Luo. You have the Song family's blood flowing in your veins. We are the true family." These words made Song Yan slightly surprised. Why investigate this? Everyone knows that Luo Tianquan, Luo Tianyi, and the others were adopted by Luo Yuhang. Could there be some secret hidden within? Speaking of which, all of the Luo family's many children are surnamed Luo. This isn't normal. It's understandable that Luo Tianquan, Luo Tianyang, Luo Tianyi, Luo Qingyi, and Luo Kei, who were adopted, are surnamed Luo. But Luo Tianchu and Luo Tiangshuan are the biological children of Luo Yuheng and the consort. Why are they also surnamed Luo? Song Yan felt he had discovered a blind spot. The outside world rumored that Luo Yuheng and the consort were deeply in love. If the consort hadn't been killed by the Enning Emperor, they would have been an enviable immortal couple. But now, it seems that's not the case at all. If Luo Yuheng truly loved the consort so deeply, why would she immediately change her children's surnames after his death? In this world, changing a surname is no different from making the consort childless. Recalling carefully, the 3 Luo family brothers all bore some resemblance in their features. Luo Tianchu was biological, but Luo Tianquan and Luo Tianyang were adopted. This is not scientific. Could it be that these young masters and young misses of the Luo family are actually all Luo Yuheng's biological children? Is Luo Yuheng defying the Enning Emperor, just using this as an excuse to raise her biological children by her side? Good heavens, how many cuckolds did that already dead consort have on his head? Thinking this, Song Yan couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for his never-before-met, already beheaded father-in-law. But very quickly, Song Yan frowned slightly. Things shouldn't be this simple. Even if Luo Yuheng did cuckold the consort, what does that have to do with Song Hongta? At most, this matter is just a royal scandal. Such scandals are countless throughout history, and princesses keeping male favorites are not uncommon. Just like Princess Yin Cheng and Princess Fengyang of the Han Dynasty, which one didn't play around a lot. It is said that Princess Fengyang actually dared to have her consort help push her bottom. A princess keeping male favorites would at most cause the royal family to lose a little face, harmless. Perhaps there are other secrets involved. and the Luo family's waters are probably much deeper than imagined. While Song Yan was pondering, Song Hongtao spoke again. You are a son-in-law who marries into the family. I have arranged for 4 old wet nurses to follow you. With them taking care of you, you won't be bullied. Take care. More like surveillance, right? The father-son night talk was almost over. Song Yan got up to leave, but suddenly stopped at the door. Father, will you really make me the legitimate son then? Of course, of course. After it's done, you will be my only legitimate son and the future duke. I understand. Looking at his youngest son's back, Song Hongtao's smile gradually faded, replaced only by disdain. Pa, he's just a concubine's son. Does he really think he can become a duke? On the other side, with his back to Song Hongtao, the flush on Song Yan's face quickly receded, and a sneer of disdain curved his lips. Pa, does he really think this young master is easy to fool? Outside the main courtyard were 4 old wet nurses, Yang Gifeng among them. These were the people Song Hongtao had arranged, all his confidants. When arranging people, his prospective mother-in-law arranged gentle older sisters of 25, in the prime of their youth. Song Hongtao, on the other hand, arranged 4 old hag. What a difference! Song Yan smiled slightly and shook his head. He said nothing and walked straight to the green bamboo courtyard. The green bamboo courtyard was bustling, and many maids looked displeased. After all, suddenly having to move after living comfortably in the green bamboo courtyard wouldn't make anyone feel good. Some people were whispering, full of complaints, but they didn't dare to say too much. However, one voice was particularly sharp. How dare he make us vacate our place for him? Why? I'm the 5th young master's maid. He's just a lowly bastard born to a concubine. Does he really think marrying into the Luo family means he's climbed a high branch and become a phoenix? Bah, at the end of the day, he's still a son-in-law who marries into the family, not even qualified to sit at the table for meals. Song Yan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping towards the direction of the voice. It was a maid of 18 or 19. The girl's body exuded the allure of youth. Her small face was fair, and her brows held a hint of flirtation. Although she was a maid from a prominent family, she carried a certain coquettishness of a woman of the night, suggesting she had often served Song Zhen. When Song Yan appeared, the other maids nearby immediately fell silent, but the maid named Xiao Qi was clearly different. Perhaps having been with Song Zhen for many years, she had also developed an arrogant and overbearing personality. So what if she offended someone? The 5th young master would stand up for her. At worst, she would just serve the 5th young master with more dedication next time she used her mouth. When she noticed Song Yan staring at her, Xiao Qi's willow brows shot up. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, the 5th young master will dig out your eyeballs. She was clever, though, not daring to say she would dig out Song Yan's eyeballs herself. Song Yan wasn't angry. He chuckled and took a step forward, walking up to Xiao Qi. Although Xiao Qi was tall, she was still shorter than Song Yan. Looking down at the maid with wide eyes, Song Yan's lips curved. Just now, did you insult my birth mother? Xiao Qi snorted. So what? Your mother was just a maid anyway, who doesn't know she shamelessly climbed into the master's bed. Slap. Before she could finish, Song Yan slapped Xiao Qi hard across the face, directly making her body sway and fall to the ground. The slap was extremely heavy, half her face instantly swelled up, and a trace of crimson blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Every maid looked at Song Yan with astonished eyes. Who would have thought that this 9th young master, who was usually timid and cowardly, would actually dare to hit someone, and even hit Song Zhen's person? Did the sun rise from the west? But it's night now. Song Yan had his own plans. Since you want to use me, and only me, then what's the harm in showing a little sharpness? Perhaps such a brazen display of power, once gained, would be more in line with the role he was currently playing. Xiao Qi lay on the ground, clutching her burning face, a sweet and metallic taste in her mouth. She even felt a tooth was loose, and immediately she was both shocked and angry. You dare to hit me. I am the 5th young master's maid. The 5th young master will not let you go. Song Yan's gaze was cold. Insult my mother, what's the harm in killing you? Xiao Qi clutched half her face, staring at Song Yan with hatred, screaming hoarsely. The commotion quickly attracted others. Before long, an old man of 50 or 60 appeared. It was Steward Wang of the Duke's mansion. Steward Wang was the most trusted confidant of Song Hongtao. In the Duke's mansion, even the Yang family had to give him some face. But Steward Wang was old and shrewd. He always kept himself in the position of a subordinate, not to mention the legitimate sons of the Duke's mansion, even the concubines, concubines' sons, and concubines' daughters, he would not neglect in the slightest, leaving no room for fault. Seeing Steward Wang appear, Xiao Qi thought her backing had arrived. She scrambled up from the ground, grabbed Steward Wang's arm, and enumerated Song Yan's faults. As he listened, Steward Wang's brows furrowed, and he looked at Xiao Qi as if she were a stupid pig. "Steward Wang, how do you think this matter should be handled?" Song Yan asked coldly. Steward Wang sighed, no longer bothering to entangle with a maid. He waved his hand casually, and 2 guards followed him from behind. "A mere maid, who gave you the guts to insult the young master of the Duke's mansion. The Duke's mansion does not need subordinates like you who don't know their place. Drag her out and beat her to death." Xiao Qi's excited expression suddenly froze. She looked at Steward Wang in disbelief, never imagining that the usually smiling Steward Wang would directly order her to be beaten to death. It wasn't until the 2 guards dragged Xiao Qi by the arms, pulling her outside, that Xiao Qi finally reacted. Under extreme fear, Xiao Qi couldn't control her screams. "No, you can't do this to me. I'm the 5th young master's maid, you can't." To lose one's life just for a single sentence, this world is truly so cruel. Xiao Qi's deed of indenture was held by the Duke's mansion. Even if she was beaten to death, the authorities would not intervene. In a prominent family like the Duke's mansion, how many maids and servants didn't die each year? If it were normal times with Steward Wang's character, he would probably just reprimand her, appease Song Yan with a few words, and the matter would be over. But now, the Duke needed Song Yan, and Song Yan was clearly swayed by the Duke's empty promises. If he handled it lightly now, it was hard to guarantee that Song Yan wouldn't have other thoughts. A group of timid maids were already trembling with fear. Who would have thought that merely complaining a few times would lead to losing their lives? This Duke's mansion, I'm afraid, is really going to change. A scream came from afar and then quickly ended. Xiao Qi was probably dead. "9th young master, are you satisfied?" Taking a deep breath, Steward Wang finally looked at Song Yan, his old face blooming like a chrysanthemum. "Satisfied, very satisfied." Song Yan laughed heartily and turned to leave. Inside the green bamboo courtyard, several more maids appeared to serve him. These maids had clearly seen what had just happened, and each lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Song Yan didn't care about them. He pushed open the door and entered his bedroom. The bedroom was spacious. Even one room was larger than the small courtyard where he had been imprisoned before. Several beeswax candles were lit in the room, and the dim candlelight flickered gently, casting shifting shadows. A special fragrance wafted through the air, like the pure body scent of a young girl, adding a touch of allure. A figure sat quietly by the bed. It was Gu Banksia, the maid left by the Luo family to serve him. Her beautiful eyes lifted slightly, as if veiled with a layer of mist. A blush colored her fair cheeks, seeming shy and timid. Lightly pursing her cherry lips, Gu Banksia slowly spoke. "Son-in-law, it's time to undress." "Young master, it's time to undress." Hearing this crisp voice, Song Yan's heart rippled. Song Yan had not met many women. There was the fairy in white in the cave, Luo Tianyi, and most of the rest were maids from the Duke's mansion. Among the women Song Yan had met, the fairy in white was the most mysterious, and Luo Tianyi was the most beautiful. As for Gu Banksia, in terms of looks alone, she was probably second only to Luo Tianyi, and even comparable to Yang's younger self. As for her figure, it was probably even more alluring than Luo Tianyi's. Those who knew understood that she was a concubine maid sent by the Luo manor. Those who didn't might think she was the young miss from some wealthy family. Song Yan generally knew what was about to happen. He still didn't know what his first woman looked like. He had only just met his second woman today. Song Yan did not let Gu Banksia leave. If he did nothing, it might arouse Luo Yuheng's suspicion. At this critical juncture, he would not create unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Song Yan knew very well what was most important to him now: strength. Only with sufficient strength could he live peacefully in this world, and cultivating the 100 flowers treasure mirror was his only way to gain strength at the moment. Therefore, he would not, like other transmigrators, pretend to be magnanimous and say things like, "We just met and have no feelings yet. You are being forced by the Luo manner, and I won't harm you at this time. As if they were all noble gentlemen, comparable to Liu Xiaohui. The fear of countless near-death experiences had shaped the current Song Yan. He was not a noble gentleman. He did not have such high moral standards. He would desperately seize any opportunity that could keep him alive. As for Gu Banxia's own opinion, it was largely ignored, which was also the tragedy of women in this era. Tap tap, the sound of footsteps was exceptionally clear in the quiet bedroom. Even though Gu Banxia was prepared, her body instinctively tensed up. Are you scared? Her pink lips pressed together and Gu Banxia nodded. A little. Song Yan had no experience in this situation either. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll try to be as gentle as possible. Hearing a grown man say such a thing, Gu Banxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. The tension dissipated a lot invisibly, and Gu Banxia finally stood up. Her height was almost level with Song Yan's. I'm 9 years older than young master. Doesn't young master think I'm too old? Song Yan shook his head. No, older is good. Older women are more caring. Smooth talker. A bit of joking brought the two of them much closer. Song Yan could clearly see Gu Banxia's long eyelashes trembling slightly, and in a trance, there seemed to be an invisible force drawing them closer. As the saying goes, candlelight flickers by the window, the beauty trembles by the bed. Soft murmurs from crimson lips, peach blush stains her snowy face. Good poem so wet. A duke's mansion study. The flickering candlelight illuminated two faces. One was Song Hongtao and the other was also Song Hongtao. Bah, it was Steward Wang. Steward Wang was reporting everything that had happened earlier to Song Hongtao. As Steward Wang had expected, Song Hongtao was not angry that Steward Wang had beaten Xiao Qi to death. Just a maid. After listening, Song Hongtao scoffed, unconcerned. Gaining power and then acting wildly describes such people. They don't know how to bide their time at all, truly foolish. Does he really think he can become the legitimate son and inherit the duke's title? But this is fine too, a bit dumber, easier to control. Don't worry about Song Yan, just arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. These days, let him be wild, he won't be wild for much longer. After Steward Wang left, Song Hongtao exhaled. His eyes narrowed, gazing at the paper on the table, lost in thought. Night wind blew in from outside the window. Whoosh! The candlelight flickered. Perhaps due to the sudden chill or the restlessness in his chest, goosebumps rose on Song Hongtao's neck. Just then footsteps sounded. It was Yang. She wanted to discuss the dowry with Song Hongtao. Let's follow the Luo manor standards. After thinking, Song Hongtao said, although he is marrying into the family, we cannot lose the Song family's face. Wealthy families valued propriety, and dowry and betrothal gifts were often equivalent. Yang nodded in agreement, but inwardly she was somewhat dismissive. How could a mere concubine's son be worthy of a dowry of 70 to 80,000 taels of silver? However, since this matter was entrusted to her, there was a lot of room for manipulation. Thinking this, Yang had a plan in mind. Green bamboo courtyard. A white bedsheet covered the bed, and black hair spread across it, a stark contrast of black and white, like a waterfall in an ink painting. Outside the window, the cold wind blew. Under the soft moonlight, Song Yan did not feel cold. On the contrary, a warmth gradually arose from his lower abdomen, like a trickling stream flowing through his limbs and bones. Song Yan unconsciously used the methods from the 100 Flowers treasure mirror. That warmth was likely internal energy. Although he had been awake all night, Song Yan felt no fatigue. Once his breathing stabilized, he put on his clothes again and got out of bed. At this moment, Song Yan felt that his entire being was in a very special state. His mind was clear. If it weren't for the older sister behind him on the bed, limp as mud and already unconscious, Song Yan would even think that everything he had experienced earlier was just a dream of clouds and rain in Wushan. This should be the so-called sage mode. Thinking this, Song Yan couldn't help but let out a light laugh. However, the sage mode was quite beneficial for cultivation. In this clear state, Song Yan could even clearly feel the trajectory of the delicate qi currents, like spider silk, slowly flowing through his body. Unfortunately, this state lasted too short, and the feeling disappeared before long. It proved that not every woman could make a golden kidney lean against the wall. That fairy in white, Well, since she was a fairy, she was naturally extraordinary. Looking at Gu Banxia's soft, beautiful profile, Song Yan couldn't help but sigh. If it were in his previous life, he probably wouldn't have been able to marry such a woman no matter what. Pulling the quilt over her body, Song Yan then left the bedroom and came to the front hall. He now had internal energy growing within him, which should be considered a glimpse into the threshold of the martial Tao. However, having only internal energy without techniques should also be insufficient. He stood in the front hall, closed his eyes, and rummaged through his memories. Unfortunately, he had never learned anything like Sanda, Muay Thai, or karate. The only memories he could recall seemed to be old men and women practicing Tai Chi in the park, or some scenes from movies and TV shows. After thinking carefully for a long time, he spread his legs and arms and began to slowly practice, following the vague movements in his mind. At first glance, it looked quite decent. However, Song Yan knew very well that the Tai Chi he was performing was merely an imitation, only similar in form but lacking in spirit. He tried to mobilize his internal energy into his fists, but he always failed. His internal energy was still uncontrollable, but there was no rush. With more practice, he would eventually master it. He practiced repeatedly like this, and after an unknown amount of time, Song Yan began to feel hot all over and breathless. Even with such slow movements, his legs felt weak. "Young master, what are you doing?" Gu Banxia's voice, a little hoarse, came from behind him. Turning to look, Gu Banxia was already dressed. To Song Yan's surprise, aside from a hint of allure in her eyes, there wasn't much else unusual about her. Song Yan couldn't help but sigh that even a woman's physical fitness was better than his own. If it weren't for his golden kidney, he probably wouldn't have been able to subdue this enchantress. Seeing Song Yan staring at her, a blush appeared on Gu Banxia's face, and the allure in her eyes intensified. She secretly cursed herself for being useless. What was wrong with her body? She always lost control of herself when near the young master. "Practicing martial arts," Song Yan said, picking up a silk towel to wipe the sweat from his face. Outside the window, the sky was already turning a fishbelly white, and the quiet Duke's mansion gradually stirred with activity. Gu Banxia had not forgotten her duty as a maid. After neatly tidying Song Yan's long robe, she asked, "What kind of martial art is this? I've never seen it before." "Tai Chi. It sounds like a Taoist martial art." "You also practice martial arts?" Song Yan was a little surprised. Gu Banxia shook her head slightly. "Second Miss practices Taoist martial arts, so I've seen some. However, although Taoist practices emphasize self-cultivation, I've never seen any Taoist priest cultivate like a snail." "You dare to tease young master. You're asking for a beating." Song Yan feigned anger and raised his hand to pat Gu Banxia. Gu Banxia's face grew redder, appearing even more delicate. After serving Song Yan breakfast, she left the Duke's mansion. Song Yan knew she was going back to the Luo Manor to report the situation. By the time Gu Banxia returned, it was already afternoon, and she had 3 more maids with her. Song Yan had once asked Gu Banxia how she described him to Luo Yuheng. Gu Banxia gave him a shy, timid glare, then spat out 2 words. "Beast." Well, beast it was. Song Yan didn't really care. The beastly Song Yan wasn't so beastly as to devour all 3 new maids Gu Banxia brought. These past few days, he had lived quite leisurely. Even his cultivation was only superficial. He could guess that there were certainly many of Song Hongtao's informants in the green bamboo courtyard. At this critical moment, Song Yan would not leave any flaws. He simply found some books and caught up on the history of this world, especially that related to Enning country. Song Zhen did come to his door once, presumably about Zyro Kui. Song Zhen was quite fond of this maid. He felt it was a great pity that she was beaten to death just for accidentally offending Song Yan. Especially when he saw Zyro Kui's corpse all bruised and bloody, Song Zhen became even angrier. She was just a maid, out with the old, in with the new. Song Zhen wasn't particularly bothered, but she was his maid. Hitting Zyro Kui's backside wasn't that hitting his own face. Song Zhen came to the door, overtly and covertly threatening and hinting to Song Yan that if he gave Gu Banxia to him, he would not pursue the matter of Zyro Kui being beaten to death. Song Yan pretended not to understand. This useless person, who usually acted subservient and timid around him, actually dared to put on airs in front of him. Song Zhen was very angry and was about to make a move on the spot, but Steward Wang, that old geezer, appeared just in time to stop Song Zhen. Helpless, Song Zhen could only huff and puff to Song Hongtao to complain, only to be severely reprimanded himself. Since then, Song Zhen had become much more well-behaved. Even the most foolish servants could sense that something was amiss with such a change. Who would have thought that this unloved concubine's son would actually have a day to turn things around? 3 short days passed in a flash. In the silent night sky, stars twinkled. On the grass of the green bamboo courtyard, Song Yan had a foxtail grass in his mouth. The night wind blew, and the fluffy foxtail gently swayed. He rested on Gu Banxia's soft legs, feeling relaxed and content. Her tender fingers caressed the young man's face, and Gu Banxia's lips held a slight smile. She didn't know why, but the young master always liked to lie on her lap. Although she felt shy, who could blame her? He was the young master, so she let him be. Her dark eyes gazed at the sky. Tomorrow she would be getting married. It felt strange. The 19th year of Enning He, June 21st. The wedding. The Song and Luo families were both prominent families in Ningping County, so the wedding was naturally lively and known throughout the city. According to Song Hongtao's wishes, it was just a son-in-law coming to live with the bride's family, so a simple ceremony and going through the motions would suffice. However, the Luo family disagreed, insisting on a grand and ostentatious event. Since the Luo family was paying anyway, Song Hongtao no longer insisted. Shops on both sides of the street were adorned with large red, happy characters, gongs and drums boomed, firecrackers roared, and it was extremely lively. The welcoming procession stretched over 100 meters, and with the 88 dowry chests arranged by the Song family, it almost filled the entire street. 6 burly men in red short-sleeved shirts, carrying bamboo baskets, threw handfuls of copper coins to both sides, often causing a scramble. Song Yan, in a grand red wedding gown, rode a tall horse behind, led by Luo Tianyang, the 3rd young master of the Luo family. It seems the Luo family values this son-in-law highly. Usually, a son-in-law coming to live with the bride's family only rides in a small sedan chair, entering the mansion through a side door. But this one, a tall horse, parading through the city, and the 3rd young master of the Luo family leading his horse, they've certainly given him enough face. I don't think the Luo family values this son-in-law that much. I heard that the Luo family's eldest young miss is not doing well, and the Luo family is eager for a wedding, a joyous event to ward off misfortune. Since it's for that, the livelier the better. That's true, but is this 9th young master really favored in the Duke's mansion? He actually has 88 dowry chests. If he were truly favored, would he become a son-in-law coming to live with the bride's family? That Yang family member in the Duke's mansion is notoriously ruthless. Of the Duke's 5 illegitimate sons, only this one survived. Of the 6 illegitimate daughters, 3 went missing, and the remaining 3 were married off at 11 or 12. What a sin! This 9th young master growing up to this age is truly a blessing from heaven. As for the dowry, it's probably because the Luo family gave a large betrothal gift, and too little dowry would make them lose face. These wealthy families care most about their reputation. You guys, do you think those 4 dead illegitimate sons and 3 illegitimate daughters were all killed by Lady Yang? Isn't that obvious? Even a fool knows it must have been Lady Yang. The rustling sounds around him entered his ears, and then the topic went off track. The attention of the gossipers shifted to Lady Yang. Although Lady Yang also wanted to maintain a good reputation outside, and matters of the Duke's mansion were strictly forbidden from being spread, there was no impenetrable wall in this world. The more one tried to conceal something, the more outrageous some rumors became. What do you know? There's a big story here. I heard that Lady Yang was originally a barren hen. She found an evil Taoist and learned a wicked art called life-swapping art, where one life is exchanged for another. Sacrificing an illegitimate son allows her to give birth to a son. Otherwise, where would her 8 sons come from? Even a sow isn't that prolific. How scary. Rumors might not be true, but they are definitely wild. Luckily, Song Zhen, Song Yun, and Song Lu, who were escorting the bride, were afraid of being embarrassed and had gone to the Luo family early. Otherwise, if they had heard these words, they might have been so angry they would have spat blood. He turned his head and saw the 88 dowry chests swaying behind him. Song Yan grinned, Tianyang. Yes, brother-in-law, what is it? Luo Tianyang immediately responded. Ever since confirming that those tiny, nail-sized pills were effective, Luo Tianyang had been very impressed with Song Yan. He still hoped to curry favor with his brother-in-law so that when it came time to fulfill the promise, he would have to eat less. Later, find an opportunity to open those dowry chests and see what's inside, Luo Tianyang instructed. With the 4 old nannies not around, he wasn't worried about being overheard. For this kind of mischievous task, Luo Tianyang was the most suitable. These past few days, Lady Yang had been busy, claiming to prepare his dowry. But Song Yan didn't believe Lady Yang was truly that kind-hearted. Spending money on him, an illegitimate son, was no different from cutting a piece of her own flesh for Lady Yang. The not-so-long street took a long time to traverse. By the time they reached the Luo family, it was already nearing noon. The Luo manor was even more festively decorated, bustling with guests. Almost all the influential people in Ningping County were present, including the county magistrate and the county deputy. Even the prefect of Songzhou Prefecture personally attended. Although Luo Yuheng and the Enning Emperor had a very strained relationship, and she had been repeatedly demoted, the Enning Emperor had not settled accounts with those close to Luo Yuheng. People might not dare to attend the banquets for adopted sons and daughters, but a wedding for one's own daughter was probably considered acceptable. Stepping over the brazier, Gu Bangxia, supporting Song Yan, was welcomed into the Luo manor. Many guests, maids, and servants looked at Song Yan with various expressions, but mostly with schadenfreude. After all, even though the Luo family was a prominent family, a son-in-law coming to live with the bride's family was ultimately a bit embarrassing. Of course, some gazes were quite envious, as if regretting not having the opportunity to marry into wealth. Upon entering the main hall, his mother-in-law, Luo Yuheng, was seated on the main seat. The elders of the Luo family, being imperial relatives, naturally would not appear here. Song Zhen, Song Yun, and Song Lu, who had escorted the bride from the Song family, were all seated in the guest seats, looking at him with triumph, disdain, and mockery. On the other side of the guest seats were officials from the prefectural city and county, also there to serve as witnesses. This was his first time seeing his mother-in-law. Song Yan was slightly startled, seeing a woman with a graceful and delicate figure, skin as fair as snow, and a pair of watery phoenix eyes. Though she lacked a wanton and flirtatious demeanor, she possessed a captivating charm that moved hearts. Her waist was slender, yet her chest was exceptionally full. A slender branch bearing abundant fruit was no more impressive. Her 3,000 strands of dark hair were elegantly coiled, and what was most striking was a tear mole beneath the corner of her eye, adding a touch of allure. She was indeed a beautiful married woman. Considering Luo Tianchu's age, Luo Yuheng must have been well into her 30s, yet at first glance she appeared to be only 26 or 27. This mother-in-law also had the art of preserving youth, and her charm remained. What made Song Yan's heart skip a beat was Luo Yuheng's appearance. Her eyebrows and eyes were quite similar to Luo Tiany's. No one would doubt they were biological mother and daughter. This was getting interesting. If it was a small matter, his father-in-law, who had already been beheaded, would have a verdant grassland on his head. If it was a big matter, then it would be lively indeed, and who knows how many people would lose their heads. At the same time, Luo Yuheng was also sizing up Song Yan. She nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Perhaps because Song Yan could save her daughter, the more the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she became. Just his looks alone, he was quite handsome. Even better looking than her former imperial son-in-law. She was a sucker for good looks. She just liked handsome people. Most importantly, even though this young master was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth, the evaluation Gu Bangxia brought back was beast, wild animal, stubborn donkey. Thus, once Xuaner's consumption was cured, their marital life would surely be very harmonious. Unlike her imperial son-in-law, whose head had been chopped off. However, she heard that because his mother died young, he was confined to the back courtyard alone and severely lacked affection, so he preferred older women. This way, he probably wouldn't mind that Tian Xuan was 3 years older than him. As long as this young master didn't set his sights on her, it would be fine. Thinking this, the more Luo Yuheng looked at Song Yan, the more she liked him. It was noon, and the ceremony was about to begin. However, there was a problem at this moment. Although Luo Tianxuan was the bride, she suffered from consumption and could not appear at the ceremony. After all, consumption was contagious. Everyone present was there to show support, not to lose their lives. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The old nanny in charge of presiding over the wedding had not received instructions from Luo Yuheng beforehand and was at a loss as to what to do. "Madam, how about choosing one of the eldest young Miss's maids to stand in for the eldest young Miss during the ceremony? What do you think?" After some thought, the old nanny helplessly asked. Such matters should have been discussed before the ceremony, but every time she asked Luo Yuheng, she would say there was no rush, they would talk about it later. Now she was the one in a difficult position. The old nanny grumbled inwardly, not fearing to offend the son-in-law's dignity. It seemed Luo Yuheng truly disliked this son-in-law coming to live with the bride's family. It made sense. The Luo family had imperial blood, and for the eldest young miss to marry an illegitimate son, it would be strange if she were satisfied. Even with a serious illness, she was not someone ordinary people could cling to. Such special circumstances were not common, but not unheard of. Usually, one of the bride's personal maids would be chosen to stand in. However, Luo Tianxuan had no maids, so only Gu Bangxia could be chosen. Gu Bangxia was a concubine in waiting, so she was suitable. Otherwise, simply absenting from the ceremony would be inauspicious. They still needed to bring good fortune here. "This is inappropriate." Before Luo Yuheng could speak, Song Zhen spoke first. As Luo Tianxuan's original fiancé, Song Zhen should not have come, and the Luo family naturally wouldn't welcome him, but he still shamelessly followed along. Naturally, he didn't regret it. Even if Luo Tianxuan was as beautiful as a heavenly immortal, he wouldn't regret it. Nothing else, he just wanted to see Song Yan humiliated. This hateful bastard, he merely asked for Gu Bangxia, a concubine in waiting, yet he dared to refuse, making him lose face completely. Who gave him the guts? The other guests around remained silent. Most of them probably knew about the Duke's mansion's sordid affairs and wondered what trouble Song Zhen was trying to stir up. Song Zhen had clearly prepared his lines, speaking eloquently. "What is the status of young Miss Tianxuan? What right does a mere maid have to stand in for young Miss Tianxuan at the ceremony? Why not use a rooster instead? Roosters ward off evil. If he performs the ceremony with a rooster, perhaps the evil chi of illness on young Miss Tianxuan will be driven away." As soon as these words were uttered, the surroundings instantly fell into a deathly silence. The looks directed at Song Zhen were full of strangeness. Everyone knew Song Zhen was going to cause trouble, but no one expected him to be so malicious. Some people looked at Song Yan with a hint of mockery. If Song Yan truly performed the ceremony with a rooster, he would truly lose all face and never be able to hold his head high again. Song Yan also opened his mouth slightly, performing the ceremony with a rooster. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Beside him, Gu Bangxia's face was grim, clearly very angry. Song Zhen, however, didn't care, looking smug. He just couldn't stand to see Song Yan happy. He just wanted to deliberately humiliate Song Yan. So what? He had to admit, seventh brother was indeed a scholar. The method he thought of was excellent, and he even found an excuse about warding off evil. Didn't they want to bring good fortune? A rooster warding off evil was so suitable, making it impossible for Song Yan to refuse. Moreover, Song Yun was very loyal to his brother, giving this opportunity to show off to him. No one noticed that Luo Yuheng's beautiful face was already frosty, only a cold sneer playing on her lips. Seeing that Luo Yuheng remained silent, Song Zhen, who was waiting to see a joke, couldn't help but ask, "Madam, what do you think of Junior's suggestion?" "Shut up." Just then, Luo Yuheng slammed her delicate hand on the armrest, suddenly erupting in anger. Her cold voice echoed in the hall, making countless people tremble. "This is my son-in-law. Mind, a son-in-law is half a son. I wouldn't even let Yanner suffer the slightest grievance. The betrothal gift to the Song family was worth 70 to 80,000 silver, and I even arranged a beautiful concubine in waiting for him. The wedding's grandeur was so great that it almost startled the entire Ningping County, and even leading the horse was done personally by Tian Yang. You, Song Zhen, you troublesome thing that crawled out from who knows where, how dare you insult my son-in-law like this? Death penalty, absolutely the death penalty, definitely the death penalty." Luo Yuheng was furious beyond measure. Her precious son-in-law, whom she doted on and protected, how could he be bullied by an outsider like you? Are you, Song Zhen, so amazing? You dog-like thing. Though Luo Yuheng appeared plump and graceful, gentle and serene, with a very tolerant demeanor, she was absolutely a fiery-tempered person on the inside. It was only now that she no longer held the title of princess. If it were in the past, a wretch like Song Zhen would have long been dragged out and beaten with sticks. How could she have allowed him to bark here? However, Song Zhen's outburst was quite timely. Originally, she was still wondering what methods to use to make Song Yan completely give up on the Duke's mansion, but now it seemed she didn't need to do anything herself. That group of fools in the Duke's mansion would continuously push Song Yan towards her side. Many guests around also shivered, becoming silent as cicadas in winter. For many years, this princess had not caused any trouble, and people thought she had changed her temper. Who would have thought she was still as volatile as ever? The smugness froze on his face. As smug as he had been before, that's how ashamed he was now. Song Zhen had only wanted to show off and humiliate Song Yan. Who would have thought he would provoke a harsh scolding from Luo Yuheng, who, in front of so many guests, gave him, a member of her maiden family, no face at all. Suddenly, his face burned with a stinging pain as if on fire. His tall body trembled incessantly, his fists clenched, desperately suppressing the rage in his chest. Across from him was Luo Yuheng. Even without the title of princess, she was still the Enning Emperor's biological sister, born of the same mother. He dared not vent his anger on Luo Yuheng. "Damn it, how dare you insult me so? Do not bully a young man in poverty." Song Yun, beside him, also had a slightly pale face, but his heart was full of relief. Luckily, he hadn't stepped forward to be the early bird. Otherwise, he would be the one losing face now. Song Yan's expression was as calm as ever. He hadn't expected his mother-in-law's temper to be so explosive, practically a human TNT, igniting at the slightest touch. He wasn't sure if Luo Yuheng's words were truly heartfelt, or if she was merely interested in his medical skills and wanted to win him over. But in the 15 years since he came to this world, besides his mother, this was the first time someone had protected him like this. After his mother passed away, there was no one else. Who else could understand the grievances of over 10 years, besides himself? In his heart, there was a mix of bitterness and warmth. A strange silence descended upon the scene. No one dared to speak, not even Luo Tianchu, Luo Tianquan, or Luo Tianyi. Luo Tianyang's tall, strong body trembled. They knew best that even though their mother seemed a bit unreliable on ordinary days, once she truly got angry, she could be very frightening. Only the old maid, dutifully aware that this couldn't continue, bit the bullet and spoke. "Madam, what should we do next? Please give us your decision." Luo Yuheng huffed, then sat down again, her hands resting on the armrests. Her gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on one person. "Tianyi, are you willing to take your sister's place and marry Yanner?" What does it mean to be shocking? This is it. As expected of the princess, known for her eccentric personality. Just when you think it's already outrageous enough, Luo Yuheng always proves to you with her actions that this is far from the limit. To have the younger sister marry the older sister's husband in her place. Disregarding propriety, going against tradition. Some old scholars mumbled, wanting to criticize, but looking at Song Zhen, they felt that this was Luo Yuheng protecting her son-in-law's face, which was understandable. Some people thought they had guessed Luo Yuheng's intentions. The marriages of the Luo family's eldest and second daughters had always been a major headache for Luo Yuheng. The eldest daughter suffered from a serious illness, and while the second daughter was not ill, anyone wanting to marry her first had to consider if their neck could withstand the sword in Luo Tianyi's hand. Luo Yuheng was clearly preparing for any eventuality, planning to have Luo Tianyi marry Song Yan as a second wife if something happened, and coincidentally solving her second daughter's marriage. As for the talk of warding off evil, everyone knew it was nonsense. As for Song Zhen, his body trembled. He had even forgotten the previous humiliation, his face twisted in anxiety. Was Luo Yuheng out of her mind? Who would agree to such a thing? For a young lady, if she really did something like this, what about her reputation? How would she ever get married in the future? Song Zhen roared almost madly in his heart. Refuse. Refuse him. Quickly refuse him. Song Yan was also stunned by Luo Yuheng's unconventional move. He subconsciously turned his head, just meeting a pair of clear eyes filled with shock. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Luo Tianyi. Luo Tianyi felt a slight panic in her heart. To marry a man, she had never even considered such a thing. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, her cherry lips parting, but inadvertently meeting Song Yan's gaze, her heart trembled slightly. If she refused her mother's proposal, would Song Yan really have to marry a rooster? What kind of humiliation would that be? Her pearly white teeth lightly bit her lower lip, and her pretty little face was full of struggle. Time slowly passed, each second feeling like an eternity. After an unknown period, Luo Tianyi finally sighed. Alas, alas, my elder sister's life is still in Song Yan's hands. If Song Yan feels insulted and does not put his heart and soul into treating my elder sister, wouldn't it be dangerous? With a reason, she was no longer so resistant. Thinking this, Luo Tianyi parted her cherry lips. I am willing. Buzz. The crowd erupted. Many people looked envious, sighing that Song Yan was truly fortunate. Song Zhen was almost driven mad with jealousy. He was clearly the man most suitable for Luo Tianyi, and he had already begged his mother to propose marriage to the Luo family for Luo Tianyi. Yet now, it was benefiting that bastard Song Yan. For the first time, Song Zhen felt a strong sense of regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have broken off the engagement. If he hadn't broken off the engagement, then he would be the one marrying Luo Tianyi now. That was his future wife. How could she marry another man? At this moment, Song Zhen even felt a green tinge on his head. He wasn't very clever to begin with, and due to Yang Shi's doting, he was arrogant and unruly. He felt a rush of blood to his head and an impulse he couldn't control. He shouted sharply. I disagree. It was really lively today. The surrounding guests had strange expressions. Was the previous humiliation not enough? Was this guy sick? It was said that some people get more excited the more others humiliate them. Was Song Zhen perhaps one of those people? Such a pervert. Stay away from him in the future. Luo Yuheng's face, which had been faintly smiling, gradually turned cold, bringing a chill throughout the entire hall, making the atmosphere particularly tense. Her long, slender eyes, cold as ice, stared at Song Zhen. Though she said nothing, the pressure steadily increased, and the corners of her eyes even trembled slightly, clearly indicating that her patience with Song Zhen had reached its limit. Song Yun's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that Song Zhen still wanted to say something, he quickly covered his mouth and forcefully pressed Song Zhen back into his chair. Song Zhen was still struggling. Song Yun's eyes narrowed and he whispered, "Shut up." Creak. Although he himself was the elder brother and Song Yun was only the seventh brother, for some reason, when Song Yun stared intently at him, Song Zhen inexplicably felt a chill. His throat bobbed, and he ultimately dared not continue speaking. Seeing Song Zhen behave, Song Yun let out a heavy sigh and bowed to Luo Yuheng. My fifth brother is a rough man, madam. Please do not take offense. Since ninth brother has married into the Luo family, all matters shall be decided by the Luo family. Luo Yuheng's expression softened slightly. She cast a glance at the old maid officiating the wedding, who then led Luo Tianyi away to change into her wedding dress. Seventh brother, why did you stop me just now? Song Zhen, sitting back in his chair, was indignant. Watching the woman he had set his sights on go to change into a vibrant red wedding dress, but with the groom not being him, was more unbearable than killing him. Don't you know, I had my heart set on Luo Tianyi. She's your future sister-in-law. How can she marry that good-for-nothing Song Yan? Song Yun and Song Lu were dumbfounded. Although Song Zhen had indeed made a fuss in the Duke's mansion before, they had all thought he was just talking. No, you actually want to marry Luo Tianyi. Our previous exchange of marriage has already made the Luo family unhappy, fifth brother. Why do you think the Luo family would agree to a marriage proposal? Song Yun couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Song Zhen stiffened his neck. Why wouldn't they agree? Luo Yuheng still thinks she's a princess. She's just a commoner now. We are the Duke's mansion. For them to marry Luo Tianyi to me is them climbing up. Even if the Luo family really doesn't agree, as long as father applies some pressure. Song Yun and Song Lu silently watched Song Zhen, as if to see if Song Zhen was just joking. After watching for a few breaths, they confirmed that this was Song Zhen's true thought. They exchanged glances, both seeing the relief in the other's eyes. Fortunately, Song Zhen was only a legitimate son, not the legitimate eldest son. If the Duke's mansion fell into the hands of such a character, it would probably be ruined. He didn't want to bother with such an idiot anymore, but he was worried that Song Zhen would cause more trouble. Song Yun could only patiently say, Fifth brother, you must remember, no matter what the Luo family is like, that is a matter for the imperial family, and it has nothing to do with our duke's mansion. The princess is, after all, His Majesty's biological sister born of the same mother. When she was in power, we could associate with her, we could flatter her. When she lost power, it's not our place to kick her while she's down. I've told you to read more often, but you never listen. How many people in history who meddled in imperial affairs had a good ending? Just like when the crown prince of the great Wu martial god forced his way into the palace, all those who helped the crown prince rebel died. Afterwards, all those who stood with the martial god to suppress the crown prince's rebellion and fabricated charges against the crown prince also died. The princess, after all, shares the same blood as His Majesty. If we kick her while she is down, perhaps when His Majesty wants to target the Song family, this kick will be seen as disrespecting the imperial clan, and it will be the Duke's mansion's death warrant, enough to send the Duke's mansion into an abyss of eternal damnation. Song Zhen no longer argued, but he didn't take Song Yun's warning to heart. While everyone was chatting, Luo Tianyi, now in her wedding dress, reappeared before everyone. Adorned with a phoenix coronet and robes of rank, though her face was covered by a red veil, the vibrant red wedding dress accentuated her graceful curves. Perhaps because Luo Tianyi and Luo Tianxuan had similar figures, the wedding dress, originally tailored to Luo Tianxuan's measurements, fit Luo Tianyi perfectly. Amidst the escort of the old maid and maids, the bride finally arrived beside Song Yan. Gu Bangxia covered her mouth with a light laugh, joyfully taking Luo Tianyi's wrist and placing her fair, jade-like hand into Song Yan's palm. Her fingers were slender, cool to the touch. Holding it was very comfortable. The old maid shouted, "First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the esteemed parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Ceremony complete, escort to the bridal chamber." Whether by force or by coincidence, Song Yan now had a family in this world. Being reborn, it was his first marriage, and he hadn't even seen the bride. A heavy weight settled on his shoulders. Although he was led into the bridal chamber, the wedding night wouldn't happen immediately. It was still noon, and in an era where Confucianism prevailed, public displays of affection were not encouraged, at least not openly. Of course, the wedding night would likely be spent alone. Even if Luo Yuheng, his mother-in-law, doted on her son-in-law, she wouldn't go so far as to have her Xiao Yizi take his place. Gu Bangxia, the concubine maid, couldn't possibly climb into her young master's bed on the wedding night either. Next came the eagerly anticipated banquet. As the groom, Song Yan still had to go around and toast each guest. This was tradition and couldn't be broken. Several maids escorted Luo Tianyi away. Just then, a sharp, reedy voice came from the main entrance. "The imperial edict has arrived, tilde tilde tilde." The drawn-out voice, full of intonation, echoed in the ears of every guest. An imperial edict. In the small Ningping county, an imperial edict was a rare sight, especially on the wedding day of the Luo family's eldest daughter. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Was the Enning emperor here to cause trouble? Looking up, they saw 3 men in feudu and robes walking in from the main entrance. All 3 held whisks. 2 younger ones, in light red robes, bowed and followed behind. These were 5th-rank eunuchs. The leader had white hair and a beard, an old face like withered tree bark, and a purple robe. This was a 3rd-rank grand eunuch. Luo Yuheng's expression remained calm. She watched the 3 eunuchs enter the main hall, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. "Wei Zhang, where is my old brother planning to demote me to this time? I am just a commoner now. He wouldn't be demoting me to a low-status household, would he?" Wei Zhang, a good name. It would be even better if the character Xian, virtuous, were added, making him a proper grand eunuch. Song Yan grumbled in his heart, finding it amusing. The surrounding guests, however, looked strange. If you hadn't started the banquet when the Enning emperor had lost his imperial princes and imperial daughters, it wouldn't have come to this. Now, your daughter is getting married, and the Enning emperor has come to give you trouble. Truly, they are brother and sister. Wei Zhang, familiar with Luo Yuheng's personality, gave a helpless wry smile, cleared his throat, and unrolled a scroll of yellow silk with both hands. "Your Highness, would it not be better to receive the imperial edict first?" Although Luo Yuheng had many grievances against the Enning emperor, at this moment, she still gave the emperor some face. She huffed twice and knelt down unwillingly. Immediately, a wave of people knelt around her, including the guests. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. We have heard that Luo Yuheng has shown considerable remorse for her past actions, often weeping bitterly late into the night. Our heart is greatly comforted. Therefore, we pardon Luo Yuheng's crimes, restore her to the imperial clan, and bestow upon her the title of Ningping County Princess. The surroundings were silent as a chicken coop. Many guests exchanged glances, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Was this a sign that the brother and sister were finally going to reconcile? A county princess, a fifth-rank noble without a fief. Naturally, it couldn't compare to her previous status as a princess, but simply acknowledging her as a member of the imperial clan was enough to turn the Luo family's fortunes around. It's just, could this imperial edict be any more ridiculous? Considerable remorse, often weeping bitterly late into the night. Was that something Luo Yuheng would do? Not even a dog would believe it. Most likely, the Empress Dowager missed her daughter and couldn't bear for her to suffer outside. She must have approached the Enning Emperor. Enning country revered filial piety, and faced with the Empress Dowager's request, even the Enning Emperor couldn't refuse. He could only make up a random excuse and issue this imperial edict. One could imagine the Enning Emperor's gritting teeth as he wrote this imperial edict. Only Luo Yuheng remained unfazed, simply tossing back a go back and thank him for me, and considering it done. She didn't care much for rules and decorum. The guests rushed forward to offer congratulations. Only the three Song family brothers exchanged glances, their faces grim. They had thought Luo Yuheng had no chance of recovering her status, which was why they agreed to the marriage exchange. Who would have thought the emperor would be so unscrupulous? Now Luo Yuheng was only a county princess, but it was only a matter of time before her princess status was restored. In Enning country, the son of an imperial princess who married out inherited the imperial son-in-law title, and the daughter inherited the princess title, though one rank lower. Thus, Luo Tianxuan, the legitimate eldest daughter, would be the future commandery princess, and Song Yan would become the imperial son-in-law. Song Zhen's eyes were bloodshot. His. It was all his. That damned Song Yan, how could he snatch all of this away? It was as if countless maggots were gnawing at Song Zhen's heart, causing sharp pangs of pain in his chest. His gaze toward Song Yan was filled with a desire to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Song Yan, however, was even calmer. He thought the phrase, "by the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees," seemed to have originated during the Hongwu emperor's reign in the Ming dynasty. He hadn't expected it to appear so early in this world. The three eunuchs were also invited to stay for the banquet. Luo Tianyi went to the back hall, attended by several maids. Song Yan did the same. The groom's attire was too cumbersome, and he needed to change into something more comfortable. Yang Gifeng and the three other old nannies arranged by Song Hongtao helped Song Yan to the back courtyard. As soon as they entered the room, the nannies' original expressions vanished, replaced by grim, indifferent looks. Their hands, which had been supporting Song Yan, immediately let go. In their eyes, Song Yan had climbed to a high position, but a live-in son-in-law was still a live-in son-in-law, not fit for polite society. Song Yan, you were truly spineless today. You saw young Master Wu being reprimanded by Luo Yuheng, and you didn't even try to speak up. What use is the Song family raising you? You must remember the Song family are your true relatives. To the Luo family, you are just an outsider. With the Song family as your backing, they wouldn't dare to casually bully or humiliate you. Yang Gifeng lectured him, clearly not putting Song Yan, her master, in her eyes. She had Song Hongtao's orders, so she naturally wasn't afraid of Song Yan. Moreover, having watched this good-for-nothing grow up little by little over the years, her contempt for Song Yan was deeply ingrained. What if she slapped his mother's face or broke that woman's teeth? What if she damaged his ears? What could he do but cry on the floor? Although he seemed to have perked up a few days ago, he quickly reverted to his old ways, holed up in green bamboo courtyard, never stepping out. Indeed, it was easier to change rivers and mountains than one's nature. Even grown up, a good-for-nothing would always remain a good-for-nothing. Song Yan didn't refute her words. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint appearing within them. Outsider. Relative. Hehe. The so-called relatives in your mouth beat me, cursed me, humiliated me, bullied me, sold me, and poisoned me. And the outsiders in your mouth protected me, cared for me, respected me, valued me, loved me, and doted on me. What if it was all false affection? At least then his heart was warm. Seeing Song Yan remain silent, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, Yang Gifeng spat, cursed him as a good-for-nothing in her heart, and then threw a red robe at him, telling him to change himself. She served the madam and the master, served Song Yan he wished. After Song Yan changed his clothes, he left with the 4 nannies. In front of the crowd, the nannies immediately shed their arrogant expressions, replacing them with the humility of servants. As soon as they reached the front courtyard, Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianquan walked over. One held a wine cup, the other a wine pot. They were there to accompany Song Yan in toasting the guests, and also to introduce the guests' identities to Song Yan, lest they stare blankly at each other. When Song Yan couldn't hold his liquor, they would also block drinks for him. Originally, this was Luo Tianyang's job. That fellow loved to drink the most, but he had run off somewhere and was nowhere to be seen. Toasting, naturally, had to start with the in-laws. Even with their dissatisfaction towards the Song family, it wasn't good to break tradition. Thinking of the Song family's broken engagement earlier, and now with the imperial edict restoring their imperial status, the 2 brothers, though mature for their age, were still young at heart. Seeing the 3 Song family brothers looking as if their parents had died, they felt secretly pleased, and their faces couldn't help but show a bit of smugness. Luo Tianquan, grinning, sidled up to Song Zhen and patted his shoulder. "Young Master Wu, you see how things turned out. Originally, my brother-in-law should have been you. But there's nothing to be done. Who knew our Luo family was just commoners and couldn't match the Duke's mansion's status, so it's not young Master Wu's fault." Song Zhen's already ugly expression immediately looked as if he had eaten 2 caddies of fly excrement. A suppressed rage choked in his chest, and his heart twisted with intense pain, nearly making him faint. Luo Tianchu, however, glared at Luo Tianquan. He spoke without thinking. Their current brother-in-law was Song Yan. How would these words make Song Yan feel? "Ahem, second brother, cease your nonsense," Luo Tianchu admonished him. "My second brother is naturally lively. Young Master Wu, please don't take it to heart. Speaking of which, our Luo family still has to thank the Song family. Your esteemed mother once said that brother-in-law is a person of deep blessings. I didn't believe it then, but now it seems brother-in-law truly has great fortune. Ever since the engagement with brother-in-law, our imperial status has been restored, big sister's health has gradually improved, and the doctor has even found a way to completely cure consumption." Song Yan's expression was strange, thinking, "You really know how to twist the knife." Sure enough, the 3 Song family members' expressions changed again, especially Song Zhen, whose lips trembled. "What did you say? Young Miss Tiangshuan's health is improving. A way to cure consumption has been found." How could that be false? Although it's a bit difficult, as long as she follows the doctor's orders, big sister's lung illness can be cured in about a year or so. By then, she and brother-in-law will live in perfect harmony, and in another year or so, the Luo family will have its 3rd generation. That will be your little nephew, young Master Wu. Don't forget the gift money then. Luo Tangshuan's consumption could be cured. Marrying a woman as beautiful as Luo Yuhang. A concubine made like Gu Bangxia. Gift money. Song Zhen's face suddenly turned ashen, then a bizarre flush rushed to his forehead. With a wah sound, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. The way he coughed up that mouthful of blood was truly an art, almost like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The feast that had just been laid out could no longer be eaten. What a waste of food! Song Yun and Song Lu couldn't help but glare angrily at the Luo brothers. It was just a change of marriage. Why be so relentlessly aggressive? Could it be that the Song family truly intended to break ties with the Duke's mansion? Yang Gifeng and the other old maids kept winking at Song Yan, hoping he would step forward at this moment to speak a few words for the Duke's mansion. If Song Yan could take all the blame upon himself, claiming he was the one who actively requested the change of marriage, and that it had nothing to do with the 5th young master, then the Song family might still be able to save some face. However, Song Yan kept his head down and remained silent, as if he hadn't seen or heard anything. Yang Gifeng was furious and could only bravely step forward. "2 young masters, you've misunderstood. It wasn't the 5th young master who insisted on breaking off the engagement. Rather, 9th young master admired young Miss Tiangshuan's beauty and begged the madam to change the marriage. As you all know, although Song Yan is a concubine-born son, our madam has always been benevolent and treated concubine-born sons as her own. Although she knew it was against etiquette, she still agreed to Song Yan's request." With these words, it was no longer Duke Song maliciously breaking the engagement, but Song Yan coveting his sister-in-law. Yang Gifeng didn't care if Song Yan's reputation would be completely ruined. As long as she could protect the Duke's mansion's reputation, it would be a great achievement. After speaking, Yang Gifeng even glared at Song Yan, clearly warning him not to speak carelessly, otherwise, Song Yan would not be able to bear the consequences. Song Yan lowered his eyes and said nothing. But at this moment, this was the best answer. Seeing this scene, how could the surrounding guests not understand? He was splashed with a basin of dirty water, yet he didn't even have the courage to retort. It seemed that Song Yan was often bullied by servants in his daily life. Would such a person dare to covet his sister-in-law? Did they think they were fools? Servants and masters were indistinguishable, hierarchy was unclear, and there was no discipline. No wonder the Duke's mansion had fallen into decline. Yang Gifeng also didn't expect her help to be completely useless. Anxiously, she felt a surge of anger. Just as she was about to say something, a wail suddenly came from the side room, the sound so loud it seemed afraid others wouldn't hear it. Heavens, the Song family is truly shameless. They actually put these rags in the dowry. The onlookers' eyes all lit up. There was actually more entertainment to be had. They immediately swarmed towards the direction of the sound. Watching a spectacle was human nature, and even these respectable people were no exception. The three Song family brothers exchanged glances, each sensing the worry in the other's eyes. The Song family had already lost all face today. They absolutely couldn't afford any more trouble. Gritting their teeth, they walked towards the side room. Yang Gifeng and the four old maids, forgetting that they were nominally Song Yan's servants, hurriedly followed behind Song Zhen and the others. Even Luo Yuheng and the three young masters became interested. Only Song Yan, with a slight smile on his lips, remained. Luo Tianchu secretly glanced at his brother-in-law, said nothing, and followed behind with Luo Tianquan. When everyone arrived at the side room, they saw the long-unseen Luo Tianyang pointing at a box and shouting. A red paper was pasted on the box, inscribed with 10 bolts of cloud brocade. Cloud brocade was an extremely precious type of silk, as beautiful as celestial clouds, known as an inch of brocade, an inch of gold. But looking inside the box, where was the cloud brocade? There were only a few pieces of coarse cloth. Song Yun, Song Lu, and Song Zhen felt their heads spinning. They knew that the Song family's reputation, painstakingly built over so many years, was finished, completely finished. Especially facing the strange looks from all directions, the three Song family brothers wished they could faint on the spot. Those guests were old and cunning. It was clear that the Luo family had sent 7 or 8 tens of thousands of taels in betrothal gifts, but Madame Yang of the Duke's mansion was unwilling to provide an equal amount of dowry, yet insisted on creating the appearance of 88 bearers to maintain face. Perhaps Madame Yang thought that since the Luo family and Song family were already in-laws, even if problems were discovered after the wedding, they would likely just accept it, not wanting to make a scene publicly. Even if things soured later, Madame Yang would have an excuse, saying, after such a long time, who knew if Luo Yuheng had swapped the dowry and deliberately framed the Duke's mansion. Unfortunately, Madame Yang, in all her calculations, never expected that the Luo family would have such a hothead as Luo Tianyang, who would unbox the dowry in front of so many guests, completely exposing all her schemes. Madame Yang, despite being a direct daughter of the Yang family, acted far too petty. Song Yan sneered. He understood Madame Yang. In fact, Madame Yang wasn't stingy. She was very generous to her maiden family and her servants. But when it came to spending money on concubine-born sons and daughters, even a single copper coin felt as painful as cutting her flesh or drinking her blood. Luo Tianyang, however, didn't care about any of that. This was the first thing his brother-in-law had asked him to do, and he had to do it beautifully. He immediately displayed the full extent of his hot-headedness, reaching out directly to grab a small wooden box from a nearby shelf, inscribed with 10 southern pearls. Southern pearls were pearls produced in Hepu. Because of their fine texture, heavy weight, smooth roundness, brilliant colors, and lasting luster, they were considered the best of pearls, highly favored by nobles. Well-graded southern pearls could easily fetch 100 taels of silver. But when the box was opened, where were the southern pearls? There were only a few soybeans. The so-called deeds for fertile land and shops were nothing more than blank pieces of paper. Immediately, continuous murmurs arose, and pairs of eyes looked at the three Song family brothers, filled with disdain. Some merchants even frowned, wondering whether they should go to the Song family to press for debts. Originally, they dared not press too hard because the other party was a duke, but now it seemed that if they didn't act quickly, it would be like feeding meat buns to dogs. Some officials also pondered in their hearts whether it was still necessary to curry favor with the Song family. After all, no one expected the duke's mansion to be so destitute. In this era, a noble family being regarded as destitute was an extremely serious matter. Yang Gifeng was a good dog. Seeing the Song family humiliated, she was even more anxious than the three Song family brothers, constantly winking at Song Yan, scratching her ears and cheeks like a monkey. Good, good, good. Just then a clear, cold voice rang out. It was Luo Yuheng. Her voice was unhurried, as if she wasn't overly angry, but her words made everyone shudder in alarm. Very good, truly worthy of the Duke's mansion. These methods. Does Madame Yang truly look down on me, Luo Yuheng, so much? I am, after all, a member of the imperial clan, the Enning Emperor's full sister. Is Duke Song slapping my face, Luo Yuheng's face, or the Emperor's face? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. They secretly thought that Luo Yuheng was a bit shameless. She had previously shown no interest in reclaiming her imperial identity, but when it came time to use it, she wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Slapping the Emperor's face. Who would dare? Did they think their 9 generations were too numerous? Even the most foolish Song Zhen felt his scalp tingle. Wei Zhang, the old eunuch who had been following Luo Yuheng, also twisted the knife with a sinister tone. Today truly was a good show. Such contempt for the imperial family, this servant will truthfully report to your majesty upon returning to the palace. The Song family was truly going to be unlucky this time. With a thud, Song Yun seemed unable to bear the series of blows and the scornful, plague-like gazes from all directions. His body swayed, and his head hit the steps, likely a severe fall. Seeing Song Yun faint, Song Lu cursed his 7th brother for being shameless, then rolled his eyes and fainted too. However, he fell in a slightly better spot, his head hitting Song Yun's stomach. Even though Song Yun had already fainted, his face still twitched violently. Only the simple-minded Song Zhen was left, completely at a loss as to how to salvage the situation. As an in-law, supposedly the most honored guest, he could only slink away, having servants drag Song Yun and Song Lu's bodies, leaving the Luo manor in a sorry state. Every gaze, every sound was like a sharp knife piercing his heart. With every step, Song Zhen felt his heart bleeding. That feeling of being stripped naked and humiliated was something Song Zhen had never experienced in his life. He knew the Song family had lost all face this time, and he, Song Zhen, would become the laughingstock in the eyes of everyone in Ningping County and even Songzhou Prefecture. It was all Mother's fault. If it weren't for Mother, why would they be in such a pathetic state? Thinking this, Song Zhen's heart grew even more suffocated. The invisible pressure became unbearable. He felt a sweetness in his throat and blood gushed out 3 feet. His complexion instantly withered, as if his essence and spirit had been drained in an instant. His vision suddenly went black, and he collapsed to the ground. He had truly fainted. Yang Gifeng, that good dog, was extremely worried. She felt it was all Song Yan's fault for doing nothing. If he had just said a few words on behalf of the Luo family, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Her gaze towards Song Yan was instantly filled with venom. Song Yan watched the good show with satisfaction. He stretched his arms, easing his slightly stiff body, then glanced at the venomous Yang Gifeng. He then looked at Luo Tianchu beside him, and in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, slowly began. Tianchu, can I kill someone today? This old woman is truly too annoying. Keeping her around will ruin things. Moreover, many matters are most taboo when one is hesitant. Sometimes, a pledge of allegiance is necessary. Tianchu, can I kill someone? A sudden question. The voice was cold and calm, as if casually chatting between friends. Luo Tianchu's scalp inexplicably tingled slightly, and he lowered his voice. Who offended you? This brother-in-law was truly unconventional. Who would want to kill someone on the first day of becoming a live-in son-in-law? If it's some young master, I'll help you deal with him, but directly killing him won't do. Some people, even the Luo family, can't just act recklessly. It might cause trouble. Song Yan smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, How could that be? I've been imprisoned in the Duke's mansion's back courtyard for years. Even if I wanted to have a conflict with some young master, I wouldn't have the chance. It's just an old maid who signed a deed of sale. Luo Tianchu patted his chest. Then it doesn't matter. Luo Tianchu's attitude revealed a cold reality. In this world, many people's lives don't actually count as lives. Officials, nobles, and children of noble families cannot be wantonly slaughtered, but servants who have signed a deed of sale, if they die, they die. As for Yang Gifeng being someone Song Hongtao arranged to monitor him. In this era that values filial piety, who would dare to say a single word against someone avenging the humiliation of their mother? Luo Tianchu was a little curious. May I ask why? When I was 3 years old, that old woman slapped my birth mother, Song Yan slowly said. In that case, then kill her. But today isn't suitable, is it? Seeing blood on the day of a wedding is inauspicious. That's wrong. You should see blood on the day of a wedding. It's troublesome if you don't see blood. On the day of your wedding, Tianchu, would you rather see blood or not see blood? Luo Tianchu laughed wryly. Of course, I hope to see blood, but this blood is not that blood. How can they be lumped together? Seeing the way he was driving, Song Yan had reason to suspect Luo Tianchu was also an old hand. He chuckled. Even if the places it comes out are different, blood is blood. There's no difference. Luo Tianchu also looked at Song Yan with new eyes. To be so shameless and vulgar after being imprisoned in the Duke's mansion's back courtyard for so long, just how depraved was this fellow's character? He was simply a beast in human clothing, a match for him. Perhaps it was the mutual appreciation between scoundrels. He felt much closer to him. Do you need me to arrange someone to take care of it? No, I want to do it myself. After all these twists and turns, it was already past noon when the banquet began. Song Yan, accompanied by the 3 Luo family brothers, went around to each table to toast. Although it was all yellow wine, not high in alcohol, and the 3 Luo family brothers were there to help block, the sheer number of guests, each more enthusiastic than the last, meant that after one round of toasts, Song Yan was also dizzy, his head buzzing as if constantly expanding. By the time the many guests were seen off, night had already fallen. Song Yan swayed as he walked towards the bedroom. Yang Gifeng saw this, glanced at the other 3 old maids, and immediately followed behind him. Red candles were lit in the room, which was very quiet. Red brocade bedding filled the bed. The imagined scene of the bride sitting by the bed, waiting for her veil to be lifted, ultimately did not appear. However, the jade scepter used to lift the veil, and the gourd already split open for the nuptial cup wine, were all present. The vast room exuded a hint of chill. Bang, the door was kicked open unceremoniously. Seeing Song Yan's drunken state, Yang Gifeng was furious and sternly rebuked. Song Yan, how dare you? I warned you several times today, yet you ignored it. The Duke's mansion was humiliated today, all because of you. You wait to face the first madam's wrath. How unreasonable. Was it he who forced Song Zhen to switch brides? Was it he who forced the Yang family to falsify the dowry? Song Yan slowly raised his head, his eyes cloudy, but a hint of coldness emanated from their depths. Yang Gifeng. Yang Gifeng was stunned, then her anger intensified. Goodness, now he didn't even call her Mama Yang, daring to call her by her direct name. He was just a good-for-nothing from the Duke's mansion, who gave him such courage. Or did this fool really think that by marrying into the Luo family, the Song family couldn't control him anymore? Song Yan silently looked at Yang Gifeng. He had endured for more than 10 years, and he truly didn't want to endure any longer. He gently exhaled a breath, carrying the scent of alcohol, and Song Yan slowly began. Do you still remember when I was 3 years old, you slapped my mother and also slapped me, making me unable to hear for 3 months? Yang Gifeng frowned, seemingly not expecting Song Yan to bring up this matter. A 3-year-old child, incomplete in mind, it must have been that slut Mei Zhu whispering in his ear. That slut was still not at peace even after her death. Song Yan raised his hand, gently rubbing his ear, as if recalling the scene from that day. It hurt a lot. The bland voice didn't contain much emotion, but Yang Gifeng's body inexplicably trembled slightly. This damned bastard was a bit off. But more than that was anger. He was just a good-for-nothing she could hit and scold whenever she wanted, yet he was making her afraid. This made Yang Gifeng furious. So what if I hit you? You and that slut Mei Zhu deserve to be hit. As if to suppress the fear in her heart, Yang Gifeng raised her right hand and slapped Song Yan's left cheek, just like always. Song Hongtao probably only sent them to monitor him and didn't reveal the detailed inside story. Otherwise, this old maid probably wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After slapping him, Yang Gifeng felt completely relieved, and the familiar feeling returned. Not only did this old woman hit you when you were little, but she'll hit you now too. What can a good-for-nothing like you do? She was overjoyed, watching her palm quickly approach Song Yan's face. Just then, Yang Gifeng felt a cold flash before her eyes, and her expression instantly froze. She could clearly feel something leaving her hand. Before she even felt the pain, her throat kept twitching, swallowing the rapidly accumulating saliva. Her neck, like a rusty mechanism, creaked as she slowly raised it, looking at her right hand. Her right hand was bare. All 4 fingers except the thumb were gone. The 4 severed fingers lay on the ground, still twitching nervously. Blood finally spurted from the wound, and the pain finally reached Yang Gifeng's brain. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Such pain was unbearable even for Yang Gifeng, and her entire body convulsed violently. "You little bastard, you dare." The remaining 3 old maids were also terrified, frozen in place for a moment, not moving. Song Yan, however, was toying with the dagger. As expected of something given by Luo Tianchu, it was extremely sharp. Cutting through finger bones was like cutting tofu without feeling the slightest resistance. "It must be refined steel." His indifferent gaze swept over Yang Gifeng. "The poison that harmed my mother, you administered it, didn't you?" Yang Gifeng's face was utterly pale, her body twitching nervously, her gaze towards Song Yan filled with venom. She didn't understand why merely moving from the Duke's mansion to the Luo family would cause such a drastic change in a person. Song Yan remained unmoved, approaching Yang Gifeng step by step. Watching the drops of blood fall from the tip of the dagger, a strong fear flashed in Yang Gifeng's eyes. She finally panicked, screaming desperately like a madwoman, her body constantly backing away. You can't kill me. I am the first madam's wet nurse. You can't kill me." "So you're afraid to die too? All these years you helped the Yang family, killing one child after another. Boys, girls, killing their mothers. I thought people like you wouldn't be afraid to die." Song Yan tilted his head, seemingly puzzled by Yang Gifeng's reaction. Someone who had killed for years acting so pathetically was truly disappointing. In Yang Gifeng's utterly terrified gaze, Song Yan's fingers kept growing larger before her eyes. Ultimately, Song Yan was a man, and with Yang Gifeng having 4 fingers severed immediately, she didn't have much strength to resist. Song Yan easily grabbed her hair, pulling it back forcefully, fully exposing her neck. As if knowing what was about to happen, Yang Gifeng's eyes were bloodshot with rage. She desperately opened her mouth wide, but Song Yan was faster, his right hand swiftly slashing across Yang Gifeng's neck. "Chh." Her throat and windpipe were cut open. The words that were about to come out turned into strange gurgling sounds. A gush of fresh blood sprayed out, splattering on Song Yan's crimson wedding robes and on the 3 old maids opposite him. Only at this moment did the 3 old maids' bodies shiver violently, finally reacting. The next second, "Murdered! Murdered! Murdered!" 3 screams erupted almost simultaneously, sounding so much like Sa Rileng. But I'm not that melon seller. The 3 old maids simultaneously turned and frantically pounded on the door behind them, wanting to escape. But when they finally managed to pull open the door, waiting outside were 5 or 6 guards dressed in black, who immediately restrained the 3 old maids, even gagging their mouths. At the very back was Luo Tianchu, quietly observing everything. The desire to survive made Yang Gifeng's body convulse desperately, like an ugly loach wriggling in Song Yan's arms. Her open mouth spewed out strange, bloody foam. Indescribable sounds continued to gush from her mouth. He was too suppressed. He wanted to release, to vent. Of course, he wouldn't lose his mind because of it. He would control his catharsis within a reasonable range. Song Yan raised his free left hand and covered Yang Gifeng's mouth. "Shh. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal." Fresh blood splattered on the wedding clothes, appearing somewhat dark. In his arms, the struggles of Yang Gifeng's corpse grew weaker and weaker. Her eyes were full of pleading, begging Song Yan to spare her. This damned will to live. At this moment, would she recall those she had harmed? Did those people also beg as she did? The struggles gradually weakened, and the constantly draining vitality deprived Yang Gifeng of her strength. In fact, a person's vitality is truly tenacious. Even with such a severe injury as a slit throat, she actually didn't die right away. Of course, this was not a good thing for Yang Gifeng. Gradually feeling death approaching, that kind of feeling was probably not pleasant, as could be seen from her increasingly despairing eyes. About 2 or 3 minutes passed, maybe shorter, maybe a little longer, and Yang Gifeng's body finally stopped moving. As Song Yan moved his hand away, Yang Gifeng fell to the ground, occasionally twitching, with blood still flowing from the wound on her neck. Silently watching the corpse on the ground, Song Yan felt no fear, no thrill of killing for the first time. Perhaps because of the alcohol, Song Yan only felt a faint brutality in his heart, as well as the release of long-suppressed pleasure. He crouched down and wiped the dagger clean on Yang Gifeng's body. This was just the beginning. Soon it would be the Yang family's turn. Before killing the Yang family, should he kill a few of the Yang family's sons first? This was a question worth considering. When Song Yan looked up, the habitually slightly childish smile had returned to his face. Even the guards who often did dirty work couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. "Brothers, could you please take care of this? Please, I'm a little drunk." Song Yan shook his head vigorously. Damn it, he still drank too much. Even though the yellow wine wasn't strong, it still went to his head a bit. "What about the 3 of them?" Luo Tianchu slowly opened his mouth. "Lock them up for now, interrogate them, and see if we can get anything out of them." "What should we ask them?" "Anything, as long as it's about the Song family." Shaking his head again, Song Yan took off the blood-soaked wedding clothes and put on an ordinary robe. Walking out the door, the cold wind blew, and his consciousness cleared up a bit, but his head was still dizzy. Behind him, several guards began to clean up the blood stains in the room, as well as Yang Gifeng's corpse. A life was lost just like that, on this dark night without causing the slightest ripple. Looking around, the courtyard was spacious and beautifully decorated, but Song Yan didn't know where to go. Even though he had lived in this world for 15 years, Song Yan could clearly feel that there was still a faint barrier between himself and this world. Today was his wedding day, and this feeling was reduced a little, but only a little. Should he go to the back courtyard? That was where Luo Tianxuan lived. He was a live-in son-in-law, and according to the rules, he had to pay his respects. There were many servants keeping watch at night. Seeing Song Yan, they all respectfully saluted. No one looked down on him because of his status as a live-in son-in-law. Seeing Song Yan walking towards the back courtyard, no one stopped him. Gradually, he could no longer see any servants. The cold wind kept blowing, but Song Yan felt hot all over. Perhaps he was really drunk. Song Yan actually had the urge to sing aloud. That was what he thought, and that was what he did. "Grandpa Chicken has a chicken coop. I want knives and forks, my brother." His voice, which was in the middle of puberty, made off-key sounds. Song Yan felt that he actually had quite a talent for singing. If he were on Earth, he would at least be at the level of Brother Fly. But he didn't know when he would be able to have a vast sky and sea. "Everyone knows you want to kill your brother, but you don't have to shout it so everyone can hear, do you?" A delicate and crisp voice like that of a maiden in her teens. Song Yan blinked, and the focus of his eyes gradually solidified. Under the moonlight was a row of snow-white courtyard walls, with an arched door in the middle of the courtyard wall. He had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the back courtyard. A Taoist nun holding a horsetail whisk stood there quietly. She wore a veil on her face, making it impossible to see her appearance and age, but judging from her fair and tender skin, she was probably only in her early 20s. Her dark eyes were curiously sizing up the Luo family's son-in-law. Pure white cloth was made into the style of a Taoist robe. Although it was large, the tightened belt revealed a slender curve. Veil. Ever since the incident in the cave, he seemed to have become somewhat allergic to veils. As long as he saw a veil, the figure of the woman in white in the cave would subconsciously appear in his mind, and he would habitually compare the woman in front of him with that woman in white. Most men were probably like this, always having a special impression of their first woman. Slender figure, similar voice, and even wearing a veil on her face. Song Yan opened his mouth but swallowed the words back. He was drunk but not completely drunk. He retained some rationality. Now that he was married, he couldn't let his imagination run wild. Luo Yuheng's indulgence towards him was not a reason to act recklessly. One must know one's place. Slightly exhaling, Song Yan cupped his hands and saluted. Taoist Master is. Yushuang, the princess asked me to come and care for young Miss Tiangshuan's health. The Taoist nun replied readily. Song Yan understood in his heart that since ancient times, medicine and Taoism were inseparable. Many Taoists had miraculous medical skills. Even the medicine king Sun Simiao was said to be from a Taoist background. When mentioning Sun Simiao, people would often respectfully call him Taoist Sun. Perhaps Taoist Yushuang was using true qi to heal her injuries. Otherwise, it would be impossible to live this long with tuberculosis in this era. Tiangshuan already knows you are coming. She specifically asked me to say sorry to you that on your wedding night you have to sleep alone. But she suffers from an illness, and it is really not appropriate to come out and meet you. As for paying respects, it should be her paying respects to her husband. There is no reason to have her husband pay respects to her. She also asked me to thank you because of your medicine she has hope of living. If her husband feels lonely, he can go to Banzia Kong Chan. Before the wedding, Gu Bangxia had returned to the Luo family. When she reappeared, she had 3 more maids by her side, namely Kong Chan, Dai Yi, and Zhu Waying. Luo Yuheng sent out half of her 8 personal maids. Although he couldn't see what his wife looked like, these words made it impossible to dislike her, giving Song Yan enough face. The Taoist nun relayed Luo Tiangshuan's words but couldn't help but sigh. She had watched Tiangshuan suffer from lung disease for years, especially at night when she couldn't fall asleep at all. The violent coughing could cut her throat, and what she coughed up was blood. That feeling was truly painful. Tiangshuan herself had said that death was not scary to her. Perhaps it was a relief. However, this young son-in-law, who was only 15 or 16 years old, had sent a miraculous medicine. She had also seen the medicine, but couldn't see anything special about it. But after taking the medicine, Luo Tiangshuan's condition improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the medicine king Sun Simiao couldn't solve the tuberculosis, but with those few small pills, there was actually hope of recovery. This made Yushuang even more curious about this young man. At such an age, even if he had started studying medicine from the womb, he couldn't possibly have such achievements. How would Yushuang know that the medicine Song Yan took out was the crystallization of modern technology? Its effect was definitely not comparable to that of the ancients thousands of years ago. Tiangshuan has been taking the medicine for a few days. How is she now? Song Yan asked. Last time, after confirming the wedding date when he left, Luo Tianyang secretly took a few more pills from Song Yan. She is much better now. The effect was most obvious on the first day. After that, although there was still an effect, it gradually weakened. Yushuang said, this was a normal phenomenon and she would not doubt the effect of the medicine because of it. In recent days, Tiangshuan has finally been able to barely fall asleep. Although she still coughs at night, it is much better than before. Coughing. After thinking for a while, Song Yan took out a few brown pills from his pocket. When the cough is severe, she can take one. Yushuang glanced at it. It was another strange pill-shaped object, but this time it looked a bit like medicine, at least it smelled stinky. This was a licorice tablet, not a compound licorice tablet. Reaching out to take it, her fair fingertips inadvertently touched Song Yan's palm. Yushuang's body trembled almost imperceptibly, but her expression was normal. Song Yan didn't notice this, just nodded to Yushuang and turned to leave. Until Song Yan's back disappeared from sight, Yushuang suddenly exhaled heavily. Even through the veil, one could see a layer of blush spreading across her fair cheeks. A small hand gently placed on her chest, her heart pounding. Her dark eyes revealed a bit of complexity. She and Luo Tianyi came from the same lineage. She had grown up in a Taoist temple since she was a child. From the perspective of seniority, she was junior martial uncle of Luo Tianyi. She cultivated the same cultivation technique, but it wasn't that time of the month, was it? Why did she feel like the backlash of desire was about to come early? Could it be that spring had arrived, and she was also affected? But it was summer now, wasn't it? She didn't understand. Shaking her little head, Yushuang turned and returned to the back courtyard. On the other side, Song Yan continued to knife and fork his brother, preparing to go back to rest. Inside the house, the red candles were still flickering, and the blood stains on the ground had been cleaned up. Looking at the white silk spread on the wedding bed, which was used to carry the bride's purity, Song Yan smiled dumbly. Just as he was about to reach out and lift the white silk, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind behind him. The red candles suddenly went out, and the wedding room was plunged into darkness. Song Yan turned around subconsciously. Although it was dark, he could still see a hazy outline, a tall and slender figure with a belt binding her waist, outlining a graceful curve. That outline was exactly the same as the woman in the cave. Dark hair fell down. The fragrance of a young girl entered his nostrils. Song Yan was a little dazed. He wanted to ask who she was, but a sweet little mouth blocked his mouth. Even through that thin veil, he could still feel the delicate softness of her cherry lips. This was a different kind of night. Some people slept like pigs, much like Luo Tianyang. Some sat in their rooms, pondering who knew what like Luo Yuheng. And there were those enduring inhumane torture, the three old women who entered the Luo manor with Song Yan. Their clothes were already stained with crimson spots, but being in the cellar, their screams went unheard. Still others were wide awake, sitting quietly in the pavilion. Before them sat a pot of wine and a few red eggs, their eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy, lost in thought. It was a middle-aged man with a noble demeanor. He hadn't appeared at the wedding ceremony but had quietly stayed alone in the backyard pavilion. Even though the night was deep, he still hadn't rested. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The middle-aged man finally withdrew his gaze and looked up. It was an old man of 60 or 70. "How are things?" the middle-aged man asked. Young master-in-law gave Taoist Yushuang another new medicine. Young Miss Tiangshuan stopped coughing very quickly after taking it. "She should be able to get a good night's sleep tonight," the elder said, his voice hoarse, like metal grinding, truly unpleasant to hear. The middle-aged man nodded with considerable relief. "That boy, he has some magical qualities. I don't know where he gets his medicine from. It looks strange, but the effects are excellent. That Song Hongtao truly has eyes but cannot see." With just this medical skill, if he had been a little kinder to this boy, the Song family might not have been unable to rise another level, relying on this so-called illegitimate son. In this era where medical skill was not well developed, the value of a divine physician was immeasurable. It could be said, without exaggeration, that Song Yan alone could build a huge network of connections for the Song family, just like the divine physician's son Shuji. As long as he appeared somewhere, even if he only stayed for a short while, countless people would come to visit him. But that's just how the world is. Some discard it like grass, while others cherish it like a treasure. It's about timing, it's about fate. The old man chuckled, then paused before speaking again. "And young master-in-law, he killed someone." "Oh, who did he kill?" The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. "Yang Gifeng, likely someone Song Hongtao placed by young master-in-law's side." The middle-aged man laughed. He probably guessed something. This is him showing his stance to the Luo family. Interesting, decisive and clean-cut. He isn't even afraid of bad luck by shedding blood on his wedding night. The old servant shook his head. Still too young, a bit too impetuous. If he wasn't impetuous, would he still be called a young man? The middle-aged man laughed. "Some matters are most taboo when one is indecisive, afraid of everything, yet wanting everything. Such people often end up with nothing. Since a decision has been made, then don't be hesitant. Fight with all you've got. If you win, glory and wealth. Even if you lose, it's not in vain to have walked this world." This boy, though young, is more insightful in this regard than many old foxes. What's more, that Yang Gifeng once humiliated his birth mother. He avenged his mother, with the word filial piety invoked, who can say anything. Killing Yang Gifeng, though seemingly impulsive and reckless, was in fact carefully considered. Tian Shu, Tian Quan, if they had such heart nature, I could also rest easy. The beautiful woman beside him was gone. Only a lingering fragrance remained, wafting at the tip of his nose. A few strands of dark hair were left on the pillow. The night wind outside the window blew, stirring the hair to fall on his face, a ticklish sensation. The heavy intoxication made Song Yan drowsy, but the internal energy generated by the yin and yang fusion made him completely unable to sleep. Instead, his entire body felt extremely hot. Perhaps because this white-clad fairy's martial arts were not weak, and her internal energy was very strong. The progress of his 100 flowers treasure mirror cultivation was much greater than the previous time with Gu Banksia. The internal energy in his body was much thicker than before, increasing several times over in one go. However, Song Yan's own internal energy was too weak. Even with several times the growth, in the eyes of true martial forest masters, he would likely still be a novice. Song Yan was not discouraged by this situation. He had only just begun cultivating martial arts a few days ago. How could he compare to others' years, decades, or even several decades of hard training? Moreover, while Song Yan admired the masters in wuxia novels, scaling walls, shattering stone tablets, taking heads amidst a myriad of soldiers, he also understood that those were nonsense. Taking a head amidst a myriad of soldiers was not absolutely impossible, but it required meticulous planning and countless coincidences to achieve. True martial artists would absolutely try to avoid conflict with armies. Their powerful martial force was nothing more than that against military formations and strong bows and crossbows. So Song Yan set a very low goal for himself. He didn't need to become the strongest in the world. He just needed a certain level of self-preservation. He would be satisfied if not just anyone could easily crush him. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well get up and walk around. Thinking this, Song Yan got out of bed, instinctively pressing his right hand to his waist, where there was a faint, throbbing pain. He glanced out the window. It was midnight. Counting it, the night of pleasure had lasted several hours. Could his golden kidney be fake? Every time he indulged with this white-clad fairy, his kidney felt a bit overwhelmed. His curiosity about the identity of the white-clad woman grew. She could move freely in the Luo manner without being detected at all. Was her strength too great? Or was she originally someone from within the Luo manor? In Song Yan's view, the latter possibility seemed greater. But why did she have to appear on the wedding night of him and Luo Tianxuan? Was it Luo Tianyi, who he had bowed to? Was it the unseen bride, Luo Tianxuan? Was it Gu Bangxia? Figure after figure flashed through Song Yan's mind. Even Taoist Yushuang, whom he had just met, and even Luo Yuheng's figure flashed through his mind. But from beginning to end, he couldn't determine who this white-clad woman was. However, Gu Bangxia and Luo Yuheng could be ruled out, because those two were truly very substantial, not on the same level as the white-clad woman. He looked down at the messy clothes on the floor, many of which had been torn into rags. He couldn't help but smile wryly. That woman was truly a bit violent. Although there was a period where he took the lead, it still felt like he had been forced. He liked the woman on top, but he didn't like being forced. This was a major issue concerning his dignity. Fortunately, the Luo family had prepared many clothes for him, so he wasn't completely naked. He found a long robe to change into, tidied up the things on the floor, and then Song Yan stretched vigorously. In his daze, he turned his head for a look. This glance, though seemingly insignificant, instantly sobered Song Yan by more than half. His throat instinctively twitched, his gaze fixed on the bed. He felt his throat was completely dry. A few seconds later, he stiffened his body and walked step by step towards the bedside. On the bed was a white silk cloth. Crimson spots like plum blossoms in bloom. Was that the bridal blood? In ancient times, a woman's chastity was extremely important. Even before the birth of Neo-Confucianism, it could only be said that women were less restricted, not so harsh. It was permissible for women to remarry after divorce or widowhood, and it was even supported by the state, as it could increase the population. However, that does not mean chastity was not valued. The white silk cloth spread on the bed was meant to catch the bride's defloration blood. The next day, it would be presented to the matriarch for inspection and then carefully put away. If there was no defloration blood, she would be considered impure, and there was a possibility of being divorced on the spot. Of course, Song Yan knew that not every woman had defloration blood. Some women were born without it. In short, the absence of defloration blood did not mean the woman had already lost her virginity. But if there was defloration blood, the woman was certainly a virgin. After all, there was no such technology in this era. Therefore, this was absolutely impossible. Although the room was dark, the figure and outline were identical to the woman in the cave, and she also wore a veil. So he subconsciously assumed that the woman was the white-clothed woman from the cave. But that white-clothed woman had already lost her virginity to him, so how could she have defloration blood? He irritably ran his hands through his hair, his mind feeling insufficient. Were the two women not the same person? Who exactly was that white-clothed woman? And who was the person who broke into the bridal chamber? Why did she break into his room and do such a thing with him? What was so special about him that so many people coveted his body? Completely unable to understand, the agitated Song Yen even pulled out a few strands of hair. After an unknown amount of time, Song Yen let out a heavy sigh. He had one good quality. He temporarily stopped thinking about things he couldn't figure out, knowing that the truth would eventually come to light. He just wanted to get some fresh air and clear his head now. Unfortunately, even such a simple wish could not be fulfilled. After walking out of the bedroom and getting some air, his head hurt even more. His stomach churned, as if the nearly 100 cups of rice wine he had drunk earlier were all acting up at this moment, burning like fire. Even his consciousness was affected, becoming hazy. He forgot where he was, thinking it was like his previous life, where he could still wander the streets at night. After an unknown period, Song Yan saw a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there were several stone stools and a stone table. A middle-aged man with a square face sat quietly at one side of the stone table, slowly sipping wine from a cup, attended by an old servant. With a gentle breeze and a bright moon, he exuded a certain demeanor. Not wanting to disturb others' enjoyment, he was about to bypass the area. Just then, the middle-aged man also noticed Song Yan and waved to him with a smile. When an elder invites, one dares not refuse. Upon nearing, Song Yan bowed to the middle-aged man as a greeting. The middle-aged man gestured for Song Yan to sit down, then carefully scrutinized Song Yan from head to toe. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze and nodded with considerable satisfaction. Although young and still a bit childish, he had a good appearance. Once his childishness faded, he would surely be handsome and distinguished, only slightly less so than himself. Perhaps due to the abuse he suffered in the Duke's mansion, his frame appeared somewhat thin. However, this was not a problem. A period of nourishment in the Luo family would suffice. Coupled with his medical skills, he was indeed worthy of Tian Xuan. As for his illegitimate status, a daughter of the Luo family did not need to care about such things. While the middle-aged man was observing Song Yan was also observing him. The man's eyes were stern without anger, and especially when he scrutinized Song Yan, even in his drunken state, Song Yan could feel immense pressure. Only someone who had long held a high position could possess such a demeanor. However, there was a certain resemblance in his eyebrows to the three brothers Luo Tianchu, Luo Tianquan, and Luo Tianyang. At that time, when Song Hongtao sought him out at night, he couldn't help but feel some suspicion. Now, seeing this man, everything was confirmed. This person before him was likely the true father-in-law who had put several cuckolds on his nominal father-in-law. A bit of a mouthful. To put it plainly, the imperial son-in-law Wang, who had already been beheaded, bore the title of the princess's imperial son-in-law. And the middle-aged man in front of him was the one who truly had children with Luo Yuhang. So who exactly cuckolded whom? This was a philosophical question. Muttering to himself, he found it somewhat amusing. It was said that the imperial family was always the most corrupt place in this world, and the ancients did not deceive him. Even the seemingly graceful and exquisitely beautiful Luo Yuheng was like this. It was not hard to imagine what other imperial family members would be like. Of course, whether his mother-in-law had male consorts or not was none of his business. Song Yan only knew that Luo Yuheng treated him well, and that was enough. He scrutinized the middle-aged man opposite him, as if wanting to see what was so special about this man that he could win the favor of a beauty like Luo Yuheng. After observing for a while, he curled his lips slightly in disdain. His appearance was a bit lacking. Although his square face was also well-proportioned, it was far inferior to his own. If he were sober, Song Yan would not have acted this way. Even if the middle-aged man's identity was unspeakable, he would likely be cautious, meticulous, and respectful, giving no one cause for complaint. But now he was drunk, excessively so. Let alone being Luo Yuheng's secret lover, what if he were the emperor? From the time King Chu declared himself emperor until now, 1,000 years had passed. Although there weren't many emperors, there were about 100. But there was only one transmigration him. Probably, in terms of rarity, the emperor was an epic purple, and he was a legendary gold. In short, he was much more valuable than the emperor. He was too drunk, Song Yan probably no longer knew what he was thinking, only feeling a sense of pride, and he let out a silly laugh. Lu Xun once said that wine emboldens the timid, and Mr. Xun didn't lie to us. Song Yan's scrutinizing gaze could be described as quite presumptuous. The old servant nearby had more than once wanted to open his mouth to reprimand him, but he was always stopped by the middle-aged man. He found Song Yan quite interesting, as in all these years, it was the first time someone dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Even those who tried to control him, no matter what their inner thoughts were, would not allow any fault to be found in their outward demeanor. "Care for a drink?" the middle-aged man asked with a slight smile. Although it was a question, he didn't wait for Song Yan's answer before picking up another wine cup and pouring himself a drink. The old servant nearby's eyes widened, as if finding it somewhat incredible. The ancients were also interesting. They would say, "eat wine," when they meant drink wine. This was probably because distillation technology did not yet exist at that time, and the brewed wine often contained grain residue. People get thirsty easily when drunk, just like Song Yan now. He only felt a burning discomfort in his throat. Moreover, although his marriage into the Luo family as a matrilocal son-in-law was somewhat embarrassing, the man opposite him was merely Luo Yuheng's secret lover without even a proper title. He couldn't show his face and could only reside in the back chambers. Compared to Song Yan, he was even less, a truly pitiable person. Such people are very sensitive. If he didn't drink this cup of wine, would it make others think he looked down on him? He was his father-in-law, after all. He couldn't refuse to give him this face. Thinking this, Song Yan picked up the wine cup and drained it. This wine was clearly different from the rice wine at the afternoon banquet. It was clear and crisp, with a spicy kick upon entry. It probably had an alcohol content of over 20%. Although it couldn't compare to the high-proof spirits of later generations, in this era, it could be considered a rare fine wine. As a cup of wine entered his mouth, his abdomen felt warm, as if a surge of heat rushed up his esophagus directly to his head. He put down the cup with a clink. "Good wine." The middle-aged man's smile deepened, and he poured another cup. "Good young man, quite straightforward." After several cups of wine, Song Yan's eyes were hazy. Fingering the wine pot in front of him, the middle-aged man stared intently at Song Yan, who was almost slumped on the table. Seeing that Song Yan was truly very drunk, he slowly spoke. "Boy, now that you have married into the Luo family, one day Luo Yuheng may well regain her princess status. Luo Tianxuan will be a princess, and you will be an imperial son-in-law. How do you feel about that?" His long eyelashes trembled slightly, and ripples appeared in the wine cup in his hand. After what seemed like a breath, Song Yan let out a hiccup, his eyes bleary with intoxication, and he gave a self-deprecating smile. "There's a Tao that says, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Traveling 10,000 miles is not as good as marrying a noblewoman. Now that I've married a noblewoman, I can probably live a life of comfort and plenty." "Very good." The middle-aged man and the old servant were both stunned. Although wine loosens tongues, they hadn't expected such outrageous words to spill out. After a few breaths, the middle-aged man finally chuckled, muttering, "What a scoundrel." The first part, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Though only a few words, it was thought-provoking. Thinking of the scholars in any country now, though each was well-read, they were all physically inactive and couldn't distinguish between the 5 grains. Besides writing poetry, filling in lyrics, and composing essays, they were useless. He felt a deep sense of agreement. The middle-aged man considered himself knowledgeable about ancient and modern times, yet he didn't know where this saying came from. He presumed it must be the words of some ancient sage. But then came the next line. Traveling 10,000 miles is not as good as cozying up to a rich lady. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. This was most likely added by the boy himself. What was originally a sage's profound saying had been twisted into a vulgar street remark. Blaspheming the sages, truly outrageous. Fortunately, those old pedants didn't hear it, or they would surely have given him a good kick in the backside. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles actually comes from Dong Qicheng's Painting Secrets in the Ming Dynasty. The 6 methods of painting: first, qi-rhyme and vividness. Qi-rhyme cannot be learned. It is innate, naturally endowed. However, there are also ways to acquire it. Read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles, clear the dust and impurity from one's mind. Then natural hills and valleys will form within, and whatever is painted will convey the spirit of the landscape. Later, it evolved into the idiom, reading 10,000 books, traveling 10,000 miles. And then it became, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. To be precise about the timeline, it probably couldn't be considered an ancient sage, as this world, chronologically speaking, should be equivalent to Earth's Tang dynasty. Song Yan hadn't calculated it precisely, but it was roughly accurate. The middle-aged man was still a bit unconvinced and spoke again. Don't you have any ambition? Don't you want to make a name for yourself, content to be a live-in son-in-law who just eats and waits to die? Why not? Song Yan rolled his eyes. How many people want to be a live-in son-in-law for the Luo family but don't get the chance? A person lives a lifetime just to eat well and dress warmly. I've directly reached the peak of life, avoiding 30 years of detours. How great is that? As if he thought of something, Song Yan's expression became somewhat agitated. He grabbed his wine cup and gulped down another big mouthful. Think about the life I lived before. In the Duke's mansion, anyone could slander me, laugh at me, bully me, insult me. But the Luo family is different. The Luo family values me, likes me. If others insult me, my mother-in-law will even help me. Whoever ruins my current life, this young master will fight him to the death. Uncle, you know, I don't have any grand ambitions. All I hope for in this life is to be a small landlord, with thousands of acres of fertile land, and every day lead a group of henchmen to tease innocent young misses on the street. The middle-aged man let out a scoff of laughter. Nonsense! Don't you want to be an official, become a minister of a department, govern the imperial court? Or be a fierce general, achieve great deeds, and conquer all directions? No, Song Yan immediately replied. Are you kidding? Letting me scheme against those old foxes in the imperial court? Heh heh, with my small frame, I'd probably be swallowed whole, not even a bone shard left. Although I'm interested in practicing martial arts, being a martial general is out of the question. It's too dangerous. I'd lose my life. The middle-aged man shook his head. You are quite lazy. If everyone were like you, who would govern the world, who would resist foreign invaders? That's the emperor's concern. What does it have to do with me? Song Yan said, shaking his head. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Want to learn martial arts? This old servant of mine also knows a few tricks. Would you like him to teach you a few moves? Though seemingly drunk, when Song Yan heard this, a glimmer of light still flashed in his eyes as he looked at the old man. Really? As if a little annoyed by Song Yan's doubt, the old man snorted through his nose. I dare not say throughout the world, but within any country, those whose strength surpasses this old man's are few and far between. I can count to 100 on my fingers. The old man's face suddenly flushed red. Why hadn't he noticed this boy was so irritating before? Forget it, he's just a youth and he's drunk. I'll be magnanimous and not bother with him. Song Yan continued. Then what do you know? Do you know the 18 dragon subduing palms? That's the most yang and rigid palm technique in the world, with the sound of a dragon's roar when the palm force is unleashed. The old man frowned and shook his head. What about the 6 meridian divine swords? The most exquisite sword technique in the world, killing invisibly. He shook his head again. What about the 3 points return to origin chi? Internal and external complement each other, the 3 origins circulate, endlessly regenerating. The anger he had just suppressed seemed a little hard to hold back now. What about the sunflower manual? To cultivate this divine art, one must first castrate oneself. A mere 2 or 3 inches can grant invincibility under heaven. The old man could no longer hold back. His eyes were crimson, filled with bloodshot veins. Boy, are you going to learn or not? If his master hadn't been present, he probably would have slapped this stinky brat to death. 18 dragon subduing palms, 6 meridian divine swords, 3 points return to origin chi, sunflower manual. What are these things? He had roamed the Jianghu for many years and had never heard of anyone knowing these things. Learn, of course I'll learn. Song Yan nodded like a pounding garlic. The old man's expression then softened slightly. I need to check your aptitude first. Have you learned anything before? Song Yan thought very seriously for a moment. 5 consecutive lightning whips. The old man's expression became solemn. It sounded very imposing. Could it be a type of whip technique as fast as lightning? He wasn't very willing to teach Song Yan, but now he had a bit of interest. Demonstrate it for me to see. Song Yan nodded, swayed to his feet, recalling the 5 consecutive lightning whips he had learned from a meme video in his previous life. Under the strange gazes of the old man and the middle-aged man, his body began to move. Pa, 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 whoosh. At that instant, the old man felt his nose almost twist with anger. This was called the 5 consecutive lightning whips. The name sounded intimidating, but this was it. Also, what was the meaning of that final tremble? He decided he would rename his eagle claw skill to dragon claw hand when he got back. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched, and he felt too awkward to suggest that the old man teach Song Yan anymore. He coughed softly, hiding the embarrassment on his face. Never mind, boy. I am curious, though, how did you acquire such medical skills after being confined in the Duke's mansion's backyard for more than 10 years? Song Yan's consciousness was already a bit hazy. Hearing this, he just mumbled, "Daoyan gave it to me." However, at this point, Song Yan was already speaking with a thick tongue, and his tone was inevitably a bit louder. To the middle-aged man and the old man, it immediately took on a different meaning. Daoyan, who was this eminent master? There was no such famous doctor in the current world. Could it be some reclusive, powerful figure? This could explain where Song Yan's unique medical skills came from. After all, a boy who had been confined for many years could not possess such abilities without the guidance of an expert. With the conversation opened, the two chatted a lot, from the Luo family to the Song family, from Ningping County to Songjiang Prefecture, to the entire Enning country, and even the entire Central Plains. The middle-aged man was surprised to find that even though the boy was drunk, no matter what he said, Song Yan could always respond, and he could offer opinions on anything. Although most of it was nonsense, occasionally his views were quite unconventional. After a long while, Song Yan finally couldn't resist the surging alcohol in his mind. He eventually slumped onto the table and fell into a deep sleep. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "Banzia, your subordinate is here." Along with a cold voice, a figure silently appeared in the pavilion. With her full and firm physique, who else could it be but Gu Bangxia? Her expression was utterly calm, like a still ancient well, as if she were an emotionless puppet. "Take the young master back, serve him well and make sure he doesn't catch a cold." After the two left, the middle-aged man picked up his wine cup and took a sip. The slightly spicy wine stimulated his sensitive nerves. "What do you think of this boy? He's glib-tongued, speaks improperly, lacks ambition, and is merely a scoundrel," the old man immediately snorted and said. "If not for his medical skills, he would absolutely not be worthy of young Miss Tian Xuan. But this is not his fault. He is only 15, with a youthful heart nature, and has been imprisoned in the Duke's mansion for 10 years. It is already not easy for him to maintain such a mentality." The middle-aged man scoffed. "You old fellow, you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart." Pausing, the middle-aged man spoke again. "Is he truly drunk?" "Indeed, he is drunk. This old servant cannot be mistaken. If so, then what he said must be from his heart. It's good that he has no great ambitions. As long as he can stay in the Luo family with peace of mind, why not ensure him a lifetime of wealth and prosperity? If he wants to learn martial arts, then let him. He probably lacks a sense of security and wants some martial skills to protect himself." The middle-aged man sighed again with a hint of envy. To be a landlord with thousands of acres of fertile land and in his leisure time lead henchmen to tease innocent young misses on the street. Heh, this boy is truly outrageous. Once Tian Xuan recovers, he must be properly disciplined. However, if it were truly possible, I would also want to live such a life. "Master jests." The middle-aged man shook his head and stood up tall. "I quite like this boy. Talking to him always makes me feel a lot of pressure dissipate from my chest. Unfortunately, I've been out for a long time and it's time to go back. Don't you need to inform young Miss Yuhang?" "No need, let's go now," the middle-aged man said. "Oh, and arrange for someone to investigate that Daoyan later. If such an otherworldly expert can be used by me, it would be a great help. But remember, once found, you must treat him with courtesy and not be disrespectful. If he is unwilling to come out of seclusion, do not force him. This old servant understands." The old man followed by the middle-aged man's side. The two, one in front and one behind, disappeared from the Luo family. On the other side, Song Yan was also taken back to his bedroom by Gu Bangxia. Seeing Song Yan's drunken state, Gu Bangxia was helpless. She pulled the quilt over him, covered him well, and then quietly left the room. Not until the room was completely dark and silent did Song Yan, who had been lying on the bed in a deep sleep, suddenly open his eyes. His eyes were as black as ink. Where was there any trace of muddiness? Was he drunk? He probably was. However, having lived in the Duke's mansion, Song Yan had long developed the instinct to remain at least 3 parts sober at all times. After replaying the events in his mind and confirming that he hadn't said anything out of line, he closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when Song Yan opened his eyes, it was already bright outside. A hot, dry wind blew through the window and his body felt sticky. This was likely due to keeping the blanket on all night. It was fine in the evening, but by daytime it became uncomfortable. A night had passed, and he could still smell the strong scent of alcohol on his body. As a live-in son-in-law, according to custom, he was supposed to offer tea to the madam on the second day. However, with just a slight movement, Song Yan felt as if a giant rock had been thrown into a lake in his head. The dull ache spread like ripples, and the intense throbbing sensation felt like it would burst his skull. The taste of a hangover was too overwhelming. Creak. The door was pushed open. It was Gu Bangxia. Today, Gu Bangxia had also changed her attire. A light blue long dress exuded a sense of purity. The dress was a bit tight, accentuating her graceful figure even more. Seeing Song Yan's appearance, Gu Bangxia quickly brought over a basin of clear water. Washing his face finally made him feel a bit more comfortable. "If you're tired, young master, you can continue to rest," Gu Bangxia said while helping Song Yan change his clothes. "Madam said that you drank too much wine yesterday and should rest well. There's no need to worry about the tea ceremony. The Luo family doesn't care for such formalities." Luo Yuheng was truly beyond reproach when it came to her son-in-law. This was normal, after all, as Song Yan was the only one in the world who could treat tuberculosis. If anything were to happen to Song Yan, that would be a problem. Moreover, even if the Luo family was wealthy, who could guarantee that no one else in their family would suffer from a headache or fever? The wealthier the family, the more they cherished their lives. At such times, the value of a divine doctor became apparent. Fragments of last night's scene flickered in his mind, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. But Song Yan didn't say much, only casually asking, "What time is it now?" "It's already past noon." "Sleeping until midday." His stomach rumbled, reminding Song Yan that it was time to eat. Gu Bangxia naturally heard the sound and chuckled, covering her mouth. "What would you like to eat, young master? I'll go prepare it." When he was in the Song family, he mostly ate coarse food. Now that he was in the Luo family, although he still had to be cautious, it shouldn't be a problem to slightly improve his material life. Speaking of which, although there was a feast yesterday, he mostly spent his time toasting. By the time he finished toasting everyone, the table was already empty, and he hadn't eaten much, nor did his stomach have room for it. At this moment, Song Yan just wanted to eat something fragrant. "Raojiamo, young master, I want to eat raojiamo." As he said this, Song Yan couldn't help but recall the raojiamo from his hometown in his previous life. Braised pork belly, stewed until tender, chopped and sandwiched between a crispy, toasted flatbread, then drizzled with a spoonful of braising sauce. One bite, and it was fragrant and rich. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. He wondered if raojiamo existed in this world. He didn't like green peppers, so he hoped they wouldn't add any. "Oh." Song Yan, who was savoring the taste of raojiamo in his mind, suddenly heard Gu Bangxia utter a surprised sound. He looked down and found that a blush had somehow crept onto the maid's pretty face, making her look exquisitely delicate. Her large eyes sparkled, and even her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she were extremely shy. Her big eyes dared not look at Song Yan, and her cheeks were puffed out. After a few breaths, she finally gathered her courage, raised her head, and cast a charming, sidelong glance at Song Yan. "Young master, you're so improper." Her sweet voice made Song Yan's heart itch. Yesterday, she was as quiet as an exquisite figurine, a doll. Now she was full of charm. Song Yan suddenly became curious. Which side was the real Gu Bangxia? However, he just wanted to eat a raojiamo, so how was that improper? Could it be that raojiamo was some kind of luxury item, unattainable? The esteemed Luo family couldn't be so stingy, could they? "Young master, please sit down." After getting Song Yan to sit back down, Gu Bangxia bit her lip lightly, took a deep breath, and slowly pulled down her long dress from her neckline. The silk dress slid down her rounded shoulders but didn't fall to the ground because of her waistband. An expanse of white snow appeared before his eyes. There was no doo-doo bodice. Instead, a white silk cloth was tightly wrapped around her chest, revealing indescribable indentations. Gulp! Song Yan swallowed. Banzia this is. Isn't this what you asked for, young master? Gu Bangxia snorted and slowly knelt before Song Yan. Hiss! Only at this moment did Song Yan finally understand that this Raojiamo was not that Raojiamo. Gu Bangxia's thoughts were truly too dirty. He genuinely just wanted to fill his stomach. Speaking of which, had Raojiamo already appeared so early? He had truly underestimated the wisdom of the ancients. In some aspects, they played things even more elaborately than he, a modern person. He had to admit, Gu Bangxia's figure was perfectly suited for these actions. See the fragrant sweat drenching her temples and hair. Only her deep affection stirs her beloved's heart. Although she had learned some things from the mammy before, she was still a bit unfamiliar. However, that slightly clumsy yet wholeheartedly gentle tenderness was what was most touching. She carefully helped Song Yan tidy himself up, then stood up. Clear water wiped away the grime, but a faint scent lingered. It felt a bit strange. Just then, Song Yan also let out a heavy sigh, the blankness in his mind disappearing. He happened to see Gu Bangxia pick up the pure white chest wrap again, and his expression was a little odd. Why wrap it? Squeezed together, the bottomless depth revealed the immense pressure those two received. That feeling must have been absolutely uncomfortable, probably even making it hard to breathe. Gu Bangxia's cheeks were slightly flushed. In front of the young master, appearing like this ultimately felt a bit shameful, but she still replied, "It's too big. When I move around normally, it bounces and it's uncomfortable." Song Yan imagined that scene in his mind and quickly felt his nose getting warm, like those incredibly fit girls in sports competitions who run a 400-meter race without a bra, always attracting the most attention. His eyes darted around. Song Yan turned around, pretending to look for something, and when he turned back, a piece of black fabric had appeared in his hand. Gu Bangxia looked puzzled. The fabric looked delicate, soft, and very high quality at a glance, but she had never seen this kind of material before. The strangest thing was that the edges of the fabric were extremely thin and translucent, like black petals. The main body of the fabric resembled two inverted small bowls, large bowls, with straps about a finger's width on both sides. What was this thing? And what use could such a small piece of fabric have? However, Gu Bangxia looked down at her chest, then up at the item in Song Yan's hand. A woman's instinct still made her understand the purpose of this fabric. Her fair little face instantly turned red, her dark eyes almost overflowing with mist, and her cheeks puffed out like an angry pufferfish. She glared at Song Yan angrily. "Young master, you're lewd. You wouldn't actually want me to wear this kind of clothing, would you, young master? I'd rather die than wear it. It's too shameful." Speaking of which, could this thing even be considered clothing? It didn't cover much, only a kind of alternative chest wrap, but it was far more shameful than a chest wrap. Just thinking about wearing this made Gu Bangxia's face flush. Didn't they say the young master was always confined to the back courtyard of the Duke's mansion? Where did he get these lewd things from? Gu Bangxia had made up her mind. Even if the young master asked, she would absolutely not wear such a thing. What kind of person did the young master take her for? A brothel girl. Song Yan merely glanced at Gu Bangxia silently, then said, "It can prevent sagging." The next second he saw Gu Bangxia, not far away, tremble slightly. Her large eyes, her pearly white teeth biting her lower lip, she took 3 steps to Song Yan's front, glared fiercely at him, and snatched the bra away. She then pushed Song Yan's shoulders, making him turn his back. However, this woman was truly strange. She had just done something even more intimate, but now she wouldn't let him look. He really didn't know where women's embarrassment points were. Speaking of which, would she wear it? Thinking this, Song Yan still turned his back according to Gu Bangxia's force. In front of him was the unmade bed, and the white silk cloth used to symbolize the bride's purity. The silk cloth was as neat as new, as pure white as snow, and had not been stained with any color. Song Yan was stunned. Where had the bridal blood on the silk cloth gone? The blood stain was gone. Someone had entered the bedroom and taken the bloodstain after he left. Why? The situation seemed to be getting stranger and stranger. Behind him was a rustling sound. Gu Banksia was changing clothes. He had underestimated Gu Banksia a little. Although it was the first time she had seen a bra, as long as she knew its general purpose, she would understand the metal clasp at the back after a bit of thought. She looked down at her chest. The white skin and black fabric created a strong contrast. The fabric was delicate, smooth, and clung tightly to her skin. The two strange little cups seemed to be filled with something soft, so even occasional friction wouldn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, it felt much lighter because something was supporting her. With two small cups supporting her, not to mention normal walking, even jumping and skipping, it probably wouldn't be as awkward as before. She could almost imagine that if those noble ladies and young misses knew about this clothing, they would probably curse it as shameless and vulgar in hushed tones, then secretly wear it themselves, just like her. She really didn't know what her brother-in-law had in his head to make such a vulgar item. He was shameless. The only thing that bothered Gu Banksia was, it was too small, very tight. Regarding this, Song Yan really couldn't do anything. What he took out was already an extra-large cup. Song Yan even wondered, in this ancient era of widespread malnutrition, what on earth did Gu Banksia eat to grow so large? Was she a dairy cow? She twisted her waist, adjusted for a moment, then straightened her long skirt. "Brother-in-law, I'm ready." Under Gu Banksia's blushing face, Song Yan nodded with satisfaction, but in his heart, he was thinking of finding an opportunity to have Gu Banksia try on stockings. He liked black stockings. He had seen some netizens' funny pictures on Douyin before, classical beauties paired with stockings, which had a unique allure. Thinking this, Song Yan stood up and rubbed his stomach. The protest from his stomach was getting more intense. "Take me to the kitchen to make something to eat." Gu Banksia said, "What does brother-in-law want to eat? I'll arrange for someone to make it." This isn't the Song family, and Madam has already instructed that as long as you enter the Luo family's door, you are the Luo family's master, and no one dares to give you a hard time. Song Yan, however, shook his head and smiled. "It's fine, I'll do it myself." Gu Banksia, helpless, could only lead Song Yan to the kitchen in the backyard. This was a small kitchen, where the young masters and young misses could make something to eat if they were hungry late at night. Mostly, only Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianquan would use it, as these two young masters often studied late into the night. Although the kitchen was small, all kinds of cooking utensils were available, even iron woks. The kind depicted in costume dramas, where iron woks were used for cooking rice and stir-frying in any dynasty, was impossible. In ancient times, iron was an extremely important strategic material. Pig iron was prioritized for the Bureau of Military Provisions and the Directorate of Artisans to manufacture weapons and armor. As iron smelting technology gradually improved and pig iron production increased, agricultural tools like hoes also became ironware. Any country was roughly in such a state. Occasionally, some wealthy families had their own channels to obtain pig iron to forge cooking utensils, like the Luo family. As for ordinary families, most used bronze or clay pots to cook rice. It wasn't until the Song dynasty, with a significant improvement in iron smelting technology and a surge in pig iron production, that iron woks became widely used. And it was with the use of iron woks that stir-frying became popular. In the current Ening country, common cooking methods were steaming, boiling, braising, and stewing. The dishes were monotonous and seasonings were scarce. Although everything was green and pollution-free, the taste was truly indescribable. Gu Banksia thought Song Yan's habit was born from long-term caution, but she didn't know that Song Yan truly just wanted something delicious to eat. Those 15 years in the Duke's mansion, 15 years, who could know how he had endured those 15 years? Not to mention the leftovers, even on holidays when he could eat something slightly better, the taste was still terrible. Almost everything he ate had a hint of bitterness. It was probably due to coarse salt, which wasn't pure enough. But Song Yan was different. He had excellent iodized salt on him. He had 13 spices. He had MSG. He had dark soy sauce, aged vinegar, oyster sauce. In this era of scarce seasonings, the value of these items was unimaginable. If taken to a large restaurant, they would surely fetch a considerable price. In the Duke's mansion, Song Yan didn't dare to take these things out. But now, as a food lover, he absolutely couldn't continue to mistreat his stomach. Thinking this, Song Yan began to look around, pondering what would be best to make. The staple food was relatively simple, just steam a pot of white rice. The dishes, however, would be a bit more troublesome. Tomatoes hadn't been introduced yet, so the classic stir-fried eggs with tomatoes couldn't be made. Potatoes hadn't been cultivated either, so hot and sour shredded potatoes were also out. First, he would make braised pork, then mapo tofu, boiled fish, stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, garlic eggplant, sweet and sour spare ribs, dry-fried beef. Speaking of which, any country seemed to have laws prohibiting the slaughter of cattle for plowing, but considering Luo Yuheng's domineering nature, it was quite normal to accidentally encounter a cow that died of illness. Although it was a lot for a stomach that had been tormented for 15 years, eating it all probably wouldn't be a problem. And even if he ate too much, it was fine. He had digestive tablets. Thinking this, he found it amusing. Gu Bangxia watched silently. After a few breaths, she slowly walked to Song Yan's side and squatted down. Feeling the movement beside her, Song Yan looked up, grinned, and smiled at Gu Bangxia. That smile, she had never seen it on Song Yan's face before. It was pure, without any impurities. He was genuinely enjoying the process. At this moment, Song Yan was not the pitiful young master of the Duke's mansion, nor the son-in-law of the Luo family. He was just a simple big boy. That smile was very infectious. Gu Bangxia seemed to be affected as well, the corners of her mouth curving into an almost imperceptible arc. Her slender, pinky finger hooked a strand of hair behind her ear, and she rolled up her sleeves. With Gu Bangxia's help, the progress was much faster. With a sizzle, Gu Bangxia's nose twitched, and she caught a tempting aroma. In the iron wok were only hot lard and minced garlic, and the fragrance emanated from the minced garlic. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but show surprise. It was just garlic, yet she truly hadn't expected it to emit such a wonderful fragrance. As the meat pieces were added, the aroma grew even richer. Gradually, the surprise on Gu Bangxia's face grew more intense. The substance in that strange bag was salt, wasn't it? Why was it so fine, snow-white, without any trace of impurities and soft like sand? And what was that dark black thing? It looked a bit like clear bean paste, but the color was much richer. And what was that thick black sauce stored in a glass bottle? Wasn't that too extravagant? Those white granules, could they be sugar? Wasn't sugar brownish yellow? Why was it also so snow-white? Moreover, whose family adds sugar when cooking meat? Even more exaggerated, she had never even seen many of the seasonings, especially those fine powders. As soon as they were added, the rich aroma made Gu Bangxia's throat move, swallowing the rapidly increasing saliva. Finally, Song Yan lifted the lid, and a fragrant aroma, accompanied by hot steam, wafted over. Looking at the reddish-brown, oily meat pieces in the wok, Song Yan felt a little regretful. He wasn't used to a traditional stove, so he hadn't controlled the heat very well, and some of the meat pieces had already turned yellowish-brown, but overall it was still good. Serving the braised pork onto a plate, Song Yan picked up a piece with chopsticks and offered it to Gu Bangxia. "Try it." Gu Bangxia's pretty face flushed slightly. To prevent the soup from dripping, she placed a small hand under her chin and gently parted her cherry lips. It must be said, this action was quite enchanting. If it were in a short film made in Japan, it would look terrible. Song Yan thought this, inwardly cursing himself for being vulgar. Chewing in small bites, a beauty was indeed a beauty. Even when eating, she was quite pleasing to the eye. Song Yan's lips curved into an arc. "How is it?" Gulp. She swallowed. "Delicious." Gu Bangxia gave the simplest yet highest praise, feeling a little ashamed. She was just a maid, yet her cooking couldn't even compare to her brother-in-law's. It was truly inappropriate. "Oh, what delicious food is being made here." Just then, a crisp sound came from the doorway. Looking up, he saw two small heads peeking out from outside the kitchen, two pairs of mischievous big eyes furtively looking into the kitchen. They were two little girls, 8 or 9 years old. With identical appearances and the same style of white dresses, at first glance, it was absolutely impossible to tell who was who. The Luo family's third young miss, Luo Qingyi, and fourth young miss, Luo Keiyi. The Luo family seemed to have a strong gene for having twins. Although the two little girls hadn't fully grown, they were already standard beauties, rosy-cheeked, fair-skinned, and very cute. Song Yan had only met these two Zio Yizi at the wedding ceremony. In this world, the concept of Zio Yizi was very broad. The wife's younger sister was generally called Zio Yizi, regardless of whether she was the youngest. As for the wife's older sister, she was generally called De Yizi. So Song Yan made his own distinction in his heart. Luo Tianyi was Zio Yizi, Luo Qingyi was Zio Yizi, and Luo Kei was Zio Yizi. This way, he wouldn't get confused. "Hello, brother-in-law." The two little girls very obediently called out. Then, without saying they wanted to eat, they just looked pitifully at the braised pork in Song Yan's hand, not saying a word. Song Yan was helpless. What could he do? Those two pairs of sparkling big eyes were truly very destructive. He couldn't possibly snatch food from his two Zio Yizi, could he? He placed the plate on the small table, also putting two pairs of chopsticks, and beckoned. The two little girls' eyes suddenly brightened. The next second, Song Yan only felt a fragrant breeze hit him, and the two little girls had already hugged his arms. With a boop sound, one on the left and one on the right, they each kissed Song Yan's face. "Brother-in-law is so good." Then they happily went to enjoy the delicious food. Looking at the rapidly decreasing braised pork on the plate, Song Yan touched his face, feeling it wasn't a loss. It was only now. In another 2 years, they would probably start learning the etiquette of proper young ladies and wouldn't be as lively as they were now. This was also because it was the Luo family, and Luo Yuheng herself wasn't one to strictly adhere to etiquette. Young misses from other prominent families started learning etiquette even earlier. Thinking this, Song Yan began to prepare the next dish, mapo tofu. His original intention was just to fill his stomach, but as he cooked, Song Yan helplessly realized that the situation had completely deviated from its course. The small kitchen was getting more and more crowded. Luo Tianyang had arrived at some point. This guy immediately snatched the last 2 pieces of braised pork from the plate, causing the 2 little girls to wave their small fists in serious protest. Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianquan also arrived. These two were much more well-behaved. They first called out brother-in-law, and then very unceremoniously moved the table outside, as the kitchen was simply too small to accommodate so many people. In the end, Luo Tianyi also arrived. Seeing her second sister, Luo Qingyi excitedly greeted her. Second sister, come quickly, brother-in-law's cooking is very delicious." As she spoke, Luo Qingyi picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and handed it over. She was very clever. She definitely wanted to please her second sister. After all, her second sister was very fierce and rude. When she wasn't well behaved, her second sister would spank her little bottom. Now that she had eaten her small spare ribs, let's see if she would still have the nerve to spank her bottom later. Could a lady's bottom be spanked so casually? Luo Tianyi initially didn't care, but after taking a small bite, her eyes suddenly lit up. If it were accompanied by the little master of Chinese cooking BGM, it would be even more like the real thing. Then, she moved the sweet and sour spare ribs in front of Luo Qingyi to her own front. The little girl never expected that by inviting her second sister to eat one piece, she would lose an entire plate. Her mouth pouted, looking like she was about to cry, but she ultimately didn't dare to shed tears in front of her second sister. Her cheeks were puffed out, looking exactly like a small pufferfish. Luo Tianyi's surprised little expression greatly satisfied Song Yan's vanity. After all, it was quite difficult to see a different expression on Luo Tianyi's face. Zio Yizi, Luo Kei, was sprawled across the table, her small face filled with satisfaction. One small hand was gently patting her round little belly. "Brother-in-law, your cooking is too delicious. My stomach has gotten big because of you." Song Yan was startled, almost spitting a mouthful of water into the pot. Truly, children's words are unrestrained. They dare to say anything. Fortunately, Luo Yuheng wasn't here. Otherwise, she might skin him alive. Thinking this, Song Yan subconsciously looked up, and then met a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. He silently retracted his gaze. "It's over. He's doomed." A long beige dress enveloped her full figure, her long hair pinned up, exuding elegance and nobility. The thin hem of her skirt fell on her legs, outlining their full, pillar-like contours, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on her fair face, adding a touch of faint blush. The corners of her eyes were already upturned, and even that beauty mark seemed to carry a hint of danger. Who else could it be but Luo Yuheng? It was already dinner time, but no one had arrived. Upon inquiry, she learned that all 3 sons, 3 daughters, and 1 son-in-law were gathered in the small kitchen. Luo Yuheng was quite displeased. "You all gather together and deliberately exclude me. How outrageous." When she arrived and saw the group feasting, she felt even more depressed. They had good food and didn't even think to call me? 3 sons, 3 daughters, I raised them with so much effort. And that son-in-law, have you forgotten who stood up for you when the Song family bullied you? Thinking this, she became even more heartbroken, on the verge of tears, the kind that couldn't be soothed. Heartless. They were all a bunch of heartless people. She had intended to give these heartless little rascals a good scolding. But then she heard Luo Kei's words and was momentarily dumbfounded. Luo Kei, unaware of the impending danger, lazily sprawled on the table, looking at the unfinished, dry-fried beef in front of her. But her little belly simply couldn't hold any more. Mommy said that if children eat too much, their tummies will burst. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, and her little mouth pouted, on the verge of crying from grievance. Then, bang, a flick on the forehead of the little Xiao Yizi. At this, Luo Kei no longer cared about being scared. She covered her forehead with one hand and looked up behind her. "Mommy? Ouch, what are you doing?" Song Yan couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, this wasn't the original Earth. Otherwise, the little Xiao Yizi might become the youngest little black fan in history. "What am I doing?" Luo Yuheng glared at her youngest daughter, looking somewhat disappointed. "You rotten girl, are you asking for a beating, daring to say anything that comes to mind?" Words can be truly fearsome. Although Luo Kei was only 9, if her recent words were heard by others, who knew what kind of rumors would be spun. In this world, there is no shortage of people with malicious intentions. Luo Yuheng was already an unconventional person. She didn't care what others thought of her, but she didn't want her daughter to suffer these things. The malice of certain people was far more than a little girl could bear. The little girl's eyes were teary and blurry. She had been hit and severely scolded. Luo Kei felt she hadn't done anything wrong, so she was especially aggrieved, tears almost falling. She stood up indignantly. "I'm running away from home." Saying this, she also pulled Luo Kingi up beside her, as if feeling she now had a like-minded companion, completely ignoring Luo Kingi, who kept looking back at her second sister's unfinished spare ribs every 3 steps. Luo Yuheng didn't mind. "Remember to come back tonight." "Oh." Song Yan almost burst out laughing. If you say this Xiao Yizi is well-behaved, she runs away from home at the drop of a hat. If you say she's mischievous, she still knows to come home on time when she runs away. So this should be considered a quantum superposition state between well-behaved and mischievous. Thinking this, he took a plate from the side. The plate was filled with various foods, likely a portion taken from each dish as it was made, and now it was a full plate. "Mother-in-law, this is reserved for you." Luo Yuheng's previously slightly sad expression suddenly brightened joyfully. She glanced triumphantly at Luo Tianyi, Luo Tianchu, and the others. Her sons and daughters were all heartless. Her son-in-law was the best. Soon she became a little angry. "What, mother-in-law? That's too formal. Call me mom." She seemed angry, but the upturned corners of her mouth couldn't be suppressed no matter what. Song Yan's face flushed slightly. Actually, that plate of food was what he had secretly saved for himself. "Mom." Luo Yuheng responded with satisfaction. "Mum, good boy, but in the future, cook less. Didn't they say a gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen? This isn't something you men should do." Song Yan was taken aback. "A gentleman treats animals thus. Seeing them alive, he cannot bear to see them die. Hearing their cries, he cannot bear to eat their flesh. Therefore, a gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. It means that a gentleman, upon seeing animals alive, cannot bear their death, and upon hearing their cries, cannot bear to eat their flesh." This was Mencius advising King Xuan of Qi to practice benevolent governance. It has nothing to do with cooking, right? Luo Yuheng's little face flushed. She quietly looked at Luo Tianchu. "Is that right?" "Brother-in-law is correct. Advising the king to practice benevolent governance is the idea Mencius wanted to express. It was merely misinterpreted by some scholars." Luo Tianchu nodded, looking at Song Yan with some surprise. "Brother-in-law has studied." Song Yan shook his head. "I only attended 1 day of elementary lessons." "Then how do you know this passage from Mencius?" "I occasionally heard other brothers recite it and roughly memorized it," Song Yan said with a smile. Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianquan, however, exchanged glances. both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. To merely occasionally hear others recite, and intermittently at that, yet be able to remember the content of the text and even understand its philosophy without a teacher's guidance. Brother-in-law, could he be a genius? Luo Yuheng's face was red, embarrassed. Song Yan took out another plate of food and waved to Gu Bangxia. She hadn't expected her brother-in-law to save a portion for her. Holding the still warm plate, Gu Bangxia wasn't sure what her feelings were. Perhaps the warmth spread from her fingers to her heart, and her heart, which had long been as still as an ancient well, rippled slightly. The small kitchen became lively inside and out. Even if Song Yan cooked with all his might, he couldn't keep up with so many people eating. Fortunately, while cooking, he could sneak a few bites while tasting, and gradually he no longer felt hungry. Unconsciously, the sky had already turned gray. Song Yan still held 2 plates of food, one of stir-fried tofu and one of scrambled eggs with greens, both very light dishes. "Yanner, you've made too much. Everyone is full," Luo Yuheng said. She too had eaten quite satisfactorily. She wanted to pat her stomach like Luo Kei, but then felt the posture was truly ungraceful, especially in front of her son-in-law, so she refrained. "This is for Tiangshuan. Tiangshuan has consumption and shouldn't eat greasy food. I made 2 light dishes," Song Yan said. Luo Yuheng nodded with great satisfaction. To still remember his wife at this time, it seemed that entrusting Tiangshuan to Song Yan would surely lead to a loving and harmonious future. Much better than her consort. Thinking this, Luo Yuheng looked at Song Yan with increasing satisfaction. Then, "Tianchu, Tianquan, Tian Yang. Are you 3 made of stone? Didn't you see how exhausted your brother-in-law is? You have no discernment. Take these 2 plates of food to your eldest sister and tell her your brother-in-law made them personally." Having been scolded for no reason, the 3 brothers felt quite wronged, but who could blame their own mother? Even if they were wronged, they just endured it. They hurried to Song Yan, the 3 of them carrying 2 plates of food, and scurried away. Looking at the bustling scene before him, Song Yan couldn't help but smile. This family was quite interesting. He leaned against the doorpost, quietly watching and smiling. At some point, that smile turned a little sad. He could feel that there was a barrier between him and them. Not thick, very thin, invisible, intangible, yet truly present. In his previous life, he was an orphan. His parents died when he was very young. In this life, he finally had a mother and a father, but his father was cold-blooded, and his mother died young. 2 lives, yet ultimately alone. For some reason, his eyes felt a little sore, and he blinked rapidly, trying hard not to let anything escape. Luo Yuheng, who had been observing Song Yan, silently put down her chopsticks and stood up, walking towards Song Yan. Luo Tianyi, who was about to take a step, stopped. "What's wrong, Yanner?" "Nothing, just some sand in my eye." Luo Yuheng smiled gently. "Come, Mom will blow it for you." Saying this, she stood on tiptoe and blew a few breaths towards Song Yan's eyes. "Doesn't hurt anymore, right?" "Much better." Luo Yuheng smiled tenderly, maintaining her tiptoe stance, and gently stroked Song Yan's head. That smile was one of acceptance and heartache. "These 2 days, go and pay respects to your mother. You're married, such a big event, she should know about it after all." Song Yan pressed his lips together and nodded. Suddenly, Luo Yuheng turned to Luo Tianyi. "Tianyi, you go too then." Luo Tianyi was stunned, dumbfounded, her small mouth slightly agape. Luo Yuheng, however, didn't care about such things. She put her hands on her hips. "You must keep a close eye on your brother-in-law. Such a good son-in-law of mine cannot be lured away by some vixen on the roadside." Luo Yuheng's smug expression made Song Yan chuckle. In this world, she was probably the only one who truly considered herself a treasure. That laugh dispersed a good deal of the bitterness in his heart. Seeing Song Yan laugh, Luo Yuheng seemed a bit angry, puffing out her cheeks. "Yanner, don't take this lightly. Those women outside now, they're all like little vixen spirits seducing men everywhere. You are not allowed to do anything to betray Tiangshuan. If you really can't control yourself, don't you still have Ban Zia? And Kong Chan Dai Ye Zuwang, that's enough for you to ruin." "Ruined?" Was that word really appropriate? Gu Bangxia's face turned beet red, but Luo Yuheng didn't care much. She poked Song Yan's forehead with a finger. In short, no philandering outside. Then she waved her hand, as if preparing to go back and rest, but as she passed Gu Bangxia, she suddenly stopped. Her expression was very strange. Although Gu Banksia seemed no different than before, a woman's instinct told her something was amiss. Something was 12 parts amiss out of 10. She circled her again and again, making Gu Banksia's face flush crimson. Then Luo Yuheng suddenly exclaimed, as if she had finally discovered a blind spot. Banzia, come with me for a moment. About a quarter of an hour later, Luo Yuheng and Gu Banksia returned. But this time, Luo Yuheng was triumphant, head held high and chest out, while Gu Banksia looked like a young wife bullied by the main wife, her face full of grievances. Luo Tianyi was full of questions, completely unaware of what had happened. Song Yan, however, saw at a glance that Luo Yuheng had taken Gu Banksia's bra. Women, Song Yan thought he could probably make some women's items, such as perfume and bras. He was sure he could make a fortune. Especially the perfume, it wasn't difficult. The biggest challenge was high-concentration alcohol. As for the perfume bottles, they weren't hard either. Washing clean the oyster sauce bottles would be perfect for perfume. After all, glass bottles in this world were like ice jade glaze. Selling a bottle of perfume for 100 taels of silver shouldn't be excessive. Thinking this, Song Yan felt as if countless shining silver taels appeared before his eyes. He was going to get rich. Although he had no worries about food and drink now, it was still better to have some silver on hand, right? With that, Luo Yuheng stretched vigorously and yawned. Oh, right, on the 7th day of next month, there's a banquet in Songzhou Prefecture. It's an invitation from the prefect's wife. It's bad etiquette to refuse, so you should go then. Originally, she wasn't planning to go, but now she had changed her mind. Presumably, she wanted him to go with her to broaden his horizons, but Luo Yuheng was very considerate of his pride and didn't explicitly say so. This child understands. That's a good boy. Luo Yuheng nodded with satisfaction, finally leaving. Next month is July, right? The 7th day of July. Isn't that the Kixi festival? There would probably be some drama with talented scholars and beautiful ladies composing poetry and lyrics. Song Yan didn't like such occasions, but he wasn't afraid either. If worst came to worst, he could drop a poem like Qin Guan's Magpie Bridge Immortal, and it should be able to hold the stage. In this world, although poetry and lyrics were popular in terms of culture, it was far from as brilliant as that other parallel world without Li Bai, Du Fu, Sushi, Zin Kiji. Well, according to the timeline, Sushi and Zin Kiji probably hadn't been born yet. They might have to live in his shadow in the future. As a transmigrator, he didn't have much psychological pressure about being a plagiarist. Even if Sushi and Zin Kiji truly appeared in this world later, with their talents, it wouldn't be difficult for them to write a few new poems. At most, it would just be tough on the modern students 1,000 years later. The poems they would have to memorize would likely increase significantly. Thinking this, he felt a bit of mischievous glee. Luo Tianyi stood dazed in place, watching her mother's departing back and then looking at Gu Banksia, her brows furrowing tighter and tighter as she thought hard. After a long time, she suddenly showed an expression of realization, as if she had finally discovered something. She leaned over to Gu Banksia, and the two women whispered to each other. Not long after, Luo Tianyi suddenly looked up and stared at Song Yan, her gaze fierce. Her eyes were full of contempt, as if Song Yan was some kind of filth. If you have the guts, don't ask me for it later. A banyan tree grew in the backyard of Luo Manor. The tree was very tall. Lush green scales and leaves, enduring 100 years of wind and frost. It had some years to it. Standing on the treetop, one could overlook the entire Luo Manor. A slender figure sat quietly on a branch. The evening breeze blew, and her white skirt hem fluttered gently. A pair of slender legs dangled in midair, yet it was unknown how she had climbed to a height of 20 to 30 meters. Occasionally, a mischievous gust of wind would lift the veil on her face, revealing a fleeting glimpse of flawless, jade-like beauty. Her complexion was snow-white, devoid of any hint of color, which only added a delicate allure, making one feel pity for her. Her dark eyes gazed far into the distance towards the small kitchen, and beneath her veil, the corners of her lips could faintly be seen curving upwards. That man was her young husband. Though a bit younger, he was quite handsome. What maiden doesn't harbor spring in her heart? Once upon a time, she also dreamed of one day marrying her husband and entering the bridal chamber, but she also knew that was just a fantasy. Her body was not qualified for marriage. She wasn't going to live much longer anyway, so why bother harming others? Yet she hadn't expected to actually get married. Although she wasn't the one performing the wedding ceremony, which was a slight regret, more importantly, she could live now. And all of this was thanks to her young husband. She couldn't repay the kindness of saving her life, but once her body recovered, she would definitely be doubly good to him. However, she was already more than 3 years older than him. She was 19 now, and by the time her body fully recovered, she would probably be an old maid of 21 or 22. Would he dislike her, she wondered. Thinking this, the maiden couldn't help but feel a little melancholic. "You foolish girl, why are you flying so high? Don't you know your own physical condition?" A familiar voice came from beside her. The maiden was very envious. Junior Marshal Uncle was already in her 30s, yet her speaking voice was no different from that of an 18-year-old maiden. The newcomer wore a white Taoist robe, her figure graceful, and it was none other than Taoist Yushuang. Like the maiden, she wore a veil over her face with only her dark eyes visible. Following the maiden's gaze, she smiled knowingly. "Girl, are you lovesick?" "Junior Marshal Uncle, don't talk nonsense." "Who's talking nonsense? If you're not lovesick, why are you secretly watching someone alone here?" "Tusk, tusk, tusk, I never would have thought my junior marshal niece is actually so improper, simply a disgrace to the sect." Though on a tree branch, the two women started to frolic and then accidentally fell from the tree. Just as they were about to hit the ground, the two women's graceful bodies twisted simultaneously. Just before touching the ground, their bodies suddenly paused, their speed slowed, and then they landed steadily. This single move demonstrated extremely high cultivation. "Stop messing around. Junior Marshal Uncle, Tianchu, and the others are here." Over at the small kitchen, Song Yan was unaware of the distant commotion. He and Gu Bangxia were washing the pots and pans. Just as they finished, they saw Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianyang, the two brothers, had already returned. Luo Tianquan seemed to have other matters and had already left. "Oh, has everyone left?" Luo Tianchu looked around and said. Seeing that Luo Tianchu had something to discuss with the young master, Gu Bangxia tactfully excused herself temporarily. "Brother-in-law Yang Gifeng has been dealt with cleanly," Luo Tianchu whispered. "The remaining 3 old maids are locked in the cellar. Have you thought about how to explain this to Song Hongtao?" Song Yan nodded. "Don't worry about that, I have my ways." Yang Gifeng's matter was easy to handle. The remaining 3 old maids were a bit troublesome, but not impossible to bluff through. "That's good. I have a piece of news that might be useful to brother-in-law," Luo Tianchu muttered mysteriously, his expression even looking a little excited. "Didn't brother-in-law ask me to try and pry open the mouths of those 3 old maids to find out any secrets of the Song family, and I really did find out some." Song Yan's eyes lit up. "What is it?" "According to one of the old maids, Song Zhen, the 5th young master of the Song family, might not be Song Hongtao's biological son." "Song Zhen is not Song Hongtao's biological son." "What?" Song Yan barely managed to hold back a curse. The Yang clan had cuckolded Song Hongtao. This was going to be a huge scandal. Luo Tianchu's voice was very low, not allowing Luo Tianyang to hear it. After all, with Luo Tianyang's big mouth, if he knew, everyone in Ningping County would know. Although this was Song Hongtao's disgrace, it wasn't necessarily better to make it bigger. It depended on what goal Song Yan wanted to achieve through this matter. Song Yan's expression gradually calmed down. While his mind raced, he asked, "Is it reliable?" "Not entirely." Luo Tianchu immediately shook his head. Although those 3 old nannies were favored by the Yang clan and Song Hongtao, they were still just servants. It was impossible for them to know the true secrets of the Duke's mansion. They were probably tortured to the point where they just blurted out everything they knew, heard, or even guessed, whether it was real or not. One old nanny, surnamed Liang, specifically served the Yang clan. According to her, one night she got up to use the restroom and inadvertently saw a shadowy figure sneaking out of the first madam's room. From the build, it was a man, but she didn't know who it was. Soon after, the Yang clan became pregnant. However, she wasn't sure if the child in her belly was that wild man's, as the Yang clan also frequently shared a bed with Song Hongtao during that period. As for the fact that these 3 old nannies were there to monitor Song Yan, that naturally couldn't be hidden, but Luo Tianchu didn't mention it, as if it never happened. His eyes gleamed with a strange light, as if he was extremely interested in such aristocratic secrets. He was clearly a refined scholar. Song Yan felt that this person had great potential to be a paparazzi, or rather, imperial guards, as paparazzi didn't sound very good. Tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, Song Yan was connecting some things. Speaking of which, the day Song Hongtao instructed him to investigate the relationship between Luo Yuheng and the young masters and young misses of the Luo family. He already felt that Song Zhen and Song Hongtao didn't look very alike. At the time, he maliciously wondered if the Yang clan had cuckolded Song Hongtao. Moreover, the Yang clan's attitude towards Song Zhen was very strange. In most families, the eldest legitimate son is usually favored, as he is to inherit the family business and must be carefully nurtured. Or the youngest son is favored, as the smallest child always receives more preferential treatment. Or the most talented is favored. Whether it's achieving success in examinations or governing the country, talented descendants can bring more glory to the family, and their parents also gain face. But Song Zhen was neither the eldest legitimate son nor the youngest. In terms of talent, he couldn't read many characters, couldn't endure hardship in martial arts, had no business sense, was neither scholarly nor martial, and was useless at everything, a complete good-for-nothing. He was also arrogant and domineering, causing trouble all day long. In short, there was absolutely nothing likable about Song Zhen. Yet in terms of favor, even the eldest son Song Hui, the youngest son Song Lu, and even the Song family's Qilin child Song Ji, combined, were far from being able to compare to Song Zhen. Once upon a time, Song Zhen rode his horse through Ningping County and ran over an old man, then beat the old man's son to death when he came to demand an explanation. Song Hongtao originally intended to reprimand him, but the Yang clan shielded him, saying, "He's still just a child," almost choking Song Hongtao to death. He had originally wondered why such a good-for-nothing was so favored, but if he was the child of a lover, then it wasn't surprising. For a woman, a lover's child is often more pleasing to the eye than her husband's child. No, his knuckles still tapped rhythmically on the table. Although Song Yan felt that this should be the truth, he also felt that the truth wouldn't be so simple. The Yang clan's paramour should not be someone from within the Duke's mansion. The Yang clan came from a noble background. The Yang family was a first-class aristocratic family in Ening country. This world had not experienced the massacre of Huang Kao, and the influence of aristocratic families was extremely exaggerated. 100-year dynasty and 1,000-year family were absolutely no joke. As the legitimate young miss of the Yang family, the Yang clan was naturally extremely proud. Song Hongtao had previously told Song Yan that he feared the Yang family and the Yang clan. On the one hand, it was to appease and win over Song Yan, and on the other hand, it might not have been untrue. Although Duke Song was a top-ranking noble and had developed over the two reigns of Taizu and Taizong, in terms of foundation, he was still far inferior to the Yang family. And besides Song Hongtao, the Duke's mansion only had servants and retainers. Even if the Yang clan was desperate, she probably wouldn't look down on these people. Perhaps because the paramour was not from the Duke's mansion, and the biological father could not often appear before Song Zhen, the Yang clan felt a sense of guilt towards Song Zhen, which led to her doting on him even more. In the Yang clan's heart, was she not even harboring the thought of having this child of her illicit lover inherit the Duke's title? Song Hongtao had already become a cuckold, not only raising another man's son, but also having his family property coveted. Women, once their hearts are no longer with you, they probably wish they could flay you, extract your bones and marrow, and devour you completely before they are satisfied. Of course, this had nothing to do with Song Yan. Even if he hadn't married into the Song family, the family property had nothing to do with him. But this did not prevent Song Yan from making a big deal out of this matter. Did Granny Liang mention if there were any distinguished guests in the Duke's mansion during that period? Song Yan suddenly looked up and asked Luo Tianchu. Luo Tianchu was stunned. He hadn't actually asked this question, so he hurriedly left. After about a quarter of an hour, Luo Tianchu rushed back, his expression particularly strange. "You found out?" Song Yan raised an eyebrow. Luo Tianchu nodded heavily. During that time, the Duke's mansion indeed had an important guest. It is said that a cousin from the Hui Long Yang clan, from the Yang family, came to Ningping and stayed at the Duke's mansion. Hui Long Yang clan. More than 200 years ago, because the family was too large, the Yang clan split into two branches, the Langya Yang clan and the Hui Long Yang clan. The Langya Yang clan was located in Ening country and held a transcendent position in Ening country. And the Hui Long Yang clan was located in the present Chu country, also dominating the imperial court. The situation of the Yang family was actually somewhat similar to the Zhuge clan during the Three Kingdoms period. Generally speaking, large clans like the Yang family would not easily split. They firmly believed that only by uniting their strength could they maintain the family's prosperity. Moreover, once they split, they would become two separate families. In the beginning, they would still look out for each other, but as time passed, their affection and bloodline would inevitably fade, and it would not be strange for them to become enemies. And the two branches of the Yang clan belonged to Ening country and Chu country, so their relationship faded even faster. However, they hadn't become enemies yet, and occasional personal exchanges between the two branches were normal. Luo Tianchu's expression was particularly strange. Although they have split in terms of seniority, that man is after all the Yang clan's cousin, so it shouldn't be him, right? After all this would be incest, wouldn't it? Incest? Song Yan pursed his lips. 200 years, 20 years a generation, that's more than 10 generations. Even if they came from the same old ancestor and are considered cousins by seniority, how much bloodline could still remain? It wouldn't be strange for anything to happen. What's more, does it really matter if it's this person or not? Hearing this, Luo Tianchu also smiled. Many times the actual truth doesn't matter. As long as Song Hongtao believes it's the truth, that's enough. Suddenly grasping such a piece of information should have been a good thing for him, but Song Yan's brows were tightly furrowed. His vision was obscured as if by a thick fog. He always had a very strange feeling, as if the truth of the matter was not so simple. The Yang family, the Song family, the Duke's mansion. He seemed to have miscalculated something, preventing him from seeing the truth. After a long while, Song Yan suppressed the doubts in his chest and discussed some details with Luo Tianchu. From beginning to end, Luo Tianyang listened quietly not far away. Although the rustling sounds weren't very clear, he always felt a chill down his spine, and goosebumps rose on his arms. Indeed, the hearts of these scholars were truly too dirty. He must stay away from them, he would be led astray. Thinking this, Luo Tianyang shifted his body backward. Fortunately, the two didn't deliberate for too long. Soon, Luo Tianchu left with a smile. Song Yan also looked at this simpleton strangely, wondering why he was still there. Seeing that there was no one else around, and even Gu Bangxia was far away, Luo Tianyang awkwardly sidled up to Song Yan, his dark face flushed red, seemingly from embarrassment. "Sister, brother-in-law, can you come somewhere with me?" Following behind Luo Tianyang, they wound through several turns and soon arrived at an extremely secluded corner. In the air, a strange smell seemed to linger. Looking up, a latrine. Toilet. Even Song Yan, who was quick-witted, couldn't react for a moment. Could it be that Luo Tianyang, a burly man, needed someone to accompany him to the toilet at night? In his confusion, he saw Luo Tianyang irritably scratch his hair. A resolute expression suddenly appeared on his dark, reddish face. His eyes narrowed, his heart steeled, and he gritted his teeth. Then he quickly walked to a large tree where there was a clay pot. Luo Tianyang opened the lid, and Song Yan, curious, couldn't help but move a little closer. Then, holy yes, Song Yan really couldn't hold back. His body, like a nimble rabbit, quickly distanced itself from Luo Tianyang and the clay pot. Inside the clay pot was half a pot of filth, probably just scooped out of the pit not long ago. The smell was so strong that he almost threw up everything he had eaten earlier. Is there really something wrong with this guy's brain? He mysteriously brought him here just to look at excrement. Luo Tianyang, however, showed no self-awareness and even seemed a little proud. "Brother-in-law, I'm here to fulfill my promise." "Promise?" "I said before that if the medicine brother-in-law gave me was really useful, I, Luo Laosan, would eat 3 caddies of shit while standing on my head." Luo Tianyang puffed out his chest proudly. "Although I'm a rough man, I keep my word. 3 caddies means 3 caddies." As he spoke, Luo Tianyang picked up the clay pot and walked towards Song Yan. "Brother-in-law, do you want to weigh it?" An indescribable miasma could be seen around the clay pot, scaring Song Yan into retreating a few more steps. He could vaguely see some white worms floating on it. Is this worrying about insufficient nutrition? So he added extra protein. He hadn't taken this bet seriously at all. Who would have thought that this Luo Lao San would actually be serious about it? Are you really going to eat it? Don't call yourself Luo Lao San, just call yourself Luo Leaba. And you're proud of it. What's there to be proud of in this crappy matter? For a moment, Song Yan's face twitched and he kept waving his hands. No need. Hearing this, Luo Tianyang also let out a heavy sigh. It's really good that brother-in-law didn't weigh it. When he weighed it, he had included the weight of the clay pot. If he were to subtract the container, he would probably have to drink a lot more. Thinking this, Luo Tianyang couldn't help but feel smug. Who said he was stupid? Isn't he quite smart? As clever as I am. Luo Tianyang wasn't clear about the many intricacies of Song Yan becoming a live-in son-in-law. He only knew that the medicine in Song Yan's hand could save his eldest sister. He had been very disrespectful to his brother-in-law before, and if he didn't keep his promise and angered his brother-in-law again, and he refused to treat his eldest sister, then it would be troublesome. As long as it could save his eldest sister, drinking sewage was no big deal. Thinking this, Luo Tianyang couldn't help but grin, letting out a silly laugh. Seeing that Luo Tianyang was already preparing to stand on his head, Song Yan helplessly said, Tianyang, first put down that broken thing in your hand. It was just a joke before, I never took it to heart, and you don't need to do this. Luo Tianyang was also stubborn, shouting that a man of integrity keeps his word, and even the three pure ones would not be able to stop him, and so on. Brother-in-law, I was the only one who was rude to you before. Eldest sister has never said a single bad word about you. I'll finish these 3 caddies today, and I hope brother-in-law won't bother with a rough man like me. Even if you do, it's fine, just don't delay eldest sister's treatment because of me. If you're still not satisfied, I'll sleep in this toilet tonight. Song Yan was startled. This Luo Tianyang was a bit simple-minded, but he wasn't someone one would dislike. After thinking for a moment, he said, I know you're worried about your eldest sister, but your eldest sister is also my wife. Would I just ignore my own wife? How about this? We'll change the condition. You help me with one thing in the future, and we'll be even. How about that? After thinking for a moment, Song Yan added. Luo Tianyang was still a little hesitant, but, are you not listening to your brother-in-law anymore? Scratching his hair, Luo Tianyang finally put down the clay pot. After all, the smell of that thing was truly awful. Then I'll do as brother-in-law says. Just tell me whatever brother-in-law wants to do. I'll go through hell and high water for brother-in-law. From now on, you are my real brother-in-law, no, my real elder brother. Luo Tianchu will have to step aside. He patted his chest with a thud, and then Luo Tianyang seemed to think of something, walking over with a grin. Brother-in-law, I'll take you to a fun place later. Song Yan, however, was a little disgusted. You go change your clothes and take a bath first. Although it was late, Song Yan wasn't very sleepy, so going out for a stroll would be good. Gu Bangxia was already waiting at the door, perhaps because Luo Tianyang's loud voice had been heard. She nodded to Song Yan and called him young master. Then Gu Bangxia silently stood beside Song Yan. She was actually a very quiet girl. Although she would be very passionate in bed, Gu Bangxia in her daily life was like a delicate doll. The crescent moon climbed to the treetops, and the ground was painted frosty white. Even Gu Bangxia's profile was covered with a hazy glow. Her quiet figure was like a fairy, with only her long eyelashes occasionally trembling. My bra was snatched. Gu Bangxia subconsciously puffed out her cheeks, feeling a little wronged. But then she remembered that Luo Yuheng was the master, and she was just a maid, so she really shouldn't show such an expression. Song Yan smiled. Don't be sad, I'll give you another one later. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Gu Bangxia's mouth, and then she felt that this expression was too obvious and forced her lips down. Where did young master get these things for girls? Without waiting for Song Yan to answer, she continued. It's better for young master to study these things less in the future. Young master is a man, and constantly studying these things for women will make people laugh. These were very serious words. Gu Bangxia knew that it shouldn't be said by a maid like her, but she didn't want to see her young master being looked down upon. Although they hadn't known each other for long, she knew that young master was a very good person. Song Yan smiled and didn't take it to heart. He didn't care much about what others thought of him. He planned to find an excuse in the next 2 days to start a small business to earn some money. Women and children's money was the easiest to earn, so he would probably have a lot of dealings with women's items. Gu Bangxia glanced at Song Yan. Her fingers gently hooked the strands of hair by her ear that were blown by the night wind, a hint of helplessness on her face. She could tell that young master probably hadn't listened to her words. Although young master was young, he had a stubbornness that others found hard to understand. This was her man. She couldn't say whether she was satisfied or disliked him, mostly not disliked. She had never thought about what her future husband would look like. Looking at it now, he wasn't bad, right? To be his concubine and then stay by his side for a lifetime. She didn't have many other things to think about or do, just this ordinary life. If everything developed according to the natural trajectory, in a few more years, she might be promoted to a concubine. In a few more decades, she would grow old before him, her beauty fatting, no longer favored, and then die a little lonely. Her life would probably be like this. However, she had finally started to care about his affairs. Luo Tianyang's appearance broke the silence. He had showered and changed his clothes, finally losing that nauseating smell. With him came a carriage. Song Yan raised an eyebrow. Didn't we say we were going for a walk? It's more than 10 li from here to Songju Prefecture. How long would that take to walk? Luo Tianyang said as a matter of course. Song Yan originally thought Luo Tianyang was going to take him for a walk in Ningping County, but he didn't expect his brother-in-law to set his sights on Songju Prefecture, a grand ambition. Looking at the sky, Song Yan said, "Isn't it inappropriate? It's already late." Luo Tianyang laughed. "It has to be at night. The 20th of every month is Songju Prefecture's night market. It's very lively. Don't worry, I've already asked for permission. Mother said it's fine, just remember to come back." That's Luo Yuheng's personality. As he spoke, he pushed Song Yan's shoulder, getting him into the carriage. Song Yan reached out to Gu Bangxia, and although she was a little shy, she finally placed her small hand in Song Yan's palm. The carriage trembled slightly, unnoticed by anyone. A figure silently landed on the roof of the carriage, a white dress fluttering in the night wind. Song Yan had underestimated the allure of the Songju Prefecture night market for the surrounding counties. After leaving the county town, numerous carriages could be seen on the main road, likely all heading to Songju Prefecture. It was probably just a night market with snacks, acrobatics, storytelling, and fortune-telling, a time when entertainment was scarce. In his previous life, if he had such leisure, he would probably be lying in bed playing on his phone. Ningping County was very close to the prefecture. Even with the carriage moving slowly, they arrived in half an hour. Although it was only a distance of a dozen li, the moon hung high in Ningping County, but a light rain began to fall in Songju Prefecture. However, the weather was always unpredictable. A single mountain range could have vastly different conditions on either side. There were still checks upon entering the city, but with the Luo family's status, they naturally didn't concern themselves with such things. The prefectural city was indeed much livelier than the county town, with large red lanterns hung high. Someone unfamiliar with the area might even think there was a wedding happening at night. Gu Bangxia bought an umbrella, shielding both of them, while Luo Laosan was left to fend for himself. The streets were bustling with people, gongs and drums reverberating, and occasionally the sound of firecrackers exploding. Children ran back and forth, and calls, shouts, and chatter mingled into a cacophony. Song Yan quite enjoyed this feeling. In his previous life, he loved strolling through snack streets. Though often not very hygienic, they always felt lively and boisterous. Seeing Song Yan smile, Luo Tianyang also let out a simple-minded laugh. His mother was indeed right. His brother-in-law had been imprisoned for 10 years, so he naturally yearned for such places. Originally, he had planned to go to Yikui Brothel. Oh no, since Yikui Brothel was shut down, it no longer went by that name. Now it was called Hunxiu Pavilion. Although the girls were still the same girls and the pimps were still the same pimps, it had a new owner and a new sign. As they walked, Song Yan asked the price at every stall he saw, but he rarely spent money. This night market was just like those in his previous life. Prices were a bit high. Whenever Song Yan genuinely wanted to buy something, Gu Bangxia would take out a small purse and retrieve a few copper coins. Young masters, young misses, and concubines of wealthy families received a monthly allowance. For example, in the Duke's mansion, a concubine's monthly allowance was about 10 taels of silver, which was quite good. In slightly lesser families, it might be a few strings of copper cash. The Luo family's allowance was slightly higher, but not overly exaggerated. However, Luo Yuheng did not restrict Song Yan's spending. She only instructed Gu Bangxia to buy whatever her son-in-law fancied. Who could blame her? Her sons and daughters were all heartless. Only this son-in-law still remembered to save her some food. Perhaps she was sulking. Regarding Song Yan's habit of only asking prices and not spending much, Gu Bangxia felt that her son-in-law was still as cautious as he had been in the Duke's mansion. She subtly reminded Song Yan that he didn't need to be like that, but it was no use. Then, seeing Song Yan so happy just asking prices without buying anything, she found it even stranger. Perhaps truly worried about any fox spirits, Gu Bangxia stayed close to Song Yan the entire time. However, Gu Bangxia was clearly overthinking it. Although Ening country's social atmosphere was relatively open, few dared to openly flirt with men on the street, so there weren't many fox spirits. There were, however, quite a few lecherous men. Gu Bangxia had a full figure and beautiful features, attracting many gazes. However, seeing their attire, one knew they were from a wealthy family, and with the burly Luo Tianyang by their side, no one dared to truly approach and strike up a conversation. After a while, the area ahead suddenly became lively. A group of young masters gathered in front of a pavilion. They wore long robes and, despite the rain, still held folding fans. This was style, something ordinary people couldn't understand. Luo Tianyang chuckled. "Brother-in-law, we're here." Song Yan's expression was odd. He looked up at the pavilion sign, his expression growing even stranger. "This is the fun place you mentioned." "Indeed, indeed." "Indeed, your big head," Song Yan said, annoyed. "Let's go, we're going back." A plaque hung above the pavilion, inscribed with Quinniu Brothel. This was a brothel, and it was the most high-end brothel in all of Ening country, according to those two old men, with its business already extending to Songju Prefecture. A younger brother-in-law taking his elder brother-in-law to a brothel. Is this good? No, it's not. Besides, he was a live-in son-in-law going to a brothel on the second day of his marriage. Was he even going to live a proper life? Originally, seeing Luo Tianyang's enthusiasm, he had been somewhat interested in the fun place he spoke of. Who would have thought it would be such a filthy place? Although he felt a certain yearning, he could still control himself. Just then, a voice came from nearby. "Song Yan, is that you?" Hearing the voice, Song Yan frowned, turned around, and saw three familiar faces. Song Zhen, Song Yun, Song Lu. The three Song family brothers. Was this a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road? It was Song Zhen who spoke. Whenever he saw Song Yan, he involuntarily thought of the humiliation he suffered at the Luo family, and his eyes turned red. Song Yan also recalled Luo Tianchu's remark that Song Zhen was not Song Hongtao's biological son. If Song Zhen knew that he, the legitimate son, was actually a bastard, what would his feelings be? The thought alone was amusing. Between the three Song family brothers was a young man, followed by four maids. The man was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked handsome. His status seemed to be even higher than the Song family brothers. He merely glanced at Song Yan before his gaze fell on Gu Bangxia. His eyes gleamed with a strange light. A mature woman of 25 or 26. She had a male companion, so she was probably married. This was excellent. Song Yan disliked the man's gaze. He frowned and asked Luo Tianyang who that person was. Luo Tianyang took a look and then pouted. He's from the Fang family, named Fang Jun. The Fang family, another aristocratic clan. A top-tier noble family in Ening country. Originally, the Yang family and the Fang family were roughly on par. But ever since the Yang family split, the Fang family's influence within Ening country had subtly surpassed that of the Yang family. Fortunately, he had crammed some history before his marriage. Otherwise, he might not have known these things. But Fang Jun. The name made Song Yan feel as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where. His father is Fang Hai, the newly appointed Songju prefect. A prefect was the head of a prefecture. Although there were officials like the prefect and assistant prefect to check his power, his authority was still immense. But even so, the three Song family brothers didn't need to be so humble, did they? They were clearly out together, yet their demeanor was full of flattery. They were, after all, legitimate sons of a duke. Were they abandoning all pretense of dignity? His grandfather is the Duke of Lu, Fangde, the current director of the Department of State Affairs. Song Yan suddenly understood. Fang Jun was a legitimate son of the Fang family and a descendant of a duke. This background alone was much higher than the Song families, and with a director of the Department of State Affairs for a grandfather, he was certainly not comparable to Song Hongtao, who held a ducal title but no actual official post. Although Song Hongtao's younger brother, Song Jincheng, served as a minister in the imperial court, Fang Jun's grandfather happened to be his direct superior, the director of the Department of State Affairs. It was no wonder the three Song family brothers fawned over Fang Jun so much. Although they were all nobles, there were still different ranks. Also, his wife is Princess Gaoyang, the daughter of Prince Fu. Song Yan's expression suddenly became strange. He had previously thought the name Fang Jun sounded odd but couldn't recall where he'd heard it. But upon hearing the words Gao Yang, memories instantly resurfaced. Princess Gaoyang, one of the most famous women during Emperor Taizong's reign in the Tang dynasty, married Fang Jun, the son of Chancellor Fang Chuanling. However, Princess Gaoyang disdained the burly and straightforward Fang Jun. Although married, they never consummated their marriage. Instead, she fell for the handsome monk Bianji and had an affair with him, even going so far as to have sex with Bianji inside while making Fang Jun stand guard outside. From then on, there was a saying that the princesses of the Li Tang dynasty were often promiscuous. As for Fang Jun, he became the eternal cuckold king. At once, Song Yan's gaze towards Fang Jun couldn't help but carry a hint of pity. Why choose such a name? Of all names, he had to be called Fang Jun, and his wife was named Gao Yang. He was practically born with a cuckold's halo. This world didn't seem to have the monk Bianji, but he wondered who would be the one to place the cuckold's cap on Fang Jun's head. It certainly wouldn't be me, Song Yan thought to himself. Speaking of which, when Luo Tiangshuan got married yesterday, I didn't hear of anyone from the Fang family attending. It seems the Fang family and the Luo family don't have a very good relationship. Song Zhen, Song Yun, and Song Lu, the three brothers, had grim expressions. Yesterday's events were considered by the three brothers to be the greatest humiliation of their lives. In Ningping County, no matter where they went, people would point and whisper. Even if those commoners didn't dare to say anything to their faces, the strange look still made the three brothers' scalps tingle. They had thought they might find a few days of peace in Songzhou Prefecture, but who would have thought they would encounter Song Yan here? Perhaps this is what is called enemies on a narrow road, or a lingering spirit. Song Yun struck first, sternly scolding. Song Yan, how are you here? You just got married yesterday, and today you dare to visit a brothel. This is simply an insult to my Song family's reputation and a disgrace to my Song family's face. I will definitely inform father, and he will not let you off lightly. This one was smart, knowing to occupy the moral high ground first. Song Yan, Fang Jun frowned and quietly asked, who is this young master? Song Zhen scoffed and said sinisterly, what young master? He's just a bastard from my duke's mansion. He just married into the Luo family yesterday, and today he dares to frequent places of pleasure. He truly doesn't uphold a woman's virtue. Fang Jun, being new, didn't recognize Song Yan, nor did he recognize Luo Tianyang. However, when Song Zhen said that, he understood that the Ningping Luo family was a bit troublesome. But since he was a live-in son-in-law, it was impossible for his wife to hold an umbrella for him, so this woman was most likely a concubine or a maid. As long as it wasn't that consumptive Luo Tiangshuan, it was fine. After all, Luo Tiangshuan truly had royal bloodline, and no matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare to casually lay a hand on a royal relative. However, the Enning Emperor might not have genuinely pardoned Luo Yuheng. He was most likely forced by the Empress Dowager. Thinking this, he felt even more confident about getting his hands on the woman next to Song Yan. To tell a man that he doesn't uphold a woman's virtue is truly malicious and utterly humiliating. Sure enough, there was a rustling sound all around, and many people at the entrance of Quinyu brothel all looked at Song Yan, their eyes mostly disdainful. A mere live-in son-in-law, destined to live under a woman's control his entire life, had completely lost a man's face. Moreover, a live-in son-in-law actually dared to visit a brothel. Who gave him the courage? Not upholding a woman's virtue was indeed a suitable description for such a man. And this was exactly the effect Song Zhen wanted to see. He was not a clever person to begin with, unable to hide his emotions, nor was he like Song Yun and Song Lu with their cunning schemes. He would only use the most direct and simple method to tear open Song Yan's wounds, nothing more. Luo Tianyang's expression darkened, and even Gu Bangxia, who had always been extremely quiet, rarely showed a hint of anger on her pretty face. She immediately wanted to defend her young master. Before she could even speak, Song Yan's finger rested on her shoulder. "It's okay, Banzia, it's okay." Song Yan's voice was very calm, and even when facing 1,000 fingers pointing at him, a faint smile still hung on his face. He never cared about what others thought of him. He didn't before, and he certainly wouldn't now. Of course, that didn't mean he would let himself be slaughtered. Since he had already left the Duke's mansion, why should he continue to endure? Song Yan looked up and glanced at the sign of Quinyu brothel, then looked at Song Zhen and slowly said, "Did I go in?" Song Zhen paused. "What?" "I asked, did I enter the brothel?" Song Zhen opened his mouth, but didn't know how to speak. That's right, Song Yan had only passed by the entrance of Quinyu brothel. To say he was visiting a brothel, it didn't really count. Even the other young master's expressions became strange. It was indeed inappropriate for a live-in son-in-law to visit a brothel, but if he was just strolling through the night market, there really wasn't anything to criticize. No one had heard of a live-in son-in-law being confined to the manor and not allowed to go out. What's more, it's probably not me who's disgracing the Song family's face and tarnishing its reputation, right? This one sentence immediately changed the expressions of the three Song family brothers. If Song Yan were to expose the events in Ningping County, the trouble would be immense. For a moment, the three brothers glared at Song Yan with tense and warning eyes, threatening him not to speak carelessly. Unfortunately, yesterday's incident caused such a stir that everyone in Ningping County knew about it. Judging by the carriages and horses on the road, those who came from Ningping County to visit the night market, probably mainly to visit the brothels, were definitely not few. There were quite a few people even in this vicinity. Song Yan only needed to start, and the rest would not require him to say more. That sounds like there's more to it than meets the eye. What happened to the Song family? No way you don't know about this. Let me tell you, it was like this, and like that. Similar sounds began to rise from all around, spreading from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Rumors, once spread, became exaggerated. The original betrothal gifts from the Luo family, valued at 70 to 80,000 taels of silver, turned into 7 to 800,000. The original act of Madame Yang substituting expensive dowry items with cheap ones turned into 88 sedan chairs all being empty. They even fabricated a plot where Madame Yang repeatedly instructed Song Yan to try and siphon off the Luo family's wealth to the Duke's mansion after marrying into the Luo family. Whispering and rustling, like a nightmare returning, the three Song family brothers all felt dizzy. It's over this time. They've been shamed all the way to Songju Prefecture. Damn it. It's all Song Yan's fault. Seeing that the commotion around them showed no sign of subsiding, but rather intensified, Song Zhen could no longer hold back and sternly shouted, "Shut up, what do you all know? Who said they were all empty boxes? My mother just accidentally mistook coarse cloth for cloud brocade." A complete silence fell over the surroundings. Immediately following that, there was a chorus of boos. It's confirmed. The Song family themselves admitted it. In an instant, all eyes directed at the three Song family brothers were filled with extreme disdain. It was an expression of being ashamed to be associated with them. Is this something to be proud of, to still have the nerve to shout it out? The face of high society was completely lost. Looking at Song Yan again, their eyes turned sympathetic. Being forced by his family to become a live-in son-in-law already subjected him to much grievance, and then to have the acting matriarch tamper with the dowry was simply too much bullying. Look at that aggrieved expression. Yet he was wary of the legitimate son and the matriarch. Even if he suffered endless grievances, he could only swallow his bitterness, not daring to utter a single bad word about the Song family. Such an honest man. Even the prostitutes and pimps of Quinyu brothel looked down on him, saying, would they even use fake money when visiting a brothel? They heard that something like this happened at Yikui brothel in Ningping County. Could it have been done by these Song family brothers? After being exposed, they even sealed off Yikui brothel. Bah, shameless. Song Yun and Song Lu glared fiercely at Song Zhen. They could have shamelessly denied it, but now you've admitted it. What are we going to do next? Just then in the crowd, Song Yun saw two familiar figures, a man and a woman. Meng Tongfu, Meng Lingeling, the son and daughter of the Songju Prefecture's prefect. Although Meng Lingeling was not as stunningly beautiful as Luo Tianyi, she was quiet and gentle, possessing the demeanor of a noble young lady. Most importantly, Meng Lingeling was already 16 years old, and she was Song Yun's intended bride. Half of the betrothal rituals had already been completed. They only saw Meng Lingeling's delicate brows furrowed as if she was deep in thought. A few breaths later, Meng Lingeling suddenly looked up, her eyes now firm, and she stepped forward. "Brother Song, greetings." This little sister feels that she is still young and unversed in etiquette, and I fear I am not yet fit to be someone's wife. I think the matter of our betrothal should be called off. Although Meng Lingeling appeared serene, it didn't mean she was foolish. Just from this incident, she could tell that Madame Yang of the Song family was not an easy person to get along with. If she were to truly marry into the Song family, she would inevitably suffer much hardship under this mother-in-law. As a woman, it was extremely inappropriate for her to show her face in such matters. In some strict families, she might even face punishment. Of course, even breaking off the engagement would be better discussed privately between the two families to preserve both sides' reputations. But Meng Lingeling knew even more clearly that if discussed privately, the matter would not be hers to decide. Concerning her lifelong happiness, she had no choice but to muster her courage. Song Yun's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Meng Tongfu. Marriage, since ancient times, emphasized the parent's command and the matchmaker's words. Meng Lingeling's own opinion was secondary. "Brother Song, I apologize. My mother also feels that my younger sister is too young and wishes to keep her at home for a few more days. I believe that with Brother Song's talent, character, and the standing of the Duke's mansion, you will surely find another good match. I will send someone to return the marriage contract tomorrow." Meng Tongfu was clearly also someone who doted on his sister. He cupped his fists towards Song Yun and said, "Actually, Song Yun was very fond of Meng Lingeling. She was a famous, talented woman in Songju Prefecture, with good looks, figure, and character. Who would have thought that just by going out for a stroll, his fiancée would be gone? His fiancée is gone. How pitiful. Pitiful my foot, isn't this what he deserves? With that Madame Yang, what decent family would push their daughter into a pit of fire? To be publicly rejected in front of the surrounding crowd was an immense humiliation, probably very embarrassing. However, Song Yun's face only showed a hint of sadness. "In that case, I simply don't have that good fortune." Song Yan glanced at Song Yun with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected this fellow to be so patient. This heart nature was truly extraordinary. Among the three Song family brothers, this one was probably the most difficult to deal with. Fang Jun, beside him, was full of disappointment. When Meng Lingeling was Song Yun's fiancée, he had felt this woman was quite charming, but now he suddenly felt she was nothing special. It was late at night, yet Huaking Street in Songju Prefecture was still brightly lit, with lanterns like woven brocade, resembling an endless, magnificent fireworks display. Vendors shouted loudly, and some beat gongs and drums, which were performers doing acrobatics. The revelry and celebration would likely last until dawn, and with Quinniu brothel opening today, a brothel renowned nationwide. It attracted many literati and poets, all eager to experience the intoxicating services of dongling. Almost every courtesan had a client, and this kind of thing wasn't really suitable for group sharing. Many people could only sit in the hall, listening to the graceful singing from behind the curtains. Those were pure courtesans who sold their art, not their bodies. Some talented young scholars would give their newly written poems to the performers to sing, often drawing praise. The scholars competed with each other, which was quite elegant. If one could truly write a good poem, they would be treated with courtesy and respect wherever they went. Although some also said that poetry was a minor Tao, useless for governing the country or bringing peace to the world. It was undeniable that without those poems passed down through the ages, the civilization of the Han people would lose a few wisps of its fragrance. Across the street was an inn. It wasn't bad to rest and sleep across the street after coming and going from Quinniu brothel. After all, not everyone who entered the brothel had the money for an overnight stay. Two figures were reflected in a street-facing window of the inn. They were two young women. One was slender, dressed in white, holding a long sword, clearly a female knight. The other, 20 years old, had her hair styled in a married woman's bun. Her features were picturesque, her waist slender, but her chest and hips were very full, and her legs were well-rounded and long. Even though she wore relatively loose clothing, the full curves of her figure were still visible from behind. The woman in white was naturally Luo Tianyi, who had hitched a ride, while the other was Fang Zhen's wife, Princess Gaoyang. She was beautiful, but her eyes always carried a hint of indelible sadness, especially when she saw her husband's figure below. Her sorrow deepened. Perhaps their marital life was not very harmonious. From their seniority, the two were cousins, but Princess Gaoyang was of genuine royal blood, while Luo Tianyi was adopted. However, Gao Yang did not look down on Luo Tianyi. The Fang family did not attend the wedding ceremony held at the Luo family, so their relationship seemed ordinary, yet it was unknown how these two had met, and their relationship seemed quite good. "Is that your brother-in-law?" Because Gao Yang was a year older than Luo Tianxuan, she referred to him as brother-in-law. "He's quite a formidable person." "Formidable?" Luo Tianyi raised her eyebrows. "He was bullied like that and didn't even dare to resist. I don't see anything formidable about him." Princess Gaoyang covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Do you think everyone is like you, drawing a sword and injuring people at the slightest disagreement?" He merely sparked an incident, yet he completely shattered the Song family's painstakingly maintained reputation and left Song Yun without a fiancé. I'm afraid that when Song Yun called out to him, he had already guessed what the Song family brothers would do and say, and had already planned his response. As she spoke, Princess Gaoyang's brow furrowed. She saw Fang Zhen move downstairs. Ever since Song Zhen personally admitted the Duke's mansion's sordid affairs, Fang Zhen had grown to somewhat disdain the three Song family brothers. Although they were dukes, they ultimately came from humble backgrounds, lacking some of the heritage of truly prominent families. It was just that Fang Zhen was deep-minded and didn't show it, even wearing a gentle smile on his face and fanning himself with a folding fan despite the rain. Up in the pavilion, Princess Gaoyang could no longer bear to watch. Her husband's feigned demeanor filled her with shame, and even one more glance felt awkward. Fang Zhen was unaware of his wife's thoughts. He merely cupped his fists towards Song Yan. "Brother Song, please." "Please." "Brother Song, we're all family, why go to such lengths? If there's anything, we can discuss it among ourselves behind closed doors. Why cause a scene in public?" Fang Zhen said with a chuckle, trying to smooth things over. Although he looked down on the Song family brothers, they were still his companions whom he had brought along, so at this moment, he naturally had to speak up for them. Of course, this kind of help was merely a token gesture, just enough so that others wouldn't think he wasn't a good friend, and he wouldn't get too deeply involved. After a brief pause, his gaze returned to Gu Bangxia. "Is this young lady your attendant, Brother Song?" That gaze filled Song Yan's heart with disgust, but he still patiently asked, "What exactly do you want, Brother Fang?" Fang Zhen didn't mind, turned around and pointed at the four young women behind him, saying, "Brother Song, what do you think of my four attendants?" Song Yan casually glanced at them. The four young women were indeed dressed quite alluringly, with good figures and fair skin. They were all 16 or 17, the most beautiful age for a maiden, yet no amount of rouge could hide their inner weariness. Their eyes were all dim and hollow without light. Fang Zhen's expression was somewhat smug. "To be frank, I am very fond of your attendant, Brother Song. I am willing to exchange 4 of my attendants for her. What do you think, Brother Song?" Up in the pavilion, Princess Gaoyang's face turned ashen as she heard her husband's words. Her small hands gripped the windowsill tightly, her knuckles turning white. Even though she had long known of her husband's absurdity, she still felt shame, anger, and disappointment. "Aren't you going to control your man?" "What man of mind? Have you ever seen a man who leaves his wife to sleep alone on their wedding night?" "I lay in bed, he sat in a chair. That's how the night passed." Princess Gaoyang scoffed with self-mockery. "I actually have, like brother-in-law." "But that was a special circumstance," Luo Tianyi mused inwardly. "Is he impotent?" "He's quite capable with other women's women." Princess Gaoyang pursed her lips. "He really enjoys exchanging concubines and maids with others. If this world allowed wives to be exchanged like concubines, I believe he would swap me out without hesitation. To marry such a man was a woman's tragedy." Gao Yang was very repressed, but this repression could not be told to her mother-in-law, her mother, or even her maids. Only Luo Tianyi was the best listener. She knew these things were best kept secret, but if she continued to bottle them up, she would go mad. "Do you think he'll make the exchange?" After a pause, Gao Yang asked. Luo Tianyi's lips curved slightly. "He won't." The entrance to Quinniu brothel was boisterous, and many talented young scholars watched the scene with great interest. There were jeers and catcalls, yet not a single person condemned Fang Jun for his moral corruption. In the eyes of scholars, entertaining guests with beautiful concubines was quite normal. If a guest took a liking to one, directly gifting her or exchanging her was not out of the question, and might even be considered a beautiful tale. From a modern perspective, this is difficult to comprehend, but in this era, women had low social status. It was fine if they became a proper wife, but if they were merely maids or concubines, they were no different from an object to their master. Song Yan knew that ancient people played many elaborate games, but he didn't expect to encounter one himself. Many women silently turned their gaze towards Song Yan, and even Meng Lingling and Meng Tongfu, the siblings who had already walked a few steps and were preparing to leave, stopped in their tracks. Although the woman beside Song Yan was even more beautiful, it was a 1-for-4 exchange. As they spoke, the 4 young women across the way also subconsciously looked at Song Yan, and a tiny bit more light appeared in their dull, hollow eyes. Looking at the woman beside the young man, as women, they could tell at a glance that this woman lived a very comfortable life. Those pairs of eyes couldn't help but hold a little more hope. Gu Banxia's body trembled slightly, and her small face was somewhat pale. Their bodies were close, so Song Yan could naturally feel Gu Banxia's reaction. He smiled gently, and though younger than Gu Banxia, he seemed like an adult gently stroking Ban Zia's head and giving her a reassuring look before turning to Fang Jun across the way. "Apologies, I don't have such a habit." Fang Jun was startled, then his brows furrowed tightly. "I am sincere, Brother Song, why must you keep me at arm's length? To be frank, my father is the Songju prefect. If Brother Song is willing to do me this favor, should anything arise in the future, I will do my best to help." His tone had a distinct, "I'm not pretending anymore, I'm laying my cards on the table" feel to it. Among those who knew his identity, countless people eagerly wished to send their concubines to his bed, and he believed Song Yan would be no exception. This was both a negotiation and a threat. Song Yan smiled and shook his head, holding Gu Banxia's small hand. "Let's go." Fang Jun was astonished, not expecting that in this small Songju prefecture, there would actually be someone who dared to refuse him. Seeing this, Song Lu frowned and quickly walked up to Song Yan, whispering, "Song Yan, we must build a good relationship with the Fang family. This is Father's arrangement. Don't ruin Father's important plans. It's just a maid, exchange her. 1-for-4, you won't lose out." It was ultimately a bit embarrassing, so Song Lu's voice was very low. Song Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he lowered his voice. "Exchange your old mother." "Your mother's?" Song Lu froze, wondering if he had misheard. "What did you say?" Before he could finish, Song Yan suddenly reached out and pressed down on Song Lu's head. At the same time, his right knee shot upward. A sneak attack. His knee landed heavily on Song Lu's face. Blood gushed out, staining a large part of his long robe. Unintentionally, internal energy had been mobilized. Song Lu's nasal bone was likely broken, and a few teeth were probably loose. After a few moments of silence, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. Some women's eyes sparkled, and even the girls from Quinniu brothel had stars in their eyes. Although this young master looked young, he firmly protected his woman behind him. He was much stronger than those scholars who fanned themselves, acted refined, yet traded their concubines like objects. The demands of ordinary women in this world were truly not high. A pair of reliable arms was enough. Up in the pavilion, Luo Tianyi couldn't suppress the curve of her lips. She was very pleased with her brother-in-law's performance. Song Lu was probably stunned by that blow and hadn't recovered yet. Gu Banxia's face was flushed, and she busily held up her umbrella to shield her husband from the misty rain. Song Yan could feel a warm shoulder quietly pressing against his arm. Looking down at Ban Zia holding the umbrella to shield him from the rain, he couldn't help but recall a phrase he'd seen online in his previous life. "From now on, the misty rain falls on Ning Cheng. One person holds the umbrella, 2 walk together." The original was Jinling or Jingcheng, he couldn't recall, A slight modification wouldn't hurt. When it came to composing poetry and lyrics, modern people naturally had an insurmountable gap compared to the ancients. However, modern society had a large population and even more educated people, so it was normal for a few outstanding individuals to produce a good line or two. In Song Yan's view, the ornate diction and even the rhythm and meter of poetry were secondary. Anything that could move people's hearts was good. It was just that although literati and elegant scholars in this world revered poetry, it ultimately lacked the brightest stars like Li Du, Su Xin, making it somewhat dim. He recited it, seemingly inadvertently. Gu Bangxia stood still, her clean white teeth gently biting her lower lip. A layer of mist seemed to shimmer in her dark eyes. A visible flush spread from her neck to her earlobes, and her small ears twitched slightly, looking a little cute. The surroundings slowly quieted down, and pairs of somewhat surprised eyes looked at Song Yan, especially the women. It probably couldn't be considered a poem as it was only one line and the wording was straightforward, yet it made people's hearts tremble slightly. Wasn't this exactly how the two of them looked right now? Misty Rain, one person holding an umbrella, two walking side by side, one sentence, one painting. There was no sorrow or resentment, no grand passion, it was very plain. But didn't this plainness make people yearn for it? The corner of his eye silently fell on Song Yan. Although he still maintained a calm expression, Song Yan caught a hint of unwillingness deep in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Song Yan was a very formidable person, intelligent from a young age, cunning, mature, and patient. However, as long as one was human, one had flaws. Song Yan was not greedy for wealth or lust. Perhaps it was because he had an older brother above him, known as the Kilin son of the Song family. It was probably like in modern society, where students with an excellent older sister or brother would always hear, "How great your brother is," or "How great your sister is." This created an invisible pressure. So he craved fame, probably wanting others to call him the Kilin talent. Unfortunately, despite having written many poems and lyrics, he had no great reputation. Brother-in-law can also write poetry. Luo Tianyang's eyes widened. His booming voice shattered the tranquility, and many women shot reproachful glances at Luo Tianyang. This fellow was truly spoiling the mood. Luo Tianyang, however, didn't care. To him, anyone who could write poetry was an extremely formidable character. Is there more? Another line. Gu Bangxia was a little helpless. Writing poetry relied on inspiration. It couldn't just come on command. Those who knew Luo Tianyang's character understood he meant no harm, but those who didn't might think he was deliberately looking for trouble. Song Yan searched his mind for misty rain and couples, then said, "Falling flowers, a person stands alone. Fine rain, swallows fly in pairs." Wrong, wrong, reversed, reversed. Thinking this, Song Yan shook his head. Falling flowers, a person stands alone. Fine rain, swallows fly in pairs. This line of poetry first appeared in Spring's End by the late Tang and Five Dynasties poet Wang Hong, but it is more famously known from Yan Jidao's Linjiang Xian, Immortal by the River. Of course, whether it was Spring's End or Linjiang Xian, Immortal by the River, the concept they aimed to express was diametrically opposed to Song Yan's current situation. The surroundings fell silent. If the original line only made people feel it was decent, this line had clearly entered the Hall of Masters, possessing the demeanor of a great artist. One couldn't say it would be passed down through the ages, but for the next 10 or so years, it was likely no one could surpass it. Even though Quinniu Brothel opened today and countless excellent poems and lyrics appeared, all of them combined couldn't compare to this single line. Many courtesans at the doors and windows watched quietly, wondering what they were thinking. There were also many young maidens in love, softly murmuring. Song Yan didn't pay much attention. His gaze swept over Song Yun and the smile on his lips grew wider. Then it fell on Song Zhen, his view slowly lowering, finally resting on Song Zhen's waist. There a verdant jade pendant hung. The jade pendant was smooth and round, carved with plum blossom patterns. It was the only relic his mother left him, and after his mother's death, Song Zhen had snatched it away. His gaze lingered for only a brief moment before Song Yan withdrew it, gently flicking Gu Bangxia's forehead with his finger. "Let's go." Watching Song Yan's departing back, in the crowd, the young woman Meng Lingeling, who had almost become Song Yan's sister-in-law, had bright light in her eyes. As the most talented woman in Songju Prefecture, she had to admit that all the poems she had written seemed affected in front of this line. Brother, don't even think about it. Up in the pavilion, Princess Gaoyang also sighed softly. An umbrella is easy to get, a person is hard to find. Swallows fly in pairs, a person stands alone. It just feels even more pitiful. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Song Yan, sparkling with an indescribable light. Something isn't right, is it? This is Songju, not Ningping, and Ningping County is just a county, not a city. Why are you so stubborn? It's a metaphor, don't you understand a metaphor? The Ningcheng here is Ningping County. It's a metaphor for the entire Enning country. Exactly, exactly. In fact, the misty rain isn't just misty rain. It's a metaphor for all hardships. Even 1,000 difficulties and dangers, even wars and famines, we must face them side by side. Such voices came from behind. Was that what I was thinking? Well, since everyone says it is, then it is. This is probably what it feels like to have someone do reading comprehension on you. Behind him, the voices continued. But this line, falling flowers, a person stands alone, fine rain, swallows fly in pairs, how is that interpreted? The concept doesn't match. Stupid, look at Song Yun. He just lost his fiancée. It's clearly mocking him for being worse than a bird. A slightly sharp voice pierced his ears. Song Yun's body trembled slightly. Even with his youthful maturity, a flush appeared on his face, and the muscles on his lips and cheeks twitched involuntarily. Song Yan, a mere good-for-nothing illegitimate son imprisoned for 10 years, who hadn't even attended elementary school. How could he write such an excellent line? A thought involuntarily surfaced in his heart. Why wasn't it him who created it? Why couldn't it be him who created it? Taking a deep breath, Song Yun suppressed the agitation in his heart and looked at Fang Jun. Brother Fang, if you are interested in Gu Bangxia, I can send someone. Fang Jun immediately shook his head. No need. Am I that kind of young master? What fun would there be in someone tied up? What kind of person did they take young master Fang Jun for? He was a scumbag, but a scumbag with principles. Fang Jun sighed, a little disappointed. Truly regrettable. He suspected that Song Yan might have some special fetish, like preferring older women. He looked at the 4 pale-faced young girls behind him and pondered in his heart whether he should find a few older wet nurses. Maybe then he could exchange them. Waving his folding fan, Fang Jun said, "Do not mention this matter again." Having said that, he walked towards Song Lu. "Brother Song, what did you say to Song Yan that made him suddenly strike?" Song Lu was also somewhat bewildered. One hand covered his nose, the pain of his broken nasal bone constantly stimulating his nerves. Hearing Fang Jun's question, he couldn't help but roar. "Damn it, I didn't say anything." "It was that bastard Song Yan. He actually dared to insult my mother. I will not let him off lightly." At these words, a chorus of boos erupted from the surroundings. Who would believe that? These Song family members were truly shameless. Wasn't this bullying an honest person? Forced to be a live-in son-in-law, forced to accept a swapped dowry, utterly humiliated at the Luo family on his wedding day. Yet even so, Song Yan never spoke ill of the Song family and remained silent about what happened that day. For such an honest and loyal person to be forced to resort to violence, it was clear how infuriating Song Lu's quiet words must have been earlier. Now he was even trying to turn the tables. Perhaps the Song family's ancestral school had been reduced to just the 3 words, utterly shameless. Song Lu opened his mouth wide, desperately trying to explain, but no one would listen. His face turned crimson. Compared to the physical pain, the mental anguish of being wrongly accused was even harder to bear. He was telling the truth this time, that Song Yan truly insulted his mother. Why wouldn't anyone believe him? Silently staring at Fang Jun's retreating back, Song Yun felt that Fang Jun was just too embarrassed to say it directly. It seemed he would have to find a group of skilled hands later. Unfortunately, Song Yun also forgot one thing. Often doing nothing is better. Some things once done create a flaw. It was already midnight when they returned. Luo Tianyang was punished. He had to kneel in the main hall until dawn, as a Zio Yizi, taking his brother-in-law to a brothel, was truly outrageous. After helping Song Yan bathe and making his bed, Gu Bangxia did not leave, but silently lifted the covers and lay down on the inner side of the bed. A personal maid had the duty of warming the bed. However, since it was still summer, Warming the bed was not necessary. Besides warming the bed, a maid could not casually get into her master's bed unless requested by the master. This was called climbing the bed, and it was an intentional seduction of the master. In some strict families, it could even lead to being beaten to death. Song Yan would not be so brutal, but Gu Bangxia's presumptuous behavior still needed a profound lesson. So that night, Gu Bangxia screamed terribly. Perhaps due to the excessive exertion of the night, when Song Yan woke up the next day, Gu Bangxia was still asleep. The sunlight, like a lazy swallow, stretched out with 3 parts of charm. The wind, caressing a languid aureole, spread out a section of allure. Her full figure was a temptress that could drive men mad. Her plump thighs and tender skin were somewhat dazzling. He couldn't help but reach out and poke them. They dimpled, and when his finger moved away, they sprang back to their original state. After teasing her for a bit, he pulled the quilt over to cover the beautiful scenery. Although he had been busy for most of the night, perhaps due to the 100 flowers treasure mirror, Song Yan did not feel tired. On the contrary, he was full of energy. The internal energy flowing within his body had increased slightly. Although not much, he could genuinely feel himself getting stronger. Clean water, a toothbrush, and a towel were placed at the door, probably prepared by Kong Chan and the others. The toothbrush had actually been invented long ago. It was usually made with solid wood, animal bone, or bronze as the handle, and then some wild animal bristles were threaded into it. Its shape was very similar to modern toothbrushes. However, there was no toothpaste. Dipping it in some coarse salt could also achieve cleaning and sterilizing effects. Of course, ordinary families could not afford these things. Just like the previous Song Yan, he would just poke at his teeth with willow branches or similar items and rinse his mouth, which counted as brushing his teeth. After washing up, Song Yan performed several rounds of Tai Chi in the courtyard. Although it seemed to be similar yet different, it was still slightly stronger than things like Kun boxing or lightning 5 consecutive whips. As he practiced, Song Yan felt a warmth spread throughout his body. His not-so-profound internal energy flowed freely within his body, and he felt more and more invigorated and smoother with each move. As his palms swept through the air, the surrounding chi currents subtly showed strange distortions. Luo family courtyard. A woman stood on a towering old tree, dressed in white, her face veiled by light gauze, her dark hair cascading behind her like a waterfall. Her clear eyes silently watched the distance. As the wind blew through the treetops, her body swayed with the branches in the wind. Her slender pinky finger occasionally hooked a long strand of hair from her ear, but a few mischievous strands inevitably fell onto her face, revealing a hint of disarray. Watching Song Yan's slow movements, she found it amusing. With such snail-like boxing, by the time he lifted his arm, he would probably already be beaten black and blue. If her husband wanted to learn martial arts, Tianya could teach him some. It would be better than this slow boxing. But as she watched, the woman's expression began to turn serious, and her eyes became solemn. She had an indescribable feeling. Involuntarily, her body dropped from the old tree, and she slowly lifted her arm, mimicking Song Yan's movements. Her movements were even slower, yet they engaged more power. Unbeknownst to her, the wind picked up. There was only a gentle breeze that rustled her hair, but around the woman, a strong wind swayed, and even the ancient tree rustled loudly in the wind. An invisible force pulled, and leaves fell from the air. After an unknown amount of time, the woman slowly collected herself, and leaves fell around her, forming a spiral shape. The woman's brows were tightly furrowed. She had an extremely twisted and unnatural feeling. The set of punches her husband was practicing must have many errors. She tried to correct them, but it was not an easy task. Her eyes were already closed, and she stood there blankly. Song Yan still didn't know he had been secretly observed. After finishing another set of Tai Chi, he felt completely refreshed. Then he raised his hand and scratched his arm vigorously. Rolling up his sleeve, he saw a large red welt. A dignified martial forest expert was actually bullied by mosquitoes, truly pitiful. But thinking that there was also a bald man who was severely bullied by mosquitoes, his mind felt much more balanced. It was strange, though. Evening should be when mosquitoes were most abundant, but after sleeping with Gu Bangxia all night, he hadn't been bitten. Thinking this, Song Yan pinched a star shape on the red bump, and it felt less itchy. Although he had mosquito-repellent sachets, their effect was not just negligible. It was utterly useless. He still needed to make something like floral dew, which was not difficult for him. Before his transmigration, during the extreme 12 out of 6 selection, he casually filled in the fourth option, all famous poems, essays, and classics in history. At first, Song Yan thought this option could only be used to recite poems and act as a literary plagiarist. But gradually, he realized this was the most exaggerated cheat. Poems and essays were just extras. The word classics at the end was the key. It encompassed everything. If he wanted to practice calligraphy, he could directly search for Wang Zizai's preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection in his mind. If he wanted to participate in the imperial examinations, he could find the brilliant essays of ancient top scholars. If he wanted to be a doctor, there was the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook. If he wanted to farm, there was the complete treatise on agricultural administration. If he wanted to work, there was the exploitation of the works of nature. Even if he wanted to rebel, there was the militia military training manual. Anything that left a mark in history was there. The difficulty in making floral dew lay in high-proof alcohol, and the process of distilling alcohol was well documented. After breakfast, with Luo Yuheng's permission, Song Yan went to pay respects to his mother. It was a mass grave with mounds everywhere. In the dense weeds, white bones could still be seen, making it eerie and desolate. When his mother passed away, as her only biological son, Song Yan was not allowed to leave the mansion to send her off. He didn't even know which grave belonged to his mother. It was Luo Yuheng, who had already investigated thoroughly beforehand. That grave mound, calling it a grave mound was an exaggeration. It was just a small protrusion. Because it had been neglected for many years, it was covered in weeds. Just clearing these took a considerable amount of time, leaving everyone covered in dust and dirt. Luo Yuheng had also arranged for a stonemason beforehand to carve a stone tablet. Besides the name Mei Zhu, the tablet only bore the words, son Song Yan, daughter-in-law Tian Xuan. After clearing the weeds and tidying the grave, Luo Tianyi and Gu Bangxia left. Song Yan stood silently before the tombstone. He had only spent 6 short years with his mother, but for Song Yan, who had been an orphan in his previous life, these 6 years of memories were especially precious. After a long while, Song Yan sat down in front of the tombstone and chattered about everything that had happened in the past 10 years. Mother, I'm married. I'm a live-in son-in-law, but I finally escaped from the Song family. The Luo family people treat me well, especially my mother-in-law. She's a very good person. As he spoke, he felt a sting in his nose. He pursed his lips. Mom, I miss you. For the next few days, Song Yan stayed obediently at the Luo family, not going anywhere. Of course, he wasn't idle. He found the Luo family's craftsmen and ordered some strange things, such as ceramic tubes and some peculiar jars, which were for purifying high-concentration alcohol. He then turned and instructed Gu Bangxia, Kong Chan, and a few other maids to pick many mint leaves, flower petals, and the like to be air-dried, though no one knew what he intended to do with them. He also had Luo Tianyang get a lot of fireworks and firecrackers. Everyone thought the son-in-law wanted to play with fireworks, but he merely disassembled them, poured out some dark brown powder, looked at it, and then disdainfully threw it aside. He also had people find a lot of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, and no one knew what he intended to make. They had long heard that the son-in-law, having been imprisoned for many years, had some mental issues, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Now it seemed to be true. Even Luo Yuheng couldn't help but worry. They say a doctor cannot cure himself. It was truly pitiful that Song Yan, with all his medical skills, had no solution for his own brain illness. Song Yan naturally didn't care about these rumors. The last trip to Songzhou had offended that Fang Jun fellow. The Fang family was not to be trifled with, not to mention the 3 brothers from the Song family. Although hitting Song Lu felt good, there was no guarantee they wouldn't secretly retaliate. Staying in the Luo family, with his Zio Yizi protecting him, was naturally fine. But as a brother-in-law, he couldn't always keep his Zio Yizi by his side. He still needed to prepare some small trinkets for self-defense, really just small trinkets to scare people. What was missing now were white sugar and eggs, and some iron pieces, rusty ones. Days passed, and before they knew it, the time for the 7-day return visit arrived. Early in the morning, Luo Yuheng called Song Yan to her. Looking at Song Yan, whose face was as fair as jade, she felt quite relieved. His complexion was much better than when he had just married into the Luo family. "This is the return gift I prepared for you. See if anything is missing," Luo Yuheng said softly, handing the gift list to Song Yan. Although the matter of the dowry on that day had made Luo Yuheng very angry, she still gave Song Yan face. The return gift was prepared very appropriately. Though it couldn't compare to the betrothal gifts, it was still worth 10,000 or 8,000 taels. Song Yan glanced at it and then handed the gift list back. "Nothing is missing, but people are." "People?" Luo Yuheng was stunned. Song Yan nodded. "Yes, people are missing. The things on the gift list are not needed. Let's take the dowry sent by the Song family back." Luo Yuheng's expression changed. "Is that appropriate?" "I think it's very appropriate," Song Yan smiled. This wasn't a return visit, this was making enemies. However, this approach was quite to Luo Yuheng's liking. "Then we need to bring more people, otherwise we'll suffer if a fight breaks out. Tianyi, you go too. Oh, and hurry and invite Taoist Yushuang from the back courtyard. That way, even if a fight broke out, they shouldn't suffer any losses." She, Luo Yuheng, would endure anything but a loss. A slightly chilly morning breeze stirred a few fallen leaves, adding a touch of desolate melancholy to the once bustling county town, accompanied by a drizzling rain, as if announcing the arrival of autumn. Under the thin clouds, figures began to appear on the streets early, and with the deafening sound of gongs and drums, people automatically scattered to both sides. Before long, carriages could be seen arriving, open-topped, with boxes of all sizes placed inside. "Whose family has a happy occasion again?" "You're ignorant. This is the Duke's Mansion's young master who married out, returning home." "Returning home with such a grand display? Didn't I hear that the dowry the Song family sent over was all rubbish?" "You don't understand this. I heard the county princess said that while the Song family lost their manners, the Luo family cannot disregard rules. The necessary courtesies must be observed. This is called bearing. Even without the princess's status, she is still of imperial lineage, unlike the upstart Song family. To avoid gossip, the county princess even had the boxes packed onto the carriages in front of Luo Manor. I saw it with my own eyes. Gold leaves and silver ingots were stuffed into the boxes as if they were worthless. How much money would that be? At least 70 or 80,000 taels, right? But I think the county princess is just wasting her efforts. With the shameless nature of the Yang family of the Song family, she will probably accept the return gifts and then turn around and say the Luo family sent a pile of rubbish. That's truly possible. Such voices could be heard among the crowd. Song Yan smiled knowingly. These people's ability to spread gossip was truly exceptional. Before long, Ningping County would have hundreds, even thousands of people who had personally witnessed the Luo family sending return gifts worth 70 or 80,000 taels to the Song family. The carriage swayed. Ningping County was not large, and they arrived in about 3/4 of an hour. Song Yan got out of the carriage, and Gu Bangxia immediately opened an umbrella, not letting a single drop of rain touch Song Yan. The three maids, Kong Chan, Dai Yi, and Zhu Wang, had a hint of envy in their eyes. The events in Songzhou Prefecture slowly spread to Ningping, and the three young maids also wanted to experience the feeling of one person holding an umbrella, two people walking. The fact that Song Yan could compose such 2 lines of poetry surprised everyone in Luo Manor. The first line was fine, but the line about fallen flowers standing alone, light rain and swallows flying in pairs, even earned high praise from the Luo Manor's clan school teacher. He also lamented that Song Yan, having been imprisoned for many years and never having studied, was truly a pity. If he had been nurtured from a young age, he would now be a talented scholar. Most of the maids probably didn't understand poetry. They simply found the scene of one person holding an umbrella, 2 people walking, very romantic. Women, after all, are always a bit sentimental. Unfortunately, the task of holding the umbrella was firmly grasped by Gu Bangxia, who refused to give it up. Thus, Kong Chan, Zhu Wang, and Dai Yi did not get to experience one person holding an umbrella, 2 people walking, but instead first experienced what it meant to be fallen flowers standing alone. They couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Song Yan naturally saw the little competition among the girls. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he wouldn't care about such things and let them be. Looking up, Duke Song Manor was right in front of him. The misty drizzle made the plaque appear somewhat blurry. It was a bit chilly. Song Yan tightened his clothes. According to the usual custom, this season should have been very hot. This year, it seemed, a cold year was approaching. For poor families, autumn and winter might be very difficult to get through. Thinking this, Song Yan's thoughts drifted back to the past. It was the second year after his transmigration to this world, and he encountered a severe winter, unprecedented in decades. Due to lack of clothing and food, he almost froze to death. Fortunately, with his mother, he barely managed to keep his life chi. Actually, it shouldn't have been so miserable. Mei Zhu was, after all, a concubine, and he was the Duke's illegitimate son. Even if their treatment couldn't compare to the first madam and the legitimate son, a basin of charcoal fire and a hand warmer shouldn't have been a problem. It was just that Song Hongtao never concerned himself with matters of the inner residence, and the first Madam Yang's attitude towards concubines, illegitimate sons, and illegitimate daughters went without saying. Even if they died inexplicably, Song Hongtao wouldn't care much, which emboldened the servants. At some unknown point, dividing the concubine's monthly allowance became a way for those servants to extract money. Under the first Madam Yang's indulgence, even the charcoal, cotton quilts, and cotton clothes distributed in winter would be snatched away. As for whether those concubines, illegitimate sons, and illegitimate daughters would freeze to death, no one cared. Anyway, she had given everything that was supposed to be given. If someone still accidentally froze to death, it could only be considered bad luck. "Brother-in-law." A voice came from his ear. There was a slight touch on his arm. Turning his head, it was Luo Tianyi, who, seeing Song Yan dazed for too long, couldn't help but poke his arm and whisper a reminder. Her clear, cold eyes held a hint of worry. Song Yan smiled then. "I am fine." He then took the gift list from Gu Bangxia's hand and walked towards the main gate of the Song Manor. At the main entrance, there was a man in his 30s, the gatekeeper Zhang Xiaoshan. Song Yan had a deep impression of this man. It was said that he was originally an orphan, abandoned outside the Duke's mansion in the dead of winter. That year, the Song family's patriarch was already very old, perhaps wanting to do some good deeds to accumulate merit for himself. Plus, this child was quite lively, so he had him brought into the Duke's mansion. Since a steward named Zhang had no son, he was entrusted to him for upbringing and named Zhang Xiaoshan. Coincidentally, that year, Song Hongtao's eldest son, Song Hui, was born. The two became playmates from a young age, growing up together, and their bond was quite deep. Later, when Song Hui went away to study, Zhang Xiaoshan then accompanied Song Zhen. Relying on this connection, he even secured a small steward's position within the residence. After Song Zhen came of age, he again pleaded with the first Madam Yang, and Zhang Xiaoshan became the gatekeeper of the Duke's mansion. From a modern perspective, a gatekeeper is someone who guards the main gate. But in this era, for noble and official families, being a gatekeeper was a very powerful and lucrative job. If you want to visit my master, how can you do it without some benefits? This is the meaning of the saying, a seventh-rank official in front of a prime minister's gate. Last year, he even married a head maid in the Duke's mansion, and his life was quite comfortable. While recalling, he had already reached Zhang Xiaoshan, handing over the gift list. "Please inform my father that I have returned." Zhang Xiaoshan somewhat looked down on Song Yan. He glanced at him askance, then spat. "A live-in son-in-law still wanting to enter through the main gate for his return visit. Go that way." As he spoke, he pursed his lips, indicating to use the side gate. Luo Tianyi, Gu Bangxia, and the other guards from the Luo family who had come along all had somewhat ugly expressions. This Zhang Xiaoshan often bullied him before, so it was normal for him to look down on him. But Song Yan didn't think Zhang Xiaoshan had the guts to disrespect the Luo family, especially with Luo Yuheng already a county princess. Making him use the side gate was most likely the first Madam Yang's doing. He couldn't help but feel that the woman was nothing special. It was fine to want to make things difficult for people, but a smart person's approach is to ensure outsiders can't find any fault on the surface. The first Madam Yang's actions were inferior, only leaving behind grounds for gossip. Song Yan chuckled, not getting angry. He just quietly glanced at Zhang Xiaoshan. After a brief pause, he slowly began. "Speaking of which, when you were a junior steward in the Duke's mansion, you were responsible for my mother and me, right?" Zhang Xiaoshan frowned, unsure what Song Yan was trying to say. You were quite greedy. The 10 taels of silver monthly allowance were all withheld by you. You didn't leave a single copper coin for my mother. Song Yan's tone was calm, as if he was merely recounting an incident completely unrelated to himself, devoid of emotion. However, Zhang Xiaoshan's face turned grim upon hearing this. Some things can be done, but not spoken. If spoken, it breaks the rules. I still remember, Song Yan sighed. In the second year after I was born, heavy snow fell, collapsing countless houses in Ningping County, and an unknown number of people were buried under the snow, never to wake again. The charcoal, cotton quilts, and cotton clothes that were distributed were all taken by you. Zhang Xiaoshan's fingers subconsciously curled. Still remember? He was lying to ghosts. He was only 2 years old that year and couldn't remember things. Most likely, Mei Zhu told him. As if recalling the scene from back then, Song Yan's body curled slightly. It was really cold. The wind howled, carrying what felt like ice shards. I thought I was going to freeze to death. Fortunately, my mother always held me in her arms, which ultimately saved my little life. Yet your room had charcoal fires burning day and night. That set of cotton quilts and 2 sets of cotton clothes were even sold by you for 1 tael and 5 kyan of silver, and then you bought several jars of good wine. Song Yan chuckled. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Gulp. For some reason, Zhang Xiaoshan swallowed his saliva. Song Yan's unperturbed demeanor, he didn't know why, sent shivers down his spine. To this day, he didn't know what Song Yan truly intended to do. He exhaled again, as if briefly reminiscing, then Song Yan spoke once more. Although my mother protected me, the weather was truly too cold, and I still caught a cold with a persistent high fever. I still remember my mother's face was always filled with worry. She begged you to call the manor doctor over, but you ignored her. Helpless, my mother could only give you a family heirloom, a snow jade pendant. According to his mother, those 2 jade pendants were tokens exchanged by his maternal grandparents back then. One jade pendant was carved with plum blossoms, and the other was engraved with snowflakes. They were a pair. After his mother grew up, both were given to her. Zhang Xiaoshan's face grew even uglier. Song Yan, however, didn't care about Zhang Xiaoshan's expression, as if muttering to himself. You accepted the jade pendant, but you still refused to help. You even threatened my mother to submit to you. You are merely a servant, yet you dared to covet a concubine, truly audacious. Fortunately, my illness suddenly got better, and my mother cried tears of joy, repeatedly saying that immortals had blessed us. Actually, where were there any immortals? It was nothing more than Song Yan himself, swallowing a paracetamol tablet. At that time, Song Yan was tiny, his body not yet fully under control, unable to speak normally. Even with medicine, he couldn't unscrew the cap of the ibuprofen suspension. It had taken all his strength just to pry out that single paracetamol tablet. He still remembered the pill getting stuck in his throat, almost suffocating him. At this point, Song Yan's tone shifted. By the way, your wife seems to have been pregnant for quite some time, 7 months, 8 months. Zhang Xiaoshan finally couldn't hold back. He swallowed and opened his mouth. What exactly do you want to say? Song Yan chuckled casually. I want to say you might not get to see what your child looks like. Why can't he see the child's appearance? Will he die before the child is born? Zhang Xiaoshan didn't think such a thing would happen. After all, behind him was the Yang family, the Duke's mansion's mistress. He opened his mouth, wanting to mock Song Yan a bit, but didn't know what to say. For some reason, a feeling of regret slowly welled up in his heart. Perhaps he shouldn't have gotten involved in the conflict between the first madam and Song Yan. Song Yan no longer paid attention to Zhang Xiaoshan, but simply looked up at the Duke's mansion. Perhaps it was a case of the upper beam not being straight, causing the lower ones to go awry. In this Duke's mansion, there weren't many good people. Some things always need to be settled slowly. After a few breaths, Song Yan shook his head and turned to Luo Tianyi, saying, "Let's go." "Where to?" "Home." Just then, a grating sound of a creak came from behind them. The tightly shut Song family gate finally opened. An old man with white hair walked out from inside. It was Steward Wang. Steward Wang was one of the few people in the Duke's mansion who hadn't bullied those concubines, or them, the illegitimate sons and daughters. Even as a steward, his status was higher than that of concubines and illegitimate children. On weekdays, he always looked kind and benevolent, always cheerful when he saw anyone, and coupled with his plump body, he looked like a Maitreya Buddha enshrined in a temple. A good-natured person, probably like this. But at this moment, this good-natured person was full of anger. As he passed Zhang Xiaoshan, he raised his right hand and slapped him. Slap! The crisp sound traveled far, and half of Zhang Xiaoshan's face immediately swelled up. You scoundrel, who gave you the guts to block ninth young master from returning home? A trail of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Beaten and scolded, Zhang Xiaoshan was a bit unconvinced and wanted to explain that this was the first madam's arrangement, but seeing Steward Wang's face, he ultimately didn't dare to say anything. After slapping Zhang Xiaoshan, Steward Wang quickly jogged over, blocking Song Yan's path. There was still a chill in the morning, but Steward Wang was covered in sweat. The Duke's mansion had not been peaceful during this time. Due to the dowry issue at the wedding, the Duke's mansion had lost all face, ending up in a sorry state. Song Hongtao had also, for the first time, spoken harsh words to the Yang family, calling her a foolish woman who only cared about petty gains. Song Hongtao was eager to restore the Duke's mansion's face. On one hand, he was preparing to make up the dowry, but the Yang family was still being coy and crying, saying, "Without this money, how will we live our lives in the future?" She annoyed Song Hongtao endlessly. If he hadn't been concerned about the Langya Yang family, he probably would have resorted to violence long ago. On the other hand, he also wanted to use the opportunity of the return visit to ease relations with the Luo family. Therefore, early in the morning, Steward Wang had specifically instructed Zhang Xiaoshan to treat them well and not neglect them. He never expected that Zhang Xiaoshan would actually make Song Yan and Luo Tianyi walk through the side gate. The first madam, was she trying to regain the face she had lost before? How could she be so foolish? Regardless of whether Luo Yuheng and Enning Emperor's relationship had eased, they were still imperial relatives recognized by imperial decree. To make imperial relatives use the side gate, could it be that your Duke's mansion's entrance was grander than the imperial palace? Even more unexpectedly, Song Yan's current temper was so explosive, he couldn't tolerate the slightest grievance and turned to leave. If Song Yan and the Luo family hadn't arrived yet, and Song Hongtao hadn't sent him to check, and coincidentally heard the commotion, things would probably have become troublesome. He immediately sent someone to inform the master. Gu Bangxia looked at her brother-in-law with some admiration. On the way here, her brother-in-law had already guessed that such a thing might happen and had even prepared a response. She pursed her lips and looked up at the old man opposite. "Steward Wang, is this the Song family's way of hospitality? Regarding the dowry, my mistress no longer holds it against the Song family and still prepared generous gifts for the return visit. But you actually made us use the side gate. Do you really think the Luo family is easy to bully?" Gu Bangxia's voice was cold. Steward Wang quickly put on a smiling face and kept saying it was a misunderstanding. Seeing Steward Wang's appearance, Zhang Xiaoshan's vision blurred and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Even he, as foolish as he was, knew that this time he had truly kicked an iron plate. He didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive this time. However, this was, after all, something the First Madam had instructed. He thought the First Madam would protect him. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoshan's fear dissipated quite a bit. Just as Zhang Xiaoshan was muttering to himself, hurried footsteps came from inside the gate. When he saw the person's appearance, Zhang Xiaoshan's face changed slightly. It was the master. He racked his brains, trying to figure out how to explain himself, but Song Hongtao didn't give him a chance to speak at all. As soon as he reached the door, he raised his right foot and kicked out. A kick directly to the chest. With a bang, Zhang Xiaoshan's body instantly fell backward, his temple hitting the corner of the door heavily. Blood flowed freely. It hurt a lot, but Zhang Xiaoshan could only kneel on the ground, trembling and constantly begging for mercy, not daring to say anything extra. Blood flowed into his eyes, sliding down his face, looking somewhat pitiful. As arrogant as he was before, that's how pathetic he was now. On the way, Song Hongtao had already learned the general situation and knew that this was the Yang family's arrangement, a woman who was more likely to spoil things than to succeed. He glared at Zhang Xiaoshan resentfully, then turned around with a smiling face. He was a duke, yet he had to personally come to greet a junior. He felt truly stifled inside. His gaze swept over Song Yan, finally landing on Luo Tianyi. "Second miss, this is all a misunderstanding. The Song and Luo families are in-laws. Why should it come to this? Although it was understandable that Luo Tianxuan couldn't accompany Song Yan on his return visit due to her health, still, there was no reason for a Zhao Yizi to accompany her brother-in-law on his return visit, right? Just thinking about Luo Yuheng, he no longer found it strange. The other party was a duke. It would be inappropriate for Gu Bangxia to respond at this point. Luo Tianyi tilted her head, trying hard to recall what Song Yan had taught her earlier, then spoke in a monotone voice. Duke, you jest. What kind of family is my Luo family? How dare we try to climb up to the Duke's mansion? My mother said that the Duke's mansion looks down on the Luo family, looks down on imperial relatives. But my Luo family cannot lose its manners. This return visit we must still make. But after the return visit, the Song and Luo families will be strangers for life. She was skilled in martial arts, a good hand, but her reading and writing were even worse than Luo Laosan's. She wasn't lying. She was truly worse than Luo Laoba, who almost ate dung. Memorizing such a long passage was truly difficult. It was strange. She could flip through a thick martial forest secret manual once and remember most of it, but a 500-character passage from Analects of Confucius. Zhu still stumbled her after years of study. This brother-in-law just liked to make things difficult for people. Thinking this, she glared at Song Yan. Her reproachful gaze inexplicably made Song Yan's heart tremble. This Zhao Yizi, though her face was like ice, always felt quite alluring when she was in front of him. Song Hongtao's slightly plump body shivered. Listen to that tone, could it be any more sarcastic? The matter of the wedding had already been reported back to the palace by that hateful eunuch Wei. Although the emperor had not issued a decree to strip him of his ducal title, he had severely reprimanded his second brother, Song Jincheng. Even his eldest son, Song Huoi, and two nephews from his second brother's family who held official positions were dismissed by the emperor under some pretext. Logically, since he was the elder brother and family head, even if his second brother's official position was higher, he shouldn't be disrespectful to him. But this time, it concerned the future of their descendants, so Song Jincheng also wrote a letter, sent by fast horse, complaining bitterly about him. If it happened again, it was likely that all the Song family's descendants who held official positions would be completely stripped of their posts. If it came to that, it wouldn't be as simple as writing a letter of complaint. Affecting the future of all the family's descendants, whether his position as family head could remain stable would be a question. Thinking this, cold sweat broke out on Song Hongtao's forehead. He had no choice but to look at Song Yan, hoping Song Yan could help mediate. Song Yan sighed and slowly stepped forward. Song Hongtao's heart lit up. Indeed, he was his biological son. Although he had suffered grievances, he was still on his side after all. But what Song Hongtao didn't expect was that Song Yan didn't say anything to Luo Tianyi. Instead, he looked at Steward Wang. Uncle Wang, didn't you instruct Zhang Xiaoshan? Steward Wang gave a wry smile. I certainly did instruct him. Song Yan sighed, then said, logically, as an illegitimate son who has already married out, what happens in the Duke's mansion doesn't have much to do with me. It's just, Father, I'm not trying to stir up trouble. It's just that I think the Duke's mansion needs a cleanup. Song Hongtao was slightly stunned. The Duke's mansion a cleanup. Clean up whom? The servants, of course. Why clean up the servants? The servants are disobedient. If the servants don't listen to this master, whose words do they listen to? Only the Yang family. Song Hongtao's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes narrowed. Steward Wang was also slightly stunned, and his gaze towards Song Yan became peculiar. It seemed that everyone had underestimated this ninth young master before. Others might not realize anything, but Steward Wang knew how vicious these seemingly casual words were. People like Song Hongtao cared most about the power in their hands. Everyone in the Duke's mansion knew the relationship between Steward Wang and the master. His words were the master's will, yet Zhang Xiaoshan, because of the Yang family's words, directly disregarded the master's orders. What was this called? This was called knowing only the first madam, not the master. This was an untouchable reverse scale hitting the bulls. And Zhang Xiaoshan's face also suddenly changed. Only at this moment did he finally understand what Song Yan's words meant. This was aimed at him. Steward Wang's seemingly murky gaze fixed on Song Yan, feeling that ninth young master had changed a lot after staying in the Luo family for a period of time. The person was still the same person, yet it was as if he had lost his scabbard, his sharp edge fully exposed. He then looked at Song Hongtao. If it were any other day, perhaps the master wouldn't care too much, but precisely because of a series of troublesome incidents recently, the master was already dissatisfied with the first madam. Thus, their conflict would rapidly escalate due to this one sentence. Ninth young master couldn't possibly not guess that the master wanted to salvage the Duke's mansion's reputation. Even if Zhang Xiaoshan was making things difficult, the matter would naturally resolve itself after a short wait. However, ninth young master chose to turn and leave, escalating the problem and forcing the master to personally intervene. Naturally, resentment brewed in his heart nature, and this resentment could only be directed at the first madam. The most terrifying thing was that, although ninth young master was targeting the first madam, the entire process completely avoided mentioning the Yang family, instead guiding Song Hongtao to think of the Yang family himself. What one thought of oneself was far more convincing than what others reminded them of. Ninth young master wasn't returning home, he was returning for revenge. However, ninth young master also clearly knew that the Yang family was the main wife and backed by the Yang family, so she couldn't be easily overthrown. That's why he said that the servants of the Duke's mansion needed to be cleaned up. First, eliminate the Yang family's lackeys. Without these servants, even if the Yang family was of noble status, she would just be a tiger without claws. As for Zhang Xiaoshan, he was merely the unfortunate first casualty in the game between ninth young master and the first madam. Of course, Steward Wang believed that ninth young master's methods wouldn't stop there. He feared that the real killing moves were yet to come. If it weren't for his own reminder, but soon Steward Wang smiled slightly. Why remind him? Song Yan had been imprisoned in the back courtyard for nearly 10 years, feigning idiocy, and finally survived at the hands of the Yang family. The moment he left the Duke's mansion, his sharp edge was fully exposed. Such a heart nature, such forbearance? Steward Wang also didn't think it was a wise choice to go against such a person. So he obediently lowered his head and said nothing. Song Hongtao's expression, however, grew increasingly grim. Even a mere gatekeeper dared to disregard his orders, so one could imagine what the back courtyard of the Duke's mansion must be like. Steward Wang, your old servant is here. Beat that Zhang Xiaoshan to death with a stick. Song Hongtao waved his hand. Sometimes it was necessary to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. His deed of sale was with the Duke's mansion. Did he not know who his master was? What use was a dog that didn't know its master? Consider this life as an apology to the Luo family. Steward Wang nodded slightly and gave a look to the guards behind him. Zhang Xiaoshan was still kowtowing on the ground, his forehead hitting with a thud. He knew he would be punished, but when he heard such a cruel outcome, he was completely stunned. The once arrogant and smug face was now filled with terror, and his voice was shrill and sharp. Master, spare my life. It was the first madam told me to do this. Song Hongtao became even angrier. The first madam, it's the first madam again. Did they even have him, their master, in their eyes anymore? Seeing the master's face grow even uglier, Zhang Xiaoshan became more panicked. Cold sweat streamed down his face. At this moment, he didn't know what he was thinking, but he used his hands and feet, scrambling and rolling to Song Yan's front, hugging Song Yan's legs and pleading piteously. I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. Ninth young master, please have mercy and spare me this once. Before I was blind and foolish. I promise it will never happen again. My son is due next month. I can't let him be born without a father. His voice was mournful, like a cuckoo crying blood. Then he slammed his head hard on the ground, thud, thud, thud. In a short time, blood was already gushing out. Looking down, one could see Zhang Xiaoshan's tears and snot flowing, mixing together and smearing his face. This was what snot and tears flowing meant, and mixed with the blood from his broken scalp, his face was filthy, devoid of the smugness he had when looking down on others. He was truly pitiful. Most people would soften at this sight, but Song Yan was different. What did it matter to him if your son lost his father? Now you know you were wrong. Too late. Moreover, you don't even know you were wrong. You just know you're going to die. He squatted down and took the crystal-clear jade pendant from Zhang Xiaoshan's body. Beside him, Song Hongtao gave a look, and 2 guards rushed over, dragging Zhang Xiaoshan down and pinning him to the ground. Another guard already had an arm-thick stick in his hand. There were specific rules for what was called beating with a stick. Generally, when it said beating with a certain number of planks, it mostly meant hitting the buttocks. The buttocks had thick flesh, and even an ordinary person could endure 7 or 8 blows. Even if the buttocks were badly bruised, it only looked scary and was usually not fatal. Of course, if you talked about 50 or 100 planks, that would be another matter. But beating to death with a stick was different. The stick would mostly aim for the back. Even a strong person often couldn't last long. 3 to 5 blows would break the skin and flesh, shattering the spine. 7 or 8 blows would crush the internal organs and they wouldn't survive. Few could withstand more than 10 blows. Noble families still had the power to execute a servant. Under Zhang Xiaoshan's terrified gaze, the stick in a guard's hand was raised high, and then with a thwack, it smashed onto Zhang Xiaoshan's back. A shrill scream was mixed with the crunching sound of bones breaking. Zhang Xiaoshan's body trembled violently, blood oozed from between his teeth, and his body writhed and twitched nervously like a pathetic maggot. Thwack! Thwack! After only 3 blows, the screams disappeared, leaving only painful groans. His bloodshot eyes still looked in Song Yan's direction, with pleading, despair, unwillingness, and hatred in his pupils. He spat out dark red blood clots, not knowing if they were the internal organ fragments common in wuxia novels. Thwack, thwack, thwack. After a few more blows, the light in his eyes also faded. He was probably dead. Some servants inside and outside the house, witnessing this scene, all turned pale and trembled, looking at Song Yan as if they had seen a ghost. Was this person here to collect debts? Last time, Qiu'er was beaten to death for a single sentence. This time, Zhang Xiaoshan lost his life for a single sentence. Many servants and maids began to ponder in their hearts whether they had bullied 9th young master before. Some secretly rejoiced, while others shivered all over. Song Hongtao smiled and invited Luo Tianyi and the others inside. As for Zhang Xiaoshan's body, it would probably be casually discarded somewhere. Returning home required serving tea. The Yang family did not appear, and Luo Tianxuan was not with Song Yan, so it was just a formality. Afterwards, Song Hongtao feigned asking about Song Yan's situation in the Luo family, admonishing Song Yan to uphold his duties in the Luo family, and then took out a small wooden box and handed it to Song Yan. Yanner, it was an oversight by the people of the Duke's mansion before. This is the dowry to compensate you. Song Yan reached out and took it, opening it to see a stack of property deeds, all for shops under the Duke's mansion's name. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without thinking, he knew that the businesses of these shops must be doing poorly, but that wasn't important. Even if he didn't use these shops for business, selling them all would still bring in a considerable amount of money. He had indeed gotten rich. Song Hongtao also felt a pang of pain. The Duke's mansion had a total of 64 shops, and he had given away half of them at once. Luo Tianyi was not interested in these matters, so she left the main hall with Yushuang to get some fresh air outside. Seeing Luo Tianyi leave, Song Hongtao then took Song Yan to the study. Song Yan knew what he wanted to ask, so he spoke first. "Father, there's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" "Yang Gifeng was killed by me." As expected, Song Hongtao's face instantly changed drastically. He wanted to get angry but desperately held back, taking a deep breath before asking, "Why?" "Yang Gifeng insulted my mother when I was young. The revenge for insulting my mother cannot go unavenged." Song Hongtao opened his mouth several times, but ultimately couldn't say anything. To avenge his mother, Song Yan had even raised this banner. Even if he had more dissatisfaction, he could only suppress it. This world revered filial piety. If the matter got out, no one would say a bad word about Song Yan. They would only say he was a true man. "It's all right," Song Hongtao forced a smile. "Father was just worried that you had no one to take care of you, but there are others." Song Yan puffed out his chest and nodded vigorously. MHM, there are still 3. I've locked them up." This time, Song Hongtao was no longer calm. He couldn't catch his breath, and his face turned completely red. He had arranged for 4 people. 1 was killed, 3 were locked up. Was this rebellious son trying to start a rebellion? If it weren't for the fact that he still needed something from this youngest son, he probably would have slapped him a long time ago. Why is this again? Song Yan frowned and looked around. Song Hongtao impatiently waved his hand. All the maids left, but he kept Steward Wang. What is it? Speak. Song Yan didn't care. It's all because Granny Liang kept spouting nonsense to the other two old nannies. Oh, what did they say? Song Hongtao picked up his teacup and took a sip. This news was a bit explosive, and Song Yan felt he should try to put it more subtly, otherwise Song Hongtao might not be able to handle it. Granny Liang said that fifth brother Song Zhen is not your son. Song Yan expressed helplessness. I said it so subtly and you still spit. The tea Song Hongtao had just sipped instantly sprayed out. Song Yan somewhat disdainfully flicked his sleeve, took out a handkerchief, and wiped off the tea that had been sprayed on his sleeve, thinking to himself, "You're such a big man, how can your ability to handle things be so poor? Isn't it just that one of your sons isn't yours? What's the big deal? Besides Song Zhen, you have 7 other sons. Who knows, they might not all be yours either. People, once they get used to it, it'll be fine." Steward Wang, standing nearby, was also dumbfounded. It was too stimulating. Was this something he was supposed to hear? Song Hongtao gasped violently, his face alternating between green and pale. He finally caught his breath, slammed his hand heavily on the armrest with a paw, and sternly shouted, "You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting?" Song Yan sighed. I also think that Granny Liang was spouting nonsense. The first madam comes from a prominent family. How could she do such a dirty thing? Father also knows about these gossipy women. They always chew the fat everywhere. If others were to hear it, it would be extremely detrimental to the Duke's mansion and to Father's reputation. So I've temporarily locked them all up. Song Hongtao's anger subsided slightly. You handled this matter well. His own son, bloodline, is thicker than water. Although he had treated him poorly before, at the crucial moment, he still sided with his old father. Thinking this, Song Hongtao actually felt a little touched. However, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Seeing Song Hongtao's expression, Steward Wang shook his head slightly. The difference in their levels was too great. He couldn't outplay the 9th young master. Saying that the first madam came from a prominent family and wouldn't do anything dirty would only make the Duke think that Song Yan was young and naive, ignorant of the world. But as a nobleman himself, Song Hongtao knew very well how filthy prominent families could be inside. Evidence. He didn't need such a thing. As long as a seed of doubt could be planted in the Duke's heart, that would be a victory. Song Hongtao had ambition but lacked great wisdom, and he was inherently suspicious. He would naturally follow the target Song Yan had drawn, replaying everything that had happened before, and many things that were originally normal would become abnormal. Was this the 9th young master's backup plan? He kept saying it was nonsense, yet he was pushing people into hell step by step. Song Hongtao was drinking tea, seemingly trying to appear nonchalant, but the surface of the tea in his cup rippled with irregular waves. Just like his heart, it was not calm. For a moment, the study fell into a deathly silence. Song Yan didn't say anything more, stopping at the right moment, slowly holding his teacup and taking small sips. Speaking of which, he truly couldn't appreciate the tea broth brewed in this manner. One sip was sour, salty, bitter, and spicy, refreshing and invigorating. Coupled with its dark brown color, those who knew would say it was tea, but those who didn't would think it was Chinese medicine. This was an ancient method of preparing tea. First, the tea leaves were ground into powder and made into tea cakes. Then ingredients like green onions, ginger, salt, dates, mint, and orange peel were added and boiled together. What resulted was this tea broth. Even more, some would directly mix the tea powder with boiling water into a paste and drink it, which was called eating tea. Tea brewed with boiling water, known as stir-fried tea, only began to appear and gradually became popular around the Song dynasty. Perhaps he could find a way to stir-fry some tea. It might also earn him some money. Of course, people's living habits couldn't be changed overnight. From the main seat, Song Hongtao, seeing Song Yan remain silent, couldn't sit still. He really wanted to confirm whether he had been cuckolded. He placed the teacup on the table, deliberately making a slight noise, and then said, "What else did that Granny Liang say?" "Just some vulgar words. It's better not to listen lest they defile father's ears," Song Yan said with a light sneer. Song Hongtao's lips twitched slightly. At this moment, he looked exactly like a pathetic wretch who had heard his wife was cheating, unwilling to believe it, yet eager to know more details. Song Hongtao forced a smile. No matter. I just want to know how these servants gossip about their masters behind their backs. Very well, Song Yan straightened up. That Granny Liang said she once got up at night and happened to see a figure leaving the first madam's room. From the build, it was a man. Not many days later, the first madam became pregnant, and after 10 months of pregnancy, it was the fifth brother, Song Zhen. Song Hongtao's eyes narrowed into slits. Did that Granny Liang say who the man was? No, she didn't. After all, it was pitch black at the time. It was already difficult to discern it was a man. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. The truth reveals sincerity. However, Granny Liang did say that at that time, the Duke's mansion happened to have a guest, the first madam's cousin from the Hui Long Yang clan. What was his name again? I can't remember. At this point, Song Yan's tone shifted. However, this is absolutely impossible. After all, a cousin and a cousin go against human ethics. How could that be? The first madam comes from a distinguished family, is well-educated and sensible. She would never do such a thing. But Song Hongtao's breathing suddenly hitched, and his face showed an indescribable distortion. Cousin. What's impossible about it? Although this son was filial, he was ultimately too naive. He simply didn't know how dirty and disgusting those so-called aristocratic families were. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law, father-in-law and daughter-in-law, mother and son, brother and sister. Nobles. Just a bunch of filthy beasts. In this world, there's only what you can't imagine, not what they can't do. Speaking of which, Song Hongtao did have some impression of that so-called cousin. Recalling carefully, it seemed that Person and Song Zhen did look very similar. However, Song Zhen was too young at the time, and coupled with others saying that nephews resemble their uncles, he hadn't thought much of it. Recalling it now, it was simply foolish. The Hui Long Yang clan and the Langya Yang family had been separated for 100 or 200 years. How much bloodline could still remain? That so-called uncle probably wouldn't be much stronger than a stranger, so how could they be so similar? Steward Wang. What was the name of the person from the Hui Long Yang clan? Song Hongtao asked in a hoarse voice, his voice trembling. Steward Wang looked at Song Hongtao with some concern. He was a bit pitiful. But he still spoke Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen. Song Zhen. Song Hongtao's body trembled violently, his old face turning red, then green, then pale, a dazzling rainbow of colors. Song Yan was even a little surprised. It was truly hard to believe that a person's face could display such complex and spectacular colors. They wouldn't even change the name. Song Hongtao still remembered that Song Zhen's name was insisted upon by the Yang family. It happened that when Song Zhen was born, there was a clap of thunder, so he was named Zhen, hoping that he would become famous far and wide in the future. The same name, remarkably similar appearances. It was confirmed he was cuckolded. He, Song Hongtao, the clan chief of the Song family, Duke Song, had been cuckolded by his own wife. If not for his truly filial son, Song Yan, he might have been kept in the dark until his death, right? Recalling it now, could that clap of thunder on that day have been a warning from the heavens to him? Just as Steward Wang had predicted, once a target was in his heart, everything Song Hongtao could think of turned into arrows shooting at the bulls. Suddenly, Song Hongtao's expression changed again. Yang family's adultery was confirmed beyond doubt, but who could guarantee that the Yang family only committed adultery this one time? Who could guarantee there was only this one adulterer? Who could guarantee that his other 7 sons were all his own? The suspicion in his heart, like a bursting dam, stimulated Song Hongtao's sensitive nerves. Song Yun and Song Lu, from their appearances, did resemble him somewhat. But upon closer consideration, it could be found that compared to him, their father, they seemed to resemble his second brother, Song Jincheng, more. Especially the 6th son, Song Ji, who was almost an exact replica of Song Jincheng. Moreover, Song Jincheng had even specifically brought Song Ji to the capital and personally introduced him to the dean of White-clad Academy. For a mere nephew, would Song Jincheng be so utterly devoted and willingly invest so many connections and resources? Uncle and sister-in-law. Could it be that Song Ji was actually Yang family, this damned slut? How many times had she cuckolded him? It was almost noon. The dark clouds had dispersed, and the late June wind carried waves of humid heat, rustling the study windows with creaking sounds. Summer cicadas chirped sharply from the treetops as if mocking him. Sometimes, when birds flew by, the cicada's song would disappear. The wind swept through the treetops, and the lush green canopy swayed languidly. Song Hongtao's gaze drifted out the window. He felt his head was just like those leaves. Green with a very fresh feeling. In ancient times, a green scarf symbolized a humble profession, which later evolved into a metaphor for cuckoldry. Thus, the concept of a green hat exists in this world. The seed of doubt had been planted in Song Hongtao's heart and began to swell wildly. Looking at the dark face so close, Song Yan felt a retaliatory satisfaction. Look, that's the woman you've always doted on. She killed your 3 illegitimate sons and 3 illegitimate daughters, and you painstakingly raised the son of her paramour. Such a feeling must be truly spectacular. He knew the time was right, so he pursed his lips. Father, there are some things I don't know if I should say. Steward Wang sighed softly. The 9th young master's attack was still ongoing. After all, when the phrase, I don't know if I should say it, comes out, the content that follows is usually not good. Speak, Song Hongtao looked at Song Yan, and for the first time there was no doubt in his eyes. This one is definitely his biological son. He can doubt anyone but him. Song Yan cleared his throat. Then I'll speak. Father, as you know, I am just a concubine's son and was married off as a live-in son-in-law. The title of duke and the position of family head will never fall to me. I just don't know, Father, who do you plan to name as the heir? Generally speaking, the legitimate eldest son inherits the family legacy. But there are exceptions, such as when the legitimate eldest son commits a serious error, parents show favoritism, or other legitimate sons are particularly capable. I have great faith in the first madam, Song Yan emphasized again. Each emphasis was a knife stabbing into Yang's heart. But since such rumors have arisen, Father must consider the worst-case scenario. If, and I mean if, Father, please don't take it seriously. If what Granny Liang said is true, and 5th brother is truly the Yang family's illegitimate child, and you appoint 5th brother as the heir, then, with all due disrespect, after your passing, will the duke's title, which our ancestors earned with their lives on the battlefield, be surnamed Song or Yang? Noble families value legacy the most. Upon hearing this, Song Hongtao was startled, and even Steward Wang's pupils constricted sharply. Seeing the expressions of the two, Song Yan knew that his speculation had a high probability of being true. Thinking this, Song Yan spoke again. Could it be? Song Hongtao let out a heavy breath. That's right, Yang Myoking has repeatedly urged me to name Song Zhen as the heir. Yang Myoking was Yang's birth name. As for the reason for making Song Zhen the heir, it was because his other brothers were all very capable and had great futures even without the heir's position. But Song Zhen was not. Only the duke's title could ensure Song Zhen's lifelong prosperity. To Yang, incompetence seemed to have become an advantage. But was it really just that? If, as Song Yan said, everything is considered in the worst possible way, and Song Zhen is of the Yang family bloodline and under Yang's instigation becomes the heir, once Song Hongtao passes away, then the Duke Song Manor would truly become the Duke Yang Manor. The family's century-old glory would fall into the hands of others. And the reason for raising Song Zhen to be unruly and mediocre, was it not because they thought he would be easier to control in the future? Not only Yang Myoking, but Song Jincheng also repeatedly stated that Song Ji had great ambition and could perhaps restore the Song family's glory. Damn it! Every single one of them is eyeing my title. If it weren't for the powerful Yang family, if Yang Myoking didn't have a sister who was a concubine, he would definitely have this slut drowned in a pig cage. As for Steward Wang, he didn't know what he thought of, but a layer of dense, cold sweat actually seeped from his forehead, and his entire face was ashen like a dead man. Song Yan's voice broke the silence. Father, don't let the first madam know about these matters, otherwise I'm afraid. Song Hongtao snapped back to reality. Although he was extremely angry, almost about to explode, seeing Song Yan finally softened him a little, and there was even some gratitude in his eyes. Thank goodness for Song Yan. He was truly a filial and good son. Otherwise, he might have become a sinner of the Song family. He had treated him harshly before, and thinking of this, he felt even more moved. I naturally understand this, father. By the way, the things I asked you to do earlier, don't do them for now. Song Hongtao carefully chose his words. As for Granny Liang and those few people, I don't want any messy rumors to spread. Originally, he thought he had a cooperative relationship with the Yang family, but since they intended to make a clean sweep, he would not sit idly by. His expression gradually returned to calm. Although extremely angry, Song Hongtao also understood that now was not the time to lose control. Many things he had to arrange carefully, otherwise, given the current situation of the Duke's mansion, he might not see the sunrise many more times. As he spoke, he heard some commotion outside. It was the slightly messy sound of footsteps. In the Duke's mansion, to enter the study directly without reporting meant the identity of the person was clear. Yang Myoking, the first madam of the Duke's mansion, the matriarch of the Song family. According to the rules of this world, even Song Yan had to address her as his legitimate mother. Yang Myoking was already over 40 years old, but her life was comfortable and she was well maintained. At a glance, time had not left too many traces on her face. Dressed in a purple ruquin, her figure was graceful, and she had a pair of watery almond eyes, still possessing a charming allure. Behind Yang Myoking, there were 3 other people. They were Yang Zhen, oh no, it was Song Zhen, Song Lu, and a woman's. Song Zhen and Song Lu, being young, did not have such good heart nature. The moment they saw Song Yan, a hint of fierceness flashed in the depths of their eyes. Especially Song Zhen, his fists were already clenched, but the woman next to him shot Song Zhen a glance, and Song Zhen immediately lost his temper. This behavior made Song Yan look at the woman twice more. This woman, dressed in a light-colored skirt, was not overly beautiful, but she was dignified and poised, maintaining her demeanor with a graceful and intellectual beauty. She was in her 20s, a little older than Song Yan. Noticing Song Yan's gaze, she proactively nodded at him. No, Song Yun. What a pity otherwise, I really wanted to see what kind of expression Song Yun would have without his fiancée. They come with ill intentions, Song Yan thought. Song Zhen had vomited blood from anger, Song Yun had lost his fiancée, Yang Myoking had been insulted in front of Song Lu, losing face throughout Songju Prefecture. Given Yang Myoking's personality, wouldn't she immediately order her servants to drag him out and beat him to death? Fortunately, he was prepared, having brought Zio Yizi and Taoist Yushuang, as well as dozens of guards. Even if a fight broke out, he wouldn't be intimidated. As Song Yan thought this, he saw Yang Myoking first glance at him, then take a deep breath. The sternness on her face gradually faded, replaced by a forced, gentle smile. The next moment, before Song Yan could greet her, she quickly walked over, intimately taking Song Yan's hands in hers, truly like a gentle and benevolent mother. Yanner, how have you been at the Luo family these past few days? Look, you've gotten thin. It truly breaks mother's heart. Why are your clothes so thin? Could it be that Luo Yuhang deliberately made things difficult for you? Just wait, I will not let Luo Yuhang off the hook. Hiss. Song Yan shivered. What was this? Even with Song Yan's heart nature, he found it difficult to process such an impact for a moment. Having instigated Zhang Xiaoshan to do such things, Song Yan had already mentally relegated Yang to the ranks of the insignificant. Who would have thought that Yang's attitude would undergo such a drastic change now? Could it be that Yang Myoking had been subjected to possession? Something was wrong, very, very wrong. However, he still had the self-cultivation of an actor. With just a slight frown, Song Yan quickly adjusted his mentality, a smile same appearing on his face. Your son is well, I dare not trouble mother with worry, it shames your son. The scene was truly one of a loving mother and filial son. Both of them had excellent acting skills. Even though they wanted to strangle each other, neither showed it. After a long while, the pleasantries finally ended, and Song Yan then looked at Song Zhen and Song Lu. 5th brother, 8th brother. Song Lu had already adjusted his mentality, even cheerfully patting Song Yan's shoulder, as if they were very close. Only when he noticed Song Yan staring at his nose did a hint of annoyance appear on his face, probably remembering the feeling of having his nasal bone dislocated by Song Yan earlier. Song Zhen's eyes were fierce, but after being subtly glanced at by the woman, he quieted down again, though his face was contorted in frustration. This behavior made Song Yan even more curious about this woman. He then spoke, May I ask who this young lady is? The woman smiled softly at Song Yan, then took 2 steps forward and curtsied gracefully. This humble servant is Yang Xiao. I greet the 9th young master. Her voice was soft and sweet, like silk wrapped in clouds, and when her final notes lingered, it was like spun sugar gently pulling out sticky arcs in the air. It was also like the evening breeze during the Jiangnan plum rain season, humid and gentle, carrying the lingering charm of Wu dialect. It was hard to imagine how such a plain-looking woman could produce such a moving and melodious voice. There was no wind at the moment, but faintly, a special fragrance seemed to drift and lightly enter his nostrils. A fragrance, like clouds and mist, pure and delicate, like the scent of a young girl. Strangely, a hint of regret surfaced in Song Yan's heart. Though the woman's appearance was pleasant to look at, she ultimately lacked a certain allure. She wasn't a peerless beauty like Luo Yuheng or Luo Tianyi, nor was she as appetizingly charming as Gu Bangxia. Even if she had the looks of an average, above-average woman, coupled with her melodious voice and ethereal fragrance, she might have become a femme fatale. Just then, a chill surged from behind him. His body trembled slightly, as if affected by the cold, and the strange thoughts in his mind also vanished. A cool breeze brushed his face. Before him stood a white figure, her skirt gently swaying. Who else could it be but his Xiao Yizi? Her slender, tall figure stood quietly before Song Yan, blocking Yang Xiao's line of sight. Her dark eyes silently gazed at Yang Xiao, who was a few steps away with a hint of scrutiny. He is mine. Brother-in-law. Do not approach. Her voice was clear and cold, like a fairy who didn't partake in worldly affairs. Behind her, Song Yan secretly let out a breath. It was a good thing she added the words brother-in-law. Otherwise, who knew what kind of rumors would spread? His Xiao Yizi's pauses when speaking were quite alarming. His Xiao Yizi was warning Yang Xiao not to do anything inappropriate to him. Although Song Yan didn't think this woman could do anything, she seemed to be just an ordinary woman. His Xiao Yizi's martial Dao realm was slightly higher than his. Well, just a little bit higher. Since she acted this way, she must have her reasons. Regardless, to protect her brother-in-law like this, his brother-in-law was very touched. Creak, creak, a strange chewing sound broke the eerie atmosphere. Taoist Yushuang had appeared at some point. The Taoist was not very concerned with her demeanor, leaning lazily against the doorframe, pinching an apple with her slender fingers, taking small bites. Her sleeve naturally slid down her arm, revealing a section of her crystal-clear, fair wrist, like mutton-fat jade, seemingly glowing. Ever since Song Yan learned that Taoist Yushuang was over 30, her voice, when he heard her speak, felt strange and affected. Moreover, her skin was too good. Even a 16-year-old girl probably couldn't compare. Though her posture was lazy, and a faint smile even played on her lips, her dark eyes quietly fell upon Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's expression was calm, only her eyelashes trembled slightly. He always felt as if some invisible competition was taking place, but alas, his realm was too low to discern anything. Steward Wang quietly gave Song Hongtao a meaningful look. After all, he was an old servant who had assisted him for many years. Though not perfectly telepathic, Song Hongtao mostly understood Steward Wang's meaning. He took a deep breath, suppressing the disgust he felt for Yang Myoking and the urge to choke her and demand how many lovers this slut had. He lowered his head, and when he raised it again, his face was full of smiles. For someone like Song Hongtao, controlling facial expressions was a mandatory skill, even if his performance wasn't too good. Yanner, this young lady is your mother's niece, your 5th brother's cousin. She arrived at the Duke's mansion this morning. Strictly speaking, you can call her cousin. The frozen water flowed again, as if the previous confrontation had never happened. The term mother was generally exclusive to the main wife. Just like Song Yan, even though Mei Zhu was his birth mother under normal circumstances, he could only call her auntie. Otherwise, he would be overstepping his bounds and would be punished. In wealthy families, rules were this convoluted. It seemed that Madame Yang's change in less than a morning was mostly related to this niece. She was not simple. Song Hongtao picked up the now-cold tea, took a sip, and then put it down again. Speaking of which, your mother plans to have Zhener marry Si Yao, which would be a further strengthening of ties. Originally, Song Hongtao thought it was quite good. Although this woman was from a collateral branch and was a concubine's daughter, and not overly beautiful, she was educated, gentle, and had the demeanor of a young lady from a good family. As for Song Zhen, he was unlearned, misbehaved, and if he could marry such a woman, it would be a stroke of great fortune. Moreover, it could also strengthen ties with the Yang family. Thus, Song Hongtao's impression of Yang Xiao was quite good, but now he only felt waves of nausea, and his initial good impression vanished into thin air. Cousins marrying was common in this era, so there was nothing to be surprised about. This meant Yang Xiao was Song Zhen's fiancée. Among the people in the room, though it might not sound pleasant, it was probably safe to say they all had ulterior motives, but on the surface, there was peace. He wondered if this counted as jade cups clinking with warm sounds, ice and charcoal simmering together in the cauldron. Although Madame Yang's change was unexpected by Song Yan, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Even while pondering Madame Yang's intentions, he could answer fluently. Madame Yang's face remained wreathed in smiles, perhaps because she had been smiling for too long, for when she heard that Yang Gifeng had been killed by Song Yan for insulting his mother, her facial muscles stiffened. Luo Tianyi was always uninterested in these matters, and coupled with the hot weather, though she sat upright in her chair, her small head kept nodding, as if agreeing with what others were saying. She was somewhat adorably naive. As for Yang Xiao, she remained very quiet. Unconsciously, it was already noon. The sun was bright and white clouds drifted like cotton. The imagined conflict ultimately did not occur. It wasn't until they were about to leave that the sleeping Luo Tianyi seemed to receive a signal, suddenly lifting her head, her eyes now clear. Madame Yang finally remembered something. "Oh, right, Jenner, quickly return that jade pendant to Yanner." "Ah, I told Jenner to return the jade pendant to you before, but he's so careless. He's dragged it out until now. Yanner, take a look. Is it the one from back then?" Although Song Zhen was reluctant, he eventually returned the jade pendant to Song Yan. For Song Zhen, this jade pendant was nice, but not indispensable. He merely enjoyed the thrill of taking others' possessions. His fingers caressed the jade pendant, which was a vibrant green with a plum blossom on one side. After a long moment, Song Yan smiled. "I was too young then, and so many years have passed, so I don't remember clearly. But this plum blossom on one side cannot be mistaken. It must be this one." "That's good," Madame Yang said with a smile. She chatted for a while longer until she saw Song Yan, Luo Tianyi, and their group off to the front courtyard. Only then did Madame Yang, Song Zhen, and Yang Xiao head to the back antechamber. Song Hongtao silently watched their retreating figures, his gaze shadowed. His truly filial son, Song Yan, had laid bare all the truth before him. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, then these decades as family head would truly have been in vain. The Yang family wanted to scheme for the Song family's duke. He wanted to see who was the cicada, who was the mantis, and who was the oriole. Inadvertently, his gaze fell upon Yang Xiao. From behind, this woman truly looked excellent, her figure full and graceful, swaying as she walked, like a weak willow in the wind, adding a unique charm. What a pity this woman was a Yang family daughter. That good-for-nothing Song Zhen truly didn't deserve her, if she could be kept for himself. He wondered if it was the weather, but Song Hongtao suddenly felt a wave of heat in his lower abdomen. A place that hadn't reacted for many years actually showed a sign of stirring. "Ninth young master, please wait a moment. The master has one more item to give you. This old man will go fetch it now." Outside the Duke's mansion, Steward Wang said this. He apologized and then left. Song Yan let out a slight breath, his gaze sweeping over the dozens of tall, burly guards, as well as his Xiao Yizi and Taoist Yushuang. He had thought a conflict would occur and he'd have to help fight, but it ultimately wasn't needed. "That Yang Xiao." Luo Tianyi tilted her head. "That woman is very dangerous. Do not approach her." Song Yan was a little curious. "Is she very powerful?" Luo Tianyi suddenly glared at Song Yan, leaving him bewildered. Not far away, Taoist Yushuang chuckled. "Well, if we're just talking about strength, if you punch her, she might cry for a long time. But she's from the Hehuan sect." "Huh? Hehuan sect?" This news was quite explosive. Song Yan suddenly felt a little curious, wondering if Song Zhen knew that he had a fiancée from the Hehuan sect. When you mention the Hehuan sect, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Song Yan tried to recall, and a vision of beautiful women in sheer gauze appeared in his mind, their graceful bodies twisting like water snakes. They probably also wore silk veils over their faces, had bare, jade-like feet adorned with silver anklets or bells, and exposed long, fair legs. Yet their truly important parts would be tightly covered. Coupled with alluring incense and heart-stirring moans, they could easily ignite the desires of the opposite sex. They were beautiful and unrestrained, delicate yet cunning, and probably partied often. This was the stereotypical impression normal people had of the Hehuan sect. Seeing Song Yan's expression, Yushuang could guess his thoughts, and the smile on her face deepened. "What are you thinking? The Hehuan sect is a righteous sect, you know. My name is Song Yan, and I never expected that, even with some mental preparation, I would still be thoroughly shocked. Hehuan sect, righteous sect." It was incomprehensible how these two words could be linked together. "I'm not joking." Yushuang stretched her arms languidly, seemingly a bit tired. Although Song Yan had been the one mainly dealing with Yang Myoking in Song Hongtao's study earlier, listening to those meaningless conversations was still exhausting. The Hehuan sect was indeed classified as an evil path by the martial forest in the past. It's just that at that time, the Hehuan sect had numerous disciples and immense power, with a great grandmaster-level expert overseeing it. Therefore, even though many righteous sects were dissatisfied with the Hehuan sect and viewed it as a demonic cult, they were helpless. Martial Tao cultivation is divided into 9 ranks, from first rank, lowest, to 9th rank, highest. Of course, someone like Song Yan, who had only been cultivating for half a month, should still be unranked. Above the 9th rank, there are grandmasters. A grandmaster is beyond normal comprehension. To become a grandmaster requires not only the cultivation of internal energy and the practice of moves, but also an understanding of the martial Tao. While becoming a 9th rank martial artist is difficult, diligent practice can eventually lead to it. However, the grandmaster realm is different. Some are stuck at 9th rank for decades, always just missing an opportunity, while others experience an epiphany overnight, transforming completely. It's quite mysterious. To Song Yan, it just meant 2 words: pure luck. Currently in the Central Plains, 4 kingdoms, those who have achieved the grandmaster realm are, if not as rare as a phoenix feather, then certainly very few. For example, the Shaolin abbot and the Wudang sect leader are all figures who dominate a region or founded a sect. Above the grandmaster, there is the great grandmaster. The exact nature of this realm is difficult to describe in words. Song Yan only knew that there were no great grandmasters in the current Central Plains, 4 kingdoms. In novels, the Hehuan sect often appeared as villains, their power perhaps not weak, but never overly exaggerated. He never expected that in this world the Hehuan sect was once so glorious. Then why did the Hehuan sect decline? Song Yan thought for a moment. He occasionally heard names like Shaolin Temple, Wudang Mountain, Peacock Tower, and Tianshan sect from the Luo family guards, but he had never heard of the Hehuan sect, so he assumed it had declined. Yushuang smiled. That's because after the Hehuan sect's great grandmaster old ancestor passed away, the next sect master also died mysteriously. The sect's secret manual, which only appears during the sect master's legacy, also went missing. Without that secret manual, although the Hehuan sect had many disciples, no one could cultivate to the highest realm, so its decline was inevitable. Therefore, the disciples of the current Hehuan sect are mostly not that strong. They generally only know a bit of bewitching arts and such. He could roughly understand that this was a common issue during a sect's legacy. The sect's strongest secret manual could often only be cultivated by the sect leader. Once the previous sect leader died suddenly and the secret manual was lost, the strongest martial art would also be lost. By the way, shouldn't the women of the Hehuan sect be enchanting and charming? Wouldn't such women be more suitable for using bewitching arts? Recalling Yang Xiao. Although she was dignified, graceful, intellectual, and had an excellent temperament, her appearance was ultimately a bit lacking. Song Yan didn't think such a woman was suitable for using bewitching arts. Furthermore, since the Hehuan sect was an evil path, lost the protection of its great grandmaster old ancestor, and lost its strongest secret manual, why wasn't it annihilated by the righteous sects? Instead, it transformed into a righteous sect. Yushuang, however, shook her head slightly, the smile on her face gradually fading, becoming uncharacteristically serious. Bewitching arts, how should I put it? Like Gu arts, they belong to the crooked and evil path that has never been accepted by the orthodox martial forest. Bewitching arts, they are both strong and weak. To say bewitching arts are strong, it's not like people imagine, capable of charming someone's mind in a short time. To say bewitching arts are weak, yet they can subtly make the opposite sex develop feelings like fondness, pity, or heartache, and with the aid of means to arouse lust, falling into the throes of love is inevitable. After a brief pause, Yushuang took down the small gourd hanging from her waist. The gourd was carved from suet white jade, delicate, smooth, and of excellent quality. Opening its mouth, a faint scent of wine wafted out. She took a light sip, her slender neck like a white swan, and as she swallowed, a hint of allure emanated. As the clear wine went down, her frosty white cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. Crimson lips parted to exhale fragrant cherry, cheeks flushed with spring, eyes like almonds. It was nothing more than that. And that pure white, clean Taoist robe, could it be considered ancient uniform temptation? For some reason, Song Yan felt that Yushuang resembled a disciple of the heroine sect. He never expected that Taoist Yushuang actually had a fondness for wine. After moistening her throat with wine, Yushuang spoke again. Bewitching arts are also divided into several levels. Low-level bewitching arts rely on beauty to serve others. A pretty face, a graceful figure, these cater to those with particular tastes. Some men like women's legs, some perverts like women's feet. The women of the heroine sect can present your most preferred aspect in the most beautiful posture before you. And advanced bewitching arts are on another level. These women can discern the subtle notes of the jiaoi, zither, recognize guangling by touch, and also conjure misty clouds with their brush and make jade-like sounds with their ink. Men who interact with them often feel a deep connection and become enamored. That Yang Xiao is the latter. Song Yan understood. He recalled feeling a sense of pity when he first saw Yang Xiao, and he secretly became wary. As for why the heroine sect became a righteous sect, that's probably because the concubine of the Wudang sect leader, the wife of the Peacock Tower master, the female disciple of the Tianqian sect leader, and even the wives and concubines of many officials in the court were all heroine sect disciples. And the heroine sect also pays taxes according to the law. Song Yan was stunned. It made sense then. However, he still couldn't help but wonder, why would a dignified Yang family daughter become a heroine sect disciple? Why would the Yang family get involved with the heroine sect? Why arrange for someone skilled in bewitching arts to enter the Duke's mansion and make Yang Xiao Song Zhen's fiancée? If it was just to seize the Duke's title, wouldn't it be more convenient to have Yang Xiao marry Song Hongtao? Song Yan didn't think Song Hongtao could resist seduction. And why did Yang Mairoking change her attitude towards him? What exactly were they plotting? Song Yan held the jade pendant up to the midday sun, and the sunlight passing through the jade cast a hazy pattern in his pupils. What purpose did that Yang Mairoking, no, Yang Xiao, intend to achieve with this jade pendant? Things were getting interesting. Well, at least it was a bit more challenging than dealing with Yang Mairoking and Song Zhen. If you have time, teach me some martial arts. He said this to Zyro Yizi. This world was too dangerous, with all sorts of messy tricks. Now even bewitching arts had appeared, and in a few days, someone playing with goo worms might pop up, hopefully not a direct disciple of Old Devil Fang. Luo Tianyi nodded, indicating her agreement. At this moment, the entire Ningping County city was enveloped in scorching sunlight. The rainwater on the ground quickly evaporated, leaving the county town hazy and humid. The muggy feeling made one feel sticky all over and uncomfortable. Faint voices could be heard, likely the servants of the Duke's mansion whispering something. When Song Yan looked over, those people hurriedly averted their gaze, their faces pale. Once upon a time, he was a pitiful wretch in this Duke's mansion whom anyone could step on. Now, he had become a plague god feared by all. This change, however, was not unwelcome. After a long while, Steward Wang finally appeared. He seemed to be in a hurry, jogging over with a box in his arms. His expression was still somewhat conflicted and struggling, but he finally shoved the box into Song Yan's arms. Then without a word, he turned and left. This behavior made Song Yan a bit curious. Wasn't this the betrothal gift Song Hongtao was compensating him with? Why was Steward Wang so hesitant? Could it be something precious? Thinking this, he got into the carriage. A fragrant breeze wafted in. Zyro Yizi had also climbed into the carriage. Knowing that Zyro Yizi was there to protect him, he felt a warmth in his heart. However, for a brother-in-law and Xiao Yizi to ride in a carriage alone was, after all, somewhat against the rules in this era. If others saw them, who knew what rumors would spread? Especially since this Xiao Yizi had even performed the wedding ceremony with him. "Thank you," Song Yan said. Luo Tianyi leaned against the carriage frame, her head turned to the side, as if peeking at the scenery outside through the gap in the curtain. "Let's go home. I want sweet and sour pork ribs." A few plates of sweet and sour pork ribs could get him Xiao Yizi as a personal bodyguard. This deal was worth it. Having lived 2 lives, Song Yan wasn't socially anxious, but alone with Xiao Yizi in the carriage, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Only the creaking of the carriage filled the silence. A faint, almost imperceptible fragrance emanated from Xiao Yizi. Though not as rich as Yang Xiao's, it made Song Yan feel more at ease, and the small carriage became more enchanting. To avoid looking at Xiao Yizi too much, Song Yan picked up the box steward Wang had tucked into his arms. He had expected some kind of treasure, but upon opening it, he found only a yellowed piece of paper inside. Could it be another property deed? Thinking this, he realized he was wrong again. The yellow paper was covered in densely written names. The ink was still a bit damp, suggesting it had been written in a hurry. The handwriting was messy, indicating Steward Wang's mood was quite bad when he wrote it. Song Yan frowned slightly, glanced at it for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Who are Yang Ruyi and Gu Yang?" Yang Ruyi is the illegitimate daughter of the Yang family's 5th branch, a cousin of Yang Myoking. As for Gu Yang, he is the legitimate eldest son of the Earl of Ryang. Luo Tiangshuan's voice was still cool and clear. Yang Ruyi is Gu Yang's legal wife. Without turning his head, Song Yan's angle allowed him to see Xiao Yizi's profile. Skin of snow, spirit of the moon, approaching the lotus pond without stirring dust. Crimson clouds holding pearls, receiving jade dew. Before her lips part, spring has already broken. Even the goddess of Luo, as depicted by Cao Zijian, was probably no more than this. He silently averted his gaze, not daring to look any longer. Perhaps due to the golden kidney, this body was truly too sensitive, and when alone, he always felt Xiao Yizi was even more beautiful. After a few breaths, Song Yan looked up again. What about Yang Mengsu and Zhu Qiyuan? Yang Mengsu is the eldest illegitimate daughter of the Yang family's 4th branch. Zhu Qiyuan is the legitimate 2nd son of the Earl of Jianan, but because the legitimate eldest son is unlearned and incompetent, the position of heir will likely go to Zhu Qiyuan. Are they also a couple? Yes, she is his legal wife. How do you know so much about the Yang family's affairs? Luo Tiangshuan continued to gaze out the window, as if something outside was constantly attracting her attention. The Luo family is not an ordinary family. We must carefully consider our choice of husband. During the days of the medicinal trial, both you and the Duke's mansion were thoroughly investigated, and Yang Myoking was no exception. Luo Tiangshuan was quite open and didn't hide anything. Song Yan didn't feel offended, thinking, an investigation is an investigation, but isn't it a bit too detailed? They didn't even spare Yang Myoking's maternal clan. And what was going on with Xiao Yizi? Before, he taught her a passage, and she couldn't remember it for the life of her, but she remembered all this gossip clearly. One yellow paper, liberally inscribed with nearly 100 names, 3 of which were specially circled. Asking about them one by one, it was as expected. All were Yang family daughters and their husbands, and all the men they married were nobles. This was actually a bit problematic. The Yang family was a millennial aristocratic family. Only now had the influence of aristocratic families slightly weakened. In the past, they didn't even care about the imperial family. It was said that the grand ancestor of any country wanted to marry an aristocratic family's legitimate daughter for his prince, but he was refused. Even the imperial family was treated this way, let alone those crude military men under the emperor. Aristocratic daughters mostly looked down on these upstarts, preferring to intermarry with other aristocratic families rather than nobles. It wasn't until he saw the last name that Song Yan's throat inexplicably moved, and he swallowed. Then, what about Yang Myoyan? Xiao Yizi, whose face had been as cool as frost, finally turned her head and looked at Song Yan with some surprise, then slowly spoke. She is the current consort Yang. Yang Myoking, Yang Myoan. When he saw this name, Song Yan already had the answer in his heart. But after hearing Xiao Yizi's words firsthand, his heart still couldn't help but tremble slightly. Song Zhen, Yang Mairoking, Duke Song, Consort Yang, Enning Emperor. Song Yan didn't even notice that his breathing had inexplicably quickened. The Yang family could scheme for the Duke Song manor. Who could guarantee that the Yang family didn't have ideas about other nobles? What did those three circled names mean? In ancient times, upper-class society often maintained relationships through marriage, but such relationships were not stable. If interests clashed, even in-laws would still go after each other. That is to say, even though the Yang family married off so many daughters, the families of these daughters might not necessarily side with the Yang family. But what if the next generation of these aristocrats were all like Song Zhen? If the Yang family's plan truly succeeded, then nearly one-third of the nobles in the entire Enning country would be controlled by the Yang family. This would be an incredibly terrifying force, terrifying enough to easily push the prince born to consort Yang onto that throne. Wait a moment. Song Yan's body suddenly trembled, his face turning slightly pale, and a layer of cold sweat even beaded on his forehead. What if the Yang family's ambition was even greater? What if this prince born to consort Yang also? His eyelashes trembled slightly, and Song Yan's eyes narrowed into a slit. Things are probably going to get serious. His gaze remained fixed on the paper. The names of Yang Maion and Enning Emperor seemed unusually glaring. Could such a plan truly succeed? Even if the Yang family was a millennial aristocratic family, did they truly have such audacity? Not to mention Enning Emperor, other noble families were certainly not fools. How exactly could the Yang family pull off such a deception? Who was the cicada? Who was the mantis? And who was the oriole? For a moment, Song Yan even felt a sense of helplessness. He was just a small figure who had just escaped from a cage. Why did he have to know such a secret that could cost him his life at any moment? Covered by the scorching sun, the temperature inside the carriage naturally rose, but Song Yan only felt the air he inhaled through his nostrils was icy cold and bone-chilling, as if his body was frozen stiff. "What's wrong? Your face looks a bit pale. Are you sick?" Noticing Song Yan's ashen face, Luo Tianxuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she couldn't help but lean closer, placing a small hand on Song Yan's forehead. Icy cold. It was as if she couldn't feel any warmth. Just then the carriage wheel seemed to hit a stone, making a sudden thud, and the carriage body swayed with it. The two were quite close, and coupled with Luo Tianxuan's full attention being on Song Yan, her body, under the effect of inertia, uncontrollably lunged forward. The carriage stopped. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Luo Tianxuan's body was cool, and perhaps influenced by this coolness, Song Yan actually felt his turbulent heart gradually calm down, and the distracting thoughts in his mind were dispelled little by little. He yearned for this taste of tranquility. However, Song Yan was still conscious. Although Luo Tianxuan's body felt very comfortable in his arms, such a state was ultimately inappropriate for a brother-in-law and Xiao Yizi. Thinking this, Song Yan grabbed Luo Tianxuan's shoulders, preparing to push her away. Just then, the curtain of the carriage was suddenly lifted. Tian Yi, It was Yushuang. She seemed about to say something, but before she could finish, she saw the situation inside the carriage. The expression on her face immediately became extremely strange, and her voice caught in her throat. The next second, with a whoosh, she let the curtain drop again. It's over, Luo Tianxuan. Your sister has stolen your home." The world in Yushuang's eyes was always subtly different from others. In Yushuang's eyes, Luo Tianyi leaned bonelessly into Song Yan's embrace. Song Yan's hands were wrapped around Tianya's shoulders, their eyes met, conveying affection, their gazes almost intertwined. A delicate flush quietly crept onto Tianya's cheeks. Accompanied by slightly hurried breaths, even from behind the curtain, one could feel the increasingly fervent temperature between them. "Luo Tianxuan, oh Luo Tianxuan, your sister has stolen your home. Looking at this, by the time you recover from your illness, they might even have children. No wonder these two have already bowed to each other in a wedding ceremony." Bowing to each other, for a woman, might be the most important ceremony of her life. Even if Tianya was naturally cold, she probably wouldn't be indifferent. Why did she have to see such a scene? Although she had always looked after Luo Tianxuan, Tianya was also someone she had watched grow up since childhood. Could she only offer her blessings? What if they really got someone pregnant? Would she be promoted from junior marshal uncle to junior marshal grand uncle? Thinking this, Yushuang's face showed a smile like an ant. Speaking of which, the atmosphere was already there just now. Why didn't it go a step further? Huh? Could it be that she accidentally opened the carriage curtain and broke the mood? But why did she open the carriage curtain earlier? What was she trying to say to Tianyi? This question troubled Yushuang for a long, long time, and she probably wouldn't remember it for the rest of her life. Yushuang's sudden appearance finally startled Tianyi awake. Only then did she slowly raise her head to glance at Song Yan, and then silently left Song Yan's embrace without a word. Tianyi merely tidied her clothes and hair slightly, moved her body a little to the side, and her gaze, as always, looked out the window as if nothing had happened. However, this atmosphere made Song Yan feel particularly awkward. He thought for a moment and then continued the previous topic. I'm not sick. I just remembered some things. It's nothing. Also, thank you for your concern. It was a habit from his previous life. Song Yan said it casually. Tianyi pursed her lips. I'm just worried that if something happens to you, my elder sister's illness will go untreated. Her voice was as cold as ever. Song Yan smiled. Sure enough, this was Xiao Yizi. That scene just now was a pure accident for Tianyi, and she wouldn't take it to heart at all. In this life, a man who could truly make Xiao Yizi's heart flutter and show a shy expression probably no longer existed. Thinking this, he couldn't help but worry about Xiao Yizi's future. With this personality, she probably wouldn't be able to get married. Of course, he was just a brother-in-law, so such matters were not for him to worry about. That was for Luo Yuheng to fret over. Tucking the paper into his embrace, Song Yan said naturally, "By the way, how has Tiangshuan been these past few days?" "She's gradually getting better, it's just not as obvious as it was at first," Tianyi said. Although she didn't stay by her elder sister's side like Yushuang, she would inquire daily. This was very normal. In fact, modern medicine for treating pulmonary tuberculosis, or consumption, mostly uses a 4-drug regimen, combining several drugs such as isoniazid, rifampicin, and ethambutol hydrochloride. On one hand, this better treats the disease, and on the other hand, it effectively prevents drug resistance. However, although Song Yan had modern medicines, they were not complete. If Luo Tiangshuan took only isoniazid for a long time, after a few months, she would likely develop drug resistance. He could only wait for the monthly medicine box to refresh. The medicines were not fixed. Even for the same illness, different drugs would appear. There would always be a chance. "I want to visit the market." Tianyi's cherry lips parted, but in the end, she didn't say much. She left 2 skilled guards, although in Tianyi's opinion, her staying would ensure her brother-in-law's safety more effectively. But as Xiao Yizi, it was probably inappropriate to be constantly with her brother-in-law. Just like just now, what was seen was Junior Marshal Uncle Yushuang. Junior Marshal Uncle was not a bigmouth and wouldn't spread rumors, but if others saw it, even if it was just an accident, who knew what kind of gossip would spread? Actually, she herself didn't care much. She probably knew what her reputation was like outside, mostly that she didn't act like a proper young lady. Young misses of prominent families usually just embroidered flowers or read books. Few wielded swords and spears. Someone who could split a rockery 2 meters away with a single sword, forcing the suitor to confess he had 28 lovers in a brothel and also liked married women, was even rarer. However, Tianyi could disregard her own reputation, but she couldn't disregard Song Yan's. As a live-in son-in-law, Song Yan naturally bore a lot of pressure. If more messy rumors were to spread, no one knew what would happen. Sometimes, gossip was sharper than a knife. Moreover, this place was not far from Luo Manor, and the 2 guards were quite skilled, so it should be fine. Thinking this, Tianyi felt a little relieved. The carriage made a creaking sound again. Tianyi's body swayed with the carriage. In her ears, Song Yan's heartbeat still seemed to echo. His forehead was cold, but his body was hot. She didn't dislike that feeling, probably. Her slender body leaned against the window. The wind through the window sill stirred her dark hair, revealing a pair of eyes filled with haze and confusion and slightly reddened ear tips. But Song Yan was a little puzzled why, as soon as he got off the carriage, he was met with Yushuang's gentle smile, and she was muttering something about Luo Shuang being more suitable. "What Luo Shuang? Your Dao name is Yushuang. Xiao Yizi's name is Luo Tianyi." Are you perhaps thinking of changing your surname? Crazy. It wasn't until Yushuang got into Tianya's carriage that the chattering finally stopped. Besides the two guards, Kong Chan and Gu Banksia also remained by his side. He looked up at the sky, the sunlight reflecting in his pupils. It hurt a little. Steward Wang was a smart man and clearly sensed something, but why would he entrust this secret to him? What benefit was there for him? It's a bit complicated. Never mind, I won't think about it. Anyway, let's buy some white sugar and eggs first. No matter what the future holds, having some ability to protect himself is the most important thing. Although he had been cultivating the 100 Flowers treasure mirror, the path of martial arts relies on years of practice, not something that can be changed in just a few days. Compared to that, making some small self-defense gadgets is faster. He had white sugar on him, but not much, so it would be better to refine some. The daytime market was still very lively, with a continuous clamor of voices. Unintentionally, Song Yan stopped in front of a pork stall. The pork seller was a burly, stout man with a full beard, holding a heavy butcher knife. No matter how much a customer wanted, one cut would be perfectly accurate. Next to him was a 10-year-old girl with 2 pigtails and rosy cheeks, skillfully wrapping meat in lotus leaves and putting copper coins into a simple small purse. She was quite well-behaved and cute. She must be his daughter. Although Song Yan had some doubts about how this bearded man could have such a well-behaved and clever little girl. "Customer, what would you like?" After attending to the customer in front of him, the man looked at Song Yan and asked in a booming voice. Looking at the pork stall in front of him, Song Yan inexplicably felt a playful urge. He smiled and said, "If I said I wanted 10 caddies of lean meat with not a speck of fat on it, finely chopped for a sauce, what would you do?" The man was puzzled. "Yes, that's a big business, why wouldn't I do it?" Songju Prefecture was considered one of the wealthier places in Enning country, but buying 10 caddies of lean meat at once was still uncommon. Then what if I wanted 10 caddies of fat, with not a speck of lean meat on it, also finely chopped for a sauce? "If the customer wants it, I'll cut it as long as the customer pays," the man said with a chuckle, showing no sign of annoyance. "Then I want another 10 caddies of inch of gold cartilage, also finely chopped for a sauce." The man's bell-like eyes widened. "Then I might have to chop you up." Song Yan was curious, "And why is that?" The butcher rolled his eyes. "There's only about half a caddy of Kunjin Ruangu on a whole pig. You want 10 caddies at once. Where am I supposed to get that for you? Aren't you just trying to mess with me?" Song Yan was stunned, so that was the reason. No wonder that Zhen Guanqi would get angry. That fellow Lu Tixia was indeed too much. "Customer, what do you actually want? Lean meat, fat, or soft bone?" Song Yan blinked. "I want 10 caddies of pork fat." He paused. "No need to chop it for sauce. Pork fat can be used to make soap, but most people don't know that the byproduct of making soap from pork fat is glycerol. If he could also extract nitric acid from chicken droppings, perhaps he could make nitroglycerin. The explosive power of that stuff, well, it might be a little stronger than fireworks. This world was very dangerous, and the more self-defense items he had, the better. Only then could he have even a tiny bit of security. Thinking this, Kong Chan had already paid, and the little girl skillfully wrapped the pork fat. A guard automatically reached out to take it, then lowered his voice. "Gui, we're being followed." Song Yan raised an eyebrow. "Followed?" That guard was named Zhao Hu. He was tall and burly, with a solemn expression that subtly revealed a killing intent. Although Song Yan had not been at Luo Manor for long, and most of his free time was spent on his own affairs, he had gradually become familiar with the guards, housekeepers, and maids in the manor. At the very least, he had no problem calling them by name. The other guard was named Zhang Long. Unfortunately, Luo Manor did not have Ma Han. Song Yan was very relaxed. Even when he heard he was being followed, he showed no tension, merely walking slowly forward and asking, "How strong are they?" Zhao Hu answered proudly, "They are merely people waiting to be executed." "Are you Guanarea? Everyone is merely a person waiting to be executed in your eyes." Song Yan smiled. "How many people?" "6 people. After a pause, Song Yan blinked repeatedly. Let me just confirm. Of course, it's not that I'm afraid of death, so you two can really handle them, right?" "It's definitely not fear of death. This is called being cautious. No, it's prudence." "I alone am enough. Zhao Hu pouted, his tone as if Guan Aria had possessed him. Even if he and Zhang Long were not a match, there were others. The princess held the young master in extremely high regard. The security for the young master and the entire Luo family was not inferior to that of the two young masters, Tian Shu and Tian Quan. As for the third young master, he naturally didn't need it. What the third young master needed was an old scholar who could restrain him from causing trouble. This put him at ease. It wouldn't be the Yang family. Song Yan could roughly guess that Yang Xiao's purpose in coming to the Song family should be to restore the Yang family's lost reputation and help Song Zhen secure the position of heir. At such a time, Yang Xiao would surely restrain the Yang family from creating unnecessary trouble. In fact, many people around them were looking in their direction, and some were whispering and exchanging words. However, Song Yan had no idea how Zhao Hu managed to pinpoint those 6 people from this chaotic mix of gazes. Perhaps it was because of Gu Bangxia and Kong Chan. One mature and charming, graceful and moving, the other playful and cute, lively and nimble. Lu Zun once said, "Beauty moves people's hearts." 2 beautiful women would naturally attract more attention. It was also possible that his wedding had been too high-profile, and not a few people in Ningping County recognized his face. Fragmented sounds were carried on the wind, drifting into his ears. Perhaps it was due to his diligent cultivation with Gu Bangxia during this period, as his internal energy had grown considerably. Although he couldn't compare to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, he could intermittently hear some content. Most of it was gossip related to him, as this was probably the first time that a joy-bringing marriage had actually cured someone, and such gossip naturally piqued some people's interest. Occasionally, people dressed as scholars would pass by, casting disdainful glances. Song Yan didn't mind, but Kong Chan's face next to him grew increasingly displeased. Her cheeks puffed out, and she glared indignantly at 2 young men who had just walked past, looking as if she wanted to rush up and give them a good punch with her small fists. "What's wrong? Who made my little Chan angry?" Song Yan chuckled, ruffling Kong Chan's hair, and asked curiously. "It's those poor scholars. They have no talent themselves, can't write good poems, so they come to question young master." Kong Chan huffed, defending Song Yan indignantly. Song Yan immediately understood. It was mostly about the events at the Songzhou Prefecture night market. The line, "From then on, misty rain falls upon Enning City. One person holds an umbrella, 2 walk together," while not a peerless masterpiece, was quite catchy and held a certain concept. And the line, "Fallen flowers stand alone, light rain, swallows fly in pairs," was even more extraordinary. Countless single men and women often pondered this poem, feeling self-pity. Song Yan had gained some fame because of these 2 lines of poetry. However, as the initial buzz of discussion gradually faded, some details about Song Yan's background were dug up, followed by various doubts. He hadn't attended school and had been imprisoned since childhood, so what knowledge could he possibly have? Thus, some speculated that these 2 lines of poetry were not written by Song Yan, perhaps by another young master of the Song family. Then, for some unknown reason, someone stated with certainty that it was Song Yun. And Song Yun did not come forward to deny it, which, in the eyes of those people, was taken as an implicit admission. As for why Song Yun would write such lines as, "Fallen flowers stand alone, light rain, swallows fly in pairs," to mock himself, and why he would know in advance that he was about to lose his fiancée, those scholars subconsciously ignored this point. For those scholars, compared to Song Yan, they were more willing to believe that the poem was written by Song Yun. After all, how could a young man who had been imprisoned in the backyard for years, barely read any books, and perhaps couldn't even recognize characters, recite such excellent lines casually? Where would that leave the face of those scholars who had studied diligently for 10 years? Before long, Song Yan's reputation among scholars had undergone a magnificent 180-degree turn. Whenever Song Yan was mentioned, they would likely curse him as shameless. Just like the 2 scholars who had just passed by. If not for the tall and burly Zhang Long and Zhao Hu accompanying him, they would have spat at him. Song Yan knew about these things but didn't pay much attention, as he never really cared about matters unrelated to his life or money. Kong Chan was still huffing. That Song Yun is also shameless. He didn't even come out to clarify, clearly wanting to claim those 2 lines of poetry. "Let him be." Song Yan chuckled. Indeed, Song Yun, who was not greedy for wealth, not lustful, and quite intelligent, ultimately could not escape the allure of fame. Was this falling into the trap? He wasn't afraid of your greed for fame, only afraid you wouldn't enter the trap. Once you're in, it's hard to get out. Song Yan's smile deepened. This time the target was no longer servants like Zyro Kui, Yang Gifeng, or Zhang Ziroshan. This time it was a genuine duke's legitimate son. Well, whether he was biological or not was hard to say, but in any case, the 8 sons of the Song family, the Yang family, and Song Hongtao, the whole family must be neat and tidy. Temporarily suppressing the thoughts in his heart, he ruffled Xiao Chan's hair again. Song Yan smiled and said, "Young master doesn't even care. Why are you getting angry? Let's go, let's buy eggs." The person following them seemed to be simply tailing them, or perhaps there were too many people and eyes in the county town, making it difficult to act. There were no unusual movements throughout the journey. No assassinations or sneak attacks occurred. By the time they returned to Luo Manor with the lard, eggs, and brown sugar, Zhao Hu had disappeared. Young master. At a tea house. In a private room. Song Yun sat by the window, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd on the street below, his eyes indifferent. Inside the room were 6 other people, all dressed differently. A peddler, a porter, a ruffian. Turning back, Song Yun's fingers rubbed the bottom rim of his teacup, and he murmured, "How was it?" We found Song Yan, accompanied by 2 maids, 1 Gu Banksia and 1 Kong Chan, and 2 guards. However, since they remained within the county town, there was no opportunity to act, so we had to give up. Song Yun nodded. "You did very well." He wanted to quickly give Gu Banksia to Fang Jun to forge a connection with the Fang family. He also wanted to kill Song Yan, but would not cause trouble for himself. Acting in broad daylight within the county town would inevitably cause a sensation, leading to a full-scale investigation, and no one knew what messy things might be uncovered. How strong are those 2 guards? If it came to a real fight, do you have confidence? Were you not discovered? Song Yun took a sip of tea, but it had already grown cold. Young master, rest assured, of course not. The man dressed as a peddler who was the leader patted his chest, a proud look on his face. Our 6 brothers are all martial artists who have entered the ranks. Those 2 guards are merely burly roughnecks. We followed them the whole way, and those 2 didn't notice us at all. The advantage is with us. It's a guaranteed win. Song Yun nodded with great satisfaction, then pulled out a finely crafted piece of paper from his in my arms and handed it to the leader opposite him. Arrange for 1 person to stake out near Luo Manor. If Song Yan leaves the city, then act. It was a torn-off section of a 1,000 tael money order. In this world, banknotes appeared relatively early, but they were not like what is depicted in TV dramas, where one could casually slap a banknote on a table at a jewelry store, and the shopkeeper would eagerly bring out the most precious jewels in the store. In reality, banknotes were not circulated. They were merely proof of withdrawal, and almost all merchants would not accept such a thing as banknotes. On one hand, using banknotes was quite cumbersome. A banknote, in essence, was a contract between a depositor and a money house, made on special paper. After the contract was made, it would be torn in half. 1 half would be taken by the depositor, and the other half would remain with the money house. When withdrawing money, the 2 halves of the banknote had to match perfectly. This was the first step. The withdrawer also needed to accurately state the time the contract was made, the witness, and even a special secret code. If any step had a problem, the money house would not give out the silver. Even if a thief stole a banknote, it was worthless. On the other hand, money houses also charged a custody fee, meaning that even if you knew all the secret codes and details, the amount of money you withdrew would be reduced. Therefore, only those with too much idle silver who found it inconvenient to store would deposit their silver into a money house for safekeeping. Whether you can kill Song Yan or not, you must leave this banknote at the scene, understand? Song Yun slowly spoke. The payee on the banknote was, surprisingly, Yang Mairoking. His mother, scheming. Everyone was scheming. The Yang family was scheming against Enning country. Song Yan was plotting to take the lives of everyone in the Duke's mansion. Lady Yang and Yang Xiao were scheming for Duke Song's title. Song Yun, on the other hand, was scheming against his mother. Song Yun harbored resentment over Lady Yang's favoritism towards Song Zhen. He knew that as long as his mother held power in the Duke's mansion, no one would be able to snatch the Duke's title from Song Zhen. Why not? They were all legitimate sons of the Song family, so why was he not qualified? If it were his elder brother, Song Hui, Song Yun could grudgingly accept it, as he was the Song family's legitimate eldest son. And by all accounts, the future family head and duke's title should belong to his elder brother. But what was Song Zhen? He was unwilling. Since he was unwilling, he could only strive for it with his own hands. Of course, while Song Yun was not as clever as Song Ji, he was far more cautious. There were many things he wouldn't do himself, such as usurping Song Zhen, that brainless fool, at the wedding ceremony. Song Yun didn't know when exactly he'd started having such thoughts. He played the role of a docile, intelligent, and filial legitimate son within the Duke's mansion, yet he was secretly building his own power. This was not a simple task. To this day, he only had a few dozen trustworthy, loyal, and dedicated subordinates. Some of these people were embedded in the Duke's mansion, serving as guards and servants, while others operated in Ningping County and Songzhou Prefecture. For example, the 6 individuals before him were originally a group of mountain bandits who had been wiped out. Because they had committed many evil deeds and had numerous lives on their hands, they were destined for execution. It was Song Yun who bribed the jailers, replacing them with other prisoners, thus saving their lives. Their wives and children were also arranged elsewhere by Song Yun, so their loyalty was absolutely unquestionable. If it's only Song Yan and Ban Zier is not with him, should we still act? The leader asked cautiously, having accepted the banknotes. A trace of gloom flashed in the depths of Song Yun's eyes. After a brief silence, he said, "Act." No matter how mature Song Yun's heart nature was, his age was still a factor. This time, he truly couldn't endure it. It was all because of Song Yan that his fiancée, whom he was already halfway through betrothal negotiations with, was gone. And it happened in the night market, in front of Quinniu brothel with countless scholars watching, that his engagement was broken off. Whenever he recalled that day's events, Song Yun felt a suffocating pressure in his heart, like a bone-deep ulcer, a fishbone stuck in his throat. He actually quite liked Meng Lingeling. "You ruined my marriage, so I'll send your woman to Fang Jun's bed." Song Yun thought to himself. Of course, he would make careful arrangements. If it succeeded, that would be excellent. Song Yan's death would finally release the suppressed bitterness in his heart. That banknote would also be enough to cast suspicion on his mother. His mother had already killed 3 illegitimate brothers. She had sufficient reason and motive to kill Song Yan. Luo Yuheng was not a reasonable person, and the matter was bound to escalate. Even if his mother was ultimately acquitted, she would likely lose all power in the Duke's mansion, and thus Song Zhen would lose his greatest support. If it failed, it wouldn't matter. Song Yan would find this banknote on the body. Consort Mei Zhu died by his mother's hand. Song Yan naturally wanted revenge. Even if he realized this banknote was suspicious and deliberately planted, he would absolutely not let go of this opportunity. This 9th brother was not as useless as he appeared in the Duke's mansion. He was like a viper, lying in wait, ready to strike with a deadly poison. One had a criminal record, the other had a mother-killing grudge. The evidence might be a bit too deliberate, but what did it matter? And he was the mantis stalking the cicada, oblivious to the oriole behind. No matter the outcome, it would only benefit him with no drawbacks. What's more, due to his mother's actions recently, his elder brother and 2 cousins had been stripped of their official positions, and his second uncle had also written to blame his father for not being able to control the inner residence, causing his father to become increasingly displeased with his mother. How could Song Yun not add fuel to the fire with such a rare opportunity to drag his mother down? Of course, if he could truly become the heir and inherit the Duke's title, he would definitely be filial to his mother. He swore it. Thinking this, a smile inadvertently appeared on Song Yun's lips. It was just a pity for Yang Xiao. Marrying Song Zhen was truly a waste. He didn't know why, but Song Yun suddenly thought of that quiet woman. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. If he had married Yang Xiao, Luo Manor. Upon returning home, Song Yan first put away the eggs and brown sugar he had bought. Then, he took out the yellow paper Steward Wang had given him from his Chinese letter and examined it carefully for a long time. "Is mother-in-law home?" Gu Bangxia covered her mouth and chuckled. "Princess wants you to call her mother. If she hears you call her mother-in-law, I'm afraid she'll be sad again." although from their identities, they were undoubtedly mother-in-law and son-in-law. However, Luo Yuheng, despite being an elder, stubbornly believed that the address mother was much more intimate than mother-in-law. Considering his interactions with Luo Yuheng during this time, if Luo Yuheng heard him, she would most likely truly be sad, perhaps even secretly hide away to shed tears alone. A black line appeared on his forehead. Gu Bangxia had also grown much bolder. Now she even dared to joke with her brother-in-law. To re-establish his authority as brother-in-law, Song Yan fiercely raised his right hand and slapped Gu Bangxia's bottom, as a form of punishment. With a playful smile, Gu Bangxia shook her head, indicating that Luo Yuheng was not currently home. Song Yan strongly suspected that his mother-in-law might have gone to meet her old lover. It was strange, though. Even though Song Yan had been living in the Luo family for some time, he hadn't seen that man since that night. Could it be? Song Yan quickly suppressed a certain constantly emerging speculation in his heart, then lifted his foot and walked in a certain direction. After arriving at a courtyard, Gu Bangxia and Kong Chan, who had been following behind Song Yan, consciously stopped. The location was slightly remote. Although the scorching sun was overhead, the courtyard gave off an indescribable sense of eeriness. There were a few guards in the courtyard, but it was unusually quiet, without a sound. These were precisely the ones who had helped dispose of Yang Gifeng's body on the night of the wedding. In Luo Manor, they likely specialized in handling dirty work. Interrogation. Unless it's a particularly urgent type, continuous torture doesn't have much effect on those with strong wills. It might even provoke a rebellious psychology. One careless mistake, and the person might be beaten to death, and the clue would be lost. One must give the other party some time to rest. The blank space in between is like heaven, only then can the hell of torture be made to seem even more terrifying. These guards had already received instructions from Luo Tianchu. Seeing Song Yan appear, they did not stop him but bowed to him. Then, one of them opened a door and led Song Yan inside. It was just like a scene often seen in TV shows and novels, a mechanism under a table that, when opened, revealed a tunnel leading underground. The air circulation was poor, making it a bit stuffy, but not to the point of being unable to breathe. One should not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Although the ancients did not know about oxygen and such, they understood that one would die if unable to breathe. Truly airtight, impenetrable secret rooms did not really exist. Even such dungeons would have ventilation systems to meet basic breathing needs, and even lighting a torch would not be a problem. The air was filled with a foul stench. Illuminated by the torchlight in his hand, one could even clearly see countless tiny particulate matters floating in the air. He gently fanned his hand in front of his nose, but it was useless. Faintly, one could also hear weak, short breaths. In the basement, there were only 3 people. Granny Liang Liang Kaifeng, Granny Zio Zio Qulan, and Granny Lai Lai Qiuju. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The footsteps were not very distinct, but in the silent dungeon, they sounded particularly harsh. The 3 old women were instantly startled awake. The next moment, there were neurotic screams and struggles, and the clanking sounds of chains colliding. Before even turning the corner, Song Yan had a rough idea of the state the 3 old women would be in now. They had probably been tormented quite a bit. When he finally descended the last step and turned a corner, everything in the dungeon appeared before Song Yan under the torchlight. Tusk. It was clear that the 3 old women had received an extremely enthusiastic reception these past few days. In just a few days, the 3 had lost more than a circle of weight. Beneath their wrinkled skin, one could even see the outlines of their bones. Their arms and necks were suspended by chains, forcing them to stand, with only their tiptoes providing a slight support. Their originally neatly combed hair had become disheveled, their faces were grimy, and their bodies emitted a strong stench. One could even see mosquitoes and flies crawling all over their bodies, and as the 3 women moved, they would buzz up in a dense, dark swarm. It would even make one think they had accidentally stumbled into a summer latrine. Their originally seemingly simple, yet actually well-made Chinese letter were now tattered. At first glance, the 3 old women didn't seem to have any external injuries, at least not recently. There were no bloody scenes of torn flesh. However, judging from their extremely terrified eyes, the torment they had endured was probably more horrifying than open wounds. Their eyes no longer showed any hope, only an unyielding fear. Song Yan couldn't help but ask, "What exactly did you do to them?" The guard who followed him down shrugged. "We didn't do much. We beat them, but later found that beating was useless. So we smeared a little honey on them and then let in some mosquitoes, flies, ants, and cockroaches. That's all." Song Yan probably knew where the dark brown patches on their dirty clothes came from. Being bitten by an ant doesn't hurt much. But when 100, 1,000 ants crawl on your body, the sensation is different. If you add 1,000 cockroaches, 1,000 mosquitoes, 1,000 flies, just thinking about that scene made Song Yan shiver, especially when he saw the dark mass of cockroaches, sensing the movement, quickly scurry down from the three old women and disappear into the cracks and corners of the wall. Song Yan felt goosebumps all over. Oh God, look at these cockroaches. They're as big as thumbs and can fly. If hundreds or thousands of these big cockroaches suddenly appeared, he would be scared too. "What's your name?" "Jiang Zhengcheng," the guard immediately replied. Song Yan couldn't help but praise, "You're a talented person." Jiang Zhengcheng smiled shyly. "Young master, you flatter me." He wondered if Enning country had an eastern depot. That place would really need such talent. "Which one is Liang Kaiyofeng?" Song Yan asked in a gentle voice, exhaling slightly. He would have been able to recognize her, but the three old women's condition was truly too bad to distinguish them now. No one answered, but the two old women on either side both looked at the one in the middle, so it must be her. Song Yan waved his hand. "Bring her down and give her something to eat." Jiang Zhengcheng immediately lowered Liang Kaiyofeng, then shouted outside. Before long, a bowl of millet porridge was placed in front of Liang Kaiyofeng. Liang Kaiyofeng's eyes were still vacant. She stared blankly at Song Yan, as if she didn't understand what Song Yan intended to do. "The information you provided earlier was very valuable. This is your reward, eat," Song Yan said softly, a faint smile on his face. His gentle tone seemed to invisibly dispel Liang Kaiyofeng's fear. Then, she suddenly pounced on the bowl of millet rice, ignoring the dirt on her hands and mouth, picked up the bowl and gulped it down. Even though it was very hot, she didn't care much. Zhao Qiulan and Lai Qiuju didn't expect Liang Kaiyofeng not to be beaten, but instead to be rewarded with food. For a moment, they were envious and jealous. Song Yan could even hear their throats constantly moving, swallowing saliva. The bowl of millet porridge was finished in a few gulps. Her fingers scraped the bowl, not leaving even a single grain of millet. At this moment, Liang Kaiyofeng's gaze towards Song Yan was filled with gratitude. She seemed to have forgotten who had sent her here to suffer, only grateful to Song Yan for giving her food. He wondered if this counted as Stockholm Syndrome. Here, valuable people get better treatment. Because Liang Kaiyofeng provided me with information, this is her reward. So, have you two remembered anything these past few days? The calm voice echoed in the dungeon, and the surroundings fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, it was Liang Kaiyofeng again. Perhaps because she was more gossipy, the information she knew was always a bit more than others. At this moment, all talk of loyalty to her mistress and master was nonsense. Liang Kaiyofeng now only wanted a bowl of millet porridge every day and not to be beaten. They hadn't contacted the Song family in a long time. Lady Yang and Song Hongtao must have known something had happened to them, but the imagined rescue never appeared. Even a fool would understand that they had been abandoned. Since they had been abandoned, what was the meaning of loyalty? As for Zhao Qiulan and Lai Qiuju, they remained silent, either truly not knowing or maintaining loyalty to their masters. Reporting, "Young master, this old servant remembers something," Liang Kaiyofeng stammered, trembling. Song Yan's smile remained unchanged. "What is it?" "Your mother, consort Meizu, she should have been killed by Song Ji back then." Song Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. "What did you say?" For the first time, Song Yan's face showed a ripple of emotion. Liang Kaiyofeng jumped in fright, letting out a scream and curling up into a ball, trembling. Don't hit me, everything I said is true." Song Yan also realized his lapse in composure. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surge of agitation in his heart, and asked Liang Kaiyofeng as calmly as possible, "Don't be afraid, tell me what you know." Under Song Yan's soothing, Liang Kaiyofeng recovered slightly. Although she was still trembling, she could at least barely speak. Actually, I overheard it by accident. After consort Meizu went mad, Lady Yang became suspicious. She arranged for people to probe in various ways, and finally determined that Consort Meizu was truly mad. Given Lady Yang's heart nature, whether she was mad or not made little difference. She was to be dealt with regardless. It was just that the Duke's mansion had already seen 2 concubines die in succession by then. If Consort Meizu also died, who knows what gossip would spread outside. Furthermore, Lady Yang felt that a concubine who was already mad posed little threat, and keeping Consort Meizu could earn her a good reputation for a peaceful inner residence, so she no longer bothered with her. Until one day, the 6th young master, Song Ji, suddenly found Lady Yang. He said. Liang Kaiyofeng's throat moved slightly, as if recalling Song Ji's words from that day. He said, I passed by the garden and saw a gardener tidying weeds. I asked the gardener, why do you weed every year, yet there are always weeds? The gardener replied, because the roots are not removed. 3 days later, Consort Meizu died of a sudden illness. Song Ji. His eyelids drooped, and no one could discern the color in Song Yan's pupils. Within the Duke's Song manor, Song Ji was a rather special existence. Song Yan's aversion to him was relatively low. This so-called 6th brother generally wouldn't bully him like Song Zhen did, and occasionally, if he saw other servants mistreating him, he would even reprimand them, though it was ultimately useless. Sometimes, he would even send some food and clothes to the small courtyard, even if it was charity akin to facing a beggar. He never expected that Song Ji was actually the most vicious and sinister of the Yang family's 8 sons, truly deserving of the title Song family's killing child. The year his mother passed away, Song Yan was only 9, and Song Ji was merely 13 or 14 years old. For a 13 or 14-year-old, his heart nature was already so malicious. Song Yan knew that a mad concubine posed little threat to the Yang family. The person they truly wanted to kill was him. Usually, he would eat a small portion himself, then sit quietly for an hour to ensure there were no problems before giving it to his mother. But who could have imagined that his already mad mother would suddenly lunge and snatch the food that day, then desperately shove it into her mouth? That night, his mother passed away. Even though she was already mad, his mother still used her life to buy him a chance to live. His long eyelashes trembled slightly. To this day, Song Yan still couldn't understand why the Yang family harbored such immense hatred for concubines, illegitimate children, and daughters. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children in this world was extremely severe, not to mention that the Yang family had 8 legitimate sons. An illegitimate son like him couldn't possibly pose any threat to her, especially with the Yang family backing her. Even if they wanted to usurp the Duke's mansion's title, it had nothing to do with him, an illegitimate son. It was as if that hatred wasn't directed at him, nor at his other illegitimate brothers and sisters. It was as if she wanted to sever all of Song Hongtao's bloodline. Liang Kaiyofeng, your information is very valuable. After a long time, Song Yan exhaled, raised his head, and a slight smile played on his lips. For the next few days, you will still live here, but you won't be tied up anymore, nor will you be beaten. You will also receive ample food daily. If you can recall any more important details, I will consider letting you go. Liang Kaiyofeng was instantly overjoyed, trembling with excitement. As long as she didn't have to endure that torture every day, she was content. He then pointed at Xiao Qiulan and Lai Qiuju. These 2 are yours. A strange light began to gleam in Liang Kaiyofeng's eyes, and a sudden, sadistic urge surged in her chest. You 2 should also think if there's anything important you haven't said. I'll be back in a few days. Of course, don't think about trying to fool me. I will naturally verify what you say. Saying this, Song Yan exhaled and left the dungeon. As the door closed, the screams from behind were cut off. Liang Kaiyofeng would surely give Xiao Qiulan and Lai Qiuju a good welcome. He looked up at the sky, the sunlight dazzling. But Song Yan felt a chill throughout his body. A gentle breeze swept by, and a fallen leaf slowly drifted past Song Yan's eyes. He reached out, pinched it, and with a soft snap, the withered yellow leaf crumbled into fine powder. Song Ji must die. Just then, Zhao Hu returned. Young master, I followed them and found that those who were tracking me met someone at a tea house. That person. It was Song Yun, wasn't it? Song Yan stretched his arms, saying lazily. Zhao Hu's eyes showed some surprise, never expecting that the young master, while in the Luo Manor, was so clear about these matters. Young master, should I? Zhao Hu raised his hand and made a gesture across his neck. Song Yan chuckled and shook his head. No need. Let him stew for a few days. When he can't bear it anymore, then give him a chance. This time, let the chaos begin. Young master, what are you thinking about? Gu Banxia's soft voice came from beside him. Nothing, has mother returned. She's back, I heard you were looking for her. She's waiting at the pavilion. A backyard pavilion. It was the same place where he had encountered the middle-aged man before. Luo Yuheng sat quietly, her slender fingers gently pressing her temples, her face visibly weary. Hearing footsteps, she raised her eyebrows and her expression immediately brightened. Yanner is here. Zid. Song Yan, who was about to bow, had to give up. Elaborate etiquette would only displease Luo Yuheng. Yanner, you need something. Song Yan nodded, then took out the list from his bosom and handed it to Luo Yuheng. He was well aware of his status. Even knowing these things, he was helpless. In the entire Ningping County, only Luo Yuheng had the qualification and ability to handle this matter, leaving little room for maneuver. As for whether Luo Yuheng believed him, and whether she cared more about the conflict between her and the Enning Emperor or the empire established by her ancestors, that was Luo Yuheng's concern, not something he could influence. Luo Yuheng's expression was a little strange. This was the Yang family's marriage alliance list. She naturally knew about these things, but for a moment, she didn't understand what her son-in-law meant by showing her this content. Mother probably doesn't know, but something interesting happened in the Duke's mansion today. Song Yan said with a casual smile. That Song Zhen doesn't seem to be Song Hongtao's biological son. His biological father should also be from the Yang family, the Huilong Yang clan. Huilong Yang clan? Luo Yuheng seemed interested. Well, such gossip always had elements that caught people's attention. Song Yan then briefly explained the affairs of the Duke's mansion. Luo Yuheng's expression grew even stranger. The Huilong Yang clan was more than 1,000 li away from Ningping. Did Yang Zhen travel so far just to borrow a seed? She wasn't too surprised. Not to mention distant matters, even within the imperial palace, incidents of princes seducing the emperor's consorts were frequent. Consorts who couldn't endure loneliness seducing guards were even more numerous. Otherwise, why would the guards responsible for guarding the inner palace become eunuchs? However, getting involved with a cousin was a bit too much. This was incest. Although the bloodline of the Huilong Yang clan and the Langya Yang clan had long since thinned, they were still from the same old ancestor. It was too much, truly too much. But was her son-in-law so eager to find her just for such a sordid affair? Thinking this, Luo Yuheng couldn't help but look at the list again. Gradually, Luo Yuheng's originally cheerful expression darkened, and her eyes became solemn. After a long while, Luo Yuheng slowly placed the yellow paper on the table, her fingers caressing the teacup, pondering something. After some more time, she finally spoke. You just said that the Yang family usurped Song Hongtao and wanted to establish Song Zhen as the heir of the Duke's mansion. Yes. You suspect that situations like Song Zhen's are not only happening in the Song family, but could also be playing out in other noble families. If so, nearly a third of the nobles in the entire Enning country actually carry the Yang family bloodline. You even suspect the first prince. The first prince was the son of consort Yang and the Enning emperor. Because all previous offspring had died young, this one became the first prince, and barring any accidents, he would be the future crown prince of the Eastern Palace. Previously, princes and princesses were born only to die young, but ever since the first prince was born, the situation suddenly improved. Over all these years, only 2 princesses had died young, and most other imperial offspring were safe. Thus, some people claimed that the first prince was a reincarnation of a Qilin, destined to bring good fortune to Enning country. Song Yan smiled disdainfully. How could that be? I just found this matter very interesting and wanted to share it with Mother. Luo Yuheng also smiled gently, leaning forward. Her slender, fair fingers ruffled Song Yan's head, making his neatly combed hair a bit messy. However, Luo Yuheng clearly hadn't used much force. Her movements were very gentle. In the future, if anyone asks, don't answer like that. You should retort, what did you say? I don't understand. Did you remember? The rest of the matter, leave it to Mother to handle. After a brief pause, Luo Yuheng stretched her arms. Who else knows? The image of Steward Wang flashed in Song Yan's mind, but he still shook his head. Suddenly, Luo Yuheng flicked the rim of the teacup with her finger, producing a crisp sound, as if indicating that the matter was now closed. By the way, Yanner, what are your plans next? What? Song Yan didn't immediately understand. I mean, what are you planning to do next? Study the Tao of medicine or pursue scholarly exams? Luo Yuheng seemed a little tired, so she lay on the table lazily like a golden tabby cat. Her beautiful body was somewhat flattened, and she clearly didn't care much about her posture. If you want to study poetry and literature, the Luo Manor has tutors. If you want to do business, the Luo Manor owns hundreds of shops. You can do as you please. If you want to practice martial arts, although you've missed the golden age, there are still guards who can teach you fist, sword, and spear techniques. Song Yan blinked. Prepare to farm a bit and do some small business. Luo Yuheng's big eyes blinked rapidly, her long, trembling eyelashes conveying disbelief. Your skill in medicine is very impressive. Tian Shu also said you are quick-witted. I thought you would continue to delve into the Tao of medicine or pursue scholarly exams. As for medicine, I'll pass. He had indeed studied the medical texts stored in his mind. Treatise on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases, prescriptions worth 1,000 gold, compendium of materia medica, and especially Barefoot Doctor's Handbook, which was considered the major achievement of medical texts from ancient times to the present. In terms of theoretical knowledge alone, he was probably unrivaled in the Central Plains' 4 kingdoms, lacking only experience. As for the imperial examinations, mother, have you forgotten? I am a son-in-law, and in any country, sons-in-law cannot take the imperial examinations. Song Yan said with a smile. Luo Yuheng was stunned, having forgotten that point. I've wronged you. While saying this, she was inwardly pondering how to change this law. As a mother, she always had to do something for her child. By the time Song Yan left, it was already getting dark. He made a dish of sweet and sour pork ribs and sent someone to deliver it to his Zio Yizi. He had promised, and he couldn't go back on his word. Too many things had happened this day, and even Song Yan felt a bit weary. When he returned to his bedroom, he found Gu Bangxia was not there. After so many days, he had grown accustomed to Gu Bangxia being by his side daily, and her sudden absence made him feel a little lonely. The bed, however, was already made. Oh well, tonight, he would get a good night's sleep. Phew, as he thought this, Song Yan suddenly felt a cool breeze behind him, and a figure silently appeared behind him. The night was still a bit muggy. Perhaps because it had rained in the morning, the air carried a hint of dampness. Although Luo Manor was bustling, as night fell, it gradually settled into tranquility. Only some crickets made calls comparable to cicadas, adding a touch of liveliness to the silent night. Interspersed were the sounds of mud frogs, likely due to the rain, making them more active at night. Habit is a terrifying thing. From the initial fear of being abducted to the cave by the mysterious woman in white, to the shock brought by the mysterious lady in the bridal chamber, and now there was surprisingly little surprise left in his heart. Instead, there was a sense of accustomedness. Compared to the sudden appearance of this woman, Song Yan was even delighted about something else. He could finally perceive her presence, even though her chest was almost pressed against his back. He had been cultivating day and night for a long time, and with Gu Bangxia's help, his strength had indeed improved. The familiar scent let Song Yan know her identity. Carefully choosing his words, Song Yan slowly spoke, "Young miss." As he spoke, Song Yan turned around. He was really curious about her appearance, but just then, another cold gust of wind blew, and the candlelight in the bedroom flickered and then extinguished. The empty bedroom plunged into darkness, with only the moonlight from outside providing a faint glimmer. Before Song Yan could say anything, the figure appeared as if by teleportation, materializing in front of him without a single sound of footsteps. Immediately after, a pair of slender, slightly cold arms wrapped around his neck. Through the veil, as always. Cold lips pressed against Song Yan's mouth. The remaining words were caught in his throat. Those cherry lips were a little sweet. As he savored the taste, he found himself on the bed at some unknown point. The girl's graceful body and the subtle sounds from her nostrils were the best aphrodisiacs in the world. The night was pitch black. The bright moon had hidden behind the clouds at some unknown time, as if shy to witness this scene of male and female indulgence. Song Yan lay quietly on the bed, not knowing whether it was because his internal energy had improved recently or because this time had lasted too short, less than an hour. All in all, he was not particularly tired. She was gone, leaving only a faint fragrance on the pillow. Was this considered a night raid? Recalling the taste from earlier, Song Yan's expression was strange. Even now, Song Yan did not know her appearance, yet the two of them in bed were like an old married couple, very compatible. The window was still creaking, and Song Yan became even more certain that she must be someone from Luo Manor, and even knew Gu Bangxia. It was only today that Gu Bangxia was not present, and the mysterious woman appeared before him. Song Yan did not quite believe it was a pure coincidence. But who could it be? Luo Tianyi, Yushuang, or even his never-before-seen wife, or other maids in the Duke's mansion, or are there other unknown presences within this Luo Manor? After a short rest, Song Yan got out of bed. The improvements this mysterious woman brought him each time she appeared were immense. The 100 Flowers treasure mirror began to circulate, and his internal energy started to flow through the meridians in his body. Speaking of which, could this 100 Flowers treasure mirror be the secret manual of the heroine sect that was lost? Somehow this strange thought suddenly popped into Song Yan's mind. But he quickly shook his head. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? According to Yushuang, the 100 Flowers treasure mirror had been lost for decades. There was no reason for it to suddenly appear, and how could it have fallen into the hands of those Japanese? Throughout the entire night, Song Yan worked hard to adapt, adjust, and even manipulate his internal energy. He didn't close his eyes once, nor did he feel any fatigue, until a sliver of dawn appeared in the sky. Song Yan finally opened his eyes, stood up, and threw a punch forward. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time it was no longer the ambiguous Tai Kai, but the simplest, most direct straight punch that anyone could throw. Where his fist landed, he could even feel a wisp of punch wind, and listening to the sound, the force was greater each time. It wasn't until the last trace of internal energy in his body was completely exhausted that Song Yan stopped. His shirt was already soaked with sweat, his muscles twitched slightly as if electrified, and his whole body was hot. Song Yan felt extremely refreshed and comfortable. This was the first time Song Yan had completely depleted the internal energy in his body, and immediately he felt a trace of coolness gradually seeping from the deepest part of his body. New internal energy was slowly regenerating, even tougher than before. Someone knocked on the door. It was Gu Bangxia. She had come to wake up her young master for washing and dining, but she didn't expect to find him drenched in sweat, as if he had just had a fierce fight with someone. Although she didn't know what her young master had done, Gu Bangxia was never a talkative woman. She silently prepared hot water for Song Yan and helped him change into dry, new clothes, and the smell of sweat disappeared. Banzia, where did you go last night? Gu Bangxia's face flushed slightly. Young master, this maid is on her period. Song Yan was stunned. That. Her face became even redder. Gu Bangxia seemed very embarrassed. She rolled her eyes at Song Yan. Tian Kui. So she was on her period. Was it just a mere coincidence? Gu Bangxia didn't notice Song Yan's expression. She gently helped Song Yan tidy his clothes. Young master, you can find Kong Chan and the others. Song Yan shook his head. They're too young. He wasn't that much of a beast. However, in this era, there were countless girls who married in their teens, so Gu Bangxia didn't think they were too young. Then she thought of something else, looked down at her chest, and her face became even more charming. Young master is really something. How can he say such things so casually? Utterly shameless. Kong Chan and the others are a bit young, but they will grow up. However, on the other hand, she was also a little secretly pleased. Before this, Gu Bangxia had a bit of an aversion to her own figure. It was too embarrassing, attracting all sorts of gazes wherever she went, and it was quite inconvenient to move around. Jumping around was very uncomfortable. But now she felt a little satisfied. Since young master liked it, it should be a good thing, and she no longer disliked it as much. Then Gu Bangxia suddenly remembered something. Oh, that's right, young master. The chest. Bra you gave this maid last time, do you still have any? I do, didn't I give you a few already? This time I need a smaller one. A smaller one. Staring at Gu Banxia's chest for a couple of seconds, Song Yan seriously doubted if she could still breathe if it were a size smaller, so tightly bound. It was probably for her little sister. Thinking this, Song Yan said, "How small, steamed bun?" Gu Banxia thought about it seriously, even smaller. The talk of farming was purely treated as a joke by Luo Yuheng. She didn't actually make Song Yan go farming or become a shopkeeper at a store. These past few days, Song Yan stayed in Luo Manor again, secluded, doing things that seemed very strange to outsiders. For example, he would boil perfectly good brown sugar into syrup, and then add muddy water to it, which everyone who saw it regretted. After all, in this era, sugar was an extremely precious commodity. Then, after doing something unknown, the originally yellow syrup turned into white sugar cubes. Just when everyone thought the young master was really amazing, the sugar cubes were smashed to smithereens by the young master with an iron hammer, which made people feel quite distressed, as those white sugar cubes were really sweet. The young master also mixed perfectly good egg whites with black powder, and everyone who saw it said it was a waste. Those were eggs. Perhaps his brain ailment had flared up again. Having spent so much time together, most of the servants and household staff had already gotten used to it. There was nothing to dislike. After all, even when the young master had an episode, he would only quietly do things that ordinary people couldn't understand. At most, he would just waste a little something, unlike other brain-diseased patients who would be foolish, drooling, or even indiscriminately attacking people. The only strange thing was that when the young master was preparing those black granular substances, he strictly forbade anyone from approaching, not even the Luo family brothers and the two Xiao Yizi. Occasionally, he would also become serious and learn some martial arts with Zhang Long Zhaohu. However, most of the moves were too complex for Song Yan. Only a few moves like the groin kick, Black Tiger steals heart, and double finger pierces eyes showed great comprehension ability. Although he didn't know how well the young master learned, he only saw Zhang Long Zhaohu holding the young master's hand, earnestly begging him not to say that he learned from the two of them. Until 4 days later, Zhaohu rushed to the young master's side. Granny Xiao confessed. As he spoke, he leaned in and whispered softly. As he listened, Song Yan's eyes lit up. It proved that when former comrades struck, they were even more ruthless. Luo Tianchu's capable subordinates had tortured them for so many days, but failed to pry open the mouths of Xiao Kuiping and Lai Qiuju. Yet Liang Kaifeng succeeded. Zhaohu, accompany Zhang Long and me out this evening. Song Yan lowered his eyelids and said with a smile. So much time had passed, Song Yun must be getting impatient. It was time to give him a little taste of success. The sun was just right, white clouds like woven silk, and a warm breeze blew, making people feel refreshed and delighted. Luo Manor. Song Yan lay quietly on Ban Zia's lap, gazing at the afternoon sky. He liked it very much. Her soft lap was very comfortable to lie on. At first, Ban Zia was very resistant, feeling extremely ashamed, but after gradually getting used to it, she no longer minded. Her slender fingers gently stroked her young master's hair. Young master doesn't need to make those strange things today. It's done, no need. He touched his waist. Although he had been busy these days, the results were quite good. The only regrettable thing was the excellent suet. There was no such thing as a refrigerator in this world. By the time he finished with the white sugar and eggs and thought of the suet, it had already gone bad. Flies crawled everywhere, and even some tiny maggots could be seen wriggling on it. Nitroglycerin is very powerful, even more so than TNT, but this stuff is simply too unstable. Not to mention being ignited by an open flame, even a slightly violent shake could cause it to detonate. Thinking this, he didn't feel so bad. I've been cooped up at home for a while. I plan to go out for a stroll this evening. No matter how great an invention, its value can only be proven through experimentation. A smile appeared on Ban Zia's lips. She loved accompanying her young master on walks. I'll go with young master. Song Yan rubbed his head. Not this time, Young master is planning to do something, right? Don't worry, Ban Zia, though a maid, has always followed princess and has learned some martial arts. If it really comes to a fight, young master might not be my opponent, Ban Zia said proudly. Song Yan was not surprised. In a large manner, whether guards, maids, or gardeners, none were simple characters. For Ban Zia to become Luo Yuheng's personal maid, it was likely not just about being tender in bed. Thinking this, Song Yan looked at the sky. It was still early. Before conducting his grand experiment, he planned to fulfill a small wish. You can come along, but you need to add a layer of clothing. Banzia was puzzled, looking down at her light-colored ruquin. She had just changed into it today. It wasn't dirty. Could it be that young master had a cleanliness fetish? Then why did he often tease her small feet? Song Yan chuckled without a word and turned back to the bedroom. Banzia, pressing down the hem of her ruquin, also got up, patted off the dirt and grass, and quickly followed behind him. When she reached the room, she found that Song Yan had at some point produced a black object. It looked like some kind of silk fabric, but it was even thinner, smooth, and silky. It was very elastic. With a slight pull, it became translucent. Banzia, curious, opened the fabric. In an instant, a blush spread across her delicate face. She puffed out her cheeks and shot Song Yan a charming sidelong glance. This was her first time seeing such women's clothing. Although she didn't quite understand what it would be like to wear it, just thinking about its elasticity and translucent appearance made her feel ashamed. Young master was being improper again. Why did he always bring out these shameful women's things? And he always made her wear them. Was it because he thought she was easy to bully? This time she had to be firm and not let young master do as he pleased. Thinking this, Banzia shoved the black silk stockings into Song Yan's arms. Even if I, Banzia, starve to death and have no clothes to wear, I will never wear such a shameful thing. Song Yan was completely unhurried, blinking his eyes. It helps with leg shaping. Banzia, who had already turned firmly, preparing to leave with a flourish, suddenly paused in place. Her face was flushed, and her pearly white teeth bit her lower lip tightly. After several breaths, Banzia suddenly turned around and snatched the black silk from Song Yan's hand. She always felt this scene was a bit familiar. Then Banzia turned Song Yan's body around, leaving Song Yan, who had wanted to admire the beauty changing, quite disappointed. Although this thing looked simple when it came to wearing it, Banzia found it quite difficult. It took a long time to finally put it on with effort. Looking down, the translucent black fabric highlighted her faintly visible snow-white skin. The contrast of black and white exuded an indescribable allure, making even Banzia herself feel dazzled. Her pretty face was flushed with shame. She always felt that if she stayed by her young master's side, sooner or later she would become a shameless, wanton woman. However, after putting on these strange trousers, her legs actually became a size smaller, which made Banzia overjoyed. Because her body was too plump, although young master liked her full legs very much, Banzia always felt they were too thick. Is this the trousers young master mentioned? So strange, so thin. No, these aren't trousers, these are stockings. Whose stockings go up to their waist? Song Yan also turned around. The light-colored ruquin was pure and pleasing, and beneath the hem were a pair of round, slender legs in black silk. For a moment, he even felt a sense of temporal dislocation. He couldn't help but reach out and grasp a beautifully curved jade foot encased in black silk. It was soft and felt wonderful. Banzia sat sideways on the bed. Her young master's fingers made her feel ticklish. Ancient women regarded their jade feet as extremely important, second only to their chastity, so Banzia felt very ashamed, yet at the same time she felt sweet. She gently tried to pull her jade foot away, but finding it useless, she gave up, letting her young master's fingers gently caress it, his fingertips tracing her calf, a tingling sensation. Perhaps this was the so-called foreplay. Young master, we need to go out. No rush. Woo-woo tilde tilde. Just in the tea house diagonally opposite Luo Manor, a porter suddenly put down his teacup, dropped a copper coin, and turned to leave. Hey, guest, your things. The waiter called out, but the person had already vanished without a trace. Zhang Longzhao, who were now essentially Song Yan's exclusive guards, and he would generally take them whenever he went out. Strolling along casually, Song Yan bought Banzia a hairpin. It was wooden and very cheap, but Banzia was very happy, even though the copper coin was taken from her own purse. For Banzia, what was bought wasn't important. Being able to accompany her young master was already enough to make her happy. Unconsciously, they walked to a cloth shop, a Duke's Mansion storefront. The deed was still in that small box. The Duke's Mansion had a total of 64 shops, 6 of which were located in Ningping County. Among the 32 shops given to Song Yan were these 6, and the remaining shops were mostly in other counties around Ningping. As for the shops located in Songzhou Prefecture or even Dongling Imperial City, they were naturally not given to Song Yan. To put it bluntly, the value of one shop in Songzhou Prefecture was probably more than the combined value of the 6 in Ningping. Song Yan had also asked Zhao Hu to inquire with Steward Wang, and it was pretty much as he expected. The 32 shops were almost all types that lost money every year. Far from making money from these shops, Song Yan would probably have to subsidize them with a lot of silver each year. According to Steward Wang, this Song family cloth shop lost 372 taels of silver annually. After only watching the cloth shop for a short while, Song Yan's brow furrowed. The business of this cloth shop could not be called excellent, but it was certainly not bad. Women often entered, and many of them left with fabric. In such a situation, Song Yan truly couldn't imagine how it could be losing money. Of course, now was not the time to deal with these minor matters. Song Yan watched for a while and then turned to leave. Unconsciously, they left the county town. By the Yiluo River, they had already reached the vicinity of the cave. The bodies of the Japanese pirates were gone, perhaps gnawed away by wild beasts, leaving not even a single bone. Even the torn cloth strips in the cave had disappeared. Only the memories in his mind were so clear, as if it were yesterday. The sun set in the west, its orange-red light no longer so dazzling. Just then, with whooshing sounds, figures suddenly darted out from the forests on both sides. There were 6 people in total, dressed differently. Some were dressed as farmers, some as peddlers, some as porters, some as merchants. In the afterglow of the sunset, curved blades reflected a cold, metallic glint. The leader was a burly man, 8 feet tall, with 2 crisscrossing scars on his face like centipedes, ferocious and cruel. These people seemed even more professional than imagined. Their movements were swift. As soon as they appeared, they immediately split into 2 groups, surrounding Song Yan and his 3 companions from front and back. Once the encirclement was formed, the leader's dark, ferocious, jackal-like gaze swept over Song Yan and the others. He probably didn't intend to let anyone leave alive, as none of the 6 had their faces covered with masks or anything similar. Their faces appeared exceptionally sinister, with a hint of smugness. This time, the mission was simply too easy, practically a walk in the park. A good-for-nothing who had been imprisoned for years and knew nothing, and a woman. These 2 could be ignored directly. The only slight threat was probably the 2 burly guards. However, these 2 were not worth mentioning either. Their side consisted of martial artists who had entered the ranks, especially their big brother, who was a 3rd-rank martial artist, whose strength was far beyond what ordinary guards could compare to. 6 against 2, the advantage was on their side. They couldn't imagine losing. However, these 6 people did not notice the bloodthirsty smiles that instantly appeared on the faces of Zhang Long Zhao Hu. Song Yan's face showed no tension at all. He silently pulled out a ceramic rod-like object from his waist. It was hollow inside, with a long fuse fluttering in the wind. It had to be said, these people were indeed excellent test subjects. A huozhezi, fire starter, is a prop that often appears in wuxia novels, similar to a modern-day lighter. Such things really existed, though of course they weren't as convenient as depicted in novels. A real huozhezi was actually called tinder. There's a plant called hook-bracted potentilla whose underside grows a layer of highly flammable cotton-like fuzz. People would pick fresh hook-bracted potentilla, and while it was still damp, tear off the fuzz from the underside, dry it, then roll it into a ball and place it on a flint. Then, with a light strike from an iron fire steel, the sparks that flew out would ignite the tinder. This was the huozhezi. A gentle breeze blew by the river, stirring Gu Banxia's delicate dark hair. Although she usually appeared soft and weak, seemingly just an ordinary maid, her expression at this moment became solemn, and she silently shielded Song Yan. This situation, reflected in the eyes of the assassins, was somewhat bizarre. They had been mountain bandits before, with at least 80, if not 100, lives on their hands. Most people facing them would be terrified, trembling all over just from a single glance. But what was wrong with these 4 people in front of them? Why were the 2 burly men completely unconcerned, even showing bloodthirsty, cruel smiles, as if they were the hunters and the assassins were the prey? Why could Song Yan also appear so relaxed? He even had the leisure to play with a hugezi. Even a woman was hunched over, clearly ready for battle. Didn't they see the numerical disadvantage? Didn't they see the gleaming blades in their hands? This almost dismissive attitude angered the 6 assassins. At a glance from their leader, the 6 assassins gripped their steel blades tightly and collectively advanced towards Song Yan and his 3 companions. Just then, with a kai sound, the next moment Song Yan's arm suddenly lifted, and a stick-like object as thick as an arm flew directly towards the assassin leader. Whoosh! Song Yan had imbued it with internal energy. The stick-like object moved incredibly fast, instantly forming a blur as it shot towards the assassin leader's face. As if to deliberately show off his strength, the assassin leader frowned, suddenly extended his left hand, and with a paw sound, firmly caught the projectile just as it was about to hit his nose. This is a hidden weapon. Whose hidden weapon is this big? Good heavens, this is almost as thick as my own arm, isn't it? One end of the hidden weapon even had a string attached, sizzling and smoking. This isn't a hidden weapon, this is a firecracker. The leader paused slightly, and even his other brothers nearby couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Even while carrying out the serious task of killing at this moment, the group of assassins truly couldn't maintain their composure, and one by one, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey, little brat, do you really think you can blow me up with this firecracker? The leader laughed so hard tears almost streamed down his face. He didn't throw the object away but held it tightly in his hand. Isn't this just a toy for festivals, weddings, or funerals? It makes noise, but it's lethality. Tusk, besides scaring away chickens and ducks, it probably has no other use. Although this firecracker was a bit strange, a little thicker than a usual one, and its exterior seemed to be ceramic, could this thing really explode? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fuse was still burning, but it was drowned out by snickering laughter. The leader was a 3rd-rank martial artist. The first 3 ranks of martial artist primarily focus on refining tendons, bones, and flesh with internal energy. When refined to the extreme, they become resistant to blades and weapons. Let alone the leader, even these newly ranked martial artists wouldn't care about something like a firecracker. Facing the ridicule of the many assassins around him, Song Yan's expression was peculiar. Are people in ancient times all this brave? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fuse was almost completely burned out. The leader suddenly felt a bit reluctant to kill Song Yan. Such an adorably foolish fellow was truly rare. Little brat, I'll give you a chance. If this firecracker of yours can blast off a piece of dead skin from my hand, I'll spare you today. Before he could finish speaking, boom, rumble, rumble. An arm, as if torn off by brute force, shot into the sky. Clang, 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 clang. A kind of invisible, violent force instantly shredded the assassin leader's palm, ripped off his arm. That force, like a blade, sliced open the side of the assassin leader's abdomen. His internal organs didn't even have time to gush out before being churned into a paste. The ceramic casing exploded, mixing with rusty iron shards inside that flew in all directions, piercing through the bodies of those on both sides, tearing open one bloody wound after another, and striking against sword blades, producing clanging sounds. It exploded. It finally exploded. The moment it exploded, Gu Bangxia's face changed drastically, as if by pure instinct. Although she was slightly shorter than Song Yan, she instinctively pounced and hugged Song Yan's body, then felt a violent impact, like a tidal wave, surge from behind her. Her skirt flew up uncontrollably, revealing her slender and shapely calves encased in black silk. Zhang Longzhao, who reacted even faster. Their bodies seemed to shift, appearing out of nowhere to block in front of Gu Bangxia and Song Yan. The steel blades in their hands danced wildly, as if 2 gleaming curtains of light had suddenly appeared. Screams and the clashing of metal spread out like ripples. Mangled limbs, gushing blood, and shattered metal fragments flew everywhere. Even the ground beneath them shook violently. Amidst the flying flesh and blood, the figures on both sides of the assassin leader were directly thrown several meters away. The pungent smell of gunpowder, the acrid smell of burning fabric, and the savory smell of burning flesh mingled together, diffusing with the wind. In just a brief moment, everyone's eyes widened. They saw what happened but couldn't fully react, completely unsure of what had just occurred. Thud! The severed arm that had flown high into the sky finally fell to the ground. After the impact dissipated, there was still thick, rolling smoke. A few more seconds passed, and the smoke gradually dispersed. Hiss, followed by gasps of cold air. The assassin leader's body had fallen to the ground, his abdomen torn open by what looked like the claws of a vicious beast, a large hole from which charred intestines and internal organs gurgled out, emitting a nauseating stench. Of the martial artists on either side, one was directly thrown away, his head striking a large rock, his skull cracking and his brains splattering onto the ground. The other, though barely alive, was covered in marks from being scorched by intense fire, with iron and ceramic fragments embedded in his flesh. Blood continuously seeped out, and in a short time his clothes were soaked, clearly indicating he wouldn't survive. The bloody scene made Gu Banxia's face turn pale, her slender neck constantly moving as she swallowed saliva. Isn't this the thing young master made these past few days? How could it have such terrifying destructive power? Young master is already a divine physician. Now he can even create such terrifying objects. How many secrets does young master still have that she doesn't know? Zhang Longzhao, whose expressions also changed drastically, their bodies trembling slightly. Even they wouldn't dare say they could withstand the explosion just now. Could this be the legendary immortal technique, Palm Thunder? On the other side, the three black-clad men were also trembling all over. What kind of power was this? A young man who wasn't even considered a martial artist threw a firecracker that directly killed a third-rank martial artist and two first-rank martial artists. Since when were martial artists so vulnerable? Everyone was shocked by the grenade's power, but Song Yan's expression remained calm. He even sighed with some dissatisfaction. The power was still somewhat short of what he imagined. Look, the crater blasted into the ground wasn't very big. Even the iron and ceramic fragments blown away by the explosion could be blocked by Zhang Longzhao, who wielding their steel blades. This firepower was simply too poor, utterly shameful. Next time, see if I can make it a bit bigger, and try to stuff in more gunpowder. As a rabbit, one naturally pursues something thicker, bigger, and longer. Convenience doesn't matter. The main thing is that the crater it blasts out must be big enough. If it were made into an iron shell, filled with dozens of caddies of gunpowder, and then launched by a trebuchet, its power on the battlefield, even if not comparable to modern artillery, would likely be a dimensionality reduction strike in this era. Also, the fuse was too long. If that person had just thrown it away, he wouldn't have met such an end. Indeed, only after experiencing actual combat does one know how to improve. Thinking this, the three assassins behind him suddenly let out strange cries and turned to run. They had long lost their fighting spirit. They didn't even have the courage to stand behind Song Yan. Monster! This seemingly harmless young man was definitely a monster. Otherwise, how could he use such terrifying demonic technique? Not chasing, Song Yan blinked and looked at Zhao Hu asking. Zhao Hu's throat moved slightly and he said in a hoarse voice, "Young master, please don't worry, they won't escape." He didn't even realize that his tone had become exceptionally respectful when speaking to young master. Song Yan nodded and said no more, walking straight forward. He squatted beside the corpse, completely unconcerned by the bloody, sticky sensation, and began to grope around. Looting corpses, this was a family tradition. One must not forget one's roots. Before long, Song Yan was all smiles, holding a money bag soaked in blood. By its weight, it seemed to contain about several tens of taels. Not much later, he pulled out a silver note, mostly stained red with blood. These assassins could even afford silver notes. With a casual glance, Song Yan's eyelids twitched. He saw a familiar name prominently displayed at the top of the silver note. Yang Myoking. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting bright, dappled patterns on the ground. Occasionally, a night breeze would blow, rustling the leaves, and the patterns would sway with them. Sometimes, the cries of night ravens could be heard, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Tap, 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 tap. In the moonlight, three figures were sprinting through the jungle. All three were skilled martial artists, moving incredibly fast, their 6 legs churning furiously, like a gust of wind sweeping across the ground. Their faces were contorted, pale as if they had seen a ghost, with heavy gasps escaping their nostrils and an unshakable terror in their eyes. Their feet trampled on the fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. Third brother. As if unable to bear the oppressive silence, a man dressed as a porter broke the stillness. Boss, second brother, sixth brother, they're all dead. What do we do? Should we continue the mission? Continue my ass? Are you tired of living? That kid. The one called third brother was a middle-aged man, around 30 or 40 years old, with a slender build and long legs. He held a gleaming silver scimitar. After boss and second brother died, he became the backbone of the remaining three. The images of his three brothers' deaths involuntarily flashed through his mind, and he shivered, swallowing hard. That kid, he's not human. Perhaps he's some kind of demon or monster. Otherwise, how could he use such a demonic technique? Then how do we explain this to young master when we go back? Who said we're going back? If I had known we were dealing with such a monster, I wouldn't have come even if you beat me to death. His wife, his children. He could barely save his own life. How could he care about them? Just then, third brother suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping abruptly on the ground, his eyes coldly fixed on what was ahead. Fourth brother and fifth brother also stopped immediately, looking up simultaneously, their hearts sinking. Dozens of meters away, a hazy figure stood on a treetop, her body like willow catkins. As the night wind blew, the treetop swayed gently, and her slender body rippled with it. She wore a white long dress, glowing with a soft light under the moonlight. From a distance, her appearance was unclear, but the eerie atmosphere cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Third brother shouted sharply, "Who's there?" The answer came in the next moment. Swish! It was the cold gleam of a sword chi, like a meteor tearing through the night sky. Its speed was so fast that these three martial artists could barely catch it with their naked eyes. The cold gleam had just appeared, and in the next instant, it was already before them. Chow chow. Two figures seemed to brush past each other. In the next moment, two arms were already separated from their bodies, flying into the sky, blood spattering from where the shoulders were severed. A thick scent of blood began to permeate the dark night. The excruciating pain of having both arms severed made third brother uncontrollably let out a hoarse scream, his body writhing like a maggot, the spattered blood soaking the decaying fallen leaves. Before fourth brother and fifth brother could react, the silver meteor had already returned, and with two more che sounds, third brother's two legs were also severed at the root. This time they saw it. They saw a two-finger-wide sword. An indescribable fear gnawed at their consciousness. This was an existence they simply couldn't contend with. Brotherhood became trash at this moment. Without any hesitation, internal energy accumulated in their feet, and with a boom, two figures shot out, one to the left and one to the right. Only this way might one of them survive. As for who would survive, it depended on fate. The wind blew from the other side of the forest. The woman in the white long dress stood quietly beside third brother, her figure slender and tall. Her sword hung low, and viscous drops of blood fell from the tip, shattering. Some blood spurted from third brother, who had been reduced to a human pig, staining the hem of the woman's dress. The pure white long dress was dotted with crimson, like brightly blooming plum blossoms. Some blood splattered on her face, her exquisite beauty revealing an eerie charm like a female ghost. In the next moment, the woman's finger flickered lightly, and the long sword, as if alive, let out a cry like a phoenix's long call, trembling slightly, and her beautiful body spun with the momentum. Chow chow. Two streaks of sword chi shot out. Destruction, shattering, disintegration, blood staining the sky. On the ground, third brother, whose limbs had been severed, suddenly twitched, his pupils reflecting deep terror. Sword chi leaving the body, haha, sword chi, ha ha ha. At least an 8th rank martial artist. He didn't lose unjustly. He frantically turned his head, and what came into view was a pretty face like a heavenly immortal Yang Myoking. Looking at the blood-soaked silver note in his hand, Song Yan frowned. He didn't think it was Yang Myoking who arranged for people to kill him. On one hand, Zhao Hu's previous counter-tracking had already revealed the mastermind was Song Yun. On the other hand, although Yang Myoking wasn't particularly smart, she wasn't foolish enough to leave such obvious evidence. Song Yan smiled. Good heavens, deliberately framing his birth mother, 7th brother truly was a filial son. Although he didn't know why Song Yun would do this, since there was such a piece of evidence, how could he not make good use of it? Thinking this, Song Yan stood up and looked at Zhang Long Zhao Hu. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but these two seemed a bit different. When his gaze fell on them, their bodies instantly tensed, standing as straight as spears. Brother Zhao, Brother Zhang, thank you just now, Song Yan said with a chuckle. It was thanks to them just now. If they hadn't blocked the scattered ceramic shards and iron pieces, he wouldn't have fared well. Although the distance was a bit far, death was impossible, but it would have hurt. Moreover, if he were scratched by rusty iron pieces, the magic attack of tetanus was no joke. Martial artist cultivation could make one strong and healthy, but some things were unavoidable. Zhang Long Zhao who shook their heads simultaneously. Son-in-law, please don't be like that. We are merely Luo manor guards. How can we be called brothers? If son-in-law doesn't mind, just call us old Zhao, old Zhang. Song Yan was a little surprised. The change in their attitude was too great. They had been very casual before. Were they perhaps scared by the explosion just now? Song Yan had not hidden the manufacturing or use of the hand grenades from anyone. On one hand, he was in Luo Manor, so he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. On the other hand, he needed bodyguards when experimenting with the grenade's power. Zhang Long Zhao who perfectly fulfilled this role. If the grenade's power didn't satisfy him, they were sufficient to deal with all the assassins and effectively avoid various potential accidents. Things went smoothly, except for not anticipating potential psychological trauma. Mumbling to himself, Song Yan asked again, "What rank are you two old brothers?" "Sixth rank martial artists," Zhao Hu answered proudly. Clearly, in this world, a sixth-rank martial artist was already considered a pretty good expert. Then with your strength, could you withstand the grenade just now? Song Yan was a little curious. He wanted to know the specific level of the grenade's destructive power, but he couldn't go around finding people to experiment on, as that would be a bit life-costing. The two exchanged glances. Grenade, huh? Could this be another name for the immortal art of the Palm Thunder? After a brief silence, they both shook their heads. Finally, Zhao Hu spoke. "If we were 3 steps away, we are confident we could dodge it. Even if we couldn't fully dodge it, we wouldn't die. But if we held it in our hands like that person, we would also be blown to death." He was quite satisfied with this answer. This was only the first-generation product, after all. Song Yan believed that as long as he continuously improved the purity of gunpowder and continuously increased the amount of gunpowder, 7th rank, 8th rank, 9th rank, even a great grandmaster could be blown up. He couldn't hand-make a nuclear bomb, but making an oversized satchel charge was no problem. Only at this moment did Song Yan finally feel that his life had some slight guarantee. He exhaled, stretching his arms vigorously to relieve his somewhat stiff limbs. "Let's go." "Where is son-in-law going?" "Home." Gu Banksia followed behind him. "To the Song family." Song Yan waved the tattered silver note in his hand. His eyes narrowed into slits. This time he was determined to cause a huge commotion. Of course, relying solely on this one silver note to completely crush Yang Myoking was unrealistic, but implicating Song Zhen was easy. Although the initial target was Song Yun, switching to Song Zhen was also acceptable. He would at least cripple one of his legs. "Son-in-law, what you used just now, was that the legendary immortal art, the Palm Thunder?" Zhang Long Zhao Hu and even Gu Banksia all had their gazes fixed on Song Yan. "What Palm Thunder? That's a hand grenade and it's not immortal art, that's." He originally wanted to explain, but for a moment he didn't know how to explain it. After thinking for a moment, Song Yan said, "That's science." Zhang Long Zhao Hu kept nodding. Immortal art called science, we understand, we understand." "You understand jack shit." Song Yan was a bit speechless. It was indeed not an easy task to explain the principles to these ancients, and it might have been a bit easier if he had encountered a Taoist priest or something. But instead, it was Zhao Hu, whose head was full of muscles, in the dark Ningping County. Occasionally, the lanterns of some wealthy families cast lonely light on the nearby flowers, trees, and stone-paved roads. Unknowingly, a magnificent, luxurious, and familiar mansion appeared before them. Where else could it be but Duke's Song Manor? Although it was the middle of the night, a duke's mansion naturally had night watchmen. Perhaps because they were too sleepy, the 2 young servants were dozing off. Looking at the door in front of him, Song Yan's eyes sharpened. "Old Zhao, go knock on the door. Remember to be a bit arrogant. Don't disgrace the Grand Princess Manor's reputation." He had come to cause trouble, so the bigger the commotion, the better. At son-in-law's command, Zhao Hu strode towards the Duke's mansion's main gate with a swagger. The 2 gatekeeping servants were perhaps too sleepy. Even when Zhao Hu had already reached them, they were still leaning against the doorpost, sound asleep. Glancing at the vermilion gate in front of him, a fierce grin appeared on Zhao Hu's face. He pursed his lips, and in the next second he raised his right foot. Hu bang! A sound like muffled thunder instantly exploded in the silent night. The main gate exploded with a boom, turning into countless fine dust particles. Even the two servants at the entrance, who had been sleeping like pigs, were startled awake at this moment. The next instant, chaotic and noisy sounds came from both inside and outside the gate. An unknown number of guards on night duty sprang out of the darkness, each holding a curved saber, their chilling gazes fixed on the outside of the gate. Such a huge commotion. Could it be that the Japanese pirates had attacked? And they even dared to destroy the main gate of the Duke's mansion. They had long since sought their own demise. But soon they realized something was amiss. Outside the gate, apart from a burly man, no Japanese pirates were to be seen. Instead, three other people stood not far away, and their gazes instinctively swept over to them. When they saw that person, everyone gasped, taking a sharp breath. Hiss! It's the ninth young master. This bringer of ill fortune is here again. In the current Duke's mansion, Song Yan was no longer the useless wretch everyone could bully. Now he had a new nickname. The bringer of ill fortune. Immediately after the engagement was confirmed, that very night, Zyro Kui, the fifth young master's maid, lost her life. On the day of returning home, Zhang Ziroshan was beaten to death with a staff. Every time he appeared, there was a death. What else could he be but a bringer of ill fortune? They had thought that after returning home, the ninth young master would not frequently return to the Duke's mansion. Who would have thought that after only a few days, he would actually kick down the main gate of the Duke's mansion? It's over, it's over. Who knows who will be unlucky this time? Everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter. No one acted rashly, nor did they make any sound. After all, no one knew if a casual remark they made might inadvertently offend the ninth young master's taboo. As for Zhao Hu, he swaggered back, his walking posture so arrogant it seemed he disowned everyone. Even Song Yan felt an urge to kick him. However, the main gate of the Duke's mansion was made of Hainan Huanghuali wood, a dense and hard material nearly half a foot thick. To kick it to pieces with 1 foot, what a terrifying force that must be. Within the entire Duke's mansion, perhaps no one could achieve this feat except for Duke Song's personal guard, Song Dashan. Therefore, even though Zhao Hu's arrogant stride made people furious, none of these guards dared to step forward and stop him. Before, the ninth young master at least tried to be subtle, but now he immediately ordered someone to kick down the main gate of the Duke's mansion. Is he not even bothering to put on an act anymore? Young master, how did I do? Not bad, right? Returning to Song Yan's side, Zhao Hu was beaming with pride. Song Yan's lips twitched. You did very well. It would be even better if you could be a bit more restrained. He exhaled, his gaze gradually turning fierce, ignoring the guards holding steel sabers both inside and outside the gate, and strode directly into the Duke's mansion. Although the guards were numerous, facing Song Yan, they merely retreated continuously, crowding together and appearing extremely disheveled. Just then, an old figure hurried over from the side courtyard, none other than Steward Wang. Clearly, Steward Wang had been suddenly awakened and had come in a great hurry. He hadn't even had time to fasten the buttons on his clothes. After all, he was old, and by the time he ran to Song Yan's side, he was panting heavily. He glanced at the shattered main gate, and his wrinkled old face couldn't help but twitch. Taking a deep breath, Steward Wang Kingshan still tried to suppress the agitation in his heart. Ninth young master, what is this? Where is my father? I have an urgent matter to discuss with him. Song Yan's voice was cold, and he didn't give the old man any good face despite the list Wang Kingshan had previously provided. At least in front of others, he still maintained a certain distance from Wang Kingshan. Wang Kingshan frowned. Please, ninth young master, wait in the study. I will go and call the master now. Song Yan nodded, not making things difficult for the old man, and walked towards the study with a gloomy face. It wasn't until Song Yan and the others' figures disappeared from view that the surrounding guards all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Looking at each other, they could see the cold sweat on each other's foreheads. Thank goodness, they had managed to keep their mouths shut and escape this ordeal. Who would have thought that Song Yan could instill such fear in them? Duke Song Manor study. Gu Bangxia and Zhao Hu both stood guard outside. In the silent study, only Song Yan's figure remained, the flickering candlelight illuminating a grim and angry face. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Urgent and messy footsteps came from the inner courtyard. Song Hongtao's face looked very grim. After all, he was a dignified duke, and for the main gate of his own mansion to be kicked down, how was that different from a direct slap to his face? Even knowing that Song Yan had done it, he couldn't help but feel angry. Only when he thought that this might be his most filial biological son did he reluctantly suppress his rage. Walking to the study door, his gloomy eyes glanced at Gu Bangxia, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu, then he pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Song Yan's ferocious face. The chill and severity emanating from him made Song Hongtao's heart skip a beat. He always felt that this son had changed too much. Cough, cough. Adjusting his mood, Song Hongtao lightly coughed twice. Yanner, what's wrong? Have you encountered something unpleasant? Why did you kick down the main gate of the Duke's mansion? Don't you know that the main gate is the face of the Duke's mansion? Song Yan slowly looked up, and only then did Song Hongtao notice that Song Yan's eyes were bloodshot. Face. Song Yan's eyes were sharp. If a person is dead, who cares about face? Song Hongtao was stunned, then hesitated before sitting down opposite Song Yan. What do you mean? Tonight, I was ambushed by 6 assassins. If not for my guards having some skill, I probably wouldn't have the chance to sit here and talk to father. At this, Song Hongtao's expression changed dramatically. His body, which had just sat down, sprang up. What did you say? Only then did Song Hongtao notice that Song Yan's long robe was stained with dark brown smudges, and he could faintly smell a hint of blood. Yes, Song Yan had deliberately stained it. As if purely by instinct, Song Hongtao subconsciously thought of Song Zhen, whom he had confined at home, and Yang Mairoking and her son. He silently took out the blood-stained banknote from his bosom, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Song Hongtao. I found this on one of the assassins. The bodies are still by the Yiluo River. If father doesn't believe me, he can send people to investigate. Frowning deeply, he picked up the banknote and examined it carefully. Soon, Song Hongtao's expression changed again. The banknote was signed, Yang Mairoking. At this moment, Song Hongtao felt no doubt in his heart. His only thought was, it really is her, that vicious woman. She has already killed 3 of my concubine-born sons. Is she not even letting go of this last one who married into the Luo family? No, that's not right. If Yang Mairoking simply wanted to kill her concubine-born son, there would be no need to specifically arrange assassins to attack Song Yan only after he married into the Luo family. That would cause unnecessary trouble. Unless there was some special reason that forced Yang Mairoking to do so. Could it be that Song Yan knew about the scandalous affair between her and Yang Zhen, and Yang Mairoking had found out about this? So she was silencing him. Indeed, just as Steward Wang had predicted, once there was a target in mind, everything that happened would become an arrow shot towards that target. Wang Qingshan quietly glanced at Song Hongtao. Such an obvious frame-up would probably only be believed by a master who was extremely angry and increasingly disgusted with the first madam. But what did such matters have to do with him? Wang Qingshan lowered his eyes, standing honestly to the side as if nothing had happened. Song Hongtao's pupils constricted. His face was extremely grim, growing angrier and angrier. Suddenly, he slammed his palm on the table with a bang. Someone bring that bitch Yang Mairoking to me. Who, just then, Song Yan slowly exhaled. Father, don't be anxious. I have another piece of news to tell you. Please be prepared. Song Hongtao's eyelids suddenly twitched. He instinctively had a bad feeling. The last time Song Yan spoke to him in this manner, the news he brought was that Yang Mairoking had cuckolded him, and Song Zhen was not his biological son. What would it be this time? Song Yan's expression was also extremely peculiar. He couldn't help but ponder. Last time his words were a bit too blunt, almost making Song Hongtao vomit blood from anger. This time he had to be more subtle no matter what. He turned his head and saw a potted plant by the wall, lush green and quite beautiful, so he reached out and plucked 2 leaves from the plant. Here are 2 leaves. He placed 1 leaf on the table. One is Song Zhen. The other one is also Song Zhen. It's Song Ji. Now that's subtle enough. Song Yan still valued Song Hongtao's body. He could die, but not now. Although Yang Myoking's status in the Duke's mansion had recently declined due to some unpleasant incidents, she still held significant sway. Once Song Hongtao was angered to death, Yang Myoking could easily take control of the Duke's mansion and directly promote Song Zhen to the position of Duke. Previously, he had almost angered Song Hongtao to death by being too blunt, so this time Song Yan chose a more subtle, indirect approach. However, he clearly overestimated Song Hongtao's psychological resilience. The moment his words fell, he saw Song Hongtao first freeze, then his old face turned a purplish red, followed by a deathly pallor. His heartbeat and breathing seemed to stop at that moment, his fingers clenched, and his body trembled violently. Unlike Song Zhen, Song Ji was the son he had placed great hopes on. From a young age, Song Ji had displayed astonishing talent. He began his studies earlier than other children, achieved the title of a scholar at just 14, and became a jurin at 18. Such talent, while perhaps not unprecedented or unrepeatable, was certainly exceedingly rare. He was truly the Song family's Qilin child. Song Hongtao believed that his bloodline would flourish unprecedentedly in Song Ji's hands. Before this, he had indeed suspected that Song Ji might be the illegitimate child of his second brother, Song Jincheng. But after gradually calming down, Song Hongtao dismissed this thought, finding countless reasons to comfort himself. Yet, who would have thought that a single sentence from Song Yan would shatter all those false illusions? He knew that since Song Yan dared to say such a thing, he must have sufficient evidence or some unusual circumstances. At this moment, Song Hongtao didn't know what kind of mood he was in. His heart felt as if a piece had been dug out, twisting in a knot of pain. Beside him, Wang Qingshan sighed helplessly. Why did he always have to be present whenever such matters were discussed? Fortunately, this was just an ordinary noble family. If it were the imperial family, he, as an insider, would probably lose his head. Song Yan lowered his eyelids and waited quietly. As expected, after Song Hongtao gradually digested the impact of the news, his expression became calm. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Is it still those three old women spreading these rumors? He nodded. Is it Song Jincheng? Song Yan was somewhat surprised. He looked up at Song Hongtao, initially thinking he was just a pitiful man whose wife had cheated on him and raised another man's child. But now it seemed Song Hongtao knew a bit more. He silently nodded again. Heavy. Song Hongtao let out a strange sound. He seemed to have been drained of all strength, slumping into the chair, silent, only his eyes glowing with a mad dog's light. An unsettling silence filled the study, as if even the candlelight was affected by this unease, flickering irregularly. After a while, Song Hongtao said, "What did those three old women say?" After a pause, Song Yan carefully chose his words. Those three old women said, when the Song and Yang families first arranged the marriage, Yang Myoking was interested in second uncle. It was only because you were the legitimate eldest son, and the Yang family believed you had a greater chance of inheriting the title, that they insisted on Yang Myoking marrying you. Yang Gifeng was Yang Myoking's wet nurse, and Granny Lai was the old woman who had looked after Yang Gifeng since childhood. They were all very close people. Even if these matters were kept from them, they would still hear some rumors. Unable to endure Liang Kaiyofeng's torment, Granny Xiao and Granny Lai indeed confessed. They spilled everything they knew. Of course, some details would not be told to Song Hongtao. Song Hongtao scoffed again. The legitimate eldest son, a greater chance of inheriting the title. Perhaps there was some truth to that, but now it seemed that the fact that he was less intelligent than his second brother, and thus easier to control, was a more significant factor. North of Ningping County, there is Suhua Temple. Song Yan's voice was like a cool stream, flowing over his heart. My legitimate mother often goes to Suhua Temple to offer incense, and then. Temples and similar places have always been havens for illicit activities. There are actually not many proper temples. It's common for noble ladies and young misses to use the excuse of offering incense to secretly meet their lovers in temples. Just like Li Zhai and Wu Menyang, Zhen Huan and Prince Guo. Song Hongtao's face grew even darker. Yang Myoking did indeed go to Suhua Temple to offer incense. Recalling carefully, almost every time she went to Suhua Temple, it was when his second brother returned home for a visit. Ordinarily, she didn't seem very enthusiastic about worshipping Buddha, as if she hadn't visited Suhua Temple once in the past 6 months. Why Songji? According to Granny Lai, before conceiving Song Ji, Yang Myoking went to Suhua Temple, saying she wanted to pray for another son. To show her sincerity, she fasted at Suhua Temple for 7 days. Song Hongtao opened his mouth, about to say that his second brother only stayed for 1 day that time, but the words caught in his throat. Staying for only 1 day was clearly a deception. He probably spent the other time fooling around with Yang Myoking at Suhua Temple. He had actually thought that Yang Myoking, out of propriety, went to Suhua Temple because her younger brother-in-law was visiting, and he had even considered Yang Myoking to be well-mannered and sensible. After Yang Myoking returned, she shared his bed once and then conceived his 6th son, Song Ji. He had even thought Suhua Temple was so efficacious that he specially sent 1,000 taels of silver as incense offerings. Now, it seemed it was all the result of Song Jincheng's efforts there. Then Song Hongtao suddenly realized something. Since Yang Myoking often met secretly with Song Jincheng, and his 6th son was Song Jincheng's bloodline, what about his other sons? Would they also? Song Yan also thought of this point, and his gaze towards Song Hongtao couldn't help but show a bit more pity. If this were true, then the fun would be immense. 8 legitimate sons, 1 from the Yang family, 7 from his younger brother. Perhaps he should have just plucked a handful of leaves just now. They could open a cloth shop specializing in selling hats. Simply don't call him Duke Song. Calling him Duke Hat would be more appropriate. Song Hongtao's body trembled, but he was still trying to suppress it, not losing control. Did those 3 old women say anything about Song Hui and the others? Song Yan shook his head. No, in fact, those 3 old women only knew about the improprieties between Yang Myoking and Song Jincheng. Even Song Ji's identity is merely a conjecture, without substantive evidence. Evidence? Once Song Hongtao had made up his mind, whether there was evidence or not was no longer important. Song Yan couldn't understand what Song Hongtao's feelings were right now, and of course, he had no interest in understanding them. However, due to the previous incident with Song Zhen, his endurance had indeed increased significantly. At least from his face, Song Hongtao had calmed down. He slowly rose and walked to the window, as if only the wind outside the window could help him maintain his composure. The chirping of insects came from the grass in the courtyard, and countless stars twinkled in the dark night sky. Song Hongtao suddenly felt an urge to laugh. Song Zhen was not his biological son. Song Ji was not his biological son. Yang Gifeng must know about such matters. Liang Kaiyofeng knows, Zhao Kuiping knows, Lai Qiuju also knows, and perhaps many others know, yet he, the person involved, does not. He suddenly felt a little curious. He wondered what those who knew, especially Song Jincheng and Yang Myoking, felt when they saw him doting on Song Ji and Song Zhen. They might be very pleased, and probably even mock him as a fool in their hearts right. Yanner, after you go back, find a way to make those 3 old women talk. I want to know about Song Hui and the others. The night wind blew in through the window, ruffling Song Hongtao's already disheveled hair and wide robes. His fingers were tightly clenched in his sleeves, his nails almost digging into the flesh of his palms. Yang Myoking had killed his 3 concubine-born sons. Those must have been his bloodline. What did that bitch want to do? He had raised her children well, but she wanted him to be without descendants. His body trembled. At that moment, the murderous chi in his chest was almost uncontrollable. Song Hongtao took a few deep breaths and sneered. Since you treat my children like this, how can I let your sons have an easy time? He turned around, and when he looked at Song Yan again, his eyes were completely different. Loyal, filial, and most importantly, his own son. Regarding the attack on you, have you reported it to the authorities? Song Hongtao stiffly changed the subject. Song Yan shook his head. No. After all, if these matters were to spread, it would damage the Song family's reputation. Although it was something the legitimate mother did, it would also cause father to lose face. In an instant, Song Hongtao felt a pang in his nose, and his eyes became a little moist. What a good child. He had not paid much attention to him before, and despite suffering such great grievances, he still considered his old father in every way. At this moment, Song Hongtao suddenly regretted it. He shouldn't have allowed Song Yan to marry into another family. How wonderful it would be if this child could inherit the Duke's Mansion's title. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Song Yan's mouth. What a pity! He really wanted to see the Duke's Song Manor utterly ruined all at once. He wondered what kind of expression Song Hongtao would have then. It would surely be very spectacular, wouldn't it? As he pondered, footsteps were heard outside. Perhaps Yang Myoking had arrived, but judging by the sound, there should be more than one person. Song Hongtao narrowed his eyes. Yanner, what should we do? Slap her. But Song Hongtao frowned deeply. Even knowing that Yang Myoking was a bitch prone to adultery and that his sons might not even be his own, he still endured. He knew that now was not the time to openly break with Yang Myoking. Behind her was the Yang family. If the Yang family knew their plan had been exposed, he might not live much longer. Song Yan waved the silver notes in his hand. No buts, you are very angry. Song Hongtao suddenly understood. Anger could have many reasons. It could be because his son was not his own, or it could be that his son-in-law had been attacked. The next second, he tried hard to control his facial expression, gradually changing from his original emotion to calmness, and then from calmness to anger. The study door was pulled open. Yang Myoking appeared at the doorway, holding up her skirt. Seeing Song Yan and Song Hongtao inside, her brow furrowed. Just as she was about to speak, Song Hongtao, like a mad dog, lunged forward. His right hand rose, as if using all his strength, and he heavily slapped Yang Myoking across the face. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, reverberating through the study. The fair half of her face instantly swelled red, and a smear of blood mixed with a white object flew out from the corner of her mouth. Perhaps it was a tooth. Poor Yang Myoking. She had no idea what had happened and was completely stunned by the slap. At this moment, the enraged Song Hongtao had completely transformed into an out-of-control beast. He grabbed Yang Myoking's hair. Bitch, look at the good deeds you've done. That slap was probably very heavy. It was as if all the humiliation he had suffered was being vented through that slap. After the slap, his body shivered, and a layer of fine goosebumps appeared on his skin. An indescribable feeling of exhilaration consumed Song Hongtao's entire consciousness. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Refreshing. He had been married to Yang Myoking for over 20 years, and this was the first time he had laid a hand on her. He even felt some regret, regretting why he hadn't done it sooner, so that this exhilarating taste was only now being enjoyed. Yang Myoking was also stunned by the blow. On one side, half of her face was burning with pain, and on the other, she couldn't believe that Song Hongtao had actually dared to hit her. She just stood there, staring blankly at Song Hongtao. Behind Yang Myoking were several other people. Song Zhen and Yang Xiao, and even Song Yun had come. When Song Yun saw that Yanner was also there, his pupils slightly contracted. Useless trash. He cursed silently in his heart, the change in his facial expression lasting only a brief moment. As for Song Zhen, his face changed dramatically. Since he could remember, this was the first time he had witnessed such a major conflict between his parents. Yang Xiao, however, frowned slightly. She didn't lose her composure because her aunt had been hit. Her gaze swept over everyone's face in the study, as if she wanted to analyze something from the chaotic situation before her. Some things, if you don't pay attention, are fine, but once you do, you can't help but think more. Yanner, in Yang Xiao's opinion, was a very formidable character. Inside the study, the atmosphere was oppressive. The candlelight flickered and danced. Unlike others who were either shocked or angry, Yanner was as quiet as a chicken, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos. She had previously inquired carefully about Yanner, and from her aunt and Song Zhen's mouths, Yanner was just an illiterate, imprisoned for 10 years, a good-for-nothing who anyone could bully. At first glance, it seemed to be true. But looking at everything that happened after Yanner married into the Luo family, the Song family was either losing face or on the way to losing face. Her aunt, Yang Myoking, became an object of scorn for everyone in the noble families. It could be said that the reputation her aunt had painstakingly built over the years had long been ruined. Yang Xiao suspected that Yanner was behind all these things. Most importantly, Yang Gifeng was killed by Yanner for insulting his mother. Liang Kaiyofeng, Zhao Kuiping, and Lai Qiuju, the 3 confidants of her aunt, had also all lost contact. Although Yang Myoking repeatedly assured her that those old women didn't know about the Yang family schemes, the bad premonition in Yang Xiao's heart grew stronger. Now seeing Song Hongtao in such a rage, Yang Xiao's first thought was that Song Hongtao knew about Yang Myoking's infidelity, and that Song Zhen was not his biological son. The dead silence in the study lasted for nearly half a minute, finally broken by Yang Myoking's shriek. The originally elegant and noble young lady of a prominent family suddenly had a face twisted like a vengeful ghost. She shrieked, "Song Hongtao, how dare you hit me?" The next moment, Yang Myoking, completely losing her composure, lunged at Song Hongtao's face, clawing and tearing. When women fight, it's usually those few moves: pulling hair, scratching faces, gouging eyes, and so on. But these methods might only be effective for ordinary women. Song Hongtao might not have much skill, but he was still a man. With just one pull of Yang Myoking's hair, the first madam stumbled, losing control of her body. Under Song Hongtao's forceful dragging, her body reeled and lunged towards the table. His fingers then gripped Yang Myoking's head, and with a bang, he slammed Yang Myoking's head onto the table right next to the banknotes. "Stupid woman. Open your eyes and see what this is." Only then did Yang Myoking notice the blood-stained banknote. When she saw her own name as the payee on the banknote, she was even more astonished. "You slut, you actually dared to arrange for assassins to attack Yanner. Do you really want to bring the Duke's mansion to ruin before you're satisfied?" Song Hongtao's angry voice echoed in the study. Gradually, everyone finally understood what was going on. Yang Myoking had arranged for assassins to kill Yanner, and this banknote was the payment. Hiss. No wonder Yanner was covered in blood. No wonder Song Hongtao was so enraged. The previous incident had already cost 3 of the Song family's nephews their official positions, and Song Jincheng, the minister, was reprimanded. Who would have thought that Yang Myoking would be so audacious, not only showing no restraint, but also daring to send people to assassinate Yanner? If Yanner were to die, regardless of the relationship between Enning Emperor and Luo Yuheng, Enning Emperor would not sit idly by such a blatant disregard for imperial authority. Once it was traced back to Yang Myoking, how many heads would she have to lose? And how many heads would the Song family have to pay? Yet no one doubted Song Hongtao's words. Not even Yang Xiao, after all. Yang Myoking was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Yang Myoking's head was still buzzing. In her capacity as his legal mother to beat Yanner to death on the charge of unfilial conduct, no one in this world would say anything. But to hire assassins to kill Yanner, that was a crime that even Yang Myoking would find difficult to bear. She instinctively opened her mouth. "I didn't." Unfortunately, before she could even finish her sentence, a slap landed. Slap, 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 left and right. The slaps resounded over a dozen times, and Yang Myoking's beautiful cheeks were cracked and oozing faint traces of blood. "Bitch, if it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Song Hongtao cursed angrily. Watching Song Hongtao swaggering, Yanner only felt that he was a pitiful worm, clearly knowing that Yang Myoking had cuckolded him but not daring to say it, only able to find other excuses to vent the suppression in his heart. It was truly pathetic for a man to be reduced to such a state. Yang Myoking was slapped speechless by this series of blows, only feeling aggrieved in her heart. She had killed Song Hongtao's 3 illegitimate sons, and she had tried to kill Yanner several times, but this time it really wasn't her doing. Why didn't anyone believe her? Even Song Zhen, Song Yun, and Yang Xiao looked at her with extremely strange gazes. For a moment, the injustice of being wronged even surpassed the pain of being beaten by Song Hongtao, and she wept uncontrollably, sobbing. Just then Song Yun frowned and stepped forward. "Father." "What do you want to say?" Song Hongtao suddenly turned around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Song Yun like a wild beast. That wild look made Song Yun's heart skip a beat, but he still forced himself to speak, enduring his fear. "Father, please calm your anger. I don't think this matter was necessarily done by Mother. Mother wouldn't leave such obvious evidence. Perhaps some petty thief stole the banknote." At this moment, Yang Myoking actually felt a little touched. A good son, she hadn't raised him in vain. Song Hongtao, however, snorted coldly. Truly, a mother and son's hearts were connected. "You mean to say that someone could sneak into the heavily guarded Duke's mansion, and then steal a banknote that is completely unexchangeable, worthless, just a blank piece of paper? I don't believe any thief would be so foolish." Suddenly, Song Hongtao's sinister gaze turned to Song Zhen. "Unless this thief can freely enter and exit the first madam's room. Unless this thief knows the secret code of the banknote." This was Song Hongtao's impromptu decision. He had become a little clever, knowing that even if Yang Myoking's hearing of assassins was confirmed, it would be difficult to do anything to her. Not to mention the Yang family, just the identities of legal mother and illegitimate son would make it difficult for Yanner to pursue the matter further. After all, Enning country revered filial piety. Even if parents made mistakes, children should not criticize them. Even if they beat or killed their children, they should endure it. If Yanner insisted on holding his legal mother accountable, he would lose moral standing, and no matter where he went, people would point fingers and curse him. This was the most filial son, very possibly his only biological son, so Song Hongtao naturally had to protect his biological son's reputation. As for Song Zhen, that was irrelevant. What could anyone say if a father dealt with his son? Yanner glanced at Song Hongtao with some surprise. This filial piety card was being played to its fullest. He had originally intended to drag Song Zhen into this, but he hadn't expected Song Hongtao to be so cooperative, which saved him a lot of trouble. That look made Song Zhen's body tremble. He hadn't expected the fire to suddenly burn him. Even Song Yun and Yang Xiao couldn't help but ponder. The only person who could freely enter and exit Yang Myoking's room, besides Song Hongtao, was Song Zhen. Given Yang Myoking's doting on Song Zhen, knowing the banknote's secret code wouldn't be difficult. And Yang Myoking's face grew even more grim. She had indeed told Song Zhen where the banknote was hidden and what the secret code was. The various gazes around him made Song Zhen feel like he was on pins and needles. He suddenly reacted. "Father, I didn't. I've been confined to the mansion this whole time. I haven't gone anywhere. How could I?" Speaking of which, the fifth young master met a few people the day before yesterday. Just then, Wang Qingshan's old and hoarse voice slowly drifted over. "I wonder what the fifth young master wanted with those few people." Song Hongtao narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" "Yes, master. Those people didn't look like good people. They seemed like ruffians. This old servant took it upon himself to drive them away, and many people saw it at the time." Yanner's lips also curved into a slight arc. The leader of those people, he wouldn't happen to have two intersecting knife scars on his face, would he? These people were arranged by Song Yun. This so-called sixth brother was quite meticulous in his work. With this meeting, Song Zhen was like mud in his crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. Only, Song Yun didn't know that all these people he arranged were being closely monitored by Zhao Hu. "Indeed so," Wang Qingshan nodded slightly. Song Zhen panicked. He wasn't a clever person to begin with, and at this moment, facing the questioning gazes from all directions, he had no idea how to explain. I was just confined in the mansion for a long time, so I asked these friends to help me find some women. I didn't." "Shut up," Song Hongtao roared sharply. "How can I, Song Hongtao, have such a cowardly son who dares to do something but not admit it?" Song Zhen was almost in tears. He really didn't do it. What was he doing? He just wanted these people to help him find a few prostitutes. Who would have thought these people would go and ambush Yanner? Even now, his mind was a complete chaos. He still hadn't figured out what was going on. A legitimate son of the Duke's mansion actually bribed assassins to harm his younger brother, a crime punishable by death. Song Hongtao's face grew even darker. "Fortunately, no major mistake was made, otherwise I would demand your life." Song Zhen immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but Song Hongtao's next sentence made his scalp tingle again. "However, while the death penalty can be waived, the living punishment cannot be escaped. You will use one of your legs to apologize to Yanner." Song Zhen was a little stunned. He still didn't understand how things had escalated to this point, where he was inexplicably about to lose a leg. He didn't even suspect that someone had set him up. He merely thought that the ruffians had taken his money, but hadn't gone to Hongxiu Inn to find a courtesan as he requested. Instead, they planned to abduct a respectable woman to save money, and it just so happened that they kidnapped Song Yan, leading to the current misunderstanding. The only thing Song Zhen found strange was whether he had given those few people banknotes. Why did he remember giving them silver? But he had always disregarded money, simply taking it from his mother's money box when he needed it. Thus, Song Zhen couldn't immediately determine what he had given them, his mind a chaos. He just felt that since everyone said it was banknotes, it probably was. "Father, you mustn't do this. Although fifth brother was wrong to send assassins to attack ninth brother, Ninth brother is unharmed, so why must fifth brother lose this leg? Song Yun quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. Song Zhen was touched, never expecting that when his father was so enraged, seventh brother would still stand up to speak for him. He truly was a blood brother. However, he didn't notice that Song Yun's words had, in fact, confirmed his crime of hearing assassins. Father, seventh brother is right. If fifth brother wanted to kill me, it must be because I displeased him in some way. Song Yan also sighed. This is my fault. Fifth brother shouldn't be punished for it. Each word was more eloquent than the last, yet every sentence was a piercing accusation, each one firmly pinning the crime of hearing assassins on Song Zhen, making it impossible to remove. The more they spoke, the more Song Zhen himself began to doubt if he had indeed used banknotes to bribe assassins to kill Song Yan. The two seemed to be excusing Song Zhen, but it was tantamount to fanning the flames, and Song Hongtao's expression grew even darker. Guards! With a sharp shout, two guards immediately burst in from outside the door, striding towards Song Zhen. Only then did Song Zhen finally feel the reality of being punished by his father. He panicked for the first time and quickly cried out, "Mother, save me!" Yang Myoking finally reacted, disregarding her swollen face, and struggled to her feet. "Presumptuous, presumptuous! Stop! Who dares to harm my son?" However, ever since the incident with Zhang Xiaoshan, Song Hongtao, with the assistance of Steward Wang, had begun to clear out the disobedient troublemakers around him. Now, these guards only obeyed the commands of Wang Qingshan and Song Hongtao. Even with Yang Myoking roaring, the two guards remained oblivious. Seeing the guards steadily approaching, Yang Myoking was furious. "Rebellion, this is utter rebellion. Guards, guards, where is Yang Hua?" Within the Duke Song Manor, Yang Hua was a very special existence. It was said that this person was originally just a Yang family servant, but due to displaying good talent in martial arts, he was cultivated by the Yang family. He had been Yang Myoking's personal guard since childhood, and when Yang Myoking married into the Duke Song Manor, his household registration was also transferred. In the Duke's mansion, Yang Hua would not obey anyone's orders except Yang Myoking's, not even Song Hongtao's. This person was a genuine 7th rank martial artist, and his strength was unmatched within the Duke's mansion, except for Song Hongtao's personal guard, Song Dashin. This was also Yang Myoking's greatest reliance for acting, as she pleased in the Duke's Song Manor. Yang Myoking had even once wanted to order Yang Hua to kill Song Yan. However, asking a 7th rank martial artist to kill a child was somewhat humiliating. For a martial artist of this realm, even with a deed of sale in hand, she had to carefully consider the other party's feelings, and ultimately she gave up the idea. As soon as her voice fell, the expressions of Zhang Longzhao, who were guarding the door, instantly changed drastically. They clearly sensed a wild, brutal aura like a fierce tiger, rapidly approaching. The next moment, a figure appeared a dozen zhang away, taking a single step that seemed like an instant shift, bringing him before the two men. Swish! Zhang Longzhao suddenly drew the bright silver steel sabers from their waists, simultaneously slashing forward. Only then did they clearly see Yang Hua's appearance. He was tall and thin, with refined features. Seeing the steel sabers pressing directly towards his face, Yang Hua's fists suddenly shot out, quick as lightning and powerful as 1,000 jun. Bang! Bang! Fists collided with blades, sparks faintly leaped, and a sound like metal clashing could be heard. Zhang Longzhao felt a huge force transmit through the blades, and with a thunderous roar, their bodies flew backward like cannonballs, crashing heavily against the large door behind them, sending shattered wood splinters flying in all directions. The next moment, Yang Hua had already bypassed the obstruction of Zhang Longzhao, and with 2 more bangs, his fists had already imprinted on the chests of the 2 guards. Those 2 guards were far inferior in strength to Zhang Longzhao, being only 1st-rank martial artists. They were utterly unable to resist the fierce, immense force. Their bodies were instantly distorted by the impact, bones broken and flesh torn. Thick blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they were clearly not alive. Yang Hua's appearance seemed to give Yang Myoking a new sense of reliance, and she shrieked, "Kill Song Yan for me. This person stole the mistress's money and slandered the legitimate mother. He deserves death." The enraged Yang Myoking couldn't care less about anything else. To her, all the humiliation she suffered today was due to Song Yan. If Song Yan hadn't come to the door, how else would she have been slapped 12 times by Song Hongtao? Moreover, as long as all the blame was placed on Song Yan, Zhener would no longer bear the crime of murder. At this moment, she no longer cared what consequences it would cause. She only wanted Song Yan's life. Song Hongtao and Yang Xiao's expressions changed drastically, but neither of them had time to stop it. As soon as Yang Myoking's voice fell, Yang Hua instantly rushed towards Song Yan. Seeing Yang Hua approach, Song Yan's expression remained calm and composed. Although this person's strength was far beyond what he could match, he seemed not to be afraid in the slightest. Swish! Just then a flash of cold light, like a meteor, streaked by. As if to cleave all the surrounding chi, the blade gleamed with an icy cold light. Yang Hua's pupils had already constricted to pinpricks when the sword tip was 7 inches from his throat. In that instant, the strong man's instincts erupted frantically. He tried to lean back, to widen the distance between his neck and the sword's edge. But by the time his eyes converted that chilling cold light into neural signals transmitted to his brain, the muscles in his nape were like frozen snakes, unable to even transmit the slightest tremor to his shoulder blades. He could even count the ice crack-like forged steel patterns on the sword's spine. Screech! The sound of the blade tearing through his windpipe filled his ears, like rice paper being ripped. Yang Hua's eyes widened, and his mouth opened, but he could only emit gurgling sounds, his lips constantly spitting out frothy blood. His neck, like a rusty machine, creaked as it turned to the side, as if he wanted to see who had killed him. However, his neck turned halfway before finally losing all strength. His head, as if losing its support, slumped onto his shoulder. I am a 7th-rank martial artist. This was Yang Hua's last thought before his consciousness completely vanished. The sword's spine congealed with 3 inches of frost. The blade moved through the central palace, cutting the autumn face. The hum of the blade was like the moon breaking through clouds, a clear light imprinted on the throat. Hiss! A slender, fair finger lightly flicked, tearing the neck, and a fine head flew up. The headless corpse also slumped to the ground, twitching nervously, blood still gushing from its neck, quickly forming a crimson pool. This scene stunned everyone. That was a master capable of roaming the Jianghu. Since when were 7th-rank martial artists so vulnerable? The head fell to the ground, rolling away, and happened to stop in front of Yang Myoking, instantly drawing a scream. Only then did everyone notice that a figure had appeared in the study at some unknown time. It was a slender woman with skin like white snow and hair like a waterfall. Dressed in white, she looked like a fairy stepped out of a painting, but the plum blossoms stained on her skirt and the faint crimson bloodstains on her pale face revealed an indescribable strangeness. The sword's tip hung low, blood dripping from its point. Her body blocked Song Yan, her gaze cold. "My brother-in-law is mine, my brother-in-law. Who dares to harm him?" Where her gaze fell, even Yang Myoking and Song Zhen felt a chill of fear. Who else could this person be but Luo Tianyi? Although they had long known that Luo Tianyi enjoyed wielding swords and spears, who would have thought her strength was so terrifying? A 7th-rank martial artist had his head cut off in the blink of an eye. Especially her cold gaze. Wherever it swept, it felt like a sword blade slicing across skin, instantly raising goosebumps. Behind Luo Tianyi, Song Yan subtly exhaled. Ever since the 3 assassins escaped earlier and Zhao Hu stated they wouldn't live long, he had known that besides Zhang Long Zhao Hu, the 2 guards openly protecting him, there must also be stronger masters secretly accompanying him. He just hadn't expected this person to be his Zhao Yizi. Although it was a bit embarrassing, being behind his Zhao Yizi truly felt incredibly safe. However, his Zhao Yizi's words startled him. Fortunately, she added the words, brother-in-law. Otherwise, he would have almost thought his Zhao Yizi had feelings for him. Song Hongtao also let out a heavy sigh. In that instant, his body was drenched in sweat. He cast a murderous glance at Yang Myoking and then roared again, "Guards!" This time, no one stopped them. 2 guards rushed in, directly restraining Song Zhen, one on each side, forcefully pressing his body to the ground. Yang Myoking shrieked but was held back by several others, unable to get close. Song Zhen was still roaring, his tall body struggling desperately, but having indulged in excessive pleasure in daily life, he was no match for these guards. Another person already held a staff in his hand. "Yanner, this beast wanted to kill you. How about you do it?" Song Hongtao suddenly asked. Song Yan nodded silently, walked over and took the staff. Luo Tianyi did not object. Her meaning was clear. "I don't care what Song Yan wants to do, but anyone who wants to lay a hand on Song Yan will have to get past me first." Her main point was blatant double standards and favoritism. At this moment, Song Zhen was still struggling desperately, his palms supporting his arms, his elbows cocked up, stubbornly propping up his upper body. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Song Yan. "Bastard, if you dare to hurt me, I won't let you off." Song Yan slowly exhaled. "Sorry, fifth brother, I can't disobey father's command. After I break your leg, I will apologize to you properly." Song Zhen's eyes widened. "Damn it, is your apology what I want?" Does this guy not understand human speech? However, he had no chance to say more. With a whoosh, the staff came down. But Song Yan's aim was truly a bit off. The staff, which should have struck a leg, went straight for Song Zhen's cocked elbow, which was supporting his upper body. Crack! The elbow, though a hard bone, couldn't withstand the impact of the court rod. Crack! The sound was like a broken roof beam in an ancient temple deep in the mountains, or the grating screech of metal on a porcelain plate. The shape of the arm changed from an A to a V. Song Zhen's body instantly collapsed to the ground. The initial pain was dull, but when he glimpsed his forearm folded at an impossible angle, a fierce burning sensation crawled up his marrow. The pain was like a red-hot iron skewer being plunged into the gap between bones, twisting and pushing inward. With every breath, bone fragments scraped against his flesh and blood. Then came an extreme, piercing shriek. His tall body writhed violently like a worm. Even though the two guards were very strong for a moment, they almost couldn't hold down Song Zhen's shoulders. "It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts really bad." Song Zhen's face was ashen. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His teeth were clenched tight, and there were already traces of blood in the gaps between them. Since childhood, when had he ever suffered such pain? The feeling even made Song Zhen wish that Song Yan's court rod had directly smashed his head. Even if his skull had cracked and his brains splattered, it would have been better than this. "My son." On the other side, Yang Myoking also let out a wail, wildly flailing her hands, trying to push away the guards blocking her. But these guards had been specially chosen, loyal to Song Hongtao. Before the patriarch gave an order, even if her sharp nails scratched bloody marks on their faces, they remained unmoving. Like a wall of bronze and iron, they blocked Yang Myoking's path. The bone in his elbow must have been shattered. Bone fragments protruding from the break pierced through his sleeve, white, stark points, stained with pink viscous matter, like the sticky threads at the freshly broken end of a lotus root. "Song Yan, I will kill you. I will kill you." Yang Myoking wailed like a madwoman. Song Yan was oblivious. He knew that this time he had thoroughly offended Yang Myoking, but so what? Some things had to be settled eventually. He lowered his head, looking at the blood-stained court rod, his expression a little troubled. Then he looked at Song Zhen, who was glaring at him from the ground, and sighed helplessly. "Fifth brother, I'm sorry I missed." Just as he said, he apologized very sincerely. Presumably, his dear fifth brother must understand his difficulties. Look, Song Zhen is even opening his mouth very wide, but unfortunately he can't hear what he's saying. It must be something like, "It's okay, I don't mind, you don't need to blame yourself." After all, they are brothers. They wouldn't fuss over such a small matter. The two guards holding down Song Zhen and everyone else in the study were all utterly speechless. Song Zhen couldn't help but want to curse loudly. Missed. Could you miss like that? Song Yan, however, didn't care much. He waved the court rod in his hand. "Heh, father wants to break one of your legs. Don't worry, fifth brother, I promise this time I definitely won't miss." Song Zhen froze, as if even the pain had vanished at that moment. "Wait again." Whoosh. Crack. Before he could react, the court rod, as thick as an arm, had already fallen from midair. Along with the sound of bones shattering, Song Zhen's calf also turned into a V shape. Ah, tilde, tilde, tilde. Perhaps Song Zhen was too pathetic. Even heaven couldn't bear it. Unbeknownst to anyone, the sky outside the window had already turned gloomy. With a whoosh, rain began to fall, and in a blink of an eye it became like a giant curtain covering the entire Ningping. But even the sound of the torrential rain couldn't mask Song Zhen's screams. Many people heard that piercing sound, and one by one their bodies trembled. That's fifth young master's voice. This time, it's fifth young master who's unlucky. A bringer of misfortune, truly a bringer of misfortune. Inside the study, the two guards finally released Song Zhen. Now, Song Zhen no longer had the strength to struggle. He was like a pathetic, dying stray dog, lying on the ground, his body twitching and trembling occasionally. His elbow was shattered. Such an injury, in this era, even if healed, would leave him crippled. His leg bone was also broken. This one could still be set, probably. Song Hongtao's upturned mouth could no longer be completely suppressed. Bastard mongrel serves him right. Yang Myoking, oh Yang Myoking, this is your retribution for betraying me. If Yang Zhen were to see his son in this state, what kind of mood would he be in? An indescribable sense of exhilaration made Song Hongtao's entire body tremble. He was so comfortable he almost couldn't help but groan aloud. What a pity his own son was still too soft-hearted. If that misaimed blow had landed on his head, how wonderful would that have been? If his brains had splattered, he could have danced on them. Song Yun's mouth also couldn't be controlled. He didn't believe that his mother would continue to wholeheartedly support Song Zhen to become the heir after he became a cripple. Although he seemed to have helped very little just now, he believed that simply speaking up for his mother should be enough to leave a good impression in her heart. Yang Xiao's brows were tightly furrowed. Although Song Zhen was her fiancé, she wasn't very concerned. Her gaze was fixed only on Song Yun thoughtfully. And Song Yan, the instigator of everything, was the calmest one. Scenes of being bullied by Song Zhen long ago swept through his mind. Looking at Song Zhen's tragic appearance, it must be very painful, it must be. There was indeed a sense of satisfaction, but Song Yan had already grown accustomed to controlling his emotions. No matter what his mood, it would not show on his face. He silently squatted down, grabbed Song Zhen's sweat-soaked hair, and in those bloodshot, hatred-filled eyes he grinned. His voice was very soft, so soft that only the two of them could hear it. "Fifth brother, do you remember when we were little, that's how you treated me?" Song Zhen's screams faltered, his pupils contracted violently, and his hatred gradually turned into fear. No one was blocking Yang Myoking anymore. The dignified, legitimate daughter of the Yang family had now lost all her noble grace and elegance. She was disheveled, scrambling and crawling to Song Zhen's side, pushing Song Yan away. Looking at her suffering son, she wanted to do something but didn't know where to start. Only tears streamed down her face like rain. Song Yan expressed indifference to that resentful and hateful gaze. Let it hurt. Let him hate. Everything had only just begun. The people in the study eventually dispersed. Song Yan left the Song family mansion with Xiao Yizi, Gu Bangxia, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu. At this moment, many people breathed a sigh of relief. This bringer of misfortune had finally left. Yang Myoking and Yang Xiao also had Song Zhen carried away. They called the family doctors, but looking at the shattered bone fragments, the two doctors found it quite difficult. The leg injury was better. After the broken bone was set, even if he couldn't compare to a normal person, he could still manage to walk with difficulty. But his right arm was completely crippled. Lightning tore through the night sky, and the rain grew heavier. Yang Myoking's face was solemn. Perhaps she had shed too many tears earlier, but this aristocratic daughter had now calmed down a little. "Aunt, what we need to worry about now is no longer Song Yan." Yang Xiao's voice slowly came from beside her. Yang Myoking's body trembled slightly, but she said nothing. "Don't make a move against Song Yan again. We don't have the energy to deal with that trouble right now. Nor can we make a move against Song Hongtao. Our most important task right now is to ensure Song Zhen becomes the heir. Once Song Hongtao dies, the position of heir will never fall to Song Zhen, no matter what. Song Zhen was already a cripple. Even if he healed, he would still be disabled. Just as an emperor would not allow a cripple to inherit the throne, the Duke's mansion would not allow a disabled person to inherit the title." There was a gurgling sound in Yang Myoking's throat. It was clear she was desperately controlling the venomous hatred in her heart. "Then what should we do?" "It's very simple. If Song Hongtao only has Song Zhen as an heir, then the position of duke will naturally be his. Yang Xiao's tone was unhurried and exceptionally calm, as if she were chatting casually with an acquaintance like a simple, "Have you eaten?" Yet the words she spoke were chilling. If only Song Zhen remained as an heir, that meant the Song family's eldest, second, third, fourth, sixth, seventh, and eighth sons would all have to die. Even though Yang Xia was talking about killing all her sons, Yang Maioking's expression remained unusually cold, with only her two eyes showing a terrifying madness. They are all bastards. If they die, then they die. Under the curtain of rain, Luo Tianyi held an umbrella. This was originally Gu Bangxia's job. The gravel-paved road, usually fine, turned into muddy paste during a heavy downpour, and the group walked through it, splashing water with each step. The craftsmanship of the oiled paper umbrella was also rather ordinary. A misty spray of water seeped through the umbrella and hit her face, making Xiao Yizi's hair at her temples damp and clinging to her cheeks. However, the heavy rain wasn't without its benefits. At least the scent of blood on Xiao Yizi had been largely dispersed. They walked in silence, Luo Tianyi occasionally raising her head to steal a glance at Song Yan on the other side of the oiled paper umbrella, her expression somewhat indescribable, lost in thought. "Thank you just now. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed by that Yang Hua." Song Yan chuckled. "I've long heard you enjoy wielding swords and spears and have considerable strength. Today, my eyes have truly been opened. It's quite shameful for me as an older brother-in-law to need Xiao Yizi to protect him." Luo Tianyi let out a sigh of relief, and her previously taut, pretty face couldn't help but break into a smile. She hadn't been seen as a ruthless demoness, which was good. She had been indifferent to such things before, but when did she start caring? She hooked a stray strand of hair behind her ear with a free hand. She couldn't quite remember. "Do you know why I broke Song Zhen's arm and leg this time?" His voice was intermittent, caught in the rain. Perhaps he still wanted to confide. "Why?" Luo Tianyi was a very good listener, and her tilted head looked rather cute. "It was when I was very young, about 5 or 6 years old. Song Zhen and a few servants were playing ball in the courtyard, kickball, and accidentally kicked the ball onto a tree. Even though there were guards skilled in light body techniques, Song Zhen insisted that I climb up to retrieve the ball. Otherwise, my mother and I wouldn't get any food. I had no choice but to climb. After I finally managed to climb up, Song Zhen and a few servants started vigorously shaking the tree trunk from below. Song Yan paused slightly. Then I fell, breaking an arm and a leg. Song Zhen and the servants surrounded me, laughing loudly. It was my mother who rushed out, disregarding everything, and snatched me back." His tone was very calm, as if he was merely recounting something completely unrelated to himself, but Luo Tianyi fell silent. A scene flashed in her mind. A 5 or 6-year-old child lying there, looking in terror at the group of adults surrounding him. Perhaps at that time he didn't understand why these adults were laughing so happily. Perhaps compared to physical pain, mental helplessness was even more despair-inducing. Involuntarily, Luo Tianyi's body slowly leaned towards Song Yan. She shifted the oiled paper umbrella to her other hand, her free, delicate hand seeming to want to grasp something, but after a long hesitation, she finally lowered it. "Then, older brother-in-law, do you feel better now?" "Much better," Song Yan smiled. "When I was little, I really admired those powerful guards. I probably thought that if I became a martial forest expert, I'd have enough capital to protect myself and my mother. I once swore in my heart that one day, with enough strength, I would kill Song Zhen and kill everyone who had humiliated me. You must have noticed that I'm cultivating martial arts, right?" Song Yan changed the subject. He knew that his internal energy couldn't be hidden from those in Luo Manor. Luo Tianyi nodded. "I've been cultivating for quite some time, nearly a month now, I suppose. I want to know, how exactly does one become a first-rank martial artist?" Song Yan looked at Luo Tianyi. Although his internal energy had been increasing daily during this time, Song Yan knew he couldn't yet be considered a first-rank martial artist. It was hard to describe the feeling, as if something was missing. Luo Tianyi smiled softly. Xiao Yizi was usually cold, but she actually looked quite pretty when she smiled. A first-rank martial artist isn't that easy to achieve. Normally, someone who reaches first rank within a year of cultivation is already considered very talented. Then how long did it take you to reach first rank? Song Yan was a little curious. Luo Tianyi thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers. 3 months. Looking at it that way, he was indeed a bit too eager. 3 days. Omega de Omega. As if feeling her answer was a bit too discouraging, Luo Tianyi's pretty face flushed slightly. Well, Yushuang actually said that breaking through too quickly isn't necessarily a good thing. It can easily lead to an unstable foundation. Someone like me has a particularly unstable foundation, and future breakthroughs will become increasingly difficult. Song Yan blinked. So what realm is my Zio Yizi in now? 9th rank Great Perfection. Confirmed, Zio Yizi was just humble bragging. At an age not yet 18 or 19, 9th rank Great Perfection, half-step Grandmaster realm. This was called an unstable foundation. This was called breakthroughs becoming increasingly difficult. Luo Tianyi's face grew redder, feeling she was saying more and more wrong things, and quickly forced a change of topic. Actually, purely based on internal energy, older brother-in-law's realm has already surpassed that of a first-rank martial artist. However, older brother-in-law has taken a wrong turn on his cultivation path. A martial artist's cultivation, physical body tempering, and internal energy cultivation are complementary. Neither can be lacking. If one only cultivates internal energy without tempering the physical body, even if one's internal energy is unprecedented, it's useless. A single arrow can take one's life, and perhaps the body might even collapse first, unable to withstand the constantly expanding internal energy. Starting tomorrow, I will help older brother-in-law temper his physical body. Once older brother-in-law's physical body strength is sufficient, the first-rank martial artist realm will also be broken through. Song Yan understood. The 100 Flowers treasure mirror should only be a method for cultivating internal energy, and tempering the physical body would require another approach. Amidst their chat, they returned to Luo Manor. The heavy rain continued to pour, and occasionally a carriage would rush past, splashing water everywhere. The entire world was shrouded in a deep, melancholic darkness until they neared Luo Manor, where a few lanterns on the gatehouse still stubbornly emitted light. Though hazy in the dim, rainy night, they exuded a sense of warmth. A figure sat on the doorstep, waiting quietly, not even moving away when water splashed outside the gatehouse. Upon closer inspection, the figure was Luo Yushuang. She seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. Though she supported her chin with a small hand, her little head kept nodding off. It wasn't until she heard footsteps that Luo Yushuang awoke from her drowsiness. She didn't ask Song Yan and Luo Tianyi why they were returning so late, as if she hadn't even noticed the bloodstains on their clothes. Her pretty face held only a faint smile. She tiptoed and patted Song Yan's wet hair. "You're back." "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." "It's late, go to bed early." "I'm so sleepy, I can't compare to you young people anymore." With that, Luo Yushuang yawned and waved her hand, picked up the oiled paper umbrella by the doorpost, and walked towards the inner courtyard. Watching Luo Yushuang's figure disappear into the rain, Song Yan sniffed, a faint smile spreading across his lips. The feeling of someone waiting for him to come home was actually quite nice. It had been a very, very long time since he had experienced such a feeling. Kong Chan and the other maids had already prepared hot water. After washing off the dirt, he lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep. There were no bed-warming maids, nor any inexplicable night attacks. That night, Song Yan slept very soundly. In the night, he had a dream that had frequently appeared since his mother's death. In the dream, he was still living in that small courtyard, still just a boy. His mother, as always, held him while they basked in the warm sun, felt the gentle breeze, and pushed him on the small swing, creaking back and forth. Only this time, his mother's expression was no longer as sad as it used to be. Morning. Song Yan opened his eyes. The heavy rain had vanished, and soft sunlight was gradually dispersing the damp mist. He instinctively reached out, as if wanting to grasp something, but there was ultimately nothing before him. Whoosh! Exhaling, Song Yan composed himself and tidied his clothes. The bronze mirror reflected a pair of somewhat swollen eyes and white, salt-like marks on his face. Shaking his head, he suppressed the weakness deep within his heart. After washing up, Song Yan had already returned to normal. When he pushed open the door and stepped out, there was already an extra person in the courtyard, not Gu Bangxia, but Zio Yizi. Only today, Zio Yizi was dressed somewhat strangely. Instead of her usual ethereal white dress, she was dressed like a peasant girl in a hempen skirt. She seemed a little tired, with fine beads of sweat on her smooth forehead. Behind Xiao Yizi was a large vat, though he didn't know what it was for. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xiao Yizi stopped what she was doing, glanced at Song Yan, and spoke. "Awake. Good, take off your clothes." Song Yan hadn't expected that the first words he heard from Xiao Yizi in the morning would be so explosive. He looked up at the sky. It was still broad daylight. Then Song Yan put one hand to his chest and stepped back 2 paces. What do you want to do? Could she be plotting something against him? Sure enough, being handsome was a hassle. Even Xiao Yizi, who had always seemed like a fairy from a painting, coveted his physical body. Helpless, truly helpless. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel a little smug. Luo Tianyi was momentarily stunned. A dark line seemed to appear on her smooth forehead, and her large, dark eyes held a particularly strange look. In an anime, well, it would probably be the look of disdain one gives to trash. What are you thinking? Even if all the men in this world died, I wouldn't be interested in you in the slightest. Luo Tianyi snorted. Rather, I simply don't like men. A lily. Perhaps it was because he had vented yesterday. Song Yan felt more relaxed both physically and mentally, and he was more casual when joking with Xiao Yizi. She tilted her small head. A lily, what does that mean? It means you are as pure and beautiful as a lily. Song Yan nodded. So what exactly are we doing? Luo Tianyi looked at him suspiciously. She didn't quite believe Song Yan's words, always feeling that the meaning wasn't so simple. However, Xiao Yizi was relatively innocent, and when it came to serious matters, she temporarily forgot about it. She pointed to the large vat behind her. Didn't I say yesterday that I would help you temper your physical body? Only then did Song Yan walk over to the large vat. From a distance, he could smell a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Looking inside, sure enough, it was filled with ink-black medicinal liquid. It wasn't that strange. Novels often featured plots of body tempering with medicinal decoctions. A warmth spread through his heart. It was early morning now. When had Luo Tianyi prepared these medicinal ingredients and even brewed the decoction? He looked at Luo Tianyi's clear dark circles under her eyes, realizing she probably hadn't slept all night. However, upon seeing some residue floating in the medicinal liquid, Song Yan's brows furrowed. The large vat was 7 feet tall, cast from purple copper. Judging from the residue and the smell, the medicinal ingredients used included at least atractylodes, earth dragon, aconite, thunder god vine, sulfur, and strychnine. Are you sure these are the medicinal ingredients used for body tempering the physical body? Song Yan's expression was strange. He no longer suspected that Xiao Yizi coveted his physical body. He suspected Xiao Yizi wanted to murder her brother-in-law. Even if he was her sworn brother-in-law. Many of these medicinal ingredients were poisonous. Of course, there are hundreds of body tempering methods, and my sect's secret body tempering method ranks among the top 5. Luo Tianyi's lips curved. Although he knew that many poisons were considered medicinal ingredients in traditional Chinese medicine. For example, arsenic was a Chinese medicine said to cure hemorrhoids. Song Yan still furrowed his brows. He reluctantly shifted his gaze from the medicinal liquid to the bottom of the large vat, where firewood was piled around it. What is this for? Song Yan seriously suspected that Xiao Yizi might have some deep-seated grudge against him. She not only wanted to murder her own brother-in-law, but also intended to cook him in the most brutal way. To light a fire, she answered, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She was indeed preparing to boil him. Although Luo Tianyi had a cold personality, she was exceptionally cautious about matters of cultivation, so she slowly explained. Since ancient times, martial artist cultivation has always required the aid of medicinal ingredients. And these medicinal ingredients are often expensive. To cultivate a martial artist of a high realm, the amount of money spent is an extremely exaggerated figure. As the saying goes, the poor study literature, the rich practice martial arts, and it is precisely so. Just like this vat of medicinal liquid, the cost of the medicinal ingredients alone is dozens of taels of silver. Dozens of taels of silver. Given the current situation in any country, an ordinary commoner family of 5 would not spend more than 10 guan, 10 taels of silver, on living expenses in a year. Yet a martial artist's single-body tempering session required dozens of taels of silver. It was no wonder that the vast majority of martial artists would be trapped in the first three ranks their entire lives. Even if Luo Tianyi hadn't said it, Song Yan knew that body tempering was not a one- or two-time affair. It was likely a continuous expense over many years. Perhaps as a martial artist's realm improved, the medicinal ingredients required for body tempering would become even more precious. Take Yang Hua, whom Xiao Yizi had decapitated yesterday, a 7th-rank martial artist. The cost of medicinal ingredients alone might have amounted to several thousand, or even tens of thousands, of taels of silver. Practicing martial arts was indeed not something ordinary families could afford. Seeing that Song Yan was quite interested in matters of cultivation, Luo Tianyi continued to educate him on the subject. Although there are hundreds of body tempering methods, broadly speaking, they can be divided into two types: internal consumption and external application. Internal consumption refers to brewing the medicinal ingredients needed for body tempering into a liquid and drinking it. This method consumes fewer medicinal ingredients and is suitable for martial artists with insufficient funds, but its drawbacks are also very obvious. Martial artists' bodies easily accumulate toxins, which may affect their physical health and become a barrier when breaking through to a new realm. Every medicine has some toxicity, not to mention that these body-tempering medicines already contained many poisonous ingredients. It would be strange if the body didn't develop problems after long-term consumption. In some respects, this method of cultivation was no different from exchanging life for power. However, these ancients spoke truly strangely. They loved to use inverted sentences. It was clearly physical health, yet they insisted on saying physical well-being. After a small internal complaint, Song Yan looked at Xiao Yizi again, signaling her to continue. After consuming the medicinal liquid, one also needs to activate one's internal energy, striking tree trunks or stones with fists, palms, shoulders, chest, or even the head, to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal liquid. This also helps to some extent in expelling toxins. The second type, external application, is what we are doing now. This method consumes 10 times more medicinal ingredients than internal consumption. This could be understood by looking at the nearly full vat of medicinal liquid. For external application, the body is immersed in the medicinal liquid to absorb it through the skin. The advantage of this method is that it greatly alleviates the invasion of toxins into the body, but the disadvantage is that it is expensive. Furthermore, during the immersion process, the medicinal liquid must maintain a certain temperature, and the martial artist needs to activate internal energy to counteract it. This also eliminates the need to strike tree trunks with the body. This was the purpose of the firewood. He had not expected that a martial artist's cultivation would be so troublesome, vastly different from the way it was portrayed in TV dramas, where one simply sat cross-legged and continuously breathed to cultivate internal energy. Luo Tianyi spent a long time educating Song Yan on various aspects of body tempering, internal energy cultivation, and its application. Unconsciously, a lot of time had passed. Luo Tianyi then squatted down and lit the firewood. Song Yan also shed his outer clothing, immersing his entire body in the medicinal liquid. Although he still wore an inner garment, such behavior was ultimately somewhat improper. If those old Confucian scholars were to see it, they would probably write a lengthy critical essay. However, this was Luo manner, and from top to bottom, few truly adhered to propriety. He had initially felt a bit embarrassed, but seeing Luo Tianyi's composed and natural demeanor, he stopped overthinking it. He was a grown man. Could he really be less composed than a woman? The medicinal liquid was over 50 degrees Celsius. It didn't sound high, but if one were to bathe in that temperature, they would probably jump right out of the bathtub. A strong burning sensation stimulated Song Yan's nerves. Steam, carrying the bitter, fishy smell of various medicines, hit his nose and then condensed in his hair, soon falling like dewdrops onto his cheeks. It wasn't until Song Yan circulated his internal energy that the stinging pain lessened slightly. The firewood crackled, mingling with subtle creaking sounds. As the water temperature gradually rose, Song Yan closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and his exposed skin began to turn an abnormal red. All the pores on his body seemed to open and close simultaneously, absorbing the medicinal power contained in the liquid with each breath. His blood seemed to boil. Just before noon, Song Yan suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling a white stream of qi. That's enough. The next time should be in 7 days. During these 7 days, you can slowly digest the medicinal power. Luo Tianyi's voice echoed in his ears. Nodding, Song Yan rose from the large vat. His entire body felt somewhat sluggish. Looking down, he realized that the medicinal liquid, which had initially seemed normal, had somehow become viscous, like a semi-fluid. His inner garment and skin were covered in a large amount of black, pasty substance, which must have been the residue from the medicinal liquid. Song Yan was somewhat curious about how much his physical body's strength had increased after this body tempering session. He clenched his right hand, and his knuckles emitted crisp, trembling sounds like cracking porcelain. He threw a punch, and the punch's force ripped through the air. Although the precise numerical value was difficult to quantify, there was no doubt that the destructive power of this punch was significantly stronger than before. Behind Song Yan, Luo Tianyi's delicate mouth was slightly agape, and for the first time a look of astonishment appeared on her pretty face. Bone resonance. A first-rank martial artist. How was this possible? She looked at Song Yan, then at the thick, viscous medicinal liquid remaining in the large vat, her eyes filled with disbelief. External application, in fact, was quite wasteful in terms of medicinal absorption. Although it consumed more than 10 times the medicinal ingredients, only 2 or 3% could truly be absorbed. Due to varying degrees of medicinal absorption, the number of body tempering sessions required to break through to a first-rank martial artist also differed significantly. Even with abundant internal energy, an ordinary person would need dozens of body tempering sessions before bone resonance would occur. Bone resonance was the mark of a first-rank martial artist. Even so-called genius often required 6 or 7 sessions, and she herself had undergone 3 body tempering sessions before bone resonance appeared. Brother-in-law, this was only his first time, wasn't it? Could it be that brother-in-law was actually a genius? Perhaps brother-in-law had also exercised his body before, and now it was merely a culmination of past efforts. In any case, she would never admit that brother-in-law was more excellent than her in martial arts cultivation. Zhao Yizi puffed out her cheeks, looking like an angry pufferfish, dongling. This was the imperial capital of Enning country, and the imperial palace was also known as Great Enning Palace. Within the Great Enning Palace, there was a side hall called Yanying Hall. This was where the Great Enning Emperor handled state affairs outside of court sessions. Cough, cough. Accompanied by a light cough, a dignified middle-aged man slowly raised his head, his face showing weariness in the afternoon sun at 3/4 past the hour of Shen. Looking at the luxurious palace from afar, it still appeared grand up close, but over time, it had acquired an ancient, mottled appearance, indicating that Great Enning Palace had not been renovated for a long time. Inside the Yanying Hall, accompanied by a cough, Enning Emperor was reviewing memorials. Although he was in his prime, his temples were streaked with white, and his eyes were clouded with fatigue. In the imperial court, there were many who spoke boastfully and were overly confident. Many who engaged in petty schemes, harboring filth. Many who were mediocre and only looked out for themselves. Occasionally, loyal officials who served the country would bring news that was often very bad. Thinking of the Minister of Revenue, Enning Emperor felt a sharp pain in his brows. The Central Plains 4 kingdoms, whose brief peace had lasted for several years, was likely coming to an end. Recently, Chu country had been training its army and showing signs of aggression, and to the north, the Huns were eyeing them covetously. And war, at its core, was about money and provisions. These 2 problems were like 2 great mountains pressing down on Enning Emperor's chest. Alas, Enning Emperor temporarily put aside these troubling thoughts and looked at the other side of the desk, where a special, unsigned memorial lay. He opened it. The content was brief. Imperial son-in-law suffering from a brain illness worsening daily. Brain illness? How could it be getting worse? Enning Emperor frowned and picked up the next memorial, also unsigned. Imperial son-in-law, suspected of possessing immortal techniques, palm lightning. Enning Emperor's eyes suddenly widened, only his lips twitched slightly, and his fingers trembled. After a few breaths, the memorial was flung far away by Enning Emperor. What is all this nonsense? After a long while, Enning Emperor silently picked up the memorial again, and as he read the subsequent content, his expression gradually became solemn. A few more days of leisure passed. Luo Yuheng giggled upon learning what had happened at the Song family, then arranged for an old horse to be sent to Song Zhen, saying that Song Zhen could ride it for convenience when his legs were not well. As for how to get on the horse with a broken leg, that was not something Luo Yuheng needed to consider. Time unknowingly reached July, and even the daytime brought a hint of coolness. Among the refreshed medicines were 2 bottles of rifampicin, 100 tablets each. Although it was not yet a 4-drug regimen, it was much more effective than simply taking isoniazid and could, to some extent, prevent drug resistance. Song Yan also learned some of Luo Tianxuan's situation from Yushuang. She felt better every day but could never fully recover. The lesion seemed rooted in Luo Tianxuan's body, impossible to remove. Song Yan was powerless in this situation. Pulmonary tuberculosis was already a difficult disease to treat, with a long treatment cycle. The 6th day of the month was a bright, sunny day. For Ningping, which had experienced continuous rain for many days, it was a rare good day. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! In the courtyard, Song Yan's punching speed grew faster and heavier, and the sound of the wind from his fists grew louder. This was Grand Ancestor's long fist, said to have been created by the Grand Ancestor of Zhao country. It was best suited for military drills, with simple moves consisting only of straight punches, thrusting punches, chopping punches, and hook punches. Yet it was fierce and domineering, and combined with a strong physique and internal energy, its destructive power was not to be underestimated. It was the most basic move in the Central Plains martial forest, one that every martial artist knew. Perhaps it was because he had previously practiced martial arts with Zhang Longzhao who that Zhao Yizi felt overly complex moves were not suitable for her brother-in-law. After all, after so many days of learning, he had only mastered the 3 moves: Two-finger eye pierce, black tiger digs heart, and groin kick. From Luo Tianyi's perspective, long fist might be more suitable for Song Yan. In front of Song Yan, a large tree as thick as a bowl shook violently, its bark cracked, and its leaves rustled down. Behind him, Gu Bangxia sat on the steps, propping her chin with her hands, smiling as she watched her young master. Suddenly, another punch slammed into the tree trunk. Crack! With a crisp sound, a clear fist print was left on the bowl-thick tree trunk, and fine cracks spread like a spider web. Song Yan stopped, exhaled a long breath, and his expression gradually returned to calm. Looking at the mark left on the tree trunk, if this punch had landed on Song Zhen's other leg, it would have surely broken that leg as well. Gu Bangxia brought a basin of water. After washing his face, he felt completely refreshed. According to young master's instructions, people have been arranged to keep an eye on all 32 shops. The 32 shops were nominally Song Yan's dowry, but these shops were not expected to bring Song Yan any profit. It was likely that they would incur significant losses each year. From the surveillance over these days, the customer traffic in these shops was actually not bad, so there was no reason for them to be losing money. Therefore, a large portion of the shop's profits must have been embezzled by someone. And that person was certainly from the Yang family. After all, almost all the shopkeepers of these stores were distant relatives of the Yang family. Song Yan did not act rashly. This was not a problem that could be solved quickly. Even knowing that these people had falsified accounts was useless. For these professional shopkeepers, they had sufficient ability to make the false accounts flawless, leaving no room for fault. Of course, he would not be the scapegoat. He had his own arrangements for this matter, but it would take time. After tidying up, he left the house with Gu Bangxia. 2 carriages were still parked outside Luo Manor. Tomorrow was the 7th day of the 7th month. For the people of this world, Kixi Festival was a rather important holiday. Every Kixi Festival, poetry gatherings were often held, almost becoming a custom. These scholars and talented individuals highly favored them. If one could write a good poem or a good lyric at the gathering, they might just capture the heart of a certain young miss. Even if they weren't chosen by a young lady, being chosen by a noblewoman was also good. What defined a romantic scholar? This was it. Song Yan had little interest in these matters. After all, his mind contained all the famous poems and essays from 2,000 years of Chinese history. In this world, it would be a dimensional strike. If he threw out a single magpie bridge immortal, it was likely that the literati of any country would no longer need to write any Kixi poems from then on. However, when he first entered Luo Manor, Luo Yuheng had told him that she would take him to the Kixi festival gathering. She probably wanted him to see the world and not be ignorant. Although Luo Yuheng did not explicitly say so, this mother-in-law was very considerate of his dignity. In Luo Yuheng's view, Song Yan had been imprisoned for 10 years, and his personality was probably distorted, with occasional brain illness being the evidence. If he could see more of the world's splendor and make more friends, it might help with his brain illness. Carriages were already prepared outside the main gate of Luo Manor. Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianquan were in the back carriage. Seeing Song Yan appear, they waved, signaling him to ride with them. Just then, the curtain of the front carriage also lifted, and Luo Yuheng poked her head out from inside. Seeing Song Yan, she immediately beamed. "Yanner, come over and keep mother company." Although it was somewhat against etiquette, Luo Yuheng clearly didn't care about such things. Behind them, Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianquan exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. Ever since their brother-in-law entered the Luo family, the two brothers had fallen out of favor, but they were also happy to have some peace. After all, they knew their mother's personality best. When she was clingy, she could be quite a headache, just as the Luo Manor was preparing to depart. On the other side, at Duke Song Manor, a carriage slowly pulled away from the back gate. Inside the carriage, thick animal fur cushions were laid out, and a person sat on them. One arm was suspended, wrapped in white cloth, and one leg was fixed in a splint, making him look quite disheveled. It was Song Zhen. In a short time, the once tall and robust Song Zhen had lost a significant amount of weight, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. His injuries had not healed. It had been less than 10 days, and even a slight tremor would cause him intense pain in his arm and right leg. He should have been resting in bed, but there were some things he wanted to do himself. Having gone through the previous setback, Song Zhen had perhaps matured a lot. His expression appeared unusually calm, only his fingers constantly caressed a jade pendant. The jade pendant was verdant green, with plum blossoms on one side. It was identical to the jade pendant he had previously returned to Song Yan. Broken leg and broken arm. If this grudge is not avenged, how can one be considered a man? As soon as he entered the carriage, a fragrant breeze assailed him. It was the natural body scent of Zyro Yizi. It was the sachet hanging from Luo Yuheng's waist. It was the mature fragrance of Gu Bangxia. Inside the carriage, there was a lively chatter. Luo Tianxuan was suffering from an illness, so she naturally couldn't attend the Kixi festival gathering. Luo Tianyang, on the other hand, clamored to go, but he was punished by Luo Yuheng and had to memorize a chapter of the Analects within these 2 days. Seeing Luo Tianyang's desperate expression, one could tell that memorizing a chapter of the Analects put more pressure on him than drinking 3 caddies of sewage while standing on his head. Luo Qingyi and Luo Keiyi also wanted to go, but they were also confined at home by Luo Yuheng. Someone, perhaps bored, had put chickens and rabbits in the same cage to count their heads and paws. The 2 little girls had to figure out how many chickens and how many rabbits there were before their mother returned. Luo Yuheng had clearly dressed up. She was wearing the bra she had taken from Gu Bangxia a few days ago, making her already graceful and slender figure appear even more confident and flamboyant. Gu Bangxia was the same. Not only was she wearing the bra, but she also had on stockings, which she had once sworn she would die before wearing, making her full legs appear rounded and slender. Women, after all, love beauty. Even Luo Tianyi was like this. Seeing Zyro Yizi today, Song Yan finally understood what it meant to be slightly smaller than a steamed bun. The carriage creaked and swayed. The curtain rolled up, revealing willows gently swaying outside and the waves of the Yiluo River lapping against the bank. Luo Tianyi sat opposite, her hair gently fluttering in the wind, occasionally sweeping across his cheek, tickling him. Occasionally, when the wind was a bit stronger, it would lift her skirt, and the small legs and feet, which had been gently swaying beneath the hem, would retract. Amidst the ease and comfort, there was also a faint hint of charm. "Yanners." Luo Yuheng's voice broke the charming atmosphere. He looked up. Luo Yuheng's expression was a little serious. It was the first time he had seen such an expression on Luo Yuheng's face since he had entered the Luo Manor so many days ago. "Does mother have something to say? Can you still make that white sugar from a few days ago?" Song Yan was slightly surprised. Yes, sugar was a luxury in this era. Only imperial family members, nobles, or wealthy gentry and merchants were qualified and financially capable of enjoying it. It was expensive, and many commoners might never know what sugar tasted like in their lifetime. At this time, sugar was mostly maltose. It was made by fermenting and saccharifying grains such as rice, barley, wheat, and millet. It was brownish yellow, and due to technical reasons, it would have a certain degree of sourness and slight bitterness. The sugar would also contain some impurities, so the taste was not very good. After the white sugar was made, Song Yan gave some sugar cubes to his younger brothers-in-law and Zhao Yizi. Of course, Luo Yuheng, his mother-in-law, was not forgotten. It was as white as snow, purely sweet, without any impurities. Even Luo Yuheng, the princess, tasted it for the first time, and the taste was indeed excellent. Later, when she heard that Song Yan had smashed all the other sugar cubes into pieces, she felt quite regretful, thinking that her son-in-law's brain illness had to be cured as soon as possible. Of course, for Luo Yuheng, what she saw was not merely a culinary delight, but also the value it contained. She was very worried that this was just a masterpiece created during her son-in-law's brain illness and that he would forget it once he recovered. Now, hearing that he could still make it, her face lit up with joy. How difficult is it? What are the costs? The technical difficulty is not great. Production can begin after a little training. As for the cost, it might require making a few special pottery vessels. The yellow mud water leaching method was first recorded in the Ming Dynasty's Tiangong Kaiwu and was considered an important breakthrough in ancient sugar-making technology. The most important tool was the Hua Liu, a pottery container that was wide at the top and pointed at the bottom. The rest involved kale and clay and pot ash, or bamboo charcoal. Luo Yuheng's face showed even greater joy. Her cherry lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but then she hesitated. Song Yan smiled. Does the Luo family also engage in business? Of course, the Luo family owns 3 merchant teams and over 100 shops of various sizes. If mother wants to go into the sugar business, find some trustworthy people later, and I will pass the technique on to them. Song Yan said this. As for him, it was not a remarkable method. He had countless more lucrative techniques in his mind. Luo Yuheng was very good to him, and Song Yan didn't care much about giving her something in return. Moreover, this could be considered his own family business. That's excellent. Mother won't shortchange Yanner. The sugar-making workers, equipment, sales shops, and merchant teams will all be handled by Mother. At that time, you'll get 30% of the profits. Luo Yuheng said happily, her lips moving as she counted on her fingers, already calculating how much money she could make. Unfortunately, her calculation skills were quite limited, and after a while she felt dizzy and only knew it was a very, very large number. Her expression even made Song Yan find her a little cute. 30% profit was actually a very exaggerated proportion. After all, this was ancient times, a feudal society. There was no such thing as intellectual property rights. If Song Yan had no background and tried to do this business alone, the most likely outcome would be a sudden violent death one night, without even knowing how he died. Compared to other things, Luo Yuheng's identity as the Enning Emperor's younger sister and a member of the imperial clan was the biggest investment. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the male protagonists in those novels and short dramas who climbed the ladder through princes and royalty, and then dared to demand 70% or 80% of the profits, were mostly tired of living. Even if they actually gave it to you, you might be slaughtered like a fat sheep at any time. 30% is too much, 10% is enough. No need, this is what you deserve. With me here, no one will dare to say anything about you taking this 30%. What is the price of maltose in Enning country now? Not many people can afford it, right? Song Yan asked curiously. 30 cash per liang. Enning country had a strange way of referring to money. There were 2 main currencies, silver and copper coins. When they said how many cash, it meant that many copper coins. For example, 30 cash meant 30 copper coins. If the word silver was added after cash, the meaning changed. For example, 1 cash silver meant 1/10 of 1 liang of silver or 100 copper coins. 30 cash per liang was 1 liang. This price was very expensive. Although it wasn't to the extent that common people couldn't afford it, it was clear that for common people, wouldn't it be better to buy food with that many copper coins? It would be enough to eat for several days. How much are you planning to sell it for? 300 cash. So dark. A profiteer. 10 times the profit. It doesn't matter if it's a bit expensive. After all, only officials and nobles can afford sugar, and these people don't care about the price. What they care about is being unique. They demand to have what others don't, and for what others have, theirs must be of a higher class. As long as this can be satisfied, let alone 300 cash, even 3 guan cash will still find buyers. The more expensive it is, the more they feel it's worth the money. After a brief pause, Luo Yuheng spoke again. I plan to divide white sugar into 2 types. One type has a general level of purity, higher than ordinary maltose but lower than white sugar. This type will be priced at 300 cash. The other type is as white as sand. I'll find some literati to write poems about it to spread its fame and give it a unique value, claiming it can only be made by collecting the essence of ice and frost during the coldest winter months. Therefore, its price will be higher, selling for 3 guan cash and sold in limited quantities. Song Yan realized that although his mother-in-law seemed a bit unreliable in daily life, she was definitely a business genius. She even knew about scarcity marketing and gimmicks. If she were in the 21st century, she would be a true capitalist. As he thought this, he heard Luo Yuheng say again, Zhao Hu told me you also know Palm Thunder. Song Yan smiled. What Palm Thunder? They're just some little gadgets I made. Seeing Luo Yuheng's curiosity, he took out a hand grenade he carried with him and handed it to her. He wasn't surprised that Luo Yuheng knew about these things. Not just Luo Yuheng, perhaps information about him had already landed on someone's desk. However, Song Yan had already planned how to deal with it and wasn't too worried. He was just curious about how that person would react. Would it be to prevent leaks, immediately arrange for him to be imprisoned, or something else? Her slender fingers caressed the ceramic surface. He didn't know why, but when Luo Yuheng performed this normal action, it felt somewhat alluring. How do you use it? There's a fuse here, light it and throw it. That's simple. How powerful is it? Do you see that tea house over there? There are a dozen people sitting there. If you throw it in there, probably no one will survive. Luo Yuheng's swan-like neck gently moved, and her expression became serious. Can it be used on the battlefield? Yes. During a siege, it can destroy city gates. Against cavalry, it can startle war horses. For large-scale group battles with a slight modification, it can be thrown into enemy formations with a trebuchet. Luo Yuheng's expression was more solemn than ever. As the imperial princess, she was very clear about the value of this item. After a long silence, she slowly spoke. Any information about this item must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, it could bring you a fatal disaster. Also, after the Kixi festival, when we return to the Luo Manor, I will arrange for a few extremely reliable people to follow you. But do not tell them the formula. Let them handle some miscellaneous tasks and secretly manufacture a batch of Palm Thunder. Tianyi, starting today, you will guard your brother-in-law constantly. Do not let anyone harm him. Luo Tianyi was stunned, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She wanted to say, where is there a Xiao Yizi who guards her brother-in-law all day? But her lips mumbled twice, and then she turned her head away, remaining silent. Song Yan was also slightly surprised. Luo Yuheng's reaction was somewhat unexpected. He had thought that Luo Yuheng might ask him to hand over the formula to the higher-ups. And he, because he still needed to treat Luo Tianxuan, would not be imprisoned, but the number of guards following him would increase significantly. But he never expected that Luo Yuheng didn't mention the formula at all, didn't even ask about it, only wanting to secretly manufacture a batch. What was his mother-in-law trying to do? Sugar could bring in money. With money one could buy food, weapons, and armor. Hand grenades were large-scale destructive weapons that had never appeared on the battlefield before. With money, food, and weapons, after a careful analysis by Song Yan's Conan-like brain, he came to one conclusion. Was his mother-in-law perhaps planning a rebellion? Well, since his mother-in-law is rebelling, he naturally has to help her out. After all, he's not familiar with any emperor. If Luo Yuheng succeeds in her rebellion, will she become the first female emperor in the Central Plains? Then Luo Tianxuan would be the crown prince. No, the crown princess. What would he be then? The crown princess consort. Thinking this, he found it amusing. As the carriage swayed, they arrived at Songju Prefecture. Getting out of the carriage, they saw a luxurious mansion. Looking up, the plaque bore two gilded characters, Luo Manor. Although not frequently inhabited, the courtyard didn't appear desolate, suggesting it was regularly maintained. Some climbing vines were intentionally planted along the courtyard wall, their green tendrils lush and vibrant. Butterflies occasionally flew by, and birds perched on the wall preening their feathers. When people appeared, they all scattered. Luo Yuhang didn't rest. She simply gave a few brief instructions and left, perhaps to find one of her sisters. Song Yan didn't feel tired either, so he went out with Gu Bangxia. Luo Tianyi, who Luo Yuhang had assigned to guard him closely, was nowhere to be seen. But Song Yan knew that when he encountered danger, his Xiao Yizi would appear immediately. Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianquan had no interest in Songju Prefecture, so they entered the Luo Manor. The last time he came, it was a night market. This was Song Yan's first time seeing Songju City during the day. Pleasure boats and painted barges lined the Yiluo River. The streets were filled with crowds, street food, and various acts. The sounds of acquaintances greeting each other constantly rang out, as did angry curses from those accidentally bumped into. It was indeed much livelier than Ningping County. Just being in the crowd made him feel stuffy. "You scoundrel, I finally see you again." While strolling, he heard an old yet somewhat familiar voice. Although he called him a scoundrel, he was laughing, with no hint of blame. Turning his head, he saw two old men. They were dressed in luxurious clothes, and though their hair and beards were white, their spirits were bright. Their figures were not tall, but they possessed an inherent dignity. Song Yan smiled. It was the two old men he had met when he left the Duke's mansion for the second time. Judging by their attire and aura, they must be people who had held high positions for a long time, and they were very interested in laws and cases, so they should be officials involved in criminal justice, and their positions were not low. He didn't know if it was Song Yan's illusion, but he always felt that there were still unhealed bruises around the old men's eye sockets. Beside the two old men was a young master, around 27 or 28 years old. Although he didn't carry a folding fan, he was still dashing and handsome. Regardless of his appearance, just based on the two jade pendants at his waist, the 6 jade thumb rings on his fingers, the ivory hairpin securing his hair, and the threads of gold woven into his white robe, any woman would likely call him a distinguished young master, a refined young man. It was as if his whole body screamed, "I have money. I have a lot of money. I have an awful lot of money." Noticing Song Yan's gaze, he nodded kindly as a greeting, without the usual ostentation of a rich young master. Song Yan smiled and bowed. "Two elders, do you know what crime Zhang San committed now?" One of the old men's whiskers twitched, and he glared. "How dare you, scoundrel? Do you know how much trouble that Zhang San caused us two old men?" Song Yan was stunned. Could it be that the two of you were the ones who frequented Yikui brothel without paying, got beaten, and then wanted to seal off the brothel? The two old men's faces flushed red, as if they had suffered a great insult. "Nonsense! Don't slander our innocence out of thin air. How could an old man like me do such a dirty thing?" The young man behind them became a shield, forcibly pulled forward, and they abruptly changed the subject. "This is Song Yan, the Luo family's son-in-law. This is Kui Xian. You two should get acquainted." These two old men had investigated him. Thinking this, Song Yan cupped his hands to the young man. "Brother Kui." "So it's Brother Song, I've long admired your reputation. I've long admired your reputation." Kui Xian returned the bow with a smile. "Brother Song, my third sister really likes your line. Falling flowers stand alone, light rain, swallows fly in pairs. And she often mentions your name. Do you have the complete poem?" As the two exchanged pleasantries, the two old men each pushed one another. Let's go, let's go. Don't chat on the road, you'll block others. It's fate that we met today, and we still have some things to ask you." Although these two old men were a combined 120 years old, their personalities were not as serene as typical elders. They were rather impatient. Song Yan and Kui Xian shook their heads helplessly. Along the way, they also learned the names of the two elders. The taller, thinner one was Zhao An's, and the slightly shorter, fatter one was Lu Changqing. When they arrived at their destination, they found it somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Quinyu Brothel again. However, unlike ordinary brothels, Quinyu Brothel was a high-class establishment, so it wouldn't have courtesans standing at the entrance waving their handkerchiefs and sweetly calling out, "Guest, come play." Luo Tianyang was like this, and so were the two old men. Why did these people always like to take him to a brothel? Song Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. "Since you two elders know I'm the Luo family's son-in-law, don't harm me. Is this a place I can enter?" What's more, there was also a Zio Yizzy secretly watching. Don't worry, we're just drinking tea and listening to music. If we don't call for girls, then it doesn't count as visiting a brothel," Zhao An said. As he spoke, the two old men gave Song Yan no chance, pushing and shoving him inside. Although he was a martial artist, he dared not act rashly at this moment. After all, the other party was too old, and if he accidentally fell, he might be extorted. Gu Bangxia merely smiled as she watched this scene. Her gaze swept over Zhao An's and Lu Changqing, then she unfastened the purse from her waist and placed it in Song Yan's hand. "Young master, please go in peace. Banzia will explain to the family head. Also, there's no need to worry about money. The women in brothels are mostly vixen-like and very materialistic. Without money, people will look down on you." Unless it's someone like Liu Yang, Song Yan grumbled inwardly, then saw Gu Bangxia heading to the tea house next door. This attitude left Song Yan slightly surprised, and he pondered it. As soon as he entered, he caught a faint fragrance. It wasn't the scent of women's makeup. Unlike the chaotic or even lewd scenes he imagined, Quinyu Brothel's main hall was quite elegant. A zither lay on a rosewood cloud-patterned table in the center, with a Ru-ware Celadon Suweni incense burner placed beside it. Incense smoke curled gracefully, like clouds and mist, as a graceful courtesan, her face veiled, plucked the zither strings in the main hall. Song Yan didn't understand the zither, but he still found the music clear and very pleasant to listen to. Perhaps because tomorrow was the Kixi festival, a large number of scholars had gathered in Songju Prefecture, or perhaps Quinyu Brothel's reputation was simply that renowned. In any case, the main hall was packed, and young masters would occasionally send up flower baskets. These flower baskets were equivalent to tips, with one basket costing 1 tael of silver. 1 tael of silver was enough for a common family's monthly needs, clearly showing Quinyu Brothel's reputation as a money pit. Scholars gathered in 2s and 3s around tables, whispering about something. The rustling sounds, though they didn't drown out the zither music, made the place quite lively. Even with 4 more people entering, no one paid any mind. Suddenly, a somewhat sharp voice caught everyone's attention. "Brother Song Yun, is that your younger brother, that illegitimate son?" Following the voice, he saw several figures gathered around a nearby table, all dressed as scholars. One of them was Song Yun. The speaker was a young man sitting beside Song Yun, fanning himself, seemingly refined, but his gaze at Song Yan was full of disdain. He's using Brother Song Yun's poems to put on airs and deceive people, and he even dares to show up here. He truly has no shame. He's disgraced all of us scholars. Scholars value their reputation above all else. And the spread of reputation, nothing surpasses a good poem or lyric. The very best poems and lyrics can even be passed down through the ages. This is why there are rumors of the Tang dynasty poet Song Jiwen, who, for the line, "Year after year, flowers are similar. Year after year, people are different," crushed his own nephew to death with an earthen bag. But once one gets involved in matters like plagiarism or impersonation, their reputation is ruined. Once a scholar's reputation is ruined, their life is essentially over. They will be looked down upon by all their classmates, and any literati who mentions their name will spit in contempt. Even participating in the imperial examination might lead to direct expulsion by the chief examiner on grounds of despicable character. In this era, the importance of reputation and character far exceeded talent. And for some time now, if there was one poem that was most popular in Songju Prefecture, it was undoubtedly the line, "Falling flowers stand alone, light rain, swallows fly in pairs." Although Song Yan recited it, almost all the scholars in Songju Prefecture didn't believe that Song Yan, a fool who had been imprisoned for 10 years and never studied, could write such a poem. It was as if some force was secretly fanning the flames, attributing this line to Song Yun. Faced with these rumors, Song Yun neither admitted nor denied them. Then another narrative emerged. The poem was written by Song Yun, but Song Yun, being kind, did not want his younger brother's reputation to suffer, and thus refused to admit it. The young man's relationship with Song Yun must have been quite good, so he naturally couldn't bear to see his friend suffer such injustice. Thus, his voice was very loud, instantly attracting the attention of all the scholars in Quinniu Brothel's main hall. Pairs of eyes fell upon Song Yan, most with disdain, their bodies leaning back, ashamed to be associated with him. The zither music continued. The performing courtesan displayed a very high level of professionalism. Even with the young man's sharp voice, the zither music was not affected in the slightest. Zhao An's and Lu Chengqing, the two elders, frowned, while Qi Xian's eyes became somewhat playful. Even though he was being watched by everyone with extremely unfriendly gazes, Song Yan's expression didn't change much. He smiled here and then looked at Song Yun. At this moment, Song Yun also looked over. Their eyes met. Song Yun's heart skipped a beat. This was probably the feeling of a guilty conscience. The poem, of course, wasn't his. Writing poems and lyrics relies on inspiration. Without inspiration, racking one's brain is useless. But when inspiration strikes, even immortals cannot stop it. Even if Song Yan hadn't received a formal education, it wasn't absolutely impossible for him to recite a few lines of poetry when inspiration came, but it was limited to that. Song Yan might have the inspiration to recite a line of poetry, but he definitely didn't have the ability to write an entire poem. Did he understand prosody? Because Song Yan was unable to produce the entire poem to confront him, he dared to falsely claim this line of poetry. They stared at each other in silence for about a few breaths. Suddenly, Song Yan smiled kindly at Song Yun, then nodded and withdrew his gaze. Song Yun was stunned. Why did he smile at him? Why was his attitude like this? Did the nod mean he was going to give him this poem? Was he trying to curry favor with him? After all, the people Song Yan truly hated should be Song Zhen and Yang Myoking. Song Zhen bullied Song Yan the most, and Yang Myoking killed Song Yan's mother. In comparison, there was no irreconcilable conflict between himself and Song Yan. Although he had also bullied Song Yan, it wasn't particularly serious. The most severe instance was only because Song Yan had bumped into his maid, and he ordered his servants to give Song Yan dozens of planks. It was nothing significant. Now that Song Yan had already offended Song Zhen and Yang Myoking, it was normal for him to want to win him over to avoid their retaliation. Thinking this, Song Yun felt it was very possible. People are like this. When they believe something in their hearts, they will subconsciously look for various reasons to prove it, and this makes them feel at ease, especially when you greedily want to possess something that doesn't belong to you. HMPH, shameless scoundrel. Seeing Song Yan leave, his classmate still fumed, then turned to Song Yun. By the way, brother Song, is there a complete poem for falling flowers stand alone, light rain, swallows fly in pairs? Everyone is very eager to know. Where is there a complete poem? Song Yun smiled. It was just a few lines I happened to come up with. Hearing such a voice from behind, Song Yan's lips curved into an arc. Song Yun, oh Song Yun, you really can't let go of this fame. No one noticed that just across the road from Quinniu Brothel, a carriage was parked. A pair of bloodshot eyes peered through the carriage window, staring intently at the two figures inside Quinniu Brothel. Just looking at those two, Song Zhen's body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes shot out a chilling resentment. His gaze slowly moved from Song Yan and finally landed on Song Yun. Watching Song Yun chatting and laughing with his classmates and friends, his body trembled even more violently, and his arm and right leg throbbed continuously. The hatred was even more intense than seeing Song Yan, who had broken his arm and right leg. Song Yun must die. Zhao An's and Lu Chengqing clearly didn't care about these trivial matters. When they put on stern faces, their aura was too intimidating, so even if someone wanted to trouble Song Yan, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. As for Qi Xian, he looked at Song Yan, then at Song Yun with a playful glint in his eyes. No one knew what this wealthy young master was thinking. Let's go. Zhao An's patted Song Yan's shoulder and walked into the Quinniu Brothel, not to the second or third floor, but towards the back courtyard. Old Zhao, where are we going? Why don't we just drink tea in this hall? In any country, it's not wrong to call an elder with no kinship old, and calling him Gong, young master, is also acceptable. Put together, it makes Lei Gong, husband. Song Yan mused. This is a lower-rank establishment. This old man disdains it, old Zhao said with a smile. Qi Xian sighed helplessly, took a few gold leaves from his pocket, and handed them to the pimp beside him. The pimp then stopped blocking them, allowing the group to enter the back courtyard. Once they reached the back, their eyes suddenly brightened. Perhaps not many patrons were qualified to enter the back courtyard. Looking up, although it wasn't as luxurious as the front hall, it was quiet and elegant, with a pond, a small bridge over it, and a pavilion at the end of the bridge. Sunlight shone on the water, and an occasional breeze rippled the surface, making the lotus leaves sway. It was still the season for lotus flowers, and many frogs swam in the lake, while some toads sat on the lotus leaves, croaking. This scene made Song Yan involuntarily think of a certain Marshall's poem. Damming Lake, Lake Damming, Damming Lake has lotus flowers. On the lotus flowers are toads, poke one and it hops. Thinking this, he found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Lu Changking stroked his beard. Why are you laughing, young friend? He then recited the great work he had just thought of, and the two elders couldn't help but laugh and scold him for disgracing literature. Zhang Zongchang's poetry to these ancient people was naturally not to their taste, but looking at the scene before them, it was quite fitting. By the way, what did old Zhao mean earlier by lower-rank establishment? After laughing for a while, Song Yan remembered this and asked. Both old Lu and old Zhao's eyes lit up, and they began to explain the situation of the brothel, clearly seasoned patrons. Under the explanations of the two improper old men, Song Yan gradually understood that the floors within the brothel were also divided by rank. Generally speaking, the lowest-rank rooms were called lower-rank establishments. The women here mostly lacked artistic talent, only sold their bodies, were older but skilled. The interior decoration was simple, focusing on practicality, and mainly used to entertain merchants and wealthy commoners. Better ones were called tea houses. The women here were young and beautiful, and guests could enjoy tea, listen to music, and admire calligraphy and paintings. The decoration of the tea houses also emphasized a certain aesthetic design, such as carved and dyed patterns, unique in style, mainly entertaining middle and lower-rank officials, noble scions, and wealthy merchants. The best rooms were called Kingian Ziraben. The young ladies here were not only beautiful but also proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and could effortlessly compose poetry and songs. The decor was exquisite and extraordinary, with a high and elegant style. Nominally, they sold their art, not their bodies, but if the silver was sufficient, it was generally possible. Only true upper-class celebrities, influential middle and high-rank officials, top nobles, prominent families, and even the wealthiest merchants could not enter here. So, where are we going? Old Zhao chuckled, Shuyu. This was the difference between Quinyu brothel and ordinary brothels. Above the Kingian Ziraben, there was a special existence called Shuyu. This was not purely an entertainment venue, but a place of elegance full of wisdom and artistic atmosphere. Only guests recognized by Quinyu brothel could enter. To put it simply, it was the difference between a regular member, VIP, and SVIP, much like a certain penguin, referring to Tencent QQ's membership system. They crossed the small bridge amidst laughter. Looking up, there was a low-rise pavilion not far away, surrounded by bamboo. The leaves of the Xiangfei bamboo caught the rain, and the drops fell into white porcelain dew-catchers. A woman stood in front of the pavilion. She was in her 20s, tall and graceful with a melon-seed face. Her dark hair was tied with a simple band, falling straight to her waist. Her beautiful face had the delicate charm of a Jiangnan water town. Although she was a woman from Quinyu brothel, she had no hint of the flirtatious, worldly aura. Instead, one look at her would make one feel pity. Song Yan's brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed. His gaze swept over the woman and then retracted. There were many beautiful women in this world, but Song Yan had only encountered one other person who evoked such pity with a single glance. The first was Song Zhen's fiancée, Yang Xiao. Could this woman be a disciple of the Hehuan sect? Could Quinyu brothel be run by the Hehuan sect? Would that count as a professional match? Song Yan looked at the two old men with a hint of reproach. Why did you two elders deceive me? Deceive you? How could we? Didn't you say we weren't calling for a young lady? Zhao An's waved his hand. We didn't call for a young lady. Then this. Whether you come or not, the young lady was already here. What does that have to do with us? Song Yan was stunned. That was quite philosophical. But how could one be so shameless? Qi Shian, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head, as if accustomed to it. In front of the woman was a desk, with a white paper spread on it. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, her gaze fixed on the words on the white paper. Perhaps she was too focused, as even the footsteps of the group didn't startle her. When they got closer, they found that the white paper contained a line of poetry. Falling flowers, a lone figure stands. Light rain, a pair of swallows fly. Her fair, small hand held a brush dipped in ink. She seemed to want to complete the poem but didn't know how to begin. Ink dripped from the brush tip, forming a black smudge on the white paper. It wasn't until the group walked up to her and their shadows fell on the paper that the woman started. She looked up and smiled as if 100 flowers had bloomed and the entire courtyard brightened. Old Zhao, old Lu, young Master Kui. It seemed that those qualified to enter the Shuyu were not 2, but 3. Why do the 3 of you have leisure to visit Miss Minju? The woman's voice was soft and sticky, with an indescribable clinginess in its languor, very pleasant to listen to. Without waiting for the 3 to answer, she looked at Song Yan. And this young master. Zhao An smiled, not answering directly, but instead pointed to the white paper on the desk. Miss Minju, are you trying to complete this poem? Minju nodded slightly. Indeed. The expression on her face turned mournful again. But I don't know where to begin. Although I have some thoughts in my heart, whenever I try to write them down, I feel they don't match this line. Zhao An's smile deepened. In that case, why not let the true author come over? Minju's eyes suddenly brightened. She was intelligent and naturally understood what he meant. She immediately bowed gracefully to Song Yan. I didn't expect it to be young Master Song. It is Miss Minju's oversight. I wonder if Miss Minju would be so fortunate as to enjoy the complete poem. I am a concubine's son who has been imprisoned for 10 years, never having received proper schooling. How could I understand poetry? Song Yan smiled. I already said this line of poetry was composed by my elder brother, Song Yun, and it's only a fragment, not a complete poem. Her large eyes were instantly filled with disappointment, making Song Yan feel a sense of guilt, as if he were some heartless man. Song Yan increasingly suspected that Miss Minju was a heroine sect disciple. She was simply a succubus. Old Zhao and old Lu merely laughed and scolded him. Although they didn't know why Song Yan insisted on attributing this line of poetry to Song Yun, since he was unwilling to reveal it, they didn't press him further. Kui Xian, on the other hand, furrowed his brows in thought for a few breaths before speaking. 10 taels of silver. Song Yan shook his head. Brother Kui, why do you insult me so? Although I, Song Yan, am merely a live-in son-in-law, I would not bend my waist for 10 taels of silver. Kui Xian spread his hands and smiled bitterly. No choice. If my third sister knew I met you but couldn't get the complete poem, my life wouldn't be easy. 50 taels. Brother Kui, what kind of person do you take me for? 10 gold leaves. Blinking, Song Yan sighed helplessly. All right, who told me and Brother Kui to hit it off so well? It's not for the gold leaves, it's mainly because I can't bear to see Brother Kui being troubled. This rascal. Lu Changqing and Zhao An's both laughed and scolded him. If Song Yan were their disciple, such behavior would probably have earned him a severe scolding long ago. Where was the integrity of a scholar? Not bending his waist for 10 taels of silver. Minju quickly moved aside, took the original white paper, prepared a brush, and stood obediently by. Little stars seemed to twinkle in her sparkling large eyes. It must be said, such eyes truly easily create a sense of satisfaction in a man's heart. She was a woman who knew how to leverage her advantages. He picked up the brush with his fingers, and after a brief pause, the brush tip descended. Lin Jiangxian, Immortal by the River. It's actually a CI poem. I guessed wrong, Minju murmured. Zhao An's and Lu Changqing looked at Song Yan in surprise. Good calligraphy. The handwriting was lean and vigorous, thin but not lacking in substance. In its elegance, it showed graceful charm. In its sharpness, it had a resolute pride cutting through gold and jade. Old Zhao and old Lu were both calligraphy masters, yet they had never seen such a style of writing, unique and even having reached a master's level. Their hearts were filled with surprise. Calligraphy was different from poetry. Poetry relied on inspiration, while calligraphy relied on years of diligent practice. Someone like Song Yan couldn't possibly achieve this without decades of practice, yet this young man was only in his teens. Even if he had practiced calligraphy from the womb, it wouldn't be enough, would it? It was the slender gold script, a style of calligraphy that had not yet appeared in this world. Emperor Huizong of Song was not a good emperor. Throughout 2,000 years of Chinese history, perhaps only Emperor Yingzong of Ming could compare to him. However, his attainments in calligraphy and painting were quite remarkable. He studied Zhu Yao, incorporated various styles, and his unique, slender gold script led an era. Song Yan paid no attention to others' gazes. His brush moved again. After the dream, the pavilions are high and locked. After the wine, the curtains hang low. Last year's spring sorrow returns with the season. The surroundings had become quiet, only Song Yan's brush rapidly writing. In just a few lines, a clear picture had been sketched in Minju's mind. Falling flowers, a lone figure stands. Just then, Song Yan suddenly paused, his expression particularly strange. He looked at the two elders, then at Kui Xian and Miss Minju. A certain live-in son-in-law surnamed Enning came to mind. What do you think would happen if I changed this line to falling flowers? A lone figure stands, hanging from the southeast branch. Old Zhao, Old Lu, Kui Xian, and Miss Minju were all slightly stunned. A few breaths later, Old Lu was the first to scold. "How dare you, rascal! A disgrace to literature, a disgrace to literature." Kui Xian, however, clapped his hands and laughed. "I actually think it's not bad. If a person is already falling flowers, a lone figure stands. All alone, they might as well find a rope and hang themselves. Then half the people in Enning country would probably die." Minju also gave Song Yan a reproachful glance, her eyes very alluring. In the main hall of Quenyu brothel, Song Yan, smelling faintly of wine, cupped his hands and bid farewell to his friends. After everyone had left, Song Yan exhaled, the curve of his lips unable to be suppressed. Recently, his mother's attitude towards him had been very good. This time, he was the only one from the Song family to attend the Kixi festival gathering. This should be a signal that his mother's support was gradually leaning towards him. However, this alone was far from enough. After all, now that Song Zhen was crippled, his competitors had become his eldest brother, Song Huoi, and his sixth brother, Song Ji, one the legitimate eldest son, the other a Qilin prodigy. Compared to these two, he had no advantage. What he needed now was reputation. By now, that line of poetry was completely attributed to him. Thinking of his classmates' praise just now, Song Yan's smile deepened. He wasn't afraid of Song Yan standing up to confront him, unless Song Yan could produce the complete poem, which was clearly impossible, but he would only feel at ease if Song Yan were dead. Better safe than sorry, he couldn't leave any loopholes. Therefore, Song Yan must die. Song Yan began to plan in his mind, pondering how to reasonably and legally eliminate Song Yan without any suspicion falling on himself. Undoubtedly, framing Song Zhen as before was the best option. Thinking this, Song Yan walked towards the street. Engrossed in thought, Song Yan didn't notice that in a carriage not far away, a pair of bloodshot eyes were staring intently at him. Clutching the jade pendant tightly, Song Zhen bared his teeth like a mad dog. "Follow him." Hooves clattered on the road, pata-pata. Songju City was quite prosperous, with many pedestrians and no shortage of carriages. Song Zhen followed unhurriedly, undetected. His expression was cold, and his fingers continuously caressed the jade pendant, seemingly lost in thought. He disliked Yang Xiao. There was no other reason. Yang Xiao was simply plain-looking, and he preferred beautiful women. Yang Xiao probably never imagined that her bewitching arts would lose their original effectiveness due to Song Zhen's absolute preference for looks. But Yang Xiao was very clever, far more so than him. So when Yang Xiao told him that Song Yan was behind his current predicament, Song Zhen, though very surprised, chose to believe her, even if the reason seemed more like Yang Xiao's subjective speculation to him. Of course, he was no longer as reckless as before. He wouldn't act in broad daylight under everyone's watchful eyes. As long as he could find out where Song Yan lived, there would be plenty of opportunities to strike. The crowd gradually thinned. Not far ahead was an intersection. Just then, the urgent sound of hooves suddenly came from behind, along with the squeaking of rapidly spinning carriage wheels. Song Zhen instinctively turned his head to look behind him. He saw a carriage that had appeared from nowhere, the horse seemingly startled and completely out of control, galloping wildly down the road, charging straight towards them. Song Zhen's face changed drastically, but it was too late to react. The carriage was incredibly fast, almost instantly rushing up behind him. Immediately after, he saw the burly coachman, wearing a bamboo hat, pull the reins, and the horse's head instantly swerved to the side, narrowly missing Song Zhen's carriage. But under the force of inertia, the rear wheel left the ground, and the carriage body was flung directly into the air. Like two torrents with a loud crash, The two carriage bodies collided. The moment of impact, the carriages tore, shattered, and disintegrated. Axles flew and wood splinters burst. Even the horses pulling the carriages couldn't withstand it, their four hooves flailing. Song Zhen felt his body tremble violently, then he was thrown out, seemingly hitting a wall heavily before falling to the ground. He could hear a crackling sound in his ears, and he didn't know what kind of miscellaneous things were pressing down on him. Perhaps it was the shattered wooden planks of the carriage or the collapsed earth from the wall. His vision was completely dark, and his consciousness became somewhat hazy. In a daze, he seemed to feel someone pulling his hair, trying to rescue him from the debris. It was a long time before the pain finally engulfed his brain, and his entire body convulsed violently. Ah, tilde, tilde, tilde. Hearing the commotion, the coachman rushed over, frantically pushing aside the wooden splinters pressing on Song Zhen. This coachman was quite capable. He had jumped out the moment the carriage overturned and wasn't crushed beneath it. Looking at Song Zhen again, the coachman couldn't help but gasp. Tragic, 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 how can one word describe it? His leg was still all right, fixed with a splint, and although it had taken an impact, it wasn't too severe. But his arm had accidentally been pinned underneath him, and the wound seemed unable to withstand the pulling, cracking open again, with patches of blood seeping through the white cloth. His tall body, like a pathetic maggot, was bent and wriggling. His face was contorted, layers of cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he bit down hard, turning his screams into grunting moans, his teeth almost shattering. Only his eyes were wide open, filled with scarlet, twisted bloodshot veins. He seemed completely indifferent to what his body would become, his only normal left hand frantically digging through the debris until a jade pendant was once again clutched in his hand. Fifth Master, it was the Fang family's carriage. Should we go demand an explanation? The coachman helped Song Zhen's upper body up. Although the contact was only for a moment, he had still seen the Fang family's banner on that carriage. Song Zhen endured the pain, gasping for breath, and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, shaking his head. The Fang family was powerful. Now was not the time to clash with the Fang family. He had more important things to do. Perhaps he should have listened to his mother and Yang Xiao's advice. Some things could be left to his subordinates, and there was no need to act personally. It was just that a hint of unwillingness always lingered in his heart. A stinging pain pulsed on the side of his head. He reached up and touched it. It was bloody. A small patch of hair along with some scalp was gone. Perhaps it had been scraped off on the ground just now. Compared to the injuries on his arm and calf, this small wound was hardly worth bothering about. On the other side, Song Yun heard the commotion, but merely glanced back casually before losing interest. It was probably just another young master riding wildly through the streets, an occurrence that happened frequently. For him, what was more important at the moment was how to devise a plan to kill Song Yan and pin the blame on Song Zhen. Everyone was plotting and calculating. And at this very moment, Song Yan, who was at the center of the plotting, finally stopped his brush. A lone figure among falling flowers, a pair of swallows flying in light rain. I remember when I first met Xiao Ping with her double-layered embroidered silk dress. Strings of pipa speak of longing. The bright moon was there then, once illuminating the return of colorful clouds. As she recited the last line, Miss Minju's voice gradually faded, and she seemed lost in thought for a moment. Kui Shian also had some skill. He shook his head and sighed, as if feeling that such a poem was truly too wasted on his third sister, but he still obediently took out 10 gold leaves. If the atmosphere wasn't inappropriate, he would have bitten them to see if they were real gold. Reading it brings a sense of melancholy, yet beyond the rhyme it is stirring and profound. Old Zhao slowly exhaled, sighing. This Lin Jiangxian, immortal by the river, should be considered a masterpiece of the graceful and restrained style. From now on, it will be difficult to write poems to the tune of Lin Jiangxian. In this world, CI lyric poetry became popular earlier, and the Lin Jiangxian, immortal by the river, tune had many famous works. However, even if all those Lin Jiangxian, immortal by the river, were combined, they couldn't compare to this one. Old Zhao and Old Lu, both highly accomplished in poetry and prose, giving a review that a CI tune would henceforth be difficult to fill with words, was an extremely high praise. Song Yan smiled without speaking. With the knowledge he possessed, if he were to reveal it all, let alone Lin Jiangxian, immortal by the river, even tunes like Shui Dao Gedu, Di Lianhua, Yijianmei, and Zijiangyu would likely become difficult to write. Young Master Zhao overpraises me. I merely stand on the shoulders of my predecessors, Song Yan said. Haha, young friend, young people should have the arrogance of youth. With such talent, why be so secretive? Lu Changqing shook his head, seemingly disapproving of Song Yan's attitude. Song Yan spread his hands, expressing helplessness. He was speaking the truth, but unfortunately, no one believed the truth. In any case, just don't let it get out. Hui Xian chuckled. Brother Song, what a calculation. That Song Yun neither admits nor denies, making everyone think he wrote this poem. Then when he finally admits it, you'll bring out this poem, directly ruining his reputation, just like how I pretend to be poor, and then, when he's at his most arrogant, I'll slap him in the face with gold leaves. I understand, I understand. Song Yan was astonished, not expecting that Hui Xian actually had such a hobby. However, looking at his flamboyant attire, which rivaled a peacock's, pretending to be poor would probably not be easy. He shook his head. Brother Hui, why do you think so little of me? I merely don't want my elder brother to lose his reputation. Then you two are truly brothers who respect each other. That's right, the affection between us brothers is indeed very good. So good that they both wanted to kill one and frame the other. From this perspective, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were of one mind. Watching the two bicker, Zhao An's and Lu Changqing both wore smiles. Suddenly, Zhao An's turned to Miss Minju and said, Miss Minju, could you brew us a pot of good tea? There was a tea stove in the room behind them, and the tea water was boiling hot. Miss Minju, being intelligent, naturally understood that the three of them had important matters to discuss that were not suitable for others to overhear. She immediately smiled gently, her beautiful eyes slightly raised, her gaze towards young Master Song almost dripping with affection. She gracefully bowed and reluctantly turned to leave. Somehow, she always felt that there was a mysterious aura on young Master Song that attracted her. Having cultivated the Tao of Joy for over a decade, it was the first time she had felt such a sensation from a man. Song Yan was right. Miss Minju was indeed from the hehuan sect. Anyone with a bit of influence in the imperial court or Jiang who knew the relationship between Quinyu brothel and the hehuan sect. Many even specifically sought out Quinyu brothel because of the hehuan sect's reputation, wanting to experience just how exquisite the women of the hehuan sect truly were. However, no one publicly declared this. It was practically an open secret. There was no other way. Although they liked it in their hearts, the hehuan sect's reputation was, after all, not good. To quote those old pedants, the hehuan sect's customs were like a raging flood, harming the ambitious youth of any country. Even those old pedants, with their white hair and beards, still held considerable sway. Speaking of which, in everyone's preconceived notions, the disciples of the hehuan sect were all enchanting young women with graceful figures. Yet, they didn't know that in the beginning, the hehuan sect had male disciples, and even the great grandmaster old ancestor was a man. The secret techniques of the hehuan sect were also divided into two parts, one for male cultivation and one for female cultivation, with their fusion leading to the great Tao. The lost secret scripture was for male cultivation. However, without male disciples to cooperate with, the female side also declined. Shaking her head, Miss Minju stopped her wild thoughts and casually picked up the Linjiang Xian, Immortal by the River manuscript from the table. The original manuscript of such a timeless masterpiece held extremely high collection value. Hui Xian, who was a step too late, stamped his foot and pounded his chest. If that manuscript had been in his hands with a bit of maneuvering, he could have earned at least 100 gold leaves. What a loss, a huge loss. Even as she walked, Miss Minju kept her attention on the words of the manuscript. The calligraphy was beautiful, and the lyrics were even more so. She felt completely immersed in a certain scene, unable to extricate herself until several shouts from beside her startled her awake. She looked up and realized she had reached the small bridge. Beside her was a pretty girl of 17 or 18, dressed rather glamorously, lively, and cute. She was a courtesan from Quinyu brothel, Jin Kaior. Sister Minju, has someone stolen your soul? You're so engrossed. Jin Kaior's voice was very clear, like a lively sparrow. I almost thought you were going to jump into the water to commit suicide for love. Startled awake, Miss Minju gave Jin Kaior an annoyed look. Before Miss Minju could speak, Jin Kaior chirped on, vividly recounting what had just happened in the front hall. Oh, by the way, Sister Minju, just now, Song Yun admitted it himself. That fallen flowers stand alone, light rain, swallows fly in pairs was written by him. What a pity it's only a fragment. If there were a complete poem, I wonder how beautiful it would be. That Song Yan is so detestable to take his brother's poem and pretend it was his own. I used to like him so much. Miss Minju was stunned. You said Song Yun personally admitted that poem was written by him, and it's only a fragment. Jin Kaior nodded her small head. Yes, yes, that young Master Song is truly a gentleman. Even at Quinniu brothel, he only sips tea and listens to music. You don't know, just now many loose women upstairs offered themselves, but young Master Song refused them all. Didn't you also always want to find this talented young master? It's a pity you weren't here. Young Master Song just left. Heh, Miss Minju's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she let out a scoff. Such a good line from him. Is he worthy? Jin Kaior was taken aback, not expecting Miss Minju to have such an attitude. Sister Minju had always highly esteemed that talented young master, so why was she now so disdainful? No, disgusted. Inadvertently, she noticed the paper in Miss Minju's hand. Her small head squeezed closer, and the moving words, accompanied by her clear voice, had a unique charm. The bright moon was there, once shining on the returning colorful clouds. When the poem was finished, Jin Kaior's eyes widened. This, who wrote this? Song Yan? She instinctively opened her mouth, and the words came out. Only then did Miss Minju remember Song Yan's earlier instructions, and she quickly put a finger to Jin Kaior's lips. Hush, Kaior, you absolutely must not tell anyone. Young Master Song doesn't want others to know he wrote such a poem. Jin Kaior was full of confusion. Why? With such a good poem, one wouldn't even need to spend money to visit a brothel. Miss Minju tilted her small head. Perhaps it's their deep brotherly affection. In any case, don't go around blabbering. Jin Kaior immediately puffed out her chest. Don't worry, Sister Minju, you know me. Kaior's lips are the tightest. In front of the low-rise pavilion, Kui Xian's eyes were full of envy. Brother Song, did you see? Just now Miss Minju's gaze towards you was so sticky. Sticky, what kind of adjective is that? It feels a bit lewd. Zhao An's also said with a chuckle. That's true. Although I've known Miss Minju for 2 years, it's the first time I've seen her look at a man like that. Song Zaya Ozi put in some effort. It wouldn't be bad to marry her and make her a concubine. Old men don't make fun of me. What's wrong? You don't look down on Miss Minju. Although Miss Minju is in Quinniu brothel, not to mention the courtesans in the literary houses, even the flower courtesans are virgins, so there's nothing to worry about. Song Yan sighed. Have you ever seen a live-in son-in-law who can take a concubine? That's true. You, young master, it's a pity you're a live-in son-in-law. Lu Changqing shook his head and walked into the room, expertly picking up the wine pot and warming a pot of yellow wine. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was slightly tipsy when Lu Changqing finally said, Song Zaya Ozi, do you know that the spring examination is next year? The topic change was so abrupt. Song Yan grumbled inwardly, shaking his head. Lu Changqing and Zhao An's then educated Song Yan about the imperial examinations. The imperial examinations in this world were quite different from those in his original world. The Ening country imperial examinations were held once every 3 years, usually in spring and autumn. After all, these 2 seasons had suitable temperatures, unlike winter or summer, which were either too cold or too hot. An examination often lasted 2 or 3 days, with eating and drinking all taking place within the examination cells, demanding extremely high physical fitness from the candidates. Holding them in winter or summer would severely affect the candidate's performance. The spring examination was the spring examination, and the autumn examination was the autumn examination. In Ening country, the imperial examinations are divided into 5 stages. The first is the Xiangxi, and passing it makes one a student. The second is the Xianxi, which only students can participate in. Passing it makes one a Ziyukai. The third is the Fushi, and passing it makes one a Juren. The fourth is the Jingxi, for examining Jinxi. Finally, there's the Dianxi, which ranks the Jinxi as top scholar, Zhongyuan, Tanhua Bangyan, first class, second class, and those who fail. If one is first in every examination, they achieve Huayuan Jiti. Song Yan pursed his lips and listened silently. The imperial examination system in Ening country was indeed complex. In his previous life, there was Sanyuan Jiti, top scorer in 3 imperial examinations, but here it became Huayuan Jiti, top scorer in 5 imperial examinations. In the more than 100 years since the founding of Ening country, no talented young master had achieved Huayuan Jiti. Lu Changqing took another sip of yellow wine, poking the willow charcoal in the brazier, which crackled and sparked. The Xiangxi and Xianxi are relatively simple. Each candidate receives a set of bound examination papers, a total of 10 sheets with 100 questions. These include 30 questions on classics, 30 on law, 20 on mathematics, and 20 on calligraphy. He hadn't expected the imperial examinations to even test calligraphy. But then again, ancient people highly valued calligraphy. If one's handwriting was poor, the examiner probably wouldn't even be interested in looking at the answers. As for the fushi, the first round consists of 100 questions on classics, law, and mathematics. The second round tests poetry, lyrics, and prose. The third round tests policy essays. Each round lasted 1 day. At this point, the difficulty increased. Leaving aside other things, writing out all the answers to 100 questions on classics, law, and mathematics with a brush was something not just anyone could do. The Jingxi consists of 2 rounds, one on poetry, lyrics, and prose, and one on policy essays. By the time of the Dianxi, it's the Son of Heaven who sets the topic, and all candidates write a policy essay based on that topic. It seemed the simplest, but it was the most stressful round. There was no other way. The Emperor, as the invigilator, sat on the dragon throne, staring at you. The pressure was immense, nothing more. So, what does this have to do with me? Young people just have no patience. Listen to me finish. Old Lu took another drink. Although any country's imperial examinations are complex, the examination questions, year after year, they're always the same few. The law questions are repeatedly about the same few cases. The mathematics questions are merely changing the chicken and rabbit in a cage problem to ducks and sheep, or perhaps wild geese and buffalo, at most changing a few numbers. Those students don't need to be proficient in law and mathematics. As long as they remember the fixed problem-solving methods, they can submit a fairly good answer sheet. It's truly quite boring, which is why the Imperial Court decided this year to introduce some special questions on the examination papers. This old man, once served in the Court of Judicial Review and later transferred to the Ministry of Revenue. Elder Zhao serves in the Ministry of Justice. Old Lu glanced at Zhao An's. Thus, the task of setting new law and mathematics questions fell to the 2 of us. However, we traveled through several prefectures, but the cases we encountered were all very similar, not much different from the existing examination questions. However, the Zhang San you mentioned, young friend, made our eyes light up. We just don't know if you, young friend, have any more peculiar cases like that, Old Lu said with a smile, as if he had discovered a treasure trove. What do you mean by peculiar? Couldn't you use a better word? As for young Master Kui, his achievements in mathematics throughout any country are probably unrivaled. Song Yan understood. This was asking him to be a ghostwriter. Then if we participate in the imperial examinations, wouldn't that be unfair to other scholars? Song Yan blinked. Zhao An's tutted. You're a live-in son-in-law, he's a merchant. What do the scholars' imperial examinations have to do with you too? Aren't you afraid we'll leak the questions? Song Yan pointed to Kui Xian next to him. I definitely wouldn't, but I strongly suspect that if the money is enough, let alone just the test questions, Brother Kui wouldn't even hesitate to sell his own sister. Kui Xian's eyes widened as if he wanted to retort, but after a moment of serious thought, he tacitly agreed with Song Yan's statement. Lu Changqing's face was full of kindness. You don't need to worry about that either. Any country's imperial examination management is extremely strict. There are people who dare to leak questions, but they all lost their heads. Consider it unsaid. What's more, we're only providing a reference. The actual questions on the papers will definitely be altered, so even if there's a leak, the impact won't be significant. Of course, we won't let you work for free. Lu Changqing knew very well how to handle Song Yan. He pulled out a stack of banknotes from his Chinese letter and placed them on the table. 1 question, 100 taels. Song Yan's eyes narrowed. It was a draft from Kaian's bank, redeemable in Songzhou Prefecture, and it even came with a secret code. After thinking for a moment, Song Yan said, What is old Lu doing? As a citizen of any country, it is my duty to help the students of any country improve their academic standards. How can I accept money? Lu Changqing felt a little touched. He had initially thought Song Yan was greedy, but he hadn't expected him to possess such great righteousness. He had indeed judged a gentleman by his own petty standards. If he continued to offer money, it would seem like an insult. Thinking this, Lu Changqing prepared to retrieve the drafts. but with a tug, the drafts remained motionless. He looked down and saw that Song Yan's finger was already pressing on the drafts, slowly and firmly pulling them from his hand. However, when an elder bestows, one dares not refuse. Since old Lu has already offered them, if I don't accept, wouldn't it be disrespectful to old Lu? Old Lu was stunned, then slapped his thigh and laughed, scolding, "You scoundrel! Take them all." The stack of examination papers he had done in his previous life probably reached several meters high. He really hadn't expected that there would be a day when he would be the one setting questions for others. A strange, malicious thought welled up in his chest. Students of any country, your good fortune has arrived. Thinking this, the smile on Song Yan's face grew wider. 20 sheets, each worth 100 taels, along with the paper recording the secret code, were all quietly tucked into his Chinese letter, pressing down on his upturned lips. However, I have one more request. Speak. I can set the questions, but I will never sign my name. Why is that? The two elders, Lu and Zhao, were a bit puzzled. After all, being able to sign one's name on an imperial examination paper was an extremely honorable thing for a scholar. I'm afraid of being beaten. Clearing his throat, Song Yan began, "Please listen to the first question." The two elders quickly found paper and pen, ready to record. There was a person named Zhang San. Old Lu's brow furrowed. "Why is it Zhang San again? Can't you change the name?" Song Yan shook his head. "Everything else can be changed, but Zhang San cannot." "All right, suit yourself." There was a person named Zhang San who encountered Li Si forcing himself upon a woman. Zhang San asked Li Si, "May I enter?" Li Si replied, "You may." Zhang San then entered Li Si. As Song Yan's voice echoed faintly in the room, everyone stopped what they were doing. Even Elder Zhao, who was recording the question, was no exception. They all stared at Song Yan, dumbfounded. "Please answer, did Zhang San violate the law? If so, what crime did he commit? If not, does it constitute a righteous act, and why?" Old Lu finally spat out the yellow wine he had just drunk. After 40 years as an official in the imperial court, it was the first time he had lost his composure like this. Pitifully, the words Elder Zhao had just written on the white paper blurred. Is this a question a human can ask? The 20th question. One night, Zhang San returned home and encountered a female corpse. He had wicked thoughts and proceeded to. The female corpse came alive. Does Zhang San commit a crime? If so, what crime? If not, does it count as saving a life and aiding the injured? How is it explained? Zhang San died in fear. Does the woman commit a crime? If so, what crime? If not, how is it explained? At this moment, Song Yan seemed like more than just one person. He had rattled off 20 difficult legal questions in one breath, but it inevitably left him parched. He picked up the wine glass in front of him and took a small sip, a faint flush appearing on his cheeks. These 2,000 taels of silver were certainly earned easily. Actually, the money was a minor matter. He didn't care about money. The main thing was being able to contribute to the great Enning imperial examinations, to make a small, insignificant contribution to the improvement of the academic level of the Enning country's students, and that was enough. Old Lu, Old Zhao, and Kui Xian were all trembling slightly. Zhang San, Zhang San, Zhang San. The demonic sound echoed in their minds, the name spreading like strange ripples, constantly expanding in their thoughts. They had thought Zhang San paying with ghost money at the brothel was outrageous enough, but now they realized that was far from Zhang San's limit. No wonder Song Yan strongly insisted on secrecy and no attribution. They could already imagine the scene of scholars jumping up and down in their examination cells, cursing. As for Kui Xian, he was quite proficient in mathematics and had also been invited to help set questions. Of course, his questions were much more conventional than Song Yan's. Song Yan drank and listened with a smile. The development of mathematics in this world was relatively backward. The original math questions were roughly at a second-grade elementary school level. Kui Xian's questions were slightly harder, but only around third grade, not even enough to fool Fan Wei. He did have some questions in mind, such as the board administrator who simultaneously added and pumped water from a pond, but he had already earned 2,000 taels. Being too greedy was not good. He always had to leave some profit for others. Unknowingly, all the questions had been given, and the wine flowed more freely, leading to more open conversation. Perhaps due to the intoxication, their words became unrestrained. Brother Song? Qiuxian's eyes were hazy, and he reeked of alcohol, mumbling. I'm actually a bit curious. With your great ability, why would you become a live-in son-in-law? How does it feel to be one? I heard that live-in sons-in-law aren't even allowed to sit at the table during meals. Qiuxian was a smooth operator and wouldn't normally speak like this. However, when drunk, one's will is often uncontrollable. In fact, the more rational a person is usually, the more out of character they might behave when drunk, perhaps because they are too repressed in daily life and need a way to release it. Song Yan smiled, not getting angry at the impertinent question. It's quite good. I don't have to do anything, and I have no worries about food or drink. He pursed his lips and was about to reach for the fruit platter, but realized it was already empty. Qiuxian's mouth was full, like a hamster. No wonder his speech was slurred. He smacked his lips and withdrew his hand. May I ask, Brother Xian, are you a member of the Qi family? Qiuxian waved his hand indifferently. What Qi family? Just an unranked merchant family, that's all. Indeed, he was from the Qi family. Another aristocratic family. In the current era, having not experienced the suppression of Empress Wu or the massacres of Huang Kao, it was arguably the most prosperous period for aristocratic families. However, the Qi family was somewhat special. Most large families adhered to the saying of farming and studying passing down the legacy. This meant occupying vast tracts of cultivated land, producing large amounts of grain, supporting their numerous family members, and simultaneously monopolizing a large number of books, preserving knowledge. A significant portion of these books were rare, ancient editions not found in ordinary bookstores, and this was the true foundation of an aristocratic family. The imperial examination was a means to break the aristocratic family's monopoly on the imperial court. But the initial imperial examinations, while not entirely useless, had a negligible impact. On one hand, the knowledge gap between the two sides was too vast. Ordinary students might only be able to read the Analects of Confucius and Mencius, while these aristocratic scions delved into countless books. On the other hand, aristocratic scions had no worries about food or clothing and could dedicate most of their time to studying. Most ordinary students, however, had to struggle for their livelihoods. Aristocratic scions could hire renowned teachers, and their families even had private schools, while ordinary students could only attend the most common academies in the county, learning from old students who couldn't even pass the Ziyukai examination. Even the so-called poor scholars couldn't compare to ordinary civilian students, as poor still implied a certain standing. As a modern person, Song Yan was well aware of how much the abundance or scarcity of educational resources affected a student. Even if the examination hall maintained absolute fairness and examiners showed no favoritism, it was still incredibly difficult for a commoner student to surpass an aristocratic scion. When other aristocratic families were scrambling to send their descendants into the imperial court, the Qi family was doing business. When other aristocratic families were frantically seizing land, the Qi family was doing business. During natural disasters and calamities, when other aristocratic families used money and grain for disaster relief to gain fame, the Qi family was doing business. When other aristocratic families spent money to sponsor talented poor scholars and commoners to expand their influence, the Qi family was still doing business. In terms of family power, the Qi family was insignificant among the many powerful aristocratic families. But when it came to wealth, the Qi family could unreservedly say that everyone else present was trash. Song Yan grinned. Brother Qi, please don't be offended, I'm just curious. With the Qi family being so wealthy and having no influence in the imperial court, how has it managed to survive to this day? This was simply a miracle. Let alone those gluttons in the imperial court. Could the Enning emperor truly tolerate such a large piece of delicious meat, constantly dangling before his eyes without devouring it? Qiuxian smiled. Actually, this is no secret. He picked up his wine glass, took another large gulp, and wiped the wine from his lips with his sleeve before saying, the Qi family isn't as wealthy as it appears on the surface. 70% of the money the Qi family earns belongs to someone else. Who? Qiuxian pointed upwards. That person. Song Yan was astonished, his heart jolting. Was he referring to the Enning emperor? Looking at old Lu and old Zhao beside him, their expressions showed no surprise. Clearly, they had long known about this situation. The Kui family keeps 30% of the money it earns, and 70% goes into the emperor's private treasury. This has been the case since the establishment of Ening country. That explained it. 70% of the wealth went to the emperor every year, not to the national treasury, but to the private treasury, the emperor's personal money. As long as the emperor wasn't foolish, he would certainly take good care of this goose that laid golden eggs. Those old foxes in the imperial court knew that the Kui family was the emperor's front, so they naturally dared not cause any trouble. What's more, every generation of the Kui family has a direct daughter who enters the palace as a consort. This was a double guarantee. Such a consort, from the family of a god of wealth, naturally held a very high position in the imperial harem. Unfortunately, from now on, there won't be any more, old Lu teased. Song Yan's expression was strange. Why is that? He seemed very interested in these matters. Although it was just gossip, such gossip could help Song Yan understand Ening country better. Could it be that this generation of the Kui family has no direct daughters? There are, Kui Xian sighed. This generation of the Kui family originally had 3 direct daughters, but a plague swept through the Central Plains more than 10 years ago, and the Kui family also suffered. The eldest and second sisters both died in the plague, leaving only the third sister. Even though these events had happened more than 10 years ago, Kui Xian's tone still carried a hint of sadness when he brought them up again. It's just that my third sister isn't a quiet person. She didn't want to be trapped in the deep palace for a lifetime, so she found her aunt. Well, the current consort Shu, and conveyed her wish not to enter the palace as a consort to His Majesty. At that time, His Majesty's eldest prince was still young, and my third sister had already come of age. The age gap was a bit too large, and His Majesty also felt it was inappropriate, so he granted the third sister's request. As for the women entering the palace, they could be chosen from the next generation. This was hardly a secret. Most people who had spent some time in business or officialdom knew about it. Old Zhao then interjected. Since she didn't have to enter the palace, and the Kui family's third young lady was growing older, the old man of the Kui family prepared to choose a husband for her. The first one was the young master of the Duke Yang's family. The first one. The Duke Yang's family is a military family. All its descendants joined the military. As soon as the engagement was set, a conflict broke out on the border, and the young master of the Duke Yang's family rushed to the frontier and then died in battle. That young master must have been talented, as old Zhao spoke of him with considerable regret. The following year, a second one was chosen. This time it was a newly appointed second-place scholar in the imperial examination. He died drunk in the Imperial Music Academy on the night of the engagement. At this point, even Song Yan couldn't help but be astonished. With 2 fiancés dying consecutively, one could easily imagine the rumors that would spread. By then, there weren't many left who were willing to get engaged to the Kui family's third young lady. The old man of the Kui family then chose a merchant's young master, but unexpectedly, that young master who frequented brothels died suddenly on a woman's belly. For the Kui family's third young lady's marriage, the old man of the Kui family was so anxious his hair was turning white. He declared that even a beggar would do, as the Kui family had a large fortune and could support anyone. Kui Xian was clearly also worried sick about his third sister's marriage. He frowned deeply and interjected. There really was someone who didn't believe in bad luck. He was a family servant. The moment my father agreed, he died on the spot from being too excited. He must have been drunk. Otherwise, Kui Xian wouldn't have been willing to bring up these upsetting matters. Even Song Yan, a staunch materialist, couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. This was a bit too scary, wasn't it? It was like a rule from a horror novel. Anyone who married, just got engaged to, the Kui family's third young lady would die. Could this be the legendary Tianxia Lone Star fate? Seeing Song Yan's expression, Kui Xian clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Yes, that's exactly the expression. Even His Majesty was startled and specifically had someone subtly convey that the relationship between the Kui family and the imperial family was already close enough, and it didn't matter if there was no marriage alliance. Was even the emperor afraid? Song Yan shook his head and smiled wryly, his fingers slowly caressing the teacup. He always felt that things might not be so simple. The eldest prince under the Enning Emperor's knee and the one most likely to become crown prince should be the prince born to consort Yang Maiolan. Did the Enning Emperor sever the marriage alliance with the Kui family, simply because of the rumors of her being a husband killer? Or was it for other reasons, such as not wanting too deep a connection between the Kui family and the Yang family? After all, the Yang family had influence in the imperial court and a prince in the harem, and the Kui family had money. If they were to unite, did the emperor perhaps know something? In the stove, the willow charcoal crackled. It was already summer, and with the stove for brewing tea and warming wine, the temperature in the hall was a bit high, and beads of sweat trickled down his brow, falling into his eyes, causing a burning pain. For a moment, no one spoke, not knowing what they were thinking, when suddenly Song Yan's voice tore through the silence. In that case, your aunt is likely to be implicated. It truly is an undeserved disaster. Consort Yang is probably going to breathe a sigh of relief now, right? Kui Xian raised his head, shaking the empty wine cup in his hand, and only smacked his lips after the last drop fell onto his tongue. Actually, it's all right. Actually, Consort Yang was quite in favor of this marriage. Moreover, my third sister's appearance is not bad at all. It would not be an exaggeration to say she is as beautiful as the moon and shames the flowers. In the beginning, she even took the initiative to ask your majesty, hoping that your majesty could withdraw the decree, and once said that a woman 3 years older holds golden bricks, although this is enough to hold 3 golden bricks. It's just that, as more and more people died, she was ultimately afraid. As for my aunt, there's no need to worry. She is still very much favored by your majesty and has not been affected by the matter of my third sister. Brother Song smiled, but he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. This matter was full of strangeness. How should he put it? Although the ancients all said superficially that the master did not speak of strange phenomena, feats of strength, disorders, or gods, they were actually very superstitious, especially the imperial family. Consort Yang initially wanted to achieve the marriage to gain the Yang family's support. It was only natural that she refused later. In the case of Kui third young miss being a jinx, people would rather believe it to be true than risk it. And the ancients were most fond of involving others. If a young miss from a certain family had a reputation for unchastity, it would even affect the marriage prospects of the entire family's daughters. The emperor's harem can be said to be the dirtiest and most chaotic place in the world. Even if noble consort Shu did nothing, she would inevitably be implicated. Other concubines would definitely make a big deal out of this matter. But strangely, noble consort Shu's position was not affected, and she was even more favored. This was a bit intriguing. Suddenly, Song Yan smiled. He had underestimated the wisdom of the ancients after all. He had once been shocked by what he had discovered, but perhaps, just as he was thinking this, Kui Xian's voice came again. I heard that Brother Song is a lucky star. As soon as you married into the Luo family, the eldest daughter of the Luo family's pulmonary tuberculosis showed signs of improvement. You are a lucky star, and my sister is a jinx. I feel like you two are a match made in heaven. Why don't you just divorce Luo Tiangshuan and come to my Kui family to be a son-in-law? I estimate that my sister won't kill you. Moreover, although my sister is quite a few years older than you, she is absolutely beautiful. If you can really solve the marriage problem of my third sister, I estimate your monthly allowance will be at least 10,000 taels. Song Yan smiled wryly. He didn't expect that he, a live-in son-in-law, would actually become a popular commodity, and everyone wanted to have him as their brother-in-law. The master did not speak of strange phenomena, feats of strength, disorders, or gods. I am a businessman, and you are a live-in son-in-law. The affairs of scholars have nothing to do with us. As they chatted, no one noticed that a tile on the roof had been lifted at some point, and a pair of clear, cold eyes were staring at Kui Xian with an unkind expression. Dare to snatch my brother-in-law. You have already found a way to die. It's just, on the roof, Luo Tianyi puffed out her cheeks, but she didn't expect her brother-in-law to be so popular. It seems that she has to go back and discuss it with her mother to see what method she can use to keep her brother-in-law in the Luo manor, so he doesn't get abducted. The sky gradually darkened. Song Yan's body swayed in the courtyard, casting a long shadow. The 2 old men, Zhao Gong and Lu Gong, and Kui Xian had completely passed out drunk. They were probably going to spend the night in Quinyu brothel. They were all old customers, and Quinniu brothel would naturally arrange everything, so he didn't need to worry about it. Although it seemed like they were just chatting about gossip, it also allowed Song Yan to learn a lot of important information. The spring examination. What a pity. He was just a live-in son-in-law and didn't have the qualifications to participate in the imperial examination. Otherwise, he really wanted to experience what the ancient imperial examination was like. He wondered how it compared to the modern college entrance examination. Thinking like this, he sighed. In his previous life, he had lived for more than 20 years in vain. Although he had no support in his youth, he had the opportunity to go to school because of national policies. Although he was tired and unwilling to be restrained when he was studying, looking back, that was the most relaxed and happiest time of his life. "Young master, why are you sighing?" A familiar, soft, glutinous voice with a bit of stickiness came from his side. It was Miss Minju, who was described by Kui Cheyenne as sticky, who had arrived beside him at some point. A faint fragrance of powder entered his nostrils, making him itch. After all, she was a woman living in this Quinniu brothel, and even if she didn't wear makeup, she would inevitably be contaminated with some. After taking a look, Song Yan withdrew his gaze. This Minju and Yang Xiao should be the same type of person. Men couldn't help but feel pity when they looked at Yang Xiao. It was pity for her appearance. When he saw Minju, this Quinniu brothel seemed to become a pit of fire, and a thought couldn't help but emerge in his heart to save this seemingly pure girl from this smoky place. Not only that, but he even had the urge to hug her slender body in his arms and cherish her. Song Yan was not so lustful as to regard beauty as life. He could very well distinguish between reason and desire, but when Minju approached, such an impulse surged uncontrollably, as if there was some kind of strong temptation in Minju's body, attracting him to approach. Not to mention her appearance, but judging from this attraction alone, Minju's level of cultivation in bewitching arts was probably far beyond that of Yang Xiao. The more it was like this, the more vigilant Song Yan became, but he didn't show it on his face, he just smiled. "Nothing else, it's just that seeing so many scholars outside, I can't help but sigh. After all, this live-in son-in-law, am not qualified to participate." Minju also sighed. "It's a pity with young Master Song's talent. Young Master seems to be a little drunk. Would you like this servant to arrange a room for you to rest?" Song Yan shook his head slightly. "No need, outside Quinniu brothel there is a beauty waiting." After saying that, Song Yan nodded slightly to Minju and turned to leave, leaving Minju alone in place. In the shadows, the corners of a woman's mouth could no longer be suppressed. Yes, brother-in-law is still good. Although he entered this Quinniu brothel, he ultimately resisted the temptation, and even if this fox spirit named Minju seduced him, he didn't do anything bad. Good. Thinking like this, she herself didn't even realize that a shallow smile had appeared on the corner of her mouth. Passing through the main hall, there were still many people who looked at Song Yan, but this was Quinniu brothel, and no one was stupid enough to cause trouble in Quinniu brothel, but most of those eyes were contemptuous. Song Yan had always ignored the eyes of others. When he came out of the gate, the evening breeze blew, and the alcohol on his body dissipated a lot. The originally drunken appearance gradually returned to normal. He tightened the clothes on his body and walked towards the tea house next door. Gu Bangxia was sitting in the corner. When Song Yan looked over, her brows immediately furrowed slightly. Opposite her, there was another person, wearing a black robe with her long hair up, wearing a scholar's scarf, dressed as a scholar, holding a folding fan, and she also had some demeanor of a feathered fan and scarf. It's just, why is this world like those TV dramas, where women always think that as long as they change into men's clothes, no one will be able to see their gender? Not to mention anything else, just those red lips and white teeth, and that fair and slender neck. If they were put on a man and practiced for 2.5 years, they could debut as an idol. The two seemed to be talking in a low voice, and Gu Bangxia was probably not very happy, her brows furrowed into a ball. After just taking a look, Song Yan withdrew his gaze and leaned against the wall to wait slowly. He knew that Gu Bangxia was nominally Luo Yuheng's personal maid, but in reality, she should have another identity. This identity should be related to the mysterious man who appeared in Luo Manor on the day of the wedding and was suspected to be his father-in-law. Everyone has their own secrets, and he doesn't want to explore too much. After about a quarter of an hour, the black-robed woman finally left the tea house. Song Yan waited a little longer before walking to the door. Gu Bangxia seemed to have been paying attention to the movement here all along. As soon as she saw Song Yan, her eyes suddenly lit up, and her originally wrinkled little face bloomed like a lotus flower, exceptionally enchanting. Master! She walked over quickly, and a pair of soft, boneless little hands had quietly slipped into Song Yan's palm. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the sky red, and also covered the entire Songju city with a warm red glow. Her body leaned against him gently. Master, let me tell you, a big thing has happened in Songju city recently. That Wang rich man suddenly discovered that the son born to him by his concubine was actually not his son, but his grandson. Gu Bangxia happily said the interesting things she had heard in the tea house before, and Song Yan didn't ask anything. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the two of them, casting long shadows, which slowly merged together. By the time they returned to Luo Manor, it was already dark. Just like before, Luo Yuheng was waiting at the door. She looked very happy with a gentle smile on her face all the time. The night wind brushed some strands of hair and scattered them on her face, adding a bit of disheveled charm. From a distance, seeing the figures of Song Yan and Gu Bangxia, she happily waved her arms, completely not caring that this behavior was undignified. Yanner Banzia, come quickly. She quickened her pace and arrived at the door not long after. Mother, has something good happened? Song Yan was a little curious. Although Luo Yuheng was a bit of a carefree person, it was rare for her to be so happy. It's nothing else, just to inform you that next spring, you can participate in the spring examination. Song Yan. The next day was the Kixi Festival gathering. The festivities lasted from day to night. On the Yiluo River, numerous painted boats slowly cruised, and occasionally graceful women would gently strum zithers at the bow, their melodious tunes carried by the river to the banks. The streets were bustling with people, vendors loudly hawked their wares, and street performers gathered everywhere. Brothels also opened their doors wide, often attracting crowds. Even those without money to spend inside would enjoy watching the beautiful courtesans sway their graceful figures from outside. Of course, most famous courtesans had received invitations to the Kixi Festival gathering at Song Garden, where their performances were the main event. If they could catch the eye of a noble, they might even escape their lowly status. At this moment, Song Yan was sitting in a carriage on his way to Song Garden. The wheels creaked, reflecting his turbulent and complex thoughts. His mind was constantly replaying the words Luo Yuheng had spoken to him last night. Next spring, you can take the imperial examination. I heard the emperor said that most sons-in-law are forced by circumstances, and many are talented. It would be a great loss if they couldn't serve the court. Therefore, the emperor decreed that starting from next year's spring examination, even sons-in-law will be eligible to participate. Heh, my incompetent brother finally did something useful. Was it sudden? Somewhat. It felt like the decree was a bit too whimsical. Most importantly, he had just received 2,000 taels of silver to help old Zhao and old Lu design the legal questions, and then he was told he could take the imperial examination. Song Yan wasn't particularly keen on official titles, but he knew very well that to achieve his goals, he absolutely needed sufficient power and influence. He was confident he could handle the members of the Song family in Ningping County, whether it was Song Zhen, Song Yun, or even Yang Mairoking and Song Hongtao. But what about others? Solving Song Zhen and Yang Mairoking would inevitably provoke the Yang family. To deal with Song Ji, he would certainly confront Song Jincheng. One was an aristocratic family that had existed for hundreds of years, and the other was the Minister of Personnel. Perhaps he could create something like hand grenades, but who could guarantee that a behemoth like the Yang family couldn't cultivate masters capable of countering hand grenades? Even Yang Mairoking had a 7th-rank martial artist as a bodyguard. It wouldn't be strange for a family like the Yang family to have Grandmaster-level experts within its ranks. Perhaps it was time to climb higher. Inside the carriage, Song Yan was accompanied only by Gu Bangxia. Even if Luo Yuheng disregarded propriety, she still had to consider the implications, so Song Yan didn't ride with Luo Yuheng and Luo Tianyi this time. Seeing Song Yan's tightly furrowed brows, Gu Bangxia took her young master's hand. She probably thought Song Yan was a bit nervous appearing at such an event for the first time, and perhaps also felt inferior due to his status as a son-in-law. Song Yan knew she had misunderstood but merely smiled and didn't explain much. After about a quarter of an hour, the carriage stopped. As the largest garden in the surrounding prefectures, Song Garden occupied an enormous area. From the outside, one could only see tall walls, which were nothing special. Looking up, the two characters Song Garden on the plaque were vigorous and powerful, clearly the work of a master. The Kixi Festival gathering hadn't even begun, but many carriages were already visible near the entrance, most of them parked haphazardly. After all, this era didn't have detailed regulations or parking spaces like modern society. If one were to open a parking lot here and charge a fee, they could probably make a lot of money. Thinking this, Song Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps it was because he had endured too much hardship in 2 lifetimes that he was always a bit sensitive about money. At the Vermilion Gate stood a beautiful woman in palace attire, around 20 years old, but already a married woman. Beside her was a man, who else but Fang Jun, who enjoyed exchanging maids with others. Thus, the identity of the woman in palace attire became clear. She was Princess Gaoyang. He wondered if this Princess Gaoyang would, like Princess Gaoyang in the main hall, put a green hat on this Fang Jun. Thinking this, he couldn't help but glance at her twice. At a glance, her figure was full and shapely. A beige cloud brocade long dress wrapped her graceful body, the neckline slightly open, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin. Her full bosom was faintly visible beneath the fabric, and a silk ribbon cinched her waist, accentuating the curves of mature charm, as if speaking of the allure refined by time. Her cloud-like black hair was coiled up, with a few wisps falling along her fair neck, making her neck skin appear as warm and smooth as mutton-fat jade. Her features were as picturesque as a painting. Her eyes, when they moved, seemed to hold sparkling autumn water, radiating brilliance. Her curled eyelashes, like 2 small fans, stirred endless charm. Indeed, anyone named Gao Yang would naturally not have a poor appearance. Seeing Luo Yuheng, Gao Yang hurried over and took Luo Yuheng's hand. "Aunt, you're finally here. Gao Yang has been waiting so long." By seniority, Luo Yuheng was Princess Gaoyang's aunt. It was clear that their relationship was very close. The princess, who should have been elegant and noble, showed some playful innocence in front of Luo Yuheng. Since she was already married, Gao Yang merely nodded to Song Yan, Luo Tianchu, and Luo Tianquan. The task of greeting male guests naturally fell to Fang Jun. He might have looked down on the Luo family members in his heart, but as the legitimate grandson of an aristocratic family, he still possessed the necessary cultivation. At least outwardly, no one could find any fault with him. After exchanging courtesies, he invited everyone inside. Following behind, his gaze inadvertently swept over Princess Gaoyang. Perhaps due to the tight dress and her full figure from behind, a clear person-shaped indentation was visible. The garden itself was also extremely luxurious, with small bridges over flowing water, numerous rockeries, and flourishing flowers and trees. In the center was a very large hall, where over 100 people had already gathered. Most of those invited by the prefect's wife held noble status. Song Yan even saw Kui Xian, though Kui Xian looked somewhat strange, as if he had been beaten, his face bruised and swollen. There was also another acquaintance, Song Yun. This Kixi Festival gathering was nominally hosted by the prefect's wife, but in reality, Princess Gaoyang was in charge. She pulled Luo Yuheng to sit at the head table. Even Song Yan, Luo Tianchu, and Luo Tianquan were seated in the front row, considered places of honor. Song Yun's expression turned somewhat grim upon seeing this, as Song Yan's position was even higher than his, despite him being the legitimate son. After taking their seats, Song Yan quickly scanned the hall. Most of the attendees were noble ladies, young masters, and young misses. There were also some elderly scholars, mostly academic officials like education administrators. Such gatherings often included poetry recitations, with these academic officials typically serving as judges. Sitting on the other side of Princess Gaoyang was the Songzhou prefect's wife, Jiang Maiajin. She was slightly older than Luo Yuheng, but still carried herself with grace. However, her relationship with Luo Yuheng seemed strained, and her words always carried a hint of sarcasm. Song Yan was a bit puzzled, so Gu Bangxia quietly explained. That Fang Hai once wanted to marry the princess. Although the princess had no interest in Fang Hai, the prefect's wife was quite displeased and thus always targeted her. Song Yan let out an "oh" in his heart. This could probably be considered a love rival. The prefect's wife's surname was Jiang, and her given name was Maiajin. She also came from a prominent family. "Is this Tiangshuan's husband? He's quite handsome." Somehow, the conversation shifted to Song Yan. Due to her conflict with Luo Yuheng, Jiang Myogen was naturally not polite when commenting on Song Yan. Luo Yuheng, as a member of the imperial family, couldn't be overly provoked, but a mere son-in-law was certainly not worth her concern. Men, after all, must have abilities. Either be a general fighting on the battlefield or a high-ranking official governing a region. What future is there in being a son-in-law? Moreover, Tiangshuan's status is noble. I heard this Song Yan is of concubine birth, imprisoned in the duke's mansion since childhood and barely recognizes a few characters. He truly doesn't match Tiangshuan. The things the Yang clan had done were well known. Now, almost all the ladies in Songzhou Prefecture's upper society no longer associated with the Yang clan, fearing others would think they were the same kind of woman as the Yang clan. Such a person, and yet rumors of him being a lucky star still circulate, truly laughable. It sounded like she was expressing pity for Luo Tiangshuan, but it was clearly mockery. Luo Yuheng's face darkened. Luo Tianchu, Luo Tianquan, and Gu Bangxia also looked very upset. Luo Tianyi's face was even colder than ice, and her fingers subconsciously reached for her waist. Only when she didn't feel anything did she remember that she hadn't brought her sword tonight, otherwise she would have given that old hag a few strikes. Even Princess Gaoyang's expression was a bit awkward, her brows furrowed, and she cast an apologetic glance at Song Yan. My hands are itching, I really want to slap her face. Luo Yuheng took a deep breath and desperately held back. What lucky star? Don't spread these nonsensical rumors. Yanner just has some research in medicine. Tiangshuan used Yanner's medicine and her lung disease improved, that's all. Talk of the supernatural was something most people in this era believed in their hearts, but was absolutely forbidden to speak of openly. If it spread, it would harm Song Yan's reputation. He can even cure consumption. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions became strange. Even if you want to make up an excuse to support your son-in-law, find a better one. Even the divine physician Sun Shuji couldn't cure consumption. Could it be that Song Yan's medical skills are even better than Sun Shuji's? How old was he? Especially Song Yun, he curled his lips in disdain. Song Yan, he knew nothing about medicine. Just then, a young master in his 20s stood up, fanning himself. I didn't expect Brother Song, at such a young age, to be proficient in medicine. Coincidentally, I feel a bit unwell today. Why don't I ask Brother Song to examine me and see what my illness is? His words carried a hint of challenge, as if he really disliked Song Yan. Gu Bangxia sighed. This is Wu Chen, the son of Wu Hongwen, the Songzhou Sima. He once proposed to second miss and was so scared he claimed to have 28 lovers in a brothel and enjoyed married women. He's the one. Song Yan suddenly understood. Was this also a love rival? He finally understood why this person's gaze towards him was so full of hostility. Seeing Wu Chen approach, even extending his arm and exposing his wrist, Song Yan shook his head. Wu Chen immediately snorted. What, you don't even dare to take my pulse? The Kixi Festival gathering hadn't even begun. Originally, many young masters and young misses were gathered in small groups, whispering. At this moment, sensing the commotion, they all turned their gaze over. Their eyes held amusement and curiosity. Those expecting to see a joke were likely not few, especially Fang Jun and Song Yun, whose smiles grew wider. Brother Wu, tonight is the Kixi Festival gathering. How about you ask Brother Song for treatment another day? Don't make things difficult for him, Fang Jun said with a chuckle. On the surface, he seemed to be making excuses for Song Yan, but his words were full of mockery. I appreciate Brother Fang's kindness, Song Yan smiled. There's no need to wait for another day. Fang Jun's expression was somewhat awkward. Although he was being sarcastic, such direct confrontation truly gave him no face at all. The surrounding crowd also looked strange. Who would have thought that a son-in-law would actually have such courage? Song Yan ignored the gazes of the surrounding crowd and glanced at Wu Chen. There's no need to take your pulse. Are you feeling fatigued and weak recently, afraid of cold, experiencing incomplete urination, frequent nighttime urination, drowsiness, and night sweats? With each word Song Yan uttered, Wu Chen's expression changed. His eyes, initially disdainful, quickly turned serious and finally to shock. Not a single detail was wrong. Some symptoms, in fact, he hadn't noticed clearly before. But now that Song Yan mentioned them, he recalled them and realized they were indeed true. The crowd, who had been waiting for a laugh, all had strange expressions. No way, Could it be that this Song Yan really knows medicine? He can accurately describe Wu Chen's symptoms without even taking his pulse. Song Yun and Fang Jun were even more incredulous. Wu Chen, who had been standing ramrod straight, now bowed slightly, respectfully cupping his hands towards Song Yan. "Brother Song, what exactly is my illness?" "Alas," Song Yan sighed with difficulty. "This, perhaps it's better not to say." Originally, when Song Yan accurately described his symptoms, Wu Chen already felt a bit panicked. Now, seeing Song Yan's attitude, he became even more frightened. Could it be some incurable disease? Thinking this, he felt uncomfortable all over and his head throbbed as if pricked by needles. His heart grew even more anxious and he quickly grabbed Song Yan's hand. "Brother Song, you must save me." Song Yan pulled his hand away with some distaste. Being grabbed by a man's hand gave him goosebumps all over. The feeling was truly too awful. Then he beckoned to Wu Chen, and after he leaned his head in, whispered, "You have kidney deficiency." Song Yan glanced at Wu Chen with disdain. How could he even ask what illness he had? "Look at your dark eye circles, your unsteady gait, the way you look like your body has been hollowed out by wine and women. Any quack could tell you have kidney deficiency." Wu Chen was stunned. He had expected to hear names like wind illness, tumor, or wasting disease. Who would have thought it would be kidney deficiency? Calling this young master kidney deficient. What a joke. This young master lost his virginity to a maid at 13, and he has 17 or 18 maids around him with nights of revelry. How could he be kidney deficient? A man, how could he be called kidney deficient? His face instantly flushed red. "You boz." "But I can cure it." The angry curse got stuck in his throat. The word bastard ultimately couldn't be uttered. Perhaps the blockage was too uncomfortable, causing him to cough violently. After a few breaths, his face turned even redder, but his anger dissipated with a whoosh. Thinking of his beautiful wives and concubines at home, and how all 7 days combined amounted to less than a cup of tea's time, Wu Chen's expression became more respectful than ever. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Song Yan. "Brother Song, if you can cure my stubborn illness, you will be my reborn parents." "Aren't you afraid your father will beat you?" Song Yan smiled. "Brother Wu, this place isn't very suitable. How about you come find me another time when you're free?" Of course, of course." Wu Chen nodded cheerfully, agreeing. After all, this illness was a bit hard to speak of. If Song Yan were to pull out some tiger's penis or similar medicinal ingredient on the spot, wouldn't everyone know he had kidney deficiency? That would certainly not do. At this moment, Wu Chen no longer had any of his previous arrogance. He respectfully bowed again before retreating. This sudden change piqued the interest of many people, all wanting to test Song Yan's skill. As soon as Wu Chen retreated, another young master came forward. After a diagnosis, Song Yan's forehead was covered in dark lines. "Kidney deficiency. Kidney deficiency. Still kidney deficiency." 8 out of 10 young masters were deficient, which showed how decadent their daily lives were. It made sense. These young masters often lost their virginity at 13 or 14, and once they tasted it, they found it hard to control themselves. After a few years, it was already good if their bodies hadn't completely wasted away. Seeing these young masters' attitudes change from arrogant to respectful one by one, everyone exchanged glances. Who would have thought that the youngest and least favored illegitimate son of the Duke's mansion actually possessed such ability? A few simple words could make these unruly young masters submit. Coupled with Luo Yuheng saying he could cure consumption, he was a divine doctor indeed. In this world, the status of doctors was actually quite high. After all, the more noble and wealthy one's status, the more one cherished their life. All large families had family doctors, and even the main wife and family head treated them with considerable respect. If they were mistreated, it might mean living several years less. Those who could long hold positions of power were all shrewd individuals and would not make mistakes in such small matters. For a divine doctor like Song Yan, who could even cure consumption, his status as an illegitimate son was completely disregarded. Even aristocratic families would marry their daughters to him. In an instant, everyone's gazes towards Song Yan changed. They no longer held the previous disdain, but rather a touch of respect. Praises for Song Yan began to ring out, mostly commending his profound medical skills. Some even wanted to invite Song Yan to diagnose their elders after the Kixi festival gathering. Facing the sounds around him, Song Yan remained composed. He would not feel inferior due to others' disdain, nor would he become arrogant due to others' flattery. Looking at Song Yun again, many guests' gazes couldn't help but hold a bit more mockery, especially Wu Chen and Kui Xian, who were laughing the loudest. This Song family was truly foolish. Such a doctor, they actually married him off as a live-in son-in-law. Song Yun's face was ashen, feeling an unidentifiable rage in his chest. Why did he always lose so much face every time he appeared with Song Yan? Jiang Mayarajan, not seeing the result she desired, also looked quite displeased. She sullenly interrupted everyone's praise of Song Yan and announced the beginning of the Kixi Festival gathering. The entire Kixi Festival gathering was divided into 4 parts: zither, poetry, wine, and flowers. These were 4 of the 7 arts of scholars: zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, and flowers. There was no other way. The game of Go took too long, and essays and paintings couldn't be completed in a short time, so they had to be cancelled. Flowers referred to the courtesan's performance, not actual flowers. This point should not be mistaken. First, it was the zither. The person playing the zither was a courtesan from Quinniu brothel. The zither music was clear and seemed quite good. Song Yan didn't understand music too well, and his legs were getting a bit numb from kneeling for so long, so he slowly got up and walked towards the back. Not long after, footsteps were heard. It was Kui Xian. "Brother Kui, what exactly happened with the injury on your face?" Song Yan asked with some curiosity. In this Songju city, was there actually someone who dared to lay hands on Kui Xian? Weren't they afraid of being crushed to death by this second-generation rich kid's money? Kui Xian was about to speak, but accidentally pulled the wound on his face, immediately grimacing again. "Don't even mention it. After you left yesterday, cough, cough, because I was drunk and felt weak all over. I had no choice but to spend the night at Quinniu brothel. As I was preparing to leave at dawn, some bastard put a sack over my head, and I ended up like this." As he said this, Kui Xian suddenly felt a chill come from behind him. He shivered and subconsciously looked around, but found nothing. "Where are old Zhao and old Lu?" "They left this morning." When the piece ended, there were cheers and applause. The courtesan bowed gracefully and floated away. Next, it was poetry. Generally, the host would provide a topic, and various talented scholars would write poems and lyrics based on it. However, today being Kixi, the topic was fixed. As one scholar stood up and said, "I shall present my humble work first," the scene became lively again. Although everyone looked calm and composed, they were actually secretly competing, their facial muscles always tense during the evaluations. If someone could compose a good Kixi poem, it often attracted the attention of many young misses and young ladies, who would then proudly lift their heads. When it came to poetry, if all works reached a very high standard, it was actually difficult to distinguish between superior and inferior. However, if a work was clumsy, it was immediately obvious. Just like that person who wrote 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3, 4 pieces. Are you Aizen Jiaro Hongli? The style of Kixi lyrics was mostly mournful. No matter how they were written, they couldn't escape the theme of fleeting joy and the sorrow of separation. Yet those young misses liked this style the most. Many young ladies had red eyes and secretly shed tears, which made many talented scholars even more invigorated, as if making the young ladies cry was a remarkable achievement. "What's there to be sad about?" Kui Xian next to him rubbed his arm, as if trying to wipe away the goosebumps that kept appearing. Which one of these people doesn't have 5 or 6 maids around them? Some even have several wives and concubines, yet they're still here mopping around. Disgusting. The night deepened in this atmosphere. Many scholars brought out their proud works, prepared long in advance. Some of these Kixi lyrics even received recognition from several academic officials, and the Kixi festival gathering gradually reached its climax. It must be said that, though there are many excellent works here today. Suddenly, Fang Jun stood up and let out a long sigh, turning the topic to Song Yun. "It's a pity even all these excellent works combined still fall short before Brother Song's line. Falling flowers stand alone, light rain, a pair of swallows fly." Who knows if that line of poetry was even composed by Song Yun? Wu Chen snorted. He hadn't interacted much with Song Yun on a daily basis, so he naturally wouldn't offend this legitimate son of the Duke without reason. But now, Song Yan, who could save his happiness for the latter half of his life, was like a foster father, so he didn't care about so much. If I'm not mistaken, this line of poetry was first recited by the Divine Doctor Song. It started to get windy outside. Inside the hall, however, a heated debate erupted over who had actually composed that line of poetry. For a moment, it was as noisy as a marketplace, with some even arguing until their faces turned red. Just then, Song Yan lightly coughed, and the surroundings instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze landed on Song Yan, as if wanting to uncover the tangled truth. Even Song Yun was no exception, his body tensing instantly. He couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Although Song Yan seemed to have given him that line of poetry before, who could guarantee that Song Yan wouldn't go back on his word? What if he wanted to tell the truth here? Everyone, there's no need to argue. That line of poetry was indeed composed by my elder brother. I once accidentally entered my seventh brother's study and saw it among many poems. The moment these words appeared, Song Yun's entire body relaxed. He knew that from this moment on, that line of poetry completely belonged to him. Even if Song Yan changed his mind later, no one would believe him. For a moment, he even felt a surge of emotion deep inside. It truly was composed by Brother Song, haha, Brother Song has such literary talent. I just wonder if Brother Song has the complete poem. How about you bring it out for everyone to appreciate? Fang Jun clapped his hands and chuckled softly. A fine sweat had already beaded on Song Yun's forehead. His facial muscles were even a bit stiff from prolonged tension. Hearing this, he could only force out a dry, strained smile. It was just a chance excellent line, just a chance excellent line, but there is no complete poem. What a pity. I wonder if Brother Song has any other works today. How about bringing them out for everyone to enjoy? Kui Shian chuckled as he provided an assist. Song Yun's expression stiffened again. He had indeed prepared some poems for today, but those poems, which he had originally found quite satisfactory, paled in comparison to others. With that line of poetry preceding them, bringing these out would undoubtedly lower his status. Cough, cough, writing poetry requires inspiration. Today it's really. That's truly a shame. Oh, right, Brother Song, the little divine Dr. Song just said he'd been in your study and seen many poems and essays. How about? Kui Shian pressed on relentlessly. Song Yun's expression grew even stiffer. He finally understood what it felt like to have to use countless lies to cover up one lie. His voice even became a little hoarse. They are merely some clumsy works, not fit for refined company. There's no need to bring them out and offend everyone's ears. Let's not mention them again. Let's not mention them again. Scholars and literati held extremely good poetry in high regard. They believed that since Song Yun could compose such excellent lines as falling flowers stand alone, light rain, a pair of swallows fly, he naturally had other masterpieces. Seeing that they couldn't get what they wanted from Song Yun, and with Kui Shian egging them on, many people turned their attention to Song Yan, little divine Dr. Song. Because of his superb medical skills, no one paid attention to Song Yan reciting Song Yun's poem. You once entered Song Yun's study and looked through his poems. I wonder if there are any others, one person asked. Song Yan thought for a moment and then said, there is indeed another poem. Everyone's eyes lit up. Quickly recite it for us to hear. At this instant, Song Yun's heart was in his throat. He could even clearly feel the violent pounding in his chest. Song Yan didn't mind adding to Song Yun's reputation. Since he dared to attribute these two lyrics to Song Yun, he was confident he could reclaim them later. After a brief hesitation, Song Yan softly recited, now I know the taste of sorrow, want to speak yet hold back. Want to speak yet hold back, but say, what a cool autumn day. Although it was only half, and seemed to be just the lower stanza, one could still feel a sense of tragedy and desolation between the lines. Immediately, a chorus of praise arose. Good, good. As expected of Song Yun, this is another masterpiece. I think Brother Song Yun is the true Song family's killin' child. At this moment, Song Yun's entire body relaxed. He let out a heavy breath. Though he didn't know where Song Yan had gotten this lyric from at this moment, this lyric already belonged to him. That phrase, the true Song family's killin' child, directly sent a surge of hot blood rushing to Song Yun's head. After so many years, this was the first time he had received such praise. A smile bloomed on his stiff face. This is merely my playful work over praise indeed. Hearing these words, Song Yan's smile grew even wider. He truly couldn't escape the allure of fame. Haha, Brother Song is too modest. However, the little divine Dr. Song truly doesn't understand poetry. This is Chu Nar, a CI lyric poem, not a chic classical poem. However, this seems to be the lower stanza. I wonder what the upper stanza is. Song Yan smiled slightly. The upper stanza is, in youth one knows not the taste of sorrow, loves to ascend tall towers. Loves to ascend tall towers to compose new verses, feigns sorrow. As the area of effect attack was unleashed, Song Garden, which had been boisterous, fell into a deathly silence. A youth, not knowing the taste of sorrow, loved to ascend to the high tower. Loved to ascend to the high tower, and for the sake of composing new verses, feigned sorrow. Now, having tasted all the flavors of sorrow, he wishes to speak but refrains. Wishes to speak but refrains, instead saying, "The autumn air is pleasantly cool." This poem, not to mention compared to the masterpieces of the many talented scholars present, but even looking back 30 years, one would be hard-pressed to find a single one that could rival it. Logically, with such a potentially immortal poem appearing, the scene should have been filled with praise, but instead, there was a deathly silence. Pairs of eyes inadvertently swept over Song Yun. Some faces were filled with anger, some with sneers, and some with undisguised jealousy. No wonder Song Yun was drenched in cold sweat earlier and refused to present this poem. Was he afraid of a beating? This one verse insulted everyone present. After all, they had just eloquently lamented the sorrow of the cowherd and weaver girl in their poems. Even Fang Jun's face was extremely grim. He, too, had been lamenting, and using the sorrow of the cowherd and weaver girl as a pretext, he had extended his lament to the Enning country, where there were corrupt officials internally and powerful Xiongnu enemies externally, expressing sorrow for the nation and its people. That intention had elevated his work by more than one realm. He had been smugly pleased, but now his entire face felt as if it were burning, and he felt as if this slap had been aimed at him with the most force. For the sake of composing new verses, feigned sorrow. Could it be any more ruthless? Even the young misses from the inner chambers looked displeased, as these young misses wrote the most about boudoir laments and romantic sorrows. Song Yun's body had completely stiffened. The moment the line, for the sake of composing new verses, feigned sorrow, came out, he felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet straight to his head, his entire body feeling as if it had been frozen solid. In his mind, only one phrase remained: it's over. Completely over. He knew that from now on, there would be no place for him in the circle of scholars in Songju City. If word spread, he would become the target of public criticism in the entire Enning country's literary world. Who hasn't been young? Which scholar hasn't written a few poems expressing concern for the country and its people? He had been so mistaken earlier, thinking Song Yan was trying to build a good relationship with him, trying to win him over. He had even felt a moment of gratitude, but only now did he understand how malicious Song Yan's intentions were. He had used an invisible knife to silently pierce his heart. He, a good poem, indeed a good poem. Fang Jun's slightly dry voice finally broke the oppressive silence. He glanced sideways at Song Yun, a forced smile on his face. Brother Song is truly the Song family's killin' child. We only write poems and lyrics filled with lament and sorrow. Compared to Brother Song's realm, we are more than one level behind. I have been enlightened. That I have been enlightened carried a feeling of killing with words. Song Yun had coveted the title of Song family's killin' child, but now his body trembled and he just wanted to cry. Since there's such a masterpiece, Brother Song should have presented it earlier. Are we really petty people who would hold a grudge over a single poem? The speaker was Lu Tianrui, the young master of the Songju assistant administrator. His recent Kixi Festival gathering poem, Boudoir Affection, depicted the weaver girl's anxious wait for the cowherd in her boudoir, and then the reluctant parting and sadness of their separation, moving more than a dozen young misses to tears. Indeed, we are all scholars and should be broad-minded. This time it was Jai Wengshuan, the young master of the Songju assistant administrator, who spoke. Kixi Festival gathering poems often described from a female perspective, or a dual male and female perspective. He had been innovative, describing the cowherd's sadness of missing his beloved wife, but being unable to see her from his perspective, which also garnered a burst of praise. Everyone was praising him, everyone was expressing the same thing. Don't worry, we won't hit you. The sarcastic tone made Song Yun's scalp tingle. Seeing his demeanor, Song Yan smiled. Brother Cheyenne, what does this poem? Oh no, this lyric actually mean? Kui Cheyenne exhaled, glancing at Song Yun with a hint of pity. He was kind-hearted and decided to say a few good words for Song Yun. This poem is a satire, satirizing some phenomena among today's scholars. For example, some scholars have never been to the frontier, never ridden a war horse or wielded a sword, yet they write frontier poems. In the hall, several people blushed. It satirizes some scholars who spend their days in brothels and entertainment districts, yet pretend to worry about the country and its people. Including Fang Jun, a large portion of people blushed. It satirizes some people who haven't experienced anything, yet still act coy and dramatic about separation and death. Including the young ladies from prominent families, everyone blushed. Brother Song Yun is a man of noble character. He wrote this poem to criticize this phenomenon and to express his aspirations. He is ashamed to associate with such people. He even feels disgraced to read the same sages' books as them. Qiu Xian felt he was truly a good person. Look, he had praised Song Yun to the heavens. He definitely had to thank himself properly. Song Yun was indeed very grateful to Qiu Xian, so grateful that he was drenched in sweat, his face pale, especially when he saw the increasingly grim faces of the surrounding scholars. He trembled even more with agitation. Finally, Song Yun could no longer bear it. He suddenly stood up. This poem wasn't written by me. It was him. He pointed a finger at Song Yan. It was Song Yan who wrote it. He had, after all, lost his composure. At this moment, if he could have endured the pressure, although he would have offended people, he would have gained a good reputation. But in his fright, he made the most incorrect choice. It wasn't written by you? Fang Jun sneered. Since it wasn't written by you, why did you admit it earlier? Wu Chen also sneered. Do you think we are all fools? Moreover, isn't young Master Song, the divine physician, always confined to his courtyard and has never even attended the clan school? How could he have learned poetry and prose? Song Yun was sweating profusely in his anxiety. Everyone, this poem truly isn't mine. Enough. Just then, a scholar official, originally responsible for judging the poems of the many talented scholars, frowned and slammed his hand on the table. A true man dares to act. What kind of behavior is this? You have shamed all the students of Songzhu. It was Sun Yaod, the Songzhu Prefecture's education commissioner. Don't be fooled by Sun Yaod being just an old man. When he got angry, he was still very intimidating. Song Yun immediately became silent, not daring to speak. If you say this wasn't written by you, then you are falsely claiming another's poem. Such misconduct, once spread, will bring shame upon all the students of the entire Songzhu Prefecture. How will you serve the country in the future? These words were not alarmist. Ancient times loved to practice collective punishment. My Songzhu Prefecture cannot tolerate such a despicable and shameless person. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Song Yun's scholar status is revoked. You may return home. Waving his hand dismissively, Sun Yaod clearly did not wish to see Song Yun again. Unlike others, Sun Yaod believed Song Yun's words. After all, he had already been in the Quinyu brothel. Cough, cough, no, someone so timid and inconsistent, how could he have written such a timeless masterpiece? Most likely, he used some despicable means to force Song Yan to take responsibility for this poem. The position of education commissioner, neither big nor small, usually held no great power, yet it happened to oversee the students of a prefecture. The power to revoke a scholar's status was indeed within his grasp. Song Yun's body trembled violently. He had intended to make a name for himself at the Kixi festival gathering, but who would have thought that in the end, he would lose even his scholar status. This scene was so familiar, like when he lost his fiancée last time. As if all his vigor had been drained, Song Yun's entire person became much weaker and shorter, and his chest felt empty. The rustling sounds around him were barely audible. They were mostly mocking him. The gazes were like knives, piercing Song Yun's entire body with pain. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. His body was barely able to stand. Stumbling, he didn't even know how he walked out of Song Garden. His mind buzzed as if a death knell was echoing. As soon as he got outside, the cold wind blew, sobering him up a bit. He looked around. Damn it, the servant who came with him was nowhere to be found. He didn't know how to drive a horse carriage, so he gritted his teeth and ran towards the city gate. He couldn't stay in Songzhu any longer. Those young masters might not kill him, but a beating was probably unavoidable. However, what he feared was not those angry young masters. What he feared was Song Yan. He believed that Song Yan still had other methods, and it was certainly not as simple as just ruining his reputation. That person wanted his life. I am not good with alcohol, so I'm afraid I cannot stay and enjoy myself with everyone. I will take my leave now. On the other side, in the garden, Assistant Administrator young Master Lu Tianrui put down his teacup, stood up, and said these words. Then he cupped his hands to the people around him, turned and left, with several others following behind. They had clearly all been drinking tea earlier, so this excuse was rather weak. The Kixi festival gathering continued. Next up was wine tasting and appreciating the courtesan queen. However, everyone's minds were clearly not on these things. Lu Tianrui was just the beginning. Before long, several groups of young masters left one after another. Wu Chen, the Sima's legitimate son, Jai Wengshuan, the assistant administrator's son, and even Fang Jun had disappeared at some point. The once slightly crowded hall was now sparse, with a touch of desolation. As for what these young masters would do after leaving, it was an open secret. This era, from a historical perspective, was roughly during the Sui and Tang dynasties. Thinking about the world in his previous life, what were scholars like during the Sui and Tang dynasties? Although they couldn't compare to the fierce scholars of the pre-Qin and Han dynasties, they still practiced the 6 arts of a gentleman: rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. They were absolutely capable of killing enemies on horseback and governing the country off it. At this time, you definitely couldn't out-argue or even outfight a scholar. As for this world, the corruption of scholars was indeed a bit faster, but it wasn't too outrageous. Although not many of the 6 arts of a gentleman remained, there was still a bit of metal in their bones. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but how much better could Song Yun be? He spoke as if he wasn't a frequent visitor to the brothel, as if the poems he wrote before weren't full of worries. How could he be humiliated by a person of your caliber? When the banquet began, after casually drinking 2 cups, Song Yan also got up to leave. Luo Yuheng gave a look, and Luo Tianyi immediately followed behind her. When the courtesan queens came up to dance, the atmosphere of the Kixi festival gathering became lively again. Is that poem Ugly Slave really written by Song Yun? Suddenly, a voice pulled the topic back. With Song Yun's demeanor, I truly can't believe he could write such a lyric poem. It's really possible that this wasn't written by Song Yun. It was a courtesan who had just finished dancing and was resting. Hearing that there was inside information, a group of people gathered around, asking questions in a flurry. Actually, that "a lonely person among falling flowers, a pair of swallows in the light rain" wasn't a poem. It was a CI poem, once praised as the ultimate Linjiang Xian, immortal by the river. The courtesan said mysteriously, "I heard it from Sister Yushuang. You absolutely must not tell anyone else." One by one, they patted their chests and promised that their lips were sealed. Then in a short time, almost everyone in the entire Song Garden knew about the Linjiang Xian written by Song Yan. Why was it attributed to Song Yun? Of course, Song Yun, relying on his status as the legitimate son, forced it. How shameless. As for that ugly slave, does that mean we were scolded by Song Yan? A scholar said indignantly. So what if you were scolded? He can write 2 masterpieces, Linjiang Xian and Ugly Slave, both worthy of being passed down through generations. Don't you have the right to be scolded by him? You should look at what you've written. Exactly. My body. Brother Song is still a divine doctor. Can you guarantee that your elders will never need the young divine doctor Song? They were also scolded, but their attitude was completely different from when they targeted Song Yun. Indeed, people are fickle. Don't forget, Luo Tianyi has always been with her brother-in-law. Thinking of Luo Tianyi, everyone suddenly felt that being scolded by Song Yan was not a big deal. After all, it was just a few scoldings, and it wouldn't cost them their lives. As the host of the Kixi festival gathering, Jiang Maiajan was the lady of the house. Because her husband had just taken office, she originally wanted to use the Kixi festival gathering to build relationships with the upper circles of Songju Prefecture. But who would have thought it would become Song Yan's stage for fame? She actually had no feelings for Song Yan, but the fact that he was Luo Yuheng's son-in-law made Jiang Maiajan particularly uncomfortable. In short, she just couldn't stand to see Luo Yuheng doing well, especially watching Luo Yuheng's smug expression, which made her teeth itch even more. Princess Gaoyang beside her was softly chanting something. If one were closer, one would hear that it was the Linjiang Xian, and her eyes were somewhat infatuated. Song Yun still didn't know that the reputation of the Song family's killin' child he had just gained had vanished in the blink of an eye. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't have time to care about such things. At this moment, he was walking quickly. The location of Song Garden was a bit remote, on the other side of Songju, and returning to Ningping would almost require transmigration across the entire prefectural city. Although he wasn't completely idle, this journey had left him very tired. The sky was gloomy, as if it was going to rain again. The weather in Songju in summer was always so changeable. Night had fallen, and dark clouds obscured the bright moon, making it impossible to tell the exact time, but it was probably the hour of 2:13 a.m. Few pedestrians could be seen on the road. The air was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Suddenly, a crackling sound began, and heavy rain fell from the clouds. Raindrops the size of beans hit his body, actually stinging a little. The road quickly accumulated puddles of various sizes, and occasionally a carriage rushing by would splash water everywhere. His clothes were also soaked and clinging to his body, which was uncomfortable. Song Yun exhaled and, after a brief rest, started his tired legs again, picking up speed. For some reason, he thought of Song Zhen. He thought he had used Song Yan's hand to bring down the fifth brother, but now, looking back, wasn't it Song Yan using his plan to cripple his enemy? Thinking of Song Yan wielding a court rod and breaking Song Zhen's arm and leg, Song Yun felt a chill in his heart. He knew that Song Yan's methods were far from just that. The wind howled like a ghost wailing. Just as he passed a secluded intersection, a figure suddenly darted out of the alley. The next instant, the corner of his eye caught sight of something like a sack being thrown over his head. It was too late to dodge, and his vision instantly went black. Song Yun was about to say something when, in the darkness, he felt a foot heavily kick him in the stomach. His body fell into the muddy water. Immediately after, countless fists and feet rained down on him. He couldn't speak anymore, only letting out painful groans. These people were vicious. Song Yun felt his bones were almost breaking, and his whole body was in indescribable pain. After an unknown amount of time, the beating gradually stopped, followed by a spitting sound. The filth probably landed on him. "Damn your mother, how dare you write a poem to mock this young master? Today I'll teach you a lesson." It was Lu Tianrui's voice. Did he really think scholars had no temper? Then came the creaking sound of a carriage. Song Yun's body lay in the muddy water, slowly wriggling. After a long time, he finally regained a little strength and struggled to crawl up from the ground, pulling at the sack with both hands, as if trying to remove it. However, Song Yun didn't know that several more figures had appeared in an alley on the other side. "It seems we're late. This Song Yun has already been beaten. He looks a bit miserable, young Master Wu. Should we still make a move? Since we've already come, it would be a shame not to give him a beating." Just as the sack was about to be removed from his head, with a thud, a blunt club struck Song Yun's head from behind. Song Yun felt his vision go black, and he fell to the ground again, almost unable to catch his breath. After an unknown amount of time, this group of people finally left, and then another group of figures appeared around him. "What should we do? He's been beaten so badly, I feel sorry for him. Since we've already come, if I don't give him a beating, others might think this young master is a coward." At some point, beating Song Yun had transformed from venting one's anger into an unspoken competition. The heavy rain in the middle of the night showed no sign of stopping. The curtain of rain isolated heaven and earth, and even the usually calm and gentle Yiluo River became turbulent. The pleasure boats were all secured to the bank to prevent them from being washed away by the flood. On the road, if there were a bright moon hanging in the sky, one would surely see a murky yellow. The accumulated water had already risen above his ankles. A figure like a giant maggot slowly wriggled on the ground. A groan seemed to emanate, but amidst the crackling sound of the downpour, it was not very clear. Song Yun couldn't even remember how many times he had been beaten. He could only vaguely distinguish a few voices. "Lu Tianrui, Wu Chen, Jai Wengxuan, and Fang Jun. Bastards, a bunch of bastards." He knew he would be beaten, after all. The line, forced to speak of sorrow when writing new poems, was too insulting, and scholars' tempers weren't always peaceful. Fights and brawls often occurred due to others defaming their reputation, or even just a contemptuous look. But he hadn't expected these people to be so vicious. Damn it, if he could ever rise to power, he would never forget this humiliation. Song Yun gasped for breath, struggling to sit on the road. He accidentally moved his injuries. His chest and left arm were burning with pain. At least one rib was fractured, and his left arm was probably dislocated. Time, like the muddy water beneath him, slipped away breath by breath. As the stinging pain in his body gradually numbed, his consciousness finally became clear. His situation was very bad. With the pouring rain and muddy roads, it was almost impossible to run back to Ningping. Even if he survived, he might suffer a serious illness. A serious illness could cost him his life. Perhaps he should find a place to shelter from the rain and then find a medical clinic after daybreak. Thinking this, Song Yun found that it was truly quiet around him, and he no longer heard any footsteps. His heart eased a little, and only then did he reach his hand out of the sack. The sack was completely soaked and very heavy, making it quite difficult with only one arm usable. After struggling for a long time, he finally pulled the sack off his head. The suffocating feeling dissipated, and at this moment, Song Yun was even a little joyful. However, before his lips could even curl into a smile, he noticed a faint light, which entered his eyes through the hazy rain curtain. The expression on his face stiffened. He slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of the faint light. It was an oil lamp. The lampshade blocked the rain, so it hadn't gone out. Two figures came into view. On the left was a woman, her arm raised to shoulder height, grasping a large umbrella in her fingers. However, in such heavy rain, the old paper umbrella was not of much use. The faint light of the oil lamp shone, and it was also misty inside the umbrella. Beside her was a slender man. His gaze moved up little by little, and that familiar face came into view. Song Yun's mouth slowly opened. "You've come." The person he feared most had finally arrived. Whoosh, whoosh. His ankles scraped through the muddy water as he drew closer. Under the light, Song Yun's current appearance was clearly visible. His entire face was bruised, blood still oozed from his nostrils, and his hair was disheveled, making him look like a beggar, truly a sorry sight. Is Mr. Zin Kiji's poetry something you are capable of appreciating? Zin Kiji dared to write, forced to feign sorrow for new verses, partly because the scholars of the Song dynasty had become corrupt and decadent. Of the 6 arts of a gentleman, rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics, all but calligraphy had long been abandoned. On the other hand, it was also because Zin Kiji possessed the courage to infiltrate enemy camps and take heads, unafraid of other scholars challenging him to a duel. Can you, Song Yun, do that? He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his nostrils, but it was of little use. It mixed with the rainwater and entered his lips, tasting salty. Seeing me like this, are you happy? Song Yun bared his teeth. Is this the outcome you wanted? You started planning this a long time ago. Now that it had come to this, some things in his mind gradually became clear. That day, in front of the Quinniu brothel, you deliberately left that poem. Song Yan nodded silently. The sudden attribution of that poem to me was also orchestrated by you. Song Yan nodded again. You want to ruin my reputation, you bribed Sun Yaod, letting that old man strip me of my Ziyukai title. You want to kill me. If an ordinary person dies, the local county yamen usually investigates. But a Ziyukai is different. Once a scholar with a title dies, the investigation level is raised by 1 rank. At the very least, it becomes a provincial-level judicial investigation, and if no conclusion is reached, personnel can even be seconded from the Ministry of Justice. Are you worried that more capable investigators will trace it back to you? Song Yan blinked. Was that really the plan? How did I not know? By the way, who is Sun Yaod? That old man. If Song Yun hadn't mentioned it, he really wouldn't have known that stripping Song Yun of his title would have such benefits. Song Yan smiled. There wasn't that much planning, most of it just happened naturally. I truly don't know that, Sun Yaod. You are the Duke's legitimate son. Once you die, it will inevitably cause a stir, and Songju Prefecture will certainly investigate thoroughly. Although I believe I haven't left any evidence, it's always better to be careful. So, I plan to involve those young masters, which would greatly broaden the scope of the matter. Among these young masters are the prefect's son, the assistant administrator's son, the Saima's son, the assistant administrator's son. The fathers of these people hold core power in Songju. Once the matter of them beating you is exposed, it will be like mud falling into trousers. Whether it's feces or not, it will be treated as such. This way, the investigation might just fizzle out. In the end, they'll casually pin it on a robbery and murder, pull a death row inmate from prison for execution, and the matter will likely be closed. Song Yun's face was grim. The cold from the rain, the sharp pain of broken bones, and the faintness from continuous bleeding made him increasingly uncomfortable. How could you be so sure I would fall for it? Song Yan sighed. Before Yang Myoking entered the Duke's mansion, you were probably the most difficult among the few people in the Duke's mansion. You are not greedy for wealth, nor are you lustful. But you are greedy for fame. You grew up in the shadow of Song Ji. Yang Myoking and Song Hongtao often compared you to Song Ji, and your tutor often mentioned the Song family's Kilin child to you. More than any other brother, you hoped the title of Kilin child would fall upon you. You didn't deny that the poem was yours, so I was certain that when a poem no less brilliant appeared before you, you absolutely couldn't control the greed in your heart. Song Yun's lips twitched slightly. Why target me? There is clearly no deep hatred between us. Heh heh, Song Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. You wouldn't actually think that dozens of planks are easy for a child to endure, would you? That truly could be fatal. Moreover, you are very dangerous. Song Yan paused before speaking again. Compared to you, I'd rather face an idiot like Song Zhen. Those 6 people earlier were arranged by you, weren't they? You not only wanted to kill me, but also wanted to abduct Ban Zia. Just a mere maidservant. But to me, she is very important. It was too late. Even Song Yan couldn't help but feel a little tired, letting out a small yawn. Song Yun didn't shout. He knew it was useless. If you kill me, father won't let it go. Heh. Song Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. For the first time, his gaze towards Song Yun held a touch of pity. My foolish brother, you wouldn't actually think that if you die, father would be very sad, would you? Believe me, that won't happen. Perhaps in front of others, father will cry profusely and then swear to find the murderer to avenge you. But when night falls, he will definitely roll around in bed, hugging his quilt, and then, unable to hold back his laughter, he will only be able to let out muffled grunts like a pig. He wants to see you dead more than anyone else. Perhaps father will even strongly demand an autopsy on you, just to see your body torn to pieces. Song Yun's pupils trembled violently. No, this is impossible. Why would father do this to me? Song Yan stood up, looking down at Song Yun with a cold gaze. Because you are a bastard. Rumble, rumbles. In the sky, a clap of thunder exploded. A silver lightning bolt tore through the dark night, like a giant hammer striking Song Yun's heart. His body trembled. Bastard! What nonsense was he spouting? Had he gone mad? Song Yan's expression remained cold. Perhaps because too much had accumulated in his chest, he had a lot to say. However, as long as he had Zhang Long and Zhao Hu guarding the 2 forks leading to this area, and Luo Tianyi hidden in the shadows, he mostly didn't need to worry about the villain dying from talking too much. He wanted Song Yun to die. Not just a physical demise, but a collapse of his soul. Indeed, Song Yun's face twisted into a knot in an instant, becoming as hideous as a demon, and his throat made rasping sounds as if a beast was roaring. Bastard! How could I be a bastard? I am father's legitimate son. Even if there truly is a bastard, it's you, the concubine's son. The roaring sound echoed around, but unfortunately this location was remote, and with the pouring rain, it was impossible for anyone to hear. Song Yan wasn't angry. A cold smile hung on his face the entire time. He watched Song Yun's collapse with the same eyes one would use to watch a monkey. That gaze seemed to have the power to penetrate everything, stirring an unspeakable fear in Song Yun's chest, and his curses gradually weakened. Only after Song Yun calmed down again did Song Yan speak indifferently. Do you know why Yang Myoking dotes on that good-for-nothing Song Zhen so much? Not to mention Song Hui, the legitimate eldest son, or Song Ji, the Killin's son. Even you and Song Lu are much stronger than Song Zhen. But why is it that the combined favor you 7 received doesn't compare to Song Zhen? Song Yun suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes blazing with a nearly insane light. Oh, don't doubt it. Song Hongtao might not be your biological father, but Yang Myoking is absolutely your biological mother. Be happy, at least half of your parents are biological. This was indeed something worth being happy about. There was a person named Yang Zhen. He was clearly from the Hui Long Yang clan, but he lived in the Langya Yang clan from a young age, and grew up with the legitimate young miss of the Langya Yang clan. They spent almost every day together. As young men and women at the age of first love, some different feelings would always arise. Just when the girl came of age and she thought she could live a happy life with the man, the family suddenly decided to marry her to the son of a duke. Song Yan's voice was very calm, as if he was just telling a story, but Song Yun's body trembled slightly. She was very sad but helpless, after all. She had been instilled with the idea of putting family first since childhood. Your mother married Song Hongtao just like that. Song Yan stretched, and the oil lamp in his hand swayed. You are the Duke's legitimate son. You know very well that for someone like you, marriage is never something you can decide, right? They didn't even meet once before marriage. After marriage, as they spent more time together, feelings gradually developed. Throughout any country, throughout the Central Plains, how many couples are like this? But your mother was clearly not such a woman. Her heart held only Yang Zhen, and for her husband there was only an unresolvable hatred. Impossible, Song Yun roared in a low voice. He seemed to be refuting, but a hint of weakness ultimately emerged in his tone. Song Yan, however, didn't care about Song Yun's feelings. Instead, he smiled and said to himself, although I think she has no reason or right to hate Song Hongtao, don't you think that in some ways Song Hongtao is actually the most pitiful one? He happily married a wife, but the woman beside him only had another man in her heart. Isn't that like having a cuckold on his head all the time? How pathetic. Shouldn't the one she truly hates be the Yang family, who deliberately tore them apart? But your mother hated Song Hongtao to death. This hatred seemed to trigger her rebellious psychology. She wanted to retaliate against Song Hongtao, so she found a wild man. Shut up, Song Yun roared, his face contorted. His gaze toward Song Yan filled with venom, wishing he could dismember Song Yan into 1,000 pieces. Heh heh, even rabbits don't eat the grass around their burrows. But the wild man your mother found was actually Song Hongtao's own younger brother, Song Jincheng. That is, your second uncle, or perhaps your biological father. After all, according to those three old women, Liang Kaiyofeng and Lai Qiuju, Yang Myoqing's trysts with Song Jincheng far exceeded the times she shared a bed with Song Hongtao. So whether you few are Song Jincheng's sons or Song Hongtao's sons, it's really hard to say. In Song Hongtao's heart, anyway, all of you have been branded as bastards. I told you to shut up, Song Yun howled like a madman, but even the most venomous gaze couldn't hide the deep-seated fear within him. Being the Duke's legitimate son had always been Song Yun's proudest identity. He couldn't accept becoming a bastard. Your mother enjoyed this perversion, and also the excitement of fooling Song Hongtao, immersing herself in it irresistibly. Unfortunately, Song Jincheng couldn't stay in the Song family forever, especially after he became the Minister of Revenue. He basically stopped coming back. Your mother had no choice but to find new outlets for her emotions, which was to kill Song Hongtao's women, one after another, and Song Hongtao's sons. So those concubines died, one after another. Of the 4 concubine-born sons, only I am left. Several concubine-born daughters were married off at 11 or 12, sent to those dirty families to suffer. Even my elder sister disappeared. Your mother wants to make Song Hongtao childless and heirless. This is her revenge against Song Hongtao. Granny Zio said that every time someone died, your mother would be so excited she couldn't sleep for days. Our lives are merely tools for your mother to seek thrills. How tragic is that? As if recalling something, Song Yan fell into a brief silence. Around them, only the pouring rain continued, the entire world as gloomy as hell. Silver lightning bolts constantly tore through the sky, flickering on Song Yan's face. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and the rain curtain connecting heaven and earth tilted uniformly, slapping his face below the old paper umbrella with a burning sting. Even with the lampshade blocking it, the oil lamp's flame flickered violently, as if it could extinguish at any moment. About 20 years ago, Yang Zhen suddenly appeared at the Duke's mansion. Song Yan's voice sounded again, unlike the wild wind and rain around them. It was as calm as ever, like a trickling stream yet exceptionally cold. Only this time he appeared as a distant cousin from the Huilong Yang clan, and then your mother became pregnant. This time she became pregnant with Song Zhen. Now you understand why your mother only dotes on Song Zhen, right? Because in her eyes, only Song Zhen is the child of her and her lover. Only Song Zhen carries the pure Yang family blood, and only he is worthy of her maternal love. You Song Lu, Song Hue, Song Ji, the oldest, the youngest, the smartest, in your mother's eyes, there's no difference between you. You're just like us concubine-born sons, no, perhaps even worse than us concubine-born sons. Your existence, to Yang Myoking, is like proof of her ugly and painful past. Originally, once all those concubine-born sons and daughters died, it would be your turn. This sense of thrill is unstoppable. In other words, you were probably safe before I died. But Song Zhen's leg is broken and his arm is crippled. Yang Myoking had to plan ahead because only if all the other heirs die can the current Song Zhen be qualified to become the Duke. Thus, the Duke Song Manor would become the Duke Yang Manor. Song Yun's body trembled violently. Only at this moment did he finally understand that he would never be able to sit in that position, and his mother would never truly favor him. From beginning to end, he was a pathetic fool. He didn't want to believe it, but deep down, he had already accepted it. The strength drained from his body and his once straight back slumped. Trails of water rolled down his face, whether rain or tears he didn't know. Pain or numbness. You will definitely die today, but probably not by my hand. Is it Song Zhen? As expected of seventh brother so smart. Song Yan praised, but Song Yun wasn't happy at all. You deliberately used me to cripple Song Zhen. You can't hide it from Yang Xiao. They know everything, but no one said anything, watching you fawn over Yang Myoking. Do you know what a clown is? It's a profession where someone smears their face with colorful grease paint and deliberately makes exaggerated expressions and movements to make others laugh. Perhaps in their eyes, you are the clown. Yang Myoking pretended to be moved by you, letting you attend the Kixi festival gathering. It seemed to give you a chance to shine, but Yang Zhen? Oh, Song Zhen also came. A green jade pendant appeared in Song Yan's hand. Occasionally, lightning would flash, and the jade pendant would emit an eerie, cold glow. Song Zhen returned it to me in front of Song Hongtao. He still has one in his hand. He naturally knew about Song Zhen returning the jade pendant. At the time, he was still a little puzzled as to why his mother would specifically do such a trivial thing. Now it all made sense. His mouth involuntarily stretched into a bitter smile. So at that time, his mother had already planned to use his life to trap and kill Song Yan. Even though his plan against Song Zhen hadn't been executed yet, and Song Zhen was still completely unharmed then. Was his heart in pain? Perhaps so. One of his hands was on his chest, as if clutching something tightly. Even his breathing became rapid and short, turning into a wheezing sound, probably due to blood clots accumulating in his throat. Just then Gu Bangxia frowned slightly as if sensing something. Master, someone is coming. Song Yan looked up into the distance, but it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. The heavy rain obscured everything. It's a little later than I expected. He withdrew his gaze and smiled at Song Yun. I won't disturb you two brothers meeting. After all, you are biological brothers, and my presence as an outsider would be somewhat an eyesore. Although they didn't share the same father, they did share the same mother, so calling them biological brothers shouldn't be a problem. Song Yan and Gu Bangxia then turned and left. The curtain of rain blocked the view, and soon their figures were no longer visible. Song Yun did not try to escape. On one hand, it was due to the physical torment. With a broken leg and excruciating pain in other parts of his body, he couldn't run away. On the other hand, perhaps it was because his heart had already died. Of course, it might also be for that tiny bit of hope remaining in his heart. Moreover, Song Yan would not let him leave alive. If he truly had a chance to escape, Song Yan would appear before him at any time, like a spectator, hidden in some corner, watching the story he had personally crafted unfold. As if his soul had been drawn out, Song Yun sat motionless on the ground, letting the large raindrops pound his face and his body soak in the water. A long time must have passed. Splash, splash, splash. Finally, some different sounds emerged from the heavy rain. His lowered head finally lifted. Song Yun turned to look, and several figures appeared in the blurry night rain. Seventh brother, why are you here? And in such a sorry state? When that familiar, yet somewhat mocking voice entered his ears, Song Yun's last glimmer of hope vanished. He had orchestrated Song Zhen's incapacitation. From Song Yun's perspective, he had done nothing wrong in this matter. It wasn't just his mother's favoritism. It was also because the spoiled Song Zhen was a scourge to the Duke's mansion, and sooner or later he would bring disaster upon the Duke's mansion. He had pointed the finger at his mother, but only wanted to diminish her authority a little. In his heart, the thought of harming his mother had truly never appeared. But in his mother's eyes, his life's only value seemed to be to pave the way for Song Zhen. As they drew closer, Song Yun finally saw clearly there were 5 people. Song Zhen was sprawled on one of their backs, his entire body drenched and looking somewhat miserable. Although he had a straw cape in such a downpour, its use was negligible. He completely disregarded what his injured arm and leg would become after being soaked in the heavy rain. Up close, only his face was a twisted mask of hatred, malice, and twisted satisfaction. Song Zhen got off the ground. Although he only had one leg to support his body, he still, with the help of 2 people, walked in front of Song Yun. Song Yun knew all of those people. They were the people Yang Xiao brought from the Yang family when she entered the Duke's mansion. Actually, Song Zhen didn't have to be so miserable. He had prepared another carriage and quietly followed Song Yun when he left Song Garden. Who knew that not long after the carriage set off, the axle of one of its wheels broke. In the middle of such a night, finding a repairman was not an easy task. Several subordinates originally wanted to send Song Zhen to a safe place and then deal with Song Yun alone, but Song Zhen refused. Some things he had to complete himself. Seeing Song Yun's pathetic state, Song Zhen suddenly laughed, his cackling echoing in the rain. 7th brother you have this day too. That surge of hatred seemed to rush directly to his head. Beat him. 2 subordinates rushed over. One of them kicked Song Yun in the chest, sending Song Yun's body sprawling to the ground, splashing water everywhere. A snapping sound seemed to be heard. It was probably another rib, or several ribs breaking in his chest. Immediately following, feet repeatedly landed heavily on his body. Even though Song Yun tightly closed his mouth, he still couldn't help but let out muffled groans. Amidst the frantic beating, Song Zhen's almost insane roars were interspersed. Song Yun, you bastard! You harmed me. I always thought you were my best younger brother, but what about you? You caused me to lose an arm and a leg. You turned me into a cripple. Crippled. 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 That was the most hoarse howl, echoing in the heavy rain. Boom, crack. A silver chain of lightning brought a momentary flash of light to this dark world, illuminating a face like that of a vengeful ghost. Song Zhen panted heavily. After a long while, he waved his hand. Stop. The 2 black-clad subordinates then temporarily let go of Song Yun. He looked even more miserable than before. His nose was already crooked, possibly broken, and blood gushed out. Even his ears seeped traces of blood. He kept spitting out bloody foam, which was quickly washed away by the rain. His 2 arms struggled to prop himself up, but after a long effort he gave up, simply lying on the ground, gasping for chi. I once swore that the torment I suffered, I would return 2-fold. As he said this, a man in black picked up a stone and handed it to Song Zhen. It was half the size of a head, enough for the purpose. Another person helped Song Zhen squat in front of Song Yun. My dear younger brother, do you have anything you want to say? Song Yun grimaced. He had considered whether to tell Song Zhen what Song Yan had told him. However, this brief moment of thought in Song Zhen's eyes was a refusal. His sinister eyes flashed with ferocity, and in the next second, Song Zhen's only remaining left arm was raised high. Bang! The stone smashed onto Song Yun's elbow. Crack! Human bones, compared to stone, were still not hard enough. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Song Yun's arm immediately bent in a strange way. Ah. Such pain was unbearable for Song Yun. His body curled and twitched, letting out his first scream of agony. He could clearly feel the shattered bones piercing into his flesh, feel the muscles and skin tearing, and feel the tendons in his hand snapping. Watching Song Yun in such a state, Song Zhen panted, a nearly pathological smile on his face. Yes, this was the exact state. Once upon a time, he too had twitched and screamed like this. Then he raised the stone again. This time, the target was his knee. Crack! Song Yun's body arched violently, his mouth wide open, but he could no longer make a sound. At this moment, a jolt of electricity seemed to surge through Song Yun's body, causing him to convulse. His knee was very hard, but it still shattered against the stone. The stone was already stained with some blood and flesh, which was quickly washed away by the heavy rain. Seeing Song Yun's state, Song Zhen's body shivered and an indescribable pleasure instantly swept through him. He felt a layer of goosebumps all over his skin. That's it, that's it. If his body hadn't been unsuitable, he might have even danced with joy. His maniacal appearance made even the servants shudder, but their lives were in the Yang family's hands. Let alone Song Zhen merely breaking Song Yun's limbs. Even if he gnawed off Song Yun's flesh bit by bit, they would only watch in silence. Seeing Song Zhen seemingly wanting to get up, one person quickly supported Song Zhen's arm. Song Zhen circled around and appeared on Song Yun's other side, a fierce glint in his eyes. Slap, slap, crack, crack. Two more crisp sounds, and Song Yun's remaining arm and leg were also crippled. If Song Zhen was a cripple, he was at least still a human. But for Song Yun, even if he survived, he might not even be considered human. Both his knees and elbow bones were completely shattered, which was simply beyond the medical capabilities of this era. Even so, Song Zhen still didn't drop the stone in his hand. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Song Yun. Song Yun's screams were like the most beautiful sound in the world, more exciting to him than the moans of a maid on the bed. The painful expression, the twisted body, these were the most captivating paintings in the world. Perhaps he had truly gone mad. He wanted to see fear, despair, and pleading on Song Yun's face. That would make him even more excited. However, Song Zhen was disappointed. It was very painful. He knew exactly what that taste was like, but from beginning to end, Song Yun's face didn't show the slightest hint of pleading. In fact, even his screams gradually weakened. Slowly, Song Yun's lips curved upwards. Although his body was convulsing from the pain, an indescribable expression emerged on his face. Was he smiling? Then Song Yun began to laugh, laughing exceptionally happily. He really wanted to know what kind of expressions Yang Mai-oking, Yang Xiao, and Song Zhen would have when they saw all their schemes fall through. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to see it. That mocking and chilling gaze sent shivers down Song Zhen's spine. Then he saw Song Yun's lips move, his mouth widening. In the haze, a faint, ghost-like voice seemed to be heard. Song Zhen. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. Song Zhen's body trembled violently, followed by a loud shout. The stone in his hand slammed against Song Yun's chest with a thud. Song Yun's eyes suddenly widened, his head jerking up nervously. A few seconds later, it fell into the water with a splash, utterly lifeless. Even so, Song Yun's eyes remained eerily wide, a mocking curve on his lips. In the howling cold wind, Song Zhen gasped for air. It wasn't his first time killing someone. He had never been afraid before, but this time he felt an inexplicable panic. Of course, there was no sadness. Even though they were biological brothers, when his own body was harmed to such an extent by Song Yun, what little brotherly affection there was vanished. His throat moved, and then he spat a mouthful of saliva at Song Yun's body. You got off easy. Song Zhen grumbled like that, and after a while he squatted down and reached out to check Song Yun's nose. Only after confirming there was no breathing did he relax. Then he pulled out a jade pendant from his pregnant, emerald green, with a plum blossom mark on it. His mouth couldn't help but spread into a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He pried open Song Yun's fingers and placed the jade pendant in Song Yun's palm. This jade pendant would be enough to pin the murder charge firmly on Song Yan. He was already eager to see Song Yan's surprised face when the constables came knocking. Imagining this, he laughed out loud like a fool. A man in black carried him on his back, stepping through the accumulated water and slowly disappeared into the alley. Not until Song Zhen and his group had completely vanished did several more figures appear beside the body. Song Yan, Gu Bangxia, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu. Song Yun was probably truly dead. His body showed no more movement. Blood gushed from his wounds and then dissolved into the accumulated water. Song Yan squatted down, pried open Song Yun's fingers, and took out the jade pendant. Then he took out a clump of something. It was a tuft of hair with scalp attached. He had originally intended to stuff it into Song Yun's palm, but after seeing the heavy rain and the accumulated water on the road, there was a risk of it being washed away. After a moment's thought, he pried open Song Yun's mouth and stuffed the tuft of hair into Song Yun's oral cavity. Having done all this, Song Yan drew Zhang Long's saber, weighing it twice in his hand. Don't worry, seventh brother, you won't be the only one. I promise, your whole family will be reunited. The flowing water stirred Song Yun's sleeve, and his palm also swayed gently in the water, as if waving to Song Yan. Then he swung his arm. Swoosh! A fine head was severed. Blood gushed out, mixing with the accumulated water, and vanished completely within 2 or 3 breaths. "Young master, what are you doing?" Zhao Hu was a little confused. Song Yan smiled. "When you're a person, you have to learn to finish the job." "Let's go." Glop plop. A slightly strange sound, mixed with the heavy rain, did not seem out of place. That was the sound of raindrops falling on the oil paper umbrella. The body floated quietly in the accumulated water. On a nearby rooftop, 2 figures silently watched everything. One person, dressed in white, tall and slender with a few dewdrops on her forehead. A strand of hair, wet with rain, clung to her cheek. Her face was covered by a veil, so her appearance was indiscernible, but her dark eyes shone brightly. As for the other person, her figure was a little fuller, and she wore a plain white Taoist robe. "Did you see that? That's your husband, you know, he kills without batting an eye. So do you regret marrying such a live-in son-in-law?" the Taoist nun teased from the side. "For me, it's not marrying, it's being married off." Perhaps because of coughing for too long, her voice was slightly hoarse. "How my husband is has nothing to do with me. If my husband is a scholar, I will grind the ink. If my husband is a bandit, then I will be the bandit chief's wife. I only know my husband saved my life, so I will protect him. But your body has only just improved a little due. This is precisely the duty of me, his wife. It should not be borne by my younger sister. Normally, isn't it the husband who protects his wife? But thinking about the strength of the woman beside her, Yushuang felt it was only natural. After all, there were only a handful of people in the entire Enning country whose strength could surpass hers. Of course, it wasn't the way Song Yan counted. He could count to 100 on his fingers. It was a pity that while practicing martial arts could make one strong, even the strongest martial arts couldn't cure consumption. Coughing day and night, her throat was almost torn and her voice was full of fresh blood. She couldn't even sleep. That kind of life was worse than hell. Therefore, Luo Tianxuan loved the man who saved her from hell more than anyone else. The 2 of them hadn't even met officially. Perhaps it couldn't be called love yet. It was just a twisted emotion born of gratitude. But this emotion was more intense than that of a couple who had lived together for many years. Zhang Long Zhao Hu and occasionally Yushuang would gather intelligence at the Duke's Song Manor, and Luo Tianxuan would also receive a copy. For Luo Tianxuan, even just watching and listening every day, knowing what her husband had done that day, would make her unable to help but laugh out loud. Yushuang had not seen Luo Tianxuan smile for many years. Her deep eyes, gentle yet indifferent, said, "Song Zhen needs to be left for my husband to kill. However, since Yang Myoking and the Yang family attempted to harm my husband, I cannot simply stand by. It's better to eliminate these dangers as early as possible. Those few individuals accompanying Song Zhen are quite strong, and they might still pose a threat to my husband. So let's kill them." As she spoke, Luo Tianxuan took a step. Her footsteps were light, but as her voice faded, she had already reached the roof of another house. "All this wife can do is ensure my husband has fewer enemies on his path to revenge." It was almost dawn when the heavy rain finally stopped. The accumulated water on the roads was gradually receding. The drainage facilities of ancient cities were, after all, somewhat inadequate. It would probably take a few days for Songju City to return to its original state. As soon as the sky began to lighten, groups of constables in yamen uniforms appeared on the streets. These constables were in quite a good mood, knocking on doors house by house. Unknowingly, they walked into an alley. A constable subconsciously glanced into the alley, and his pupils immediately constricted. In the alley, a body was floating in the sewage, bobbing up and down with the surging water. "Boss, look over there." The constable nudged his foreman's waist and whispered. The foreman frowned and glanced over. "It's just a dead person, what's the big deal? When does someone not die in Songju City?" What's more, it was after a heavy rain. Yesterday, the Yiluo River had flooded, and it was said that many brothel pleasure boats had been swept away. It was unknown if any courtesans were swept away. Compared to those, this one dead person was nothing much. "No, boss, look at his clothes," the constable reminded him again. Though impatient, the foreman still took another look, and his expression couldn't help but change. Although the accumulated water was murky and the dead body's clothes were filthy, some clean spots occasionally visible showed that the fabric was quite good. After a brief hesitation, the foreman finally led his subordinates over. As they got closer, they saw that the corpse's death was extremely gruesome, with all limbs twisted and knees and elbows completely shattered. The wounds had turned white and gray from prolonged immersion in the rainwater, showing signs of decay. A stone was pressing on his chest, and the area beneath the stone had already caved in. Looking further, there was a pale neck, clearly severed by a blade. In the corner, there was a spherical object, perhaps washed into the corner by the accumulated water. The foreman frowned deeply, hoping it wasn't some important figure. It was hard to finally have a flood, and now was a good time to make money. If a big shot died at this time, he was afraid he would be busy again. Thinking this, a constable quickly walked over. Not long after, a scream was heard. The constable stumbled backward as if tripping over something and sat down in the muddy water. "Boss, it's the seventh young master of the Song family." The foreman's mind buzzed, and his body swayed, almost fainting. The Song family? Which Song family? Throughout Songju City, there was only one family that could be called the Song family, the Duke's Song Manor. The legitimate son of the Duke's mansion was dead. This was trouble now. Quickly go inform the assistant administrator. Yulai Ind. The name was a bit vulgar, but it was considered the largest and best inn in Songju City. This night was naturally extremely exciting for Song Zhen. He lay in bed for almost half the night, his eyes wide open, constantly replaying the image of Song Yun before his death. He finally managed to close his eyes just before dawn, but he hadn't slept for long before being woken by a commotion outside, which greatly annoyed Song Zhen. "Yang De Yang Song Zhen called out. Those were the four people Yang Xiao had arranged to be by his side, named Yang De, Yang Yang San, and Yang Si. Although their names were casual, their strength was quite good. With a fifth-grade martial artist realm, they would be more than capable of occupying a mountain and becoming a bandit king, but in the Yang family, they could only be family servants. Normally, a single shout would bring someone to his presence, but today, after calling for a long time, there was no movement. However, there was a rustling sound outside the door, as if many people were talking, but it was unclear. Song Zhen cursed, struggled to sit upright in bed, then picked up the cane by the bedside and tucked it under his armpit, hopping towards the door. As soon as he reached the door, he pulled it open and something hit him in the face. Looking closely, it was a foot. Damn it, which bastard dared to step on this young master's face? He was the legitimate son of the Duke. Just as he was thinking this, a thought suddenly popped into Song Zhen's mind. What kind of foot would appear in midair? The next second, he saw four corpses hanging in front of the door. As the morning breeze blew, the bodies swayed. All four faces were contorted, their eyes bloodshot and wide open, staring at Song Zhen like vengeful spirits. Those four, who else could they be but Yang De and Yang Who could have imagined seeing such a scene upon waking? With a cry, Song Zhen was so scared that he fell back onto the ground. Immediately after, a foul smell arose, and his pants were already soaked. Songju City was not peaceful that day, but it had little to do with Song Yan for the time being. When he opened his eyes, clean water, a towel, a new toothbrush, and coarse salt were already prepared in his bedroom. After washing up, he felt light and refreshed. Sunlight streamed in through the window, carrying a hint of damp warmth. The sky, after all, had cleared again. Following his gaze out the window, the courtyard was still full of murky standing water, but under the sunlight, it shimmered with ripples. A figure came into view. It was a woman dressed in a white long dress standing on a slightly elevated ground. Her clothes fluttered, pure white and flawless. Although the courtyard was covered in mud, she remained untainted. As the morning breeze blew, it lifted the strands of hair by her ears, making her appear like a fairy. For a moment, he was in a trance, as if the woman before him gradually merged with his Zio Yizi, Luo Tiani. In a haze, her figure also bore some resemblance to the woman in the cave that day. But soon, he shook his head. Whether it was the woman in the cave that day or Luo Tiani, the woman in front of him appeared a bit thinner. Thinking this, Song Yan pushed open the door. Just as he was pondering how to speak, the woman in the courtyard seemed to hear the movement and turned around. A white veil covered her face, revealing only a pair of large, gentle eyes. The woman's face was very pale, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Her eye sockets were slightly sunken, revealing a hint of fatigue. However, that originally somewhat weary expression vanished the moment she saw him, and her dark eyes brightened. Then the woman bowed gracefully to Song Yan. Husband. Although he was already married, the address, husband, was quite unfamiliar to Song Yan. Currently, only one person would call him husband. Luo Tiangshuan. Song Yan was also a bit curious about this wife, whom he hadn't seen since their marriage, so he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Perhaps because she had been tormented by illness, Luo Tiangshuan was slender, and her complexion was slightly pale. Her face was covered by a veil, so her appearance couldn't be seen, but she naturally possessed an ethereal qi. Her eyes were large, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to praise them as autumn waters. After a brief pause, Song Yan reacted, "Young Miss Tiangshuan." A hint of playful reproach flashed in the woman's eyes. "Husband, why are you so distant? Just call me wife." After all, she was a woman, and such words made her somewhat shy. Through the veil, one could almost see a blush spreading across her pretty face. On our wedding day, my illness was still severe, and I was unable to meet my husband, leaving him to sleep in an empty room alone. I hope my husband will not blame me. Slept in an empty room alone. Foolish woman, do you know your husband was attacked on your wedding night? At first, he felt a little uncomfortable, as it was their first meeting, and he knew nothing of Luo Tiangshuan's personality or temper. To Song Yan, it was probably not as relaxed as when he was with Luo Tianyi. However, after a few conversations, this discomfort gradually disappeared. Song Yan could tell that she was a very gentle woman without any of the capriciousness of a royal lady. Fearing that her lung disease might infect Song Yan, Luo Tiangshuan did not approach him even when speaking, maintaining a certain distance throughout. Song Yan also knew that Luo Tiangshuan had arrived in Songzhou City last night, but seeing him already asleep when she arrived at Luo Manor, she didn't disturb him. In their conversation, although Luo Tiangshuan's voice seemed a bit unusual, she didn't cough frequently, suggesting that her pulmonary tuberculosis had improved significantly. Otherwise, Luo Tiangshuan wouldn't have left the small courtyard. Actually, it's not bad to occasionally leave the courtyard and take a walk. Lung disease requires air circulation. Being confined to one corner is actually detrimental to the condition, Song Yan said. Air, perhaps it was the first time she heard this word, Luo Tiangshuan was slightly puzzled. It means opening the windows for indoor ventilation. Keeping doors and windows tightly shut all day is not conducive to recovery. Then I shall listen to my husband. Having entered the Luo family, has my husband felt wronged? Luo Tiangshuan seemed to be carefully choosing her words. I can ask mother to go to the yamen and change the household registration back. Life here is much better than in Duksong Manor, so there's nothing to feel wronged about. But I feel I've let my husband down. My husband is very talented, but now he has become a live-in son-in-law. I already know about those 2 poems and lyrics he wrote, so who is Xiao Ping? If she's a girl my husband liked before, I can make the decision to let my husband bring her back to Luo Manor. How should he answer this? Not far away on a tree branch, a slender little foot lightly tapped the branch, her body seemingly a leaf growing on the branch, swaying up and down with the breeze. With her arms crossed, she held a long sword in her embrace. Who else could it be but Luo Tianyi? Her dark eyes watched the small courtyard from afar, unsure if she was looking at the scenery within or the people inside. They talked like this for a long time, and imperceptibly the sun grew warmer, the rising steam making one feel sticky. The topics discussed were just mundane household matters, with only the question of Xiao Ping being a bit tricky. Song Yan spent a long time explaining to Luo Tiangshuan that it was just a name he had made up on the spur of the moment. This process, however, inexplicably made them feel comfortable, as if a husband and wife should be like this. Cough, cough. A gust of wind blew, and Luo Tiangshuan coughed softly twice, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her small hand instinctively covering her lips. Husband, it seems I must go back. Once the discomfort in her chest gradually subsided, Luo Tiangshuan finally looked up, her eyes filled with reluctance. She nodded to Song Yan and turned to leave, a faint smile on her lips beneath the veil. She was not good with words, and though she had racked her brains to say so much to her husband, she was very happy. She didn't know if this was what was called happiness, but she wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. She heard from Yushuang that the Yang family had secretly infiltrated Duksong Manor with some people again. It might be to deal with her husband. She should just go and kill them. The first meeting with his wife ended just like that, without any grand drama or harsh criticism, just ordinary. Of course, Song Yan didn't dislike this ordinariness. On the contrary, even without seeing his wife's face, his first impression was quite good. His wife was very gentle, speaking softly and delicately, probably the kind of girl who couldn't bear to step on even a small insect. To spend a lifetime with such a girl wouldn't be bad. Thinking this, Song Yan smiled and walked towards the door. Although this was also Luo Manor, there were no servants here, and presumably all 3 meals were taken outside. Luo Yuheng was not in the residence, and he didn't know what she was doing. Even Luo Tianchu and Luo Tianquan were nowhere to be seen. He heard they had gone to a gathering with their classmates. It wasn't until he reached the entrance of Luo Manor that he saw Xiao Yizi leaning against the doorpost in a very graceful posture, her hands clutching her sword. Even upon seeing Song Yan appear, she merely coolly lifted her eyelids. "Where are you going? Mother told me to follow you." Due to yesterday's heavy rain, the temperature today was significantly lower, and the cool breeze that greeted them was refreshing. Looking up, the sky was clear and bright, with only white clouds floating in the firmament like blooming cotton. Songju City was much quieter today, with few people on the streets and most shops closed. Even the few that were open were mostly cleaning up goods soaked by the floodwaters. Unknowingly, they arrived at the Yiluo River bank, where traces of the overflowing river water could still be seen. The Yiluo River bank used to be the most prosperous place in all of Songju City, but now it was a mess. Such a fierce downpour as yesterday was probably rare in Songju City. Otherwise, not so many merchants would have opened their shops here. Many houses were swept away, bricks and tiles shattered, and adobe walls collapsed to the ground, resembling small hills. Fine streams of water carrying yellow mud flowed into the accumulated water through the cracks. In the turbulent river, broken wooden planks could occasionally be seen in calmer areas. Ultimately, a flood had been triggered. Although the rain didn't last too long, it was incredibly heavy. Fortunately, such floods come and go quickly. Now the Yiluo River's surface has receded below the banks, and as long as there isn't another torrential rain in a short period, there shouldn't be any problems. Some people were digging through the ruins, and from time to time, cries and wails could be heard, perhaps from families whose loved ones had been swept away by the flood. Hearing such sounds, his previously good mood sank. From ancient times to the present, natural disasters like floods and earthquakes have always been terrifying. Even the martial artists of this world appear exceptionally small in the face of natural calamities. A commotion came from ahead. Looking up, they saw a group of uniformed constables with curved sabers at their waists. They walked up to those who were either rescuing people or salvaging property in the ruins and patted them on the shoulder. When those people saw the officials, they each pulled out a tael of silver or broken silver from their pockets. Even those who were wailing loudly were no exception. Before long, the constables arrived in front of the two. "You two, old rules, 2 people, 2 taels of broken silver." Song Yan was momentarily unsure of the situation, but Luo Tianyi beside him had a stern expression. She raised her right hand and slapped a railing on the riverbank. Crack! With a crisp sound, the solid wooden railing instantly shattered into dust. Song Yan's heart trembled slightly. The constables' faces turned ashen, and they dared not mention the 2 taels of silver again. They bypassed the two and rushed straight towards their next targets behind them, as if they had seen nothing. "What's going on?" Luo Tianyi frowned, her face filled with deep disgust. "Flood relief silver." The flood, of course, couldn't affect the truly important figures. The Jai family. In the residence spanning over 10 acres, nearly 100 servants were busy clearing accumulated water and mud. Although an assistant administrator was not considered a very high-ranking official, his position was not elevated, but his control over criminal law made him quite influential. Jai Cheng was leisurely sipping his tea. Although a bit spicy, it was refreshing and invigorating. Those lowly commoners called it medicinal soup, a description Jai Cheng scoffed at. How could the subtle delights of tea be appreciated by those mud-footed peasants? Due to the heavy rain, the prefectural office had been closed for half a month, leaving him with leisure. Across from him was Jai Wengshuan, the Jai family's only son. Jai Cheng was quite satisfied with this son. Though young, he already possessed some talent. Passing the scholar exam this year, becoming a Jurin before 30 and a Jinchi before 40 should be no problem. One shouldn't think that becoming a jinchi at 40 is poor. How easy is the imperial examination? The only drawback was his temperament. Perhaps because he came from an official family, he had a somewhat irritable temper and couldn't tolerate even the slightest loss. Just like now, that Song Yun, what kind of person is he? He actually dared to write a poem cursing me. That very night, I and a few classmates took advantage of the darkness and gave him a good beating. Father, you don't know how badly that guy was beaten. Jai Cheng had also heard that poem. Young men writing poetry and filling in lyrics to cultivate their sentiments was quite normal. But that line, "For the sake of new verses he feigns sorrow," was perhaps too harsh a rebuke. Just then, a hurried footsteps came from the front courtyard. It was a constable who, by the time he ran to Jai Cheng, was already panting, with a wheezing sound audible in his throat. "Master, something bad has happened." Jai Cheng's face darkened. He was a mild-mannered person and utterly disliked such impetuousness. "What's bad? Can't you say something auspicious? Panicking like this, what kind of decorum is that? How do I usually teach you? When something happens, you must remain calm. Even if the sky falls, I, your master, will hold it up." "Song Yun is dead." Crash! The teacup in Jai Cheng's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. His usual mildness and composure vanished instantly. The sky truly fell. He couldn't hold it up. When Jai Cheng helplessly realized that the sky had fallen, he felt a bit overwhelmed. The next moment, Jai Cheng suddenly turned his head to look at his son, Jai Wengshuan. Startled by his father's glare, Jai Wengshuan was first stunned, then seemed to realize something, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, his body involuntarily trembling. Song Yun was dead, and he, the previous night, had led men to beat Song Yun. Could it be? A certain thought in Jai Wengshuan's mind made his face turn deathly pale. Although beating Song Yun the previous night felt satisfying, it was just a moment of scholarly impulsiveness, fueled by anger. No matter what, Song Yun was the legitimate son of the Duke's mansion. If he truly died, the matter would become serious. His father was, after all, only an assistant administrator. Although he held real power, his status was far inferior to that of a duke. Moreover, that duke also had a younger brother who served as the Minister of Personnel. If this were traced back to him, not to mention his father, even the entire Jai family might not be able to protect him. Beating and killing, the difference between them was immense. Jai Cheng, however, quickly suppressed the agitation surging within him. "Are you sure the deceased is Song Yun? How did he die?" Initially, his voice was somewhat unusual, but by the end, it had regained its composure. "It's been confirmed it's the Song family's 7th young master." The bailiff's face was also somewhat pale, as if thinking of the gruesome state of the corpse. His stomach churned, almost making him vomit. "As for the cause of death, the preliminary judgment is that he was beaten to death." Jai Wengshuan's body trembled again, his face turning even paler. All his limbs were broken, his flesh torn, his chest crushed by a stone. He must have suffered torture before dying, and then his head was cut off. Upon hearing this, Jai Wengshuan, who had been very scared, suddenly had his eyes light up. "Father, that wasn't me." "Shut up!" Before Jai Wengshuan could finish speaking, Jai Cheng suddenly roared, then handed the bailiff a silver ingot. "Go to Ningping and inform the Duke." The bailiff happily accepted the silver and left. Only then did Jai Cheng glare fiercely at Jai Wengshuan. "Idiot, what should be said and what shouldn't? Do I still need to teach you such things?" "What exactly happened?" Jai Wengshuan no longer cared about his father's scolding. "Father, I only beat him up. I didn't break his limbs, nor did I cut off his head. When I beat him, his head was covered with a sack, so he definitely wasn't killed by me." Jai Cheng's eyes narrowed into a slit, and he pondered for a long time. "Yesterday, besides you, did anyone else lay hands on him?" "Yes, I encountered 2 other groups on the road, Wu Chen and Lu Tianrui. It is said that Fang Jun also got involved." "Father, do you think it could be them?" "Wengshuan, remember, you were simply too tired, so you left the Kixi festival gathering early to return to the mansion to rest. You didn't encounter anyone. Only in this way can you be cleared." Jai Wengshuan was a bit puzzled. "Why is that? Perhaps the people after me." "No, the people after you will say that when they encountered Song Yun, his limbs were broken and his head was severed. They merely considered their friendship with you and covered for you." Jai Cheng sighed. This son's mind was still a bit too simple. He waved his hand, seemingly a bit powerless. "Go to these families and inform them of Song Yun's death. I believe these old foxes all know what to do." Just then another hurried sound of footsteps came. Looking up, it was another bailiff. Jai Cheng's brow twitched. "Lord Jai, this is bad." Sure enough, the voice carried over from a distance. Jai Cheng sighed, too tired to criticize the bailiff for his lack of composure. "Speak, what else has happened?" "Lord Jai, in the city, in the room where the Song family's fifth young master was staying at the inn. 4 corpses were discovered hanging at the door this morning." "Damn it, why is it the Song family again?" "Silver for water management." In Songju City, at a small shop selling tofu pudding, not many people were doing business due to yesterday's heavy rain, but there were still some. "It's silver used for flood control." Luo Tianyi sprinkled a bit of coarse salt on the tofu pudding. Song Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Adding salt to tofu pudding was an anomaly. "Does any country have this tax?" Luo Tianyi shook her head, her expression indifferent. "Of course not. Flood control and river dredging have always been funded by the Ministry of Revenue." Thus, it became clear. They were profiting from both ends, the top embezzling funds from the Ministry of Revenue and the bottom collecting silver for water management. This silver for water management has a long history. It has existed since at least when the Luo family moved to Songju Prefecture. It is collected every time there's heavy rain, 1 tael of silver per person, supposedly for dredging rivers and reinforcing embankments. Has it been dredged? If it had been dredged, the damage from this flood would not have been so severe. Luo Tianyi glanced at a large area of ruins in the distance. The residences and shops along the river were almost completely swept away, leaving nothing but a large amount of debris and wreckage. As for the people swept away by the flood, who would care about these lives? To the government, these lives were merely numbers used to demand money from the imperial court. Song Yan was silent. Before this, he had been confined to the duke's mansion, rarely interacting with the outside world. After entering the Luo family, he mostly enjoyed the ancient life that would only appear in TV dramas. When disaster struck, there were no soldiers for rescue, no supplies distributed, no clean water. There were only officials collecting silver for water management. Only at this moment did he feel the cold cruelty of this world. The cruelty of human lives being as insignificant as grass. Watching those people numbly and familiarly hand over money. Similar situations had probably occurred many times, and they had long become accustomed to it. 1 tael of silver was already a very large sum for ordinary commoners. Did they not know the danger of the Yiluo River? Of course they did, but because there were many pleasure boats and many customers along the Yiluo River, doing business here allowed them to survive. This is still within the city. The situation in the villages outside the city is probably even worse. Luo Tianyi continued to speak to herself. Actually, Songju City is already considered good. At least it's an inner city of Ening country, not near the border except for the coast. It is said that the more remote the place, the more exorbitant taxes and levies there will be. Songju Prefecture might have 13 or 14 types of taxes beyond Ening country's regulations, and at the border there might be 30 or 40 types. I haven't been to the prefectures at the border. I hear that in those places, white bones are seen everywhere, and selling children, even pawning wives, are common practices. Pawning wives? Another term he had never heard before. It means the husband puts a straw on his wife's head, 8 coppers for one time, 10 coppers for a prettier one. His heart felt a little heavy. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a middle-aged man. Does the Emperor Yuanjing know nothing at all? Luo Tianyi's cherry lips curved into a sneer. What if he does? His decrees cannot even leave the imperial palace. He ordered that sons-in-law could take the imperial examinations. That's because this imperial decree wouldn't affect too many people's interests, so it merely maintained the emperor's dignity a little. The tofu pudding in his mouth lost some of its flavor, carrying a hint of bitterness. He had seen the hustle and bustle of Songju City's night market and the prosperity of the Kixi festival gathering. That was the glamorous side of this world, but it was the first time he felt the filth hidden beneath this prosperity. Doesn't anyone want to change something? After a long time, Song Yan murmured to himself. Yes, the most recent person who wanted to change this situation was Emperor Yuanjing, Luo Tianyi said with a smile. And then he died. He was boating in the imperial palace, accidentally fell into the water and then died of illness. Drowned, died of illness. The same way Zhu Huzhao died, Song Yan grumbled inwardly. Zhu Huzhao could be considered an eccentric emperor during the Ming dynasty. Well, most Ming emperors were eccentric. It is said that he was proficient in multiple languages, a true scholar. He was also skilled in archery and once personally led an army to repel the Mongol prince. At the age of 30, he drowned in the Qingjiangpu River during a southern tour. According to unofficial historical records, after drowning, Zhu Huzhao's health deteriorated. He wanted to seek his own doctor but was refused, forced to accept treatment from the imperial hospital, and then he was treated to death. The cause of death was a common cold. An emperor who was 30 years old in his prime, capable of leading an army to victory, actually died from a common cold. An imperial hospital that couldn't even cure a common cold, only making it worse. It's a bit ridiculous. As for Emperor Yuanjing, he was the father of the current Enning emperor and also Luo Yuheng's father. Song Yan glanced at Luo Tianyi before lowering his gaze. Today, Luo Tianyi was speaking much more than usual. Although she still maintained a cold and detached demeanor, he didn't think Luo Tianyi possessed the insight or eloquence to say such things. Actually, apart from the matter of killing the imperial son-in-law, Mother's evaluation of His Majesty was still very high. He also tried to change some things and even truly accomplished some. That's why those people were willing to give the emperor some face, as long as it didn't touch their core interests. The current emperor is a bit smarter than Emperor Yuanjing. No, perhaps it should be said that Emperor Yuanjing's death forced him to become smarter. At least the current Your Majesty should hold a power unique to him, very likely eunuchs, or even palace maids in short, located within the imperial palace to protect his safety, which is why he didn't drown like Emperor Yuanjing. But it's clearly limited to that. At least he doesn't have the ability to overturn the table. However, for any country which has rotted to its roots, these changes are far from enough. Luo Tianyi tilted her head, looking thoughtful. As Mother says, any country now is like a field full of poisonous weeds. Pulling out one or two stalks is completely useless. Perhaps one might even cut their hand on a blade of grass if not careful. Only by plowing this entire field over can normal crops be grown. Song Yan's fingers paused slightly, and he couldn't help but recall the task Luo Yuheng had given him, secretly manufacturing a batch of hand grenades. Did his mother-in-law intend to use the power of hand grenades, along with her other preparations, to plow over the entire Enning country? To make this world a new heaven? Was this Luo Yuheng's ambition? He lowered his head and sipped the tofu pudding. The tofu pudding in Enning country wasn't prepared with sugar, as sugar was expensive. If anything was added, it was only coarse salt, making it a bit bland. This had its advantages, as it prevented the conflict between salty and sweet factions, though it did create a plain faction. After finishing it in one gulp, his stomach finally had something in it, and the rumbling sensation lessened considerably. Did Mother tell you this? Luo Tianyi shook her head. I accidentally overheard it. Don't tell anyone. Why do you order me? I'm not your wife. Luo Tianyi really wanted to stand firm this one time, but seeing Song Yan's extremely serious expression, she ultimately puffed out her cheeks. Oh. He looked up at the sky. It was almost noon and the sunlight was a bit dazzling. Presumably, the news of Song Yun's death would soon reach Song Hongtao's ears. Such peaceful times were probably limited. Song Yan took out a slip of paper from his pregnant and handed it to Luo Tianyi. This afternoon, find an opportunity to give this to Song Zhen, but don't let him see you. At this moment, the constables had already entered the Duke's mansion, and stealing themselves, informed Song Hongtao of Song Yun's death. Many people confirmed that Song Hongtao was truly grieving. Upon hearing the news of Song Yun's death, Song Hongtao seemed to be frozen in place, stiff and unmoving, only the muscles of his face twitching, especially the corners of his mouth, trembling as if struggling to process the news. After a long while, the Duke seemed genuinely unable to hold back, covering his face and weeping. He returned to his bedroom, and not long after, a painful wail was heard from the inner courtyard. Perhaps due to excessive grief, the wail was somewhat off-key. Ah, deep father-son affection. As for Yang Myoking, the officer merely curled his lips, indicating he couldn't comment on the woman. Upon hearing the news of her own son's death, her eyes were red and swollen from rubbing, yet her face showed no trace of pain. Around noon, two Yamen runners found Song Yan, who was strolling through Songju City, and then joined the Song family. Song Yan was as indifferent as ever. Even when he saw Song Hongtao, he merely offered a simple greeting. As for Yang Myoking and Song Zhen, they were directly ignored. Although Song Zhen's current appearance was somewhat peculiar, with a white cloth wrapped around his head, as if he had been injured. Such an attitude, if it were in the past, Yang Myoking and Song Zhen would most likely not tolerate it, and would probably have angrily cursed and reprimanded him for his rudeness. However, today the two were unusually quiet. Only Song Zhen occasionally looked at Song Yan, and then curled the corners of his mouth. After about a quarter of an hour, the carriage stopped in front of the prefectural yamen. A group of people were already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Song Hongtao alight from the carriage, they swarmed around him, speaking in heavy tones, offering condolences and words of comfort. Their identities could roughly be determined by their titles. The man in his 30s with a wisp of a goatee and a lack of expression on his face should be Jai Cheng, the assistant administrator of Songju, in charge of criminal justice. The man in his early 40s, thin and tall, should be Lu Zhao, the assistant prefect of Songju. This man seemed to be a classmate of Song Hongtao's second brother, Song Jincheng. The chubby man who always had a smile on his face, looking more like a merchant than an official, was Wu Zairo, the chief clerk of Songju. As for the last person, his standing position indicated he was the highest in rank among the four. He was robust and tall, with a square, national character face. While the other three were somewhat reserved when facing Song Hongtao, this man's expression was normal. This was Fang Hai, the eldest son of the Fang family and the Songju prefect. Aside from the prefect, all the important figures in Songju City had arrived. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fang Hai patted Song Hongtao's shoulder. "Brother Song, you need to be mentally prepared. Don't be overly saddened when you see your nephew. Please go inside." Generally speaking, cases involving human lives require a coroner's examination. For most families of the deceased, autopsies are quite resisted. Not only do they involve thorough examination, but they may also require cutting, which to ordinary people is considered desecrating the body, not even finding peace in death. However, this time the situation was special, and the body could only be temporarily brought back to the yamen and placed in the side courtyard. Along the way, there were no more words. Song Zhen's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his face flushed, his throat filled with gasping breaths, and his eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The corners of his mouth occasionally curled up, then pressed down, as if in a spasm. He was already a bit impatient. Finally, they entered the side hall. Looking up, not far away on the ground was a corpse with twisted limbs, laid out on some wooden planks. Soaked by rain all night, and with today's muggy weather, the body seemed to have already begun to decompose in a short time. Although not too strong, there was a faint, strange smell. As soon as he saw Song Yun's corpse, Song Zhen's body trembled, and he felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over his head with a splash. An indescribable chill and fear instantly swept through his entire body. What's going on? Why is Song Yun's body separated? The body was on the wooden planks on the ground, and the head was on a nearby table. This is impossible. He remembered very clearly that he had only broken Song Yun's limbs and heart, who cut off this head. Could it be that someone else damaged the body after he left? If it were just that, it would be fine, but Song Zhen's biggest worry was when this person discovered the body. Was it after he left, or before? Rumble, rumble, rumble. In a daze, it seemed as if a thunderclap exploded in Song Zhen's mind, and his entire body trembled violently. Did that person see the entire process of his crime? Perhaps because his life was at stake, Song Zhen, who was originally clumsy, became unusually clever at this moment. Song Yun is already dead, so why cut off his head? Could it be to deliberately leave a signal that he wanted to tell himself, "I know everything you've done"? That guy chose to cut off Song Yun's head instead of reporting it to the authorities directly, which means he actually wanted to get something from him. Money. If so, then there is an opportunity. Although it is a huge trouble, he cannot expose this matter before he has completely filled the other party's appetite, which means it is still relatively safe in the short term. And this kind of person's desires are insatiable. As long as he is killed when the other party asks for money, then he can sit back and relax. Thinking like this, Song Zhen calmed down. Now, the most important thing is to pin the crime of killing Song Yun on Song Yan. As long as Song Yan is killed, everything is worth it. My son, ah. Just then, a wailing sound suddenly came from the side. It was Song Hongtao who suddenly threw himself on Song Yun's corpse and howled, with tears streaming down his face. Song Yan shook his head. Too much, too much. You are a duke. Nobles like this value face the most. No matter how sad they are, they will not show it too much in front of outsiders. Especially that dry voice. Although he was crying very hard, in reality, you couldn't hear much sadness. Perhaps Song Hongtao is already laughing so hard in his heart that he can't help it. It's really hard for him to be able to cry out in this situation. Song Hongtao is actually a bit complicated. If you say he's smart, it's all petty smarts. If you say he's stupid, sometimes his brain will flash a little. Since telling Yang Myoking about the affair between Yang Myoking and Song Jincheng, Song Hongtao actually didn't completely believe it. From Song Yan's point of view, it was more likely due to a man's pathetic self-esteem, not believing that his wife was hooking up with his younger brother. Therefore, Song Hongtao arranged for Steward Wang to go to Suhua Temple for a thorough investigation. Unsurprisingly, Steward Wang found a room in Suhua Temple that was exclusively used by Yang Myoking to meet Song Jincheng, and also found some rather interesting clothes. It is said that when Song Hongtao saw these things, he seemed to imagine Yang Myoking wearing these clothes that even brothel prostitutes would be ashamed to wear, posing in front of Song Jincheng, and then he vomited 3 liters of blood directly, almost suffocating in one breath. What was even more coincidental was that there was also a monk in Suhua Temple. This monk was an unscrupulous one who especially liked to peep at and even record the scenes of noble women and their lovers having affairs. When he saw that record, Song Hongtao was as angry as a mad dog. That damned Yang Myoking, that slut, actually mingled with Song Jincheng for 7 consecutive days at the most frequent time, 7 or 8 times a day. Are you donkeys? Moreover, before each child was conceived, there was a record of adultery with Song Jincheng. In addition, with some small things that Steward Wang occasionally remembered, Song Hongtao completely believed that none of Yang family's 8 sons were his own. At that moment, the sky was about to fall. Looking at that twitching shoulder, Song Yan believed that Song Hongtao was enduring it very hard, but he was a professional, and no matter how funny it was, he wouldn't laugh. Father, please restrain your grief and accept the changes. 7th brother is already dead. Don't let anything happen to your body again. Duke's mansion still needs you to support it. Song Yan comforted him nicely, cooperating with Song Hongtao to perform a scene of filial piety. Song Hongtao also used this as a step to get up. There was no way he really couldn't howl anymore. There was another person present, Yang Xiao. Her brows were furrowed tightly. Clearly, everything was going according to plan, but there was an inexplicable sense of oppression in her chest. She always felt that something was wrong. She had only just arrived in Songzhu. Although she had met Song Zhen, there were always yamen runners around her, so she didn't have time to ask Song Zhen about the specific process. The only thing she knew was that the 4 people arranged for Song Zhen were all killed overnight. Not just these 4. In order to make Song Zhen the heir, Yang family had invested a lot of money this time. In addition to these 4, there were also 7 others. These 7 did not enter Duke's mansion, but were hidden in Ningping County. As a result, in one afternoon, all of them were killed. It was as if someone was staring at Yang family, killing one for every Yang family person who came. Moreover, the other party's methods were ruthless, and their strength was tyrannical. Everyone was killed with one blow, and there were not even any traces of fighting left at the scene. All 7 had their heads crushed directly. This was a martial artist with superb strength. After all, the skull is still very hard. Women have an insurmountable gap in strength compared to men. Even martial artists are like this. Therefore, female martial artists mostly focus on internal energy, lightness skills, and moves. Male martial artists, on the other hand, have many tricks. There are also quite a few who focus on physical body cultivation. Therefore, the person who is constantly killing Yang family experts in the dark is very likely to be a tall and strong man. But she didn't know who that person was. When did Yang family provoke such a powerful enemy? What made Yang Xiao even more puzzled was that everyone was killed, but she was the only one who survived. It was impossible for the other party not to know her identity. The only possibility was that she still had some value to the other party. It was just that how to determine this value was another question. She asked herself that she had an ordinary appearance. Although she couldn't be considered ugly, she could only be considered slightly above average at most. It would be good to get an evaluation of being pleasant to look at. Her status in Yang family was not high, and she didn't have much say. If there was anything of value, perhaps it was the bewitching arts she practiced. Could it be that the other party saw through her identity as a heroine sect disciple and was proficient in the art of extracting essence to supplement oneself, so he spared her life? This made Yang Xiao feel a strong sense of crisis. Brother Song, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please restrain your grief. Why don't we move to the front hall first? Fang Hai sighed and comforted. Although it was said that it was to investigate the case, the rules that noble families should have could not be ignored. Yamen runners brought up tea, and although Song Yan was a live-in son-in-law, everyone could now see Luo Yuheng's degree of importance to him, so he naturally had a seat. After taking a sip, Fang Hai slowly said, Brother Song, since receiving the report, Sima Wu, Assistant Administrator Jai, and Vice Prefect Lu have been busy with this case together, and we haven't even had a bite to eat until now. After our meticulous investigation, we have initially determined that this was a premeditated murder for money. As soon as these words came out, Song Zhen, Yang Myoking, and Yang Xiao all changed their expressions. Well, 4 people conducted a meticulous investigation and came up with such a result. Murder for money. That's impossible, Song Zhen roared out as if it were a subconscious reaction. Damn it, he wanted to shift the blame to Song Yan. What's the matter with murder for money? Fang Hai slowly put down his teacup. Even if he was contradicted by a junior in public, he didn't show any anger at all. The corners of his mouth just curled up. Oh, why is it impossible? People like this are the most difficult to deal with because you don't know what they are thinking in their hearts. Song Zhen was stunned and then suddenly thought of something. That's right, the thing. Where's the thing? Didn't Song Yun have anything on him? Probably because he didn't want his hard-earned plan to fail. His brain heated up, and after being smart for a while, he became stupid again at this moment. This attitude made those old foxes narrow their eyes. After looking at each other, Fang Hai slowly opened his mouth. Oh, judging from Nephew Song's meaning, it seems that he is very sure that Song Yun should have something on him. What an idiot! Yang Xiao, who was thinking about things, was almost angered to the point of vomiting blood by Song Zhen. It was really worrying to have such a teammate. She really wanted to curse. Stupid pig. Thinking that she still had to marry such a person according to the family's requirements, she felt even more depressed. But at this time, she had to stand up. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xiao slowly opened her mouth. Prefect, you misunderstood. Song Zhen's meaning is that he doesn't know if his cousin has any relics. If there are any, he hopes that we can take them back for remembrance. Fang Hai said, oh, so that's what you meant. However, Nephew Song only had the clothes on his body. No relics were left behind. All the valuable things were taken away. This is also the reason why we judged it to be a murder for money. Song Zhen, Yang Xiao, and Yang Myoking looked at each other, and their faces all sank. Especially Song Zhen. He had personally stuffed the jade pendant into Song Yun's palm, but now the jade pendant had disappeared. The biggest evidence to accuse Song Yan was gone. It can't be considered a complete failure. At least Song Yun was really eliminated. Song Zhen had one less competitor on the road to becoming the heir, and a rather scheming one at that. The only thing that made Song Zhen uncomfortable was that he couldn't solve Song Yan as well. But the unease in Yang Xiao's heart was getting heavier and heavier. After talking for a while, Yang Myoking excused herself as being too sad and left temporarily. As soon as she left the prefect's office, Song Zhen wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yang Xiao's look. The group walked towards the 3 Immortals Inn. This was a room booked in advance by the prefect's office. Because Song Yun was killed, they probably had to stay here for a few days. As for the inn, it had just died 4 people and was temporarily sealed off. As soon as they entered the inn, Yang Myoking opened her mouth. Si Yao. Aunt, there are too few clues at the moment. I need to think carefully before I can see clearly what the situation is, Yang Xiao said. Regarding Yang Myoking's address, Aunt is fine. Auntie seems to be okay too, and even calling her aunt is no problem, but it's a bit confusing. Yang family, in the eyes of others, is a family of thousands of years. There are countless descendants who serve as officials in the court, and even a direct daughter who has become a noble consort. But in Yang Xiao's eyes, the entire family is full of filth and dirt. Even she herself has extremely dirty blood flowing in her veins. Letting out a breath, Yang Xiao turned around and entered the room, slowly walking to the washstand. The clear water in the copper basin reflected an ordinary face that was neither beautiful nor ugly. Perhaps because of the hot and humid weather, the heavy rouge on her face had melted a little, making her face look even uglier. Her plain white hand scooped up a handful of cold water and splashed it on her face, and the pink and white rouge powder slowly dripped down. Yang Xiao had a lot of cosmetics on her face, a thick layer that concealed her original appearance. Sometimes Yang Xiao couldn't help but complain that this cosmetics could be used to paint a wall, probably. As the cosmetics dissolved in the clear water, the water in the copper basin also became murky, making Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Her voice was already pleasant, and when she laughed, she sounded even more like a lark. She only showed some of her original appearance and personality when there was no one else in the room. She raised her head slightly and looked at the bronze mirror, and the face reflected in the mirror had changed greatly. It was much brighter than before. Although it couldn't be considered devastatingly beautiful, it could at least be called a pretty young lady. Because the cosmetics on the corners of her eyes had also been washed away, her eyes looked much bigger than before. Her skin was very white, probably because she had been using cosmetics to cover her original skin color for a long time, making it unnaturally white. She poked her face with her finger, and it was still very elastic. With this appearance, she should barely be considered good-looking. When did she start getting used to using cosmetics to cover her original appearance? Was it at the age of 9, when a clan uncle stared at her with a look that frightened her? Was it at the age of 11, when a cousin looked her up and down without any concealment? She couldn't remember clearly anymore. This was Yang family, a place full of beasts. But it was almost time. Her slender hand clenched subconsciously. As long as she helped Yang family stabilize Song Zhen's duke title this time, she could leave Yang family, taking her younger sister with her. Looking at the bronze mirror in front of her, Yang Xiao rubbed her cheeks with her fingers, and the expression on her face slowly returned to the indifferent look as if she didn't care about anything. Although the appearance was different, the temperament revealed some similarities. Immediately, she took out her makeup box and carefully applied it to her face little by little. It was daytime now, and someone might come to her at any time, so she didn't want Song Zhen to see her real appearance. Makeup was a rather slow process, and it took a full half an hour before Yang Xiao put away the box with satisfaction. She wanted to lie on the bed and take a nap, as thinking for a long time was still very tiring. However, just as she got up, the corner of her eye caught sight of a ball of paper on the table. When she first entered this room, she had briefly scanned the situation inside the room. She wouldn't dare say she knew everything like the back of her hand, but such an obvious ball of paper was impossible to miss. There was only one possibility. Someone had secretly thrown this ball of paper on the table while she was putting on makeup. She didn't notice it at all, and the other party's strength far exceeded hers. This was not good news. Well, in fact, she was only proficient in bewitching arts, and fighting was not her forte. There were probably a few hundred people in Songzhou City whose strength exceeded hers. Yang Xiao complained. After a brief hesitation, she walked over, picked up the ball of paper, opened it, and a line of words jumped into her eyes. Bewitching arts is your only value. Yang Xiao's heart skipped a beat at the first sentence. As she continued to read, the expression on her face became more and more serious. After reading it, Yang Xiao took a long breath and closed her eyes, wondering what she was thinking. After a long time, Yang Xiao picked up the ball of paper again, but this time she stuffed it directly into her mouth. Speaking of which, it was the first time she had seen such ugly handwriting, like a dog crawling. Next door to Yang Xiao's room was Song Zhen's room. With a series of crashing sounds, several tea sets were smashed into pieces by Song Zhen. It was only because his body was not in good condition that he couldn't find a few intact objects in this large room. Although Song Yun had been eliminated, he had failed to kill Song Yan, which made Song Zhen feel a burst of fire in his chest. Only after the room was full of debris did Song Zhen feel much better in his heart. Damn Song Yan, you're lucky this time, but you won't be so lucky every time. I'll kill you sooner or later. Muttering to himself, Song Zhen suddenly heard a hissing sound. A hole had been poked in the window paper, and then a ball of paper was thrown in. Song Zhen was puzzled. He frowned and hobbled to the door with his crutches. He finally managed to open the door, but there was no one outside. With his speed, how could there be anyone? Complaining to himself, Song Zhen returned to the room, picked up the ball of paper, opened it, and was immediately shocked. With a thud, his body fell directly to the ground, pulling on the wounds on his right leg and arm, which stung fiercely. But Song Zhen had no time to care about these things now. His face was gloomy and pale, and even a layer of cold sweat was seeping out of his forehead. On that piece of paper, it was written, "I know what you did last night." Just this sentence almost scared Song Zhen's heartbeat to stop. His hands trembled non-stop, his lips were quivering, and his throat was constantly swallowing saliva, but it was still dry. His whole body was filled with a very difficult feeling to describe, as if a piece of his heart had been hollowed out, empty. His mind seemed to have been thrown into a lake of situations, and the ripples spread buzzingly. The wound on the left side of his head, where a piece of scalp was missing, also stung fiercely. The wound had been bandaged, and a circle of white cloth strips was wrapped around his head. But after soaking in the rain last night, the wound had turned gray, and some of the flesh even showed signs of rotting. He had been discovered. What happened last night had indeed been discovered. He was done for. He didn't know what he should do. Subconsciously, he wanted to find that woman. But just as he stood up, he hesitated again. During this period, he had been doing things according to that woman's plan, but in the end, his arms and legs were broken. The seemingly perfect plan also had huge loopholes, resulting in only half of the original gains. Perhaps that woman wasn't so clever after all. This is a matter of life and death. If it were handed over to that woman, and if there were any more loopholes, wouldn't he be finished? Although Yang Xiao was the fiancé his mother had arranged for him, Song Zhen could also sense that Yang Xiao didn't like him, and even looked down on him a bit. In that case, would that woman really do her best for him? Would she want to take this opportunity to get rid of him so she wouldn't have to marry him? Thinking like this, Song Zhen felt very clever. To just an ugly woman, does she really think this young master cares? After some hesitation, Song Zhen finally picked up the crumpled paper again. Seeing that line of words again, he still couldn't help but feel frightened. After a rough look, Song Zhen let out a heavy breath. The other party demanded that he prepare a draft for 100,000 taels of silver, including the password, and then place it in the designated location. Otherwise, they would expose what he had done. He didn't expect they would have such a big appetite. 100,000 taels, Did they think it was cabbage? He also had to prepare it before time, 5:07 p.m. Although he was favored by his mother and always had the most money among his brothers, he could only come up with a few dozen taels temporarily. After all, silver is so heavy. Who would be idle enough to carry several thousand taels of silver on them all day long? It would crush them to death. He could only ask his mother for help. Since Song Yun stole a silver note last time, his mother had been carrying those drafts with her at all times. With his mother's love for him, she should give him the money. At most, he would just be scolded. No matter what, he must get through this hurdle first. On the other side, Song Hongtao and Song Yun were still in the government office and had not left. Even though Fang Hai said it was a case of murder for money and was preparing to investigate from other aspects, Song Hongtao didn't seem to think so. He strongly demanded an autopsy on Song Yun's body. Generally, the family members of the deceased are extremely resistant to autopsies. This was the first time he had encountered someone who actively requested an autopsy, as if he couldn't wait for his son to die and not be at peace. Although he was suspicious, since this was the request of the deceased's family, Fang Hai had no reason to refuse, so he arranged for a coroner. Professional coroners perform autopsies from head to toe. So he pried open Song Yun's mouth. Then he took out a clump of somewhat smelly hair and a piece of rotten scalp. Fang Hai, Jai Cheng, Wu Zio, and Lu Zhao all changed their expressions. This gain was something no one had expected. Huff. Looking at it this way, it's clear. Seventh brother must have torn off a piece of scalp from the murderer's head when he was fighting with him and stuffed it into his mouth as evidence for us. Song Yan's voice slowly spread in the side hall, echoing in everyone's ears. Lord Jai, Please investigate the people in Songju City to see who is missing a piece of scalp. The four looked at each other, and a name emerged in their minds at the same time. Songzhen, Songju City, late Weishi 1:03 p.m. The sun began to set in the west, and the intensity of the light weakened. The temperature had probably dropped a bit, but for most people, the damp and sultry heat was even more uncomfortable. Songzhen finally left the inn. Yang Myoking arranged for 2 servants to support him. Just as he had expected, Yang Myoking was annoyed that Songzhen's handling of affairs was so sloppy and scolded him severely. Although she raised her right hand, looking at her son's miserable state with broken arms and legs, she couldn't bear to hit him after all. Not wanting to watch her son in trouble, she still gave him the money. There was no way around it. The time limit given by the other party was too short and didn't leave them much time to think. Yang Myoking didn't dare to gamble either. If the news was exposed, her son would be completely finished. In fact, there are many bandits near Songju City, and kidnappings for ransom happen from time to time. But the bandits are not stupid either. Before they strike, they will conduct a detailed investigation of the target, trying to avoid direct conflict with officials and nobles. After all, these people have too much influence, and they will be wiped out if they are not careful. Most of those who are really kidnapped are merchants. After all, merchants have money but not enough power. But the ransom is often only 100 or so taels, and not many are over 1,000 taels. This guy actually asked for 100,000 taels. He's not afraid of being stuffed to death. Songzhen breathed a sigh of relief, signaling the 2 servants to speed up. He finally arrived at the bank of Yiluo River before Shen time, 3:05 p.m. There is an old crooked neck tree on the bank of Yiluo River. Although it was not directly swept away by the flood, it is crooked and slanted, and some of the roots are exposed outside like twisting poisonous snakes. Looking around, the place was very quiet. There was no one there. He ordered a servant to put the wooden box in his arms into the roots of the tree. At this moment, Songzhen seemed to have unloaded an extremely heavy burden. His whole person suddenly felt a lot lighter, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Now that he had given the money, he was temporarily safe. "Heh, is my money so easy to take? I'm just afraid you have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it." Songzhen sighed softly. The feeling of being blackmailed was not pleasant. He then reached up and touched a spot slightly above his left cheek. It was probably scraped on the ground when his body was thrown during the car accident that day, and a small patch of scalp and hair was gone. Actually, it wasn't a very serious injury. Counting from the day before yesterday to today, it had been a full 3 days. Even if it hadn't scabbed over, it shouldn't have been so painful. However, yesterday, he insisted on personally dealing with Song Yun, but he had been drenched in the heavy rain for most of the night. Even with a straw cape, he was soaked to the bone, and the wound on his head had been constantly immersed in rainwater. It was probably festering. His expression became a little more serious. To Song Yan, festering was what is known as inflammation. Taking a few anti-inflammatory pills would fix it. But for people of this era, festering was actually very fatal. Just like on the battlefield, a large number of soldiers were not directly killed in battle. The high fever and pus caused by festering after knife wounds also led to an astonishing number of casualties. These past 2 days, he had been busy with Song Yun and Song Yan's affairs. He really needed to find time to see a doctor. He didn't want to finally get rid of a competitor only to lose his life due to festering. As for the 100,000 taels of silver, just as he said, one might get it, but not live to spend it. How could the Fang family's money be so easy to get? The so-called money house was actually just a storefront. Only a small amount of silver would be stored in the shop. Money houses all had special warehouses for storing large sums of silver, and their locations were extremely secret, guarded by loyal protectors. For a sum of 100,000 taels like this, the head manager would need to personally approve it, and then the silver would be delivered. From start to finish, it would take at least half a month. Therefore, Songzhen was not in a hurry at all. Once the matters here were settled, and then some experts were borrowed from the Fang family to guard near the money house, the other party could be easily captured, their necks slit, and the secret would go to the underworld. Thinking this, the fear in his heart dissipated by more than half. Although he was hopping on one leg, supported by 2 servants, he inexplicably felt lighter. He didn't even notice that, perhaps due to his mother's long-term indoctrination of a certain ideology. He had already begun to regard himself as a member of the Fang family. Just at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from the front. The crowd automatically scattered to both sides. It was a group of constables led by Fang Hai, Jai Cheng, Lu Zhao, and Wu Xiao, plus Song Hongtao and Song Yan. What were they going to do? In his confusion, he saw these people rush directly in front of him. Song Hongtao completely ignored the two servants and yanked off the cloth strip on Song Zhen's head. A festering, hideous wound immediately appeared before everyone. "Father," Song Zhen cried out in surprise. Because the cloth strip had rubbed against the wound, the stinging pain distorted Song Zhen's face. Fang Hai gave a look, and a constable stepped forward, picked up a strand of scalp with hair, and slightly compared it to the wound. Completely identical. "The murderer is him." Buzz. This sudden statement exploded in Song Zhen's mind like a clap of thunder. Murderer? What was going on? How did they know he was the murderer? He had just paid the money. The case of the murder of Duke's Mansion's 7th young master Song Yun was solved in less than a day. The murderer, Song Zhen, vehemently denied it during the interrogation, but it was of little use. That piece of scalp was ironclad evidence. Actually, normally, there would be a big difference between a 3-day-old wound and a 1-day-old wound, but Song Zhen's head had been soaked in water. The wound was rotten and the scalp stank, making it difficult to determine the exact time. Under the manipulation of those with ulterior motives, the evidence was conclusive. He was temporarily imprisoned in death row, awaiting approval from the Ministry of Justice. Barring any surprises, he would essentially be executed in the autumn. As for his broken arm and leg, whether he could survive in prison until autumn, probably if the Buddha blessed him. Yang Myoking made a fuss for a while, crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang herself, but it was of little use. Instead, Song Hongtao seized the opportunity to strip her of her authority over the household, citing her failure to educate her children. She was still the legal wife in name, but it was just a title. Song Yun's body was not kept for too long. Song Hongtao, citing the summer heat and the inauspiciousness of a decaying corpse, hastily chose a secluded corner outside the Song family ancestral home and buried him. The chaotic rules of this world seemed to be more numerous than in his previous life. Although Song Yun was an adult, he was unmarried. According to the rites, he was considered to have died prematurely, and there would be no one to offer sacrifices to him after his death. Dying before one's parents with white hair sending off black hair was considered unfilial, and one could not be buried in the ancestral grave after death. Song Jincheng also returned once, and for some reason he cried even more sadly than Song Hongtao. However, because Song Jincheng was the Minister of Personnel and extremely busy with official duties, he couldn't take a long vacation for a nephew. He simply added a handful of dirt to Song Yun's grave and left. Song Yan hadn't even had a chance to meet this second uncle. He still didn't know what he looked like, as this second uncle had already become a capital official when Song Yan was born. As for the 4 people who hanged themselves at the inn entrance, no one cared about them anymore. Midsummer afternoon. Sunlight Tea House. Feng Hai Jai Cheng Lu Zhao Wu Xiao. The lives of officials were indeed quite leisurely. Moreover, Songzhou Prefecture was an inner prefecture not near the border. Apart from occasional harassment from Japanese pirates, there was no need to worry about barbarians invading from the grasslands. Therefore, official duties were not heavy on a normal day and could be handed over to subordinates to handle. Occasionally, they would meet with colleagues for tea, which was quite pleasant. Was that Song Zhen really the murderer who killed Song Yun? Half a month later, Wu Xiao suddenly brought up the matter again. Does it matter whether he is or not? Fang Hai chuckled. Don't look at how much that Yang family woman cried and made a fuss, but one thing is certain, that Song Zhen is definitely not innocent. Jai Cheng also smiled. That Song Yun must have been severely beaten at the time. How did he still have the strength to pull hair from Song Zhen's head? Song Zhen had 4 guards by his side. Even if he did pull out hair, why would he put it in his mouth in front of Song Zhen? Although Song Zhen is foolish, he wouldn't just watch this happen and not try to pull out the hair, would he? That youngest son of the Song family certainly has good methods. 2 enemies he wanted to kill are dead, yet he himself is completely fine. Even those fools from our families were implicated. If it weren't for this, once the Fang family exerted pressure, they would have to investigate carefully, and who knew what they would find. Although it was a bit risky and had many loopholes, the methods seemed naive, but they happened to hit our weak points. The feeling of being used is really uncomfortable. Then what can you do? You know Luo Yuheng's protective nature. Do you dare to go and beat up that Song Yan? If you dare to lay a finger on Song Yan, Luo Yuheng will make you hang yourself from your own house's beam. Such an unreasonable woman is the most troublesome. Fortunately, your majesty, though her full brother, is also someone who follows rules. Otherwise, let's just consider it a lesson learned. We'll properly restrain those little brats later. Be smarter. Don't let yourselves get heated up by a little provocation. If this were in officialdom, you wouldn't even know how you died. Haha, Brother Fang is right. However, Brother Fang, you wouldn't still have feelings for Luo Yuheng, would you, to be so biased? Don't talk nonsense, don't talk nonsense. If that tigress at home hears it, I'll be skinned alive. Everyone burst into laughter. This Fang Hai, although he was the legitimate son of the Fang family, the son of a duke, and his father was the current director of the Department of State Affairs, a veritable prime minister, he was, however, afraid of his wife. Even his subordinates would occasionally tease him. That Duke Song is also a fool. With such a cunning youngest son, even if he's a concubine's son and cannot inherit the title, if he were treated well in his youth, how could he not feel grateful? And he possesses astonishing talent. If he were to take the imperial examination, not to mention being the top scholar, it would not be difficult for him to enter the Golden Palace. He might even become a great help to the Duke's mansion, and his branch would rise. What a pity, what a pity. Indeed, his talent is astonishing. Ha! A lonely figure amidst falling flowers, swallows in pairs flitting through light rain. It reminds me of when I failed to obtain a marriage proposal. I prefer the line. The bright moon was there at that time, once illuminating the returning colorful clouds. He has talent, but even more arrogance. For new verses, he feigns sorrow. He simply looks down on all scholars under heaven. I'm more curious, how did he write that line? But it said the autumn is cool. At only 16, how could he write such a desolate, even somewhat tragic line? For some reason, the conversation turned to poetry again. Even if they were dissatisfied with Song Yan for using their foolish sons, they still had to admit that these two poems were truly excellent. In the entire Enning country, let alone those teenagers, even the great Confucian scholars of the time probably couldn't write such masterpieces. To call him the #1 talented scholar of Songju Prefecture was no exaggeration. It was said that the brothels in Songju City had already put out word that if Song Yan visited, he could order 10 girls and not pay, as long as he left a poem. No, speaking of strange, I'm more curious about who Xiao Ping is, now that Song Yan is living in Luo Manor. His mother-in-law, Luo Yuheng, and his Xiao Yizi, Luo Tianyi, are both stunning beauties. Even the maids around them are as beautiful as flowers. Although Luo Tianxuan doesn't appear in public, she must not be bad either. So, who exactly is Xiao Ping? Who could make this #1 talented scholar of Songju Prefecture so unforgettable? Now, the 7 brothels in Songju Prefecture each have a girl named Xiao Ping, but I wonder which one it is. Duke Song Manor. Yang Xiao frowned slightly. A letter lay before her. These past 2 weeks, her life had not been easy. With Song Zhen's imprisonment, the Fang family's plan had fallen through. It was only because she was currently in the Duke's mansion that she avoided a reprimand. Actually, she didn't care much about these things. Let alone a reprimand, how many times had she not been bullied since childhood? Compared to that, a few reprimands were not worth mentioning. Her only concern was her younger sister, and she wondered how much longer it would take to get her sister out of the Fang family. That was a place full of beasts. Her sister couldn't stay there forever. Yang Xiao was not foolish. After several reviews, she understood. It was Song Yan, the young man a few years younger than herself, who had used her to get rid of Song Yun and then dealt with Song Zhen. The Fang family's 20-plus years of investment in the Duke's mansion had failed. Logically, with Song Zhen imprisoned, her continued stay in the Duke's mansion was useless, and the Fang family should have chosen to recall her. As for Song Yan, who had disrupted the Fang family's arrangements, the Fang family should not have let him off either. But these past 2 weeks had been remarkably calm. It wasn't until she received this letter today that Yang Xiao finally understood. The Fang family had not failed to send people. In fact, the Fang family had dispatched a total of 17 experts, 3 of whom were 7th-rank martial artists, and the weakest also possessed 5th-rank strength. But all 17 experts died as soon as they entered Ening country, before they even had a chance to find her. And in this letter, Yang Xiao was assigned a new task. Approach Song Yan. Control him with bewitching arts. Originally, Yang Xiao thought the Fang family's new mission would be to have her seduce Song Hua and restart the Fang family's 20 or 30-year-old arrangements. Among the 8 sons of the Fang family, Song Hua was the youngest and easiest to manipulate, but she didn't expect the target to be Song Yan. Fools, 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 a bunch of lunatics. With those 2 women around, she still wanted to control Song Yan. Were they tired of living? Yang Xiao had not forgotten what it felt like to be stared at by those 2 women. In that instant, she felt her blood almost freeze. It was a fear that permeated her soul. Either of those 2 women could easily snap her neck. She had reported this point, but apparently the Fang family didn't care what happened to her life. Her somewhat slender body curled up on the bed, her fingers tearing at the quilt, venting her frustration through gritted teeth. Yang Xiao eventually calmed down. That slip of paper reappeared in her mind. Yang Xiao still didn't know who had left that slip of paper, but its content strangely matched the task in the Fang family's letter. Perhaps it was time for her to make a choice. The sunlight was warm. The effects of the heavy rain half a month ago had completely passed. People always had to live. They didn't have much time to dwell in sorrow. The residences and shops along the Yiluo River were rebuilt in their original locations and with their original styles. Song Yan strolled through Songju City with Gu Bangxia by his side and Zhang Long and Zhao Hu behind him. As usual, Xiao Yizi was nowhere to be seen, perhaps in some unseen corner. Song Yun was dead, Song Zhen was imprisoned, but only imprisoned, he was still alive after all. This was not good. Perhaps he should go to the prison. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from not far ahead. They suddenly stopped as they approached Song Yan. The carriage curtain was pulled open. A figure appeared in Song Yan's sight. Song Yan was slightly startled. His expression remained normal, and he cupped his hands towards the figure. 4th brother. The Yang family had 8 sons. The eldest son, Song Hua, and the second son, Song Yi, had already entered officialdom, but due to Yang Myoking's disrespect towards the imperial clan, they were implicated and dismissed from their positions. Currently, they remain in Dongling awaiting deployment, forbidden to leave the capital without an imperial edict. Therefore, even with the death of their own brother, they could not attend the funeral. The 3rd son, Song Jiang, was unversed in poetry and literature, but possessed natural divine power, capable of lifting a tripod like an overlord. He was a born warrior and thus joined the military. Though young, he was already a partial general. Even when Song Hua and Song Yi were implicated by Yang Myoking, Song Jiang remained as stable as Mount Tai. And the 4th son was Song En. It was said that this person had the ability to memorize anything after one glance. Of course, this was merely an outsider's rumor. The true Song En was not that exaggerated. However, he could remember a 1,000-word article 70 to 80% after just one read, and after 3 reads, there would be virtually no errors. People in the Duke's mansion often said that if the 4th young master had used this talent for studying, the title of Song family's Killin child might not have fallen to the 6th young master. Song En had no interest in poetry or articles. Instead, he greatly enjoyed the Tao of commerce. Scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants were at the bottom. It could only be said that these nobles were an extremely complex group of people, acting like prostitutes while still wanting to erect a memorial arch. On one hand, almost every noble had numerous shops and even trading caravans under their name. They relied on merchants to accrue wealth and maintain their extravagant lifestyles. On the other hand, they looked down upon merchants. When Song En initially chose to engage in commerce, he was opposed by almost everyone in the Duke's mansion, except for Yang Myoking. Yang Myoking was the only one who supported Song En's choice. At that time, people in the Duke's mansion often sighed, saying that doting mothers spoil their children, believing that Yang Myoking's excessive pampering of Song En was why she unconditionally supported his decision. But now, it seemed more likely that Yang Myoking did not want to see Song En grow stronger and become an obstacle to Song Zhen. Song Yan was relatively unfamiliar with this 4th elder brother. Since he started his business, Song En had already left the Duke's mansion, and it had been over 6 years since he returned home. When he left home, Song-an was still a slightly naive youth. Now he was much more mature than before, with an indifferent expression, neither happy nor sad. He had returned this time presumably for the matters of Song-yun and Song-zhen, yet no sadness could be seen on his face. He was not wearing mourning clothes, nor was he in luxurious attire, but simply a plain white long robe. His carriage was also an ordinary one. Although Song-an had already made a considerable name for himself in the Enning country's commercial Tao over 6 years, his lifestyle remained quite simple. Just as Song-yan was observing Song-an, Song-an was also observing Song-yan. After scrutinizing him for a few seconds, the seriousness on Song-an's face suddenly dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile. He stepped down from the carriage, ignoring Gu Bangxia, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu beside Song-yan, and patted Song-yan's shoulder. 6 years unseen, the ninth has also grown into an adult. He is indeed much stronger than when he was a child. Not bad, not bad. Song-yan smiled shyly. It's hard for fourth brother to still remember me. I've changed quite a bit over the years. That's normal 6 years after all. Song-an also smiled, presenting a warm picture of brothers reuniting, so much so that anyone who saw it would exclaim about the harmonious brotherhood. It's just that, to have ninth brother marry into the Luo family as a live-in son-in-law, it was truly a hardship. Ah, if fourth brother had been home then, I definitely wouldn't have let such a thing happen. The Luo family treats me well, so there's no hardship. That puts my mind at ease. It's just that when ninth brother got married, I was traveling far and wide, unable to receive family letters from the Duke's mansion. By the time I received the news, it was already half a month later. I couldn't attend ninth brother's wedding, and I, your elder brother, feel deeply ashamed. Song-an sighed. Since I've returned today, the wedding ceremony must certainly be made up for. Saying this, Song-an waved his hand, and the coachman turned and ducked back into the carriage, retrieving an exquisite sandalwood box from inside. This is a small token of my regard. I hope ninth brother will not decline. Between us brothers, why bother with such formalities? Song-yan quickly said. Song-an then deliberately put on a stern face. How can a gift that has been given be taken back? Does ninth brother look down on fourth brother? With words spoken to this extent, Song-yan could not refuse. He immediately took the box and turned to hand it to Zhang Long. After they exchanged pleasantries for a while, Song-an returned to his carriage. The direction he departed in suggested he was returning to the Duke's mansion. Not until the carriage disappeared from sight did Song-yan withdraw his gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. He wondered what this so-called fourth brother truly intended to do by returning this time. Was he also after the position of family head? As soon as this thought appeared, Song-yan shook his head. Song-an had no great interest in power. The only thing he was interested in was money. Song-an had never shown the slightest interest in the title of Duke from beginning to end. Song-yan's perception of Song-an was somewhat complex. This fourth son of the Yang family had not inherited any of Yang Myoking's arrogant and domineering personality. He was always gentle and refined in his dealings with others, and rarely bullied even the illegitimate sons and daughters. At least in Song-yan's memory, he had never directly clashed with Song-an. Of course, their relationship could not be considered intimate either. In fact, he had hardly ever spoken to Song-an, and the number of times they met was also very few. But the more such a person, the more vigilance was needed. Perhaps it was because he had been targeted for harm so many times since childhood that he developed persecution paranoia. But no matter what, Song-yan did not want to lose his life unknowingly. Thinking this, Song-yan turned to look at the small wooden box. There was no need to worry about any mechanisms inside the box. Song-an had handed this wooden box to him in broad daylight. If anything truly happened to him, Song-an would not escape responsibility. When the lid was opened, he saw several special sheets of paper inside. Compared to ordinary writing paper, these papers were thicker, harder, and even had certain waterproof measures. Song-yan frowned. They were bank drafts. 10 drafts, each for 10,000 taels. 100,000 taels of silver. This gift was undeniably substantial, even exceeding the betrothal gifts the Luo family gave to the Duke's mansion. Even with Song-yan's steady mind, he couldn't help but be surprised at this moment. What surprised him was not the number 100,000 taels, but that Song-an, with a personality akin to a pixiu, a mythical creature that only takes in and never gives out, would actually be willing to part with so much silver. Could it be that he had been taken by possession? At the very bottom of the box there was another piece of paper. Song-yan picked it up and saw 2 words written on it, Dongling. Dongling, the imperial city of Ening country. What exactly did Song mean by this? Did he mean for him to go to Dongling? Besides being the imperial city of Ening country, did Dongling have any other special significance? Why would he leave him such information? After much thought, he still couldn't figure out the reason. Why couldn't these people just say what they meant directly instead of speaking in riddles? Grumbling inwardly, he shook his head and walked straight ahead. Before long, a shop appeared before his eyes. Cayenne Family Trading Company. Although the storefront was not large, the various decorations were quite exquisite, ancient, and elegant. At first glance, one might even think it was a bookstore selling writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. In reality, what took place here was the simplest and most crude exchange of money. This was a bank, also called a money house. Those bank drafts, Song Zhen had just turned around when his Zio Yizi took them. Now it was time to retrieve that silver. It was a pity that the 100,000 taels in drafts given by Song and did not belong to the Cayenne Family Trading Company. Otherwise, he could have withdrawn them all at once. The chubby manager Cayenne was napping on the counter, completely unlike the busy managers of other shops. This was normal, after all. Places like money houses catered to large clients. Ordinary families didn't have extra money to deposit, so it was quite normal to not have a single customer for several days in a row. This kind of business was all about not opening for 3 months, but making enough to live for 3 years when it does. The so-called manager Cayenne did not mean that the shop belonged to him. The Cayenne Family Trading Company was backed by the Cayenne family, and the manager Cayenne could only be considered an advanced employee, like a manager. Hearing footsteps, manager Cayenne's ears twitched, and he lifted his head. Seeing Song Yan, his face immediately broke into a smile, his already small eyes almost turning into soybeans. "Young master, are you here to deposit money?" Song Yan shook his head. "No, to withdraw money." The manager Cayenne showed no disappointment on his face and promptly invited Song Yan to the inner hall. However, at the doorway, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and Gu Bangxia were stopped. "Young master, these are the rules." He knew that the trading company had such rules. After all, whether depositing or withdrawing money, the bill of exchange and secret codes were extremely important. Therefore, transactions were always conducted between the manager and the client, with no third person present. Thinking this, he nodded to Gu Bangxia and the 2 others, then followed the manager to the inner hall. The so-called inner hall was actually a secret room, with no windows and extremely thick walls, ensuring that conversations inside would not be overheard by anyone outside. Only a few oil lamps provided a faint glimmer of light with their flickering flames. They sat down as host and guest. Song Yan took out the bill of exchange, and the manager meticulously inspected it, rubbing it with his fingers and even bringing it to his nose to sniff the scent. It took about 15 minutes before he finally confirmed the bill of exchange was genuine and noted down its serial number. "Young master, please wait a moment. I need to retrieve the ledger." Song Yan nodded slightly. The method of withdrawing money was indeed as cumbersome as he knew. Bowing to Song Yan, manager Cayenne moved his corpulent body to stand and leave. After about a few minutes, the door was pushed open again. Looking up, it wasn't manager Cayenne, but a slightly thinner figure holding a tea tray with a cup of hot tea. The person was about 1.7 meters tall, which was considered tall for people of this era. He had a slender build, wore a coarse short robe, and was dressed as a servant. Noticing Song Yan's gaze, he smiled somewhat fawningly. Whether depositing or withdrawing money, these were all wealthy and distinguished individuals, not people a servant could offend. He bowed and scraped to Song Yan, then quickly stepped forward. "Young Master Song, there are too many ledgers in the accounting office, and it will take some time to find the right one. Manager Cayenne instructed me to bring you a cup of tea first, young Master Song. Please wait patiently." As he spoke, the man placed the teacup in front of Song Yan. Just as his fingers were about to leave the teacup, a dagger suddenly slid from his sleeve, landing precisely in his palm. The next instant, with a whoosh, the sharp dagger aimed straight for Song Yan's throat. A group of people was walking along a small path. These individuals had somewhat peculiar appearances. Although at first glance they didn't seem much different from people of the Central Plains, a closer look revealed some distinctions. Their stature was shorter, and their eyes were more sinister. Although they wore short robes similar to those of Central Plains commoners, they were too baggy, making them look awkward and out of place, like monkeys dressed in human clothes. Before long, the city gate of Ningping County could be seen. Ningping was just a county, and although it had city walls and a gate, they weren't particularly tall. There were a few soldiers at the city gate, checking the identities of people entering and exiting the county. Although the soldiers found the awkward appearance of these people a bit strange, their identification was confirmed to be in order. With a wave of the hand, they gestured for the people to enter. Compared to Songju, Ningping was naturally much more backward. However, looking at the bustling streets and the numerous shops, a strong sense of greed still welled up in their eyes. As expected of the Central Plains, it was so prosperous. Especially upon seeing the women dressed in Ruquin, the desire in their eyes became even harder to conceal. It was not easy to find such fair-skinned, delicate women in their homeland. "Don't forget our objective," the leader said, retracting his gaze and speaking in a deep voice. He spoke the official Central Plains dialect, but his tone was somewhat strange, with a consistently rising inflection. The remaining four immediately averted their gaze. From their previous expressions of envy, greed, and surprise, it was clear that this was their first time entering Ningping. Yet they were extremely familiar with the layout of Ningping County, and it wasn't long before they arrived at a restaurant. This restaurant was quite high-end, and the attire of the five men was somewhat inappropriate. However, the manager of the restaurant had evidently received instructions in advance, and he did not stop them even when he saw them going upstairs. With a creak, a door was pushed open, revealing a woman in the room. Gulp! When they saw the woman, the five men almost simultaneously swallowed their saliva. Although the woman was older, probably in her 40s, she was clearly well-maintained in her daily life. Her skin was still fair and delicate, her face exquisite, and she exuded grace and nobility. Luxurious cloud brocade wrapped her shapely figure, and her mature charm made it difficult for these men to control themselves. Just one look, and they felt an inexplicable heat in their lower abdomen. Beside the woman was another young woman, who, though younger, was far inferior in comparison to the older woman. She could only be described as ordinary. If Song Yan were here, he would recognize the identities of these two, Yang Myoking and Yang Xiao. Although in the eyes of these men, Yang Myoking still possessed her allure, those familiar with her could tell that in just half a month, she had become much more haggard, as if she had aged several years overnight. Due to Song Zhen's matter, Yang Myoking was utterly exhausted. Song Zhen was her only biological son, and she absolutely could not just stand by and watch him be beheaded. That's right, for Yang Myoking, only Song Zhen was her biological son. The others, even if born from her womb, were nothing more than bastards. The thought of Song Zhen being locked in the dungeon, suffering day after day, twisted Yang Myoking's heart like a knife. She had tried to use the power of the Duke's mansion, but Song Hongtao, who had always been subservient to her, perhaps stimulated by Song Yun's death, had undergone a drastic change in personality. Her usual tactics of crying, making a scene and threatening suicide, which had always been effective, were useless this time. Not only did Song Hongtao show no intention of using his connections to plead for Song Zhen, but he even directly stripped her of her authority over the household. If it weren't for his apprehension of the Yang family, she might not even have been able to retain her status as his wife. Without her authority over the household, Steward Wang, that old geezer, took the opportunity to clean out the Duke's mansion. Most of the people loyal to her were sold off to human traffickers by Steward Wang, leaving Yang Myoking with very few people she could currently use. Yang Myoking also tried to leverage the power of the Yang family. Initially, the Yang family was indeed unwilling to see 20 years of planning come to naught in such a way, and they did arrange for some advanced experts. However, these carefully cultivated experts were killed one by one before they even had a chance to enter the Duke's mansion. After losing 17 elites in a row, the Yang family stopped sending people over. Yang Myoking knew that the Yang family had probably given up on Song Zhen. Damn it, Zhener is of the Yang family's blood. How could they be so cold-blooded? How could they stand by and do nothing? After realizing this, Yang Myoking felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, losing all hope at once. She even had a mental breakdown once, hanging a white silk ribbon from the beam, But ultimately, her doting love for Song Zhen surpassed everything. She knew that once she died, there would be no one left in this world who cared about Zhener. After all, as the legitimate daughter of the Yang family, Yang was intelligent. She had only been blinded by hatred before. Once she rallied again, the intelligence and madness she displayed shocked even Yang Xiao. Yang Myoking was very clear that under the current circumstances, it was impossible to rescue Song Zhen through normal means. The only two methods she could think of were to bribe the jailers and replace Song Zhen with another death row inmate. However, the difficulty was considerable. It wasn't a matter of money, as Yang Myoking had secretly embezzled a substantial amount over the years. Her concern was Song Yan. That person would surely keep a close eye on Zhener, and even a disguise might not fool Song Yan's eyes. The second method was to break him out of prison. However, due to Steward Wang's purge, although she wasn't completely alone, the number of people she could use was very small. To break him out, she could only rely on the strength of others. Bandits wouldn't do. While thieves were greedy for money, they absolutely wouldn't dare to take on such a job. Attacking the county yamen and storming the prison was tantamount to rebellion. Bandits sought wealth but wouldn't risk their lives for it. Therefore, the only power she could rely on was from outside Ening country. Everything that had happened during this period replayed in her mind. Yang Myoking couldn't understand why such a favorable situation had taken such a sharp turn for the worse, ending in utter defeat. Perhaps her only mistake was not strangling Song Yan in his cradle earlier. Thinking this, Yang Myoking's fingers involuntarily clenched. Suppressing the agitation in her heart, Yang Myoking looked at the man leading the group opposite her. This must be Mr. Harada, I presume. Yang Xiao's beautiful eyes beside her narrowed slightly. They were Japanese pirates. After Song Zhen's accident, Yang Myoking was almost insane because of her son's situation. Most of the time, she would lock herself in her room alone. Even Yang Xiao rarely saw her. It wasn't until a few days ago that Yang Myoking suddenly told her she had found a way to rescue Song Zhen and that she wanted to take her and Song Zhen far away, never to return. At that time, Yang Myoking's eyes were already bloodshot, and she looked distraught. Yang Xiao could only feign agreement to appease her, while secretly thinking that Yang Myoking seemed to have settled on her as her daughter-in-law. It wasn't until she heard the title, Harada Shikero, that Yang Xiao finally understood that the method Yang Myoking had thought of was actually the Japanese pirates. Japanese pirates are a type of humanoid creature that drifts on the sea year-round, making a living by plundering merchant ships. They are short in stature but fierce and cruel. Common mountain bandits, for example, would not make too much trouble if paid. This is the so-called toll money. But Japanese pirates are different. Although they have similar forms and appearances to humans, their nature is like hyenas. They will attack fleets without hesitation, kill all the crew, steal all the merchandise, and if there are women on board, their fate is even more tragic. Japanese pirates would also land on the shore. Wherever they passed, villages and towns would be reduced to ruins, and houses would be burned to ashes. Since the establishment of Ening country, over 100 years, the coastal areas have seen hundreds of thousands of people killed or injured by Japanese pirates. Places like Songju Prefecture and Ningping County harbor even deeper hatred for Japanese pirates. Almost every household has relatives who died at their hands. Yang Myoking was truly insane. Didn't she know that cooperating with Japanese pirates was tantamount to playing with fire? Did she intend to use these Japanese pirates to break Song Zhen out of prison? What made Yang Xiao feel even more strange was, when and how did Yang Myoking get in touch with the Japanese pirates? She lowered her eyelids. It seemed Yang Myoking still had a hidden force she was unaware of, a force she could use. This force might not be very strong, at least not strong enough to break Song Zhen out of prison, but it should be capable of conveying information. Yang Myoking was unaware of Yang Xiao's thoughts. She sat upright in her chair, her expression solemn. Even though she had lost Duke Song's favor and the Yang family's support, she still maintained the dignity of a direct daughter of the Yang family. This was probably her last inner insistence. She was unwilling to show a pathetic appearance in front of anyone. However, the 5 Japanese pirates' audacious gazes displeased Yang Myoking, causing her to frown slightly. Noticing the change in Yang Myoking's expression, Harada Shikero, who was in charge, felt a little awkward. Damn it, He had been at sea for too long and indeed couldn't control himself. He coughed loudly, finally bringing the souls of the several idiots beside him back. "Madam Song, why exactly have you called us here?" It was still that strange tone, coupled with a hoarse voice, sounding like two pieces of metal rubbing together under pressure. Yang Myoking did not immediately reply, but turned her head slightly to glance at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao was intelligent and naturally guessed Yang Myoking's thoughts. Although this so-called aunt hoped she would become Song Zhen's wife, she didn't fully trust her. So she curtsied slightly. "Aunt, I suddenly remembered I have some things to do. May I go back for a moment?" Yang Myoking didn't speak, only nodded slightly. With narrow, slightly upturned eyes, Yang Xiao glanced at the Japanese pirates, then drifted away, closing the door behind her. A cool breeze brushed her face. Yang Xiao's body trembled slightly, and she realized her skin was covered in goosebumps. Being in the same room with those fierce Japanese pirates, the suffocating pressure was indescribable. She even desperately suppressed her bewitching arts, preventing these Japanese pirates from focusing their attention on her. Otherwise, no one could guarantee what these beasts worse than animals would do. A few breaths later, Yang Xiao's expression calmed down, and she walked downstairs. A thought surfaced in her mind. Since Yang Myoking didn't completely trust her, why did she let her witness her meeting with the Japanese pirates? Perhaps this was a test for her. Perhaps someone was secretly watching her, and if she showed any abnormal behavior, like going to the county office to report, she might die on the way. Yang Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. It was also possible that Yang Myoking just wanted to convey some information through her mouth. Thinking this, Yang Xiao's steps did not falter. She maintained a normal, unhurried pace as she returned to Duke Song Manor. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps disappeared that Yang Myoking finally looked up at the 5 Japanese pirates opposite her. "Harada Shikaro, as far as I know, your group of Japanese pirates numbers about 700 or 800. Is that correct?" Harada Shikaro sat nonchalantly opposite Yang Myoking. "Madam Song is quite well informed about our situation. What exactly do you want from us, Madam Song? Is it perhaps about an rival merchant ship heading out to sea?" Yang Myoking did not answer directly. Instead, she took out a piece of paper from her bosom. Upon closer inspection, it was a map, somewhat crude, but it clearly showed the general layout of Ningping County. "According to the information I've gathered, merely plundering ships at sea is not enough to satisfy Harada Shikaro's appetite, which is why Harada Shikaro often leads his team ashore. Several villages around Ningping County have mostly been plundered by Harada Shikaro, the most recent time being just over a month ago." Harada Shikaro's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits. He glanced at the beautiful woman in front of him with some surprise. He had initially thought she was just a pretty woman, but her understanding of him was truly beyond his expectations. Due to the large number of Japanese pirates entrenched in the waters around Ningping County, fewer and fewer merchant ships had been going out to sea in the past 6 months. Only some fishermen, forced by livelihood, would risk going out to fish. Harada Shikaro, of course, would not let these people go, killing them all. But how much profit could be gained from fishermen? Left with no choice, just over a month ago, Harada Shikaro landed ashore and plundered several villages. Even now, he clearly remembered the excitement of his Japanese sword splitting open people's heads, severing their necks, and the blood splattering on his face. He could still recall the desperate screams of those people on the verge of death. They stole all the food and valuables they could see, took all the women, not even sparing the young girls, and then, with a single fire, burned each village to ashes. Those villages were not far from Ningping County. The magistrate of Ningping County should have been able to see the thick smoke rising from the villages, yet no bailiffs or anti-Japanese pirate soldiers appeared from beginning to end, as if nothing had happened. Of course, there wasn't a complete lack of losses. It seemed some companions in one village encountered wandering heroes, losing dozens of brothers. Yang Myoking paid no attention to the change in Harada Shikaro's expression. She picked up her teacup, took a light sip, and continued. "A few barren villages, you probably didn't get much from them, did you? After more than a month, there shouldn't be much food left, right? Those women, they must be mostly dead by now, right?" Harada Shikaro's face darkened. "What exactly do you want to say, Madam Song?" A faint curve appeared at the corner of Yang Myoking's lips. "Harada Shikaro, Don't you think merely plundering a few villages is rather uninteresting? The wealth gathered in Ningping County is not comparable to that of a mere few villages, you know. She reached out and pointed to a location on the map. See here, this is Luo Manor, the richest person in all of Ningping County. No, in Songzhou Prefecture lives here. Here you can seize hundreds of thousands of silver taels, and you can seize enough grain to last you a lifetime. Harada Shikero, along with the 4 Japanese pirates behind him, simultaneously gasped for breath. Hundreds of thousands of silver taels. This unimaginably vast sum stimulated the greed in their chests. The Luo family also has the most beautiful woman in all of Ening country. Gulp, the Japanese pirates all swallowed in unison. Harada Shikero asked, "How beautiful?" 10 times more beautiful than me. Yang Myoking's voice was eerie, like a vengeful spirit. Under the flickering candlelight, the dagger gleamed with a silvery light. Who would have thought that a servant who served tea and water would suddenly transform into a deadly assassin? The distance between the two was already extremely close. Almost in an instant, the dagger had already reached the front of Song Yan's throat, poised to tear open Song Yan's neck. The servant's lips had already curved into a sinister smile. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly echoed in the secret room. The secret room of the money house was devoid of sunlight. Even with a few flickering candles, the gloom was hard to dispel, so when 2 daggers clashed, the sparks that erupted were exceptionally dazzling. The young attendant's face changed slightly, and he suddenly retreated, quickly widening the distance between himself and Song Yan. In the flickering candlelight, it was clear that a deep indentation had appeared on the side of his dagger. Even the blade had a bean-sized piece chipped off. The man had lost his initial obsequious demeanor. His narrow eyes squinted into a slit, flashing with a chilling, eerie glow. The intelligence was wrong. Who said this was a young man with no strength to tie a chicken? To react instantly to his sneak attack and block the dagger with a short knife, his strength was at least that of a ranked martial artist. Song Yan's reaction was even more completely beyond his expectation. The action of drawing his short knife to block showed not the slightest hesitation, as if he had long anticipated the sneak attack. Had he been even half a breath slower, the dagger would have torn open his throat. "Good kid, I underestimated you. I'm curious how you saw through me." The assassin's voice also changed, no longer as fawning, but rather with a hint of hoarseness. The sneak attack was thwarted, but it wasn't a big problem. This kid was only 15 or 16 years old. Even if he could become a first-rank martial artist, his strength surely couldn't compare to a martial artist like him, who had been immersed in the first rank for many years. "The advantage is mine." Song Yan also unhurriedly rose from his chair, stepped forward, his face completely devoid of any panic from being assassinated. "You wouldn't think your disguise was perfect, would you? To be honest, as an assassin, you are very unqualified." A flush of red immediately appeared on his originally dark face. As a professional assassin, to be reprimanded like this by a young man was truly infuriating. "To me, your disguise is full of flaws. First, your build is simply too tall. With a physique like yours, let alone joining the army, even serving as a guard for a wealthy family would be more than enough. How could you possibly come to be a young attendant who serves tea and pours water? Secondly, this is the secret room of the money house. Apart from Manager Kyan and the trading party, no one else is allowed to enter. You might be too poor and don't know the rules here." "Hiss." The assassin suddenly took a sharp breath. Song Yan's tone was gentle, his demeanor calm and unruffled, but why were his words so cutting? "Finally, even Manager Kyan didn't know who I was, but you immediately said, 'Young Master Song.' With so many loopholes, if I still couldn't tell you were up to no good, then I'd be too stupid." Song Yan exhaled, his expression somewhat complex. "I really want to know who, exactly, looks down on me so much as to arrange a fool like you to kill me." Deliberately provoking anger, a very crude tactic. Truly professional assassins, with minds as hard as iron, would likely not be affected, but the person in front of him clearly hadn't reached that level. Thinking this, Song Yan spoke again, simultaneously taking a step forward imperceptibly. "Is it Yang Myoking?" "Langya Yang clan." The anger in the assassin's eyes was gradually fading. He was slowly regaining his composure, and even upon hearing Song Yan's question, his expression didn't change at all. Just then, a thought flashed in Song Yan's mind, as if he had remembered something. Dongling. The next instant, he saw the assassin's pupils suddenly constrict, and his consciousness briefly wandered. Bang! Almost at the same time, Song Yan suddenly exploded into action, pushing off with his feet, his body rocketing forward. He appeared in front of the assassin instantly, and the short knife in his hand ripped towards the assassin's neck with a hiss. The assassin's momentary distraction was all Song Yan needed to seize the opportunity. Only now did he realize how close the distance between them had become. It was too late to raise his dagger to block, so he instinctively arched his upper body backward. The sharp blade almost grazed the skin of the assassin's neck. Swish! A string of blood beads oozed out. As if he had walked through the gates of hell, the assassin's entire body was covered in goosebumps. That was just a layer of skin. Though frightening, it was by no means fatal. Although the path of martial arts had already entered the right track, with the dual tempering of internal energy and flesh, and he had practiced a lot with Gu Banksia during this period. For Song Yan, this was still the first time he truly faced an enemy. The soundproofing of the secret room was excellent, so Zhang Long Zhao who couldn't hear the commotion here. Even Zhao Yizi couldn't possibly know what was happening inside the secret room. He wouldn't choose to escape. Turning his back on a killer was no different from seeking death. His experiences from childhood to adulthood meant Song Yan wouldn't talk about rules. For him, achieving his goal was paramount. After the standoff between the two began, he was like a venomous snake, patiently seeking an opportunity. The moment the opponent was distracted by the word dongling, he acted like a clap of thunder, launching a sneak attack. And once the assassination began, it would be like a raging storm, never stopping until the opponent was dead. Candlelight flickered, figures swayed. Song Yan suddenly took a step forward, his short knife rotating with the momentum, the blade pointing downwards, striking towards the completely exposed heart. The assassin had no time to react otherwise, and raised his right arm. Rip! Clatter! The dagger fell to the ground. I'm going to kill you. A chair smashed heavily against Song Yan's waist, then shattered. In the dim light, blood splattered everywhere, and broken wood chips flew in all directions. Song Yan's short knife was still stuck in the assassin's arm, and blood instantly stained his sleeve. The assassin's other hand was still clutching a broken chair leg, his reaction quite fast. Some blood splattered on his face, and the pungent smell of blood filled his nostrils, yet it didn't make him feel nauseous. Song Yan's face seemed to have completely lost its expression, replaced only by cold indifference. He gripped the hilt with his right hand and twisted it. Pain is a sensation that can very effectively incapacitate a person. Immediately, another cry of pain erupted, and the assassin's body twitched violently. He raised his right leg and kicked Song Yan's abdomen fiercely. Thump! With a muffled sound, Song Yan's body trembled, but his hand movements showed no sign of stopping. He exerted force with his wrist, tearing bone and flesh apart. Only then did Song Yan's round of attacks finally pause. The short knife might have severed a blood vessel, perhaps an artery. Arteries and veins, Song Yan was a bit unclear, but in short, the blood kept gushing out, flowing down the assassin's arm like a faucet with its switch broken. In a short time, the ground was a crimson mess. The extremely rich smell of blood slowly diffused in this airtight secret room. Judging by the blood loss, the assassin likely wouldn't live much longer. Of course, he could still last a few minutes before then. At this point, Song Yan was no longer in a hurry. He retreated a few steps, blocking the exit, and casually picked up a rag from a shelf to wipe the blood from his short sword. He wouldn't risk his life fighting the opponent now. A person is most terrifying when they feel they are about to die. For that sliver of hope, they would do anything, at the very least wanting to take their opponent down with them, to have a companion on the Yellow Springs Road, so as not to be lonely. For Song Yan, this was an unnecessary risk. He only needed to calmly wait for the opponent's blood to continuously drain, their strength to weaken until death. It was only then that Song Yan finally had time to ponder the earlier question. Why did the two words, dongling, provoke the assassin? Could it be that someone from Dongling hired him to kill him? But why? He had never traveled further than Songju Prefecture in his entire life. He wasn't even sure which direction Dongling was in, so how could he have offended someone there? And even if he had truly offended some important figure, they wouldn't have arranged such an incompetent assassin, would they? If it had been a second-grade or third-grade martial artist, he might have been in trouble. Why did Songen know about Dongling? And why did he warn him? Although there wasn't an irreconcilable feud between him and Song An, there also wasn't much interaction. Numerous thoughts surged through his mind, pondering, yet his eyes remained fixed on the killer opposite him, not relaxing for a moment. Drip, drip, drip. It was the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. The dangling piece of flesh was still swaying, each swing a strong stimulus to the killer's nerves. His other hand pressed hard on the area above his arm, as if trying to staunch the severed blood vessel, but it was of little use. Blood continued to seep through his fingers. In a short time, both his hands were stained crimson, as if soaked in a pool of blood. The smell of blood grew thicker. Just as Song Yan had anticipated, the killer was starting to panic. The intense pain had already numbed him. His lips were dry, as if about to crack, and even his vision was somewhat blurry. He knew that if he couldn't find a doctor immediately, he would die very soon. He didn't want to die. Under the stimulation of a strong will to live, the assassin's eyes had turned bloodshot, crisscrossed with streaks of red, staring fiercely at Song Yan, and the door behind him as if searching for an escape opportunity. "Are you feeling a bit dizzy?" Song Yan's voice slowly spread. "Don't worry, it's normal. Move aside. I heard that if you lose more than a third of your blood, you'll die." "Move aside," the man said again, already panting, his chest heaving violently. "Tell me who sent you to kill me." The man seemed to want to uphold his professional ethics. He didn't answer, merely stepping forward. He even released the wound on his arm, squatted down, and picked up his dagger again. "Are you no longer feeling pain?" Song Yan's tone remained unhurried, his body showing no intention of moving, playing with the short sword in his hand. "Are your eyes starting to blur? Are your limbs gradually becoming numb, beginning to lose strength? These are all signs that you are about to die. If you can't stop the bleeding immediately, you will truly die. Aren't you afraid I'll fight to the death? You weren't my match before. How much strength do you think you can exert now? Tell me who is it and I'll move aside." The man's lips trembled. He didn't think for long. The killer's professional ethics ultimately couldn't outweigh his life. "Someone from Dongling sent me to kill you." "Who?" "I don't know." He was masked. His voice was male, and he was a few years older than you. "Any distinguishing features?" The will to live had already broken through his psychological defenses, causing him to speak with a somewhat anxious pace. From his attire, he appeared to be a nobleman. His right leg seemed a bit inconvenient, a slight limp. "Very good, you may leave." Song Yan smiled, then moved aside. He was a gentleman. He would always keep his promises. The assassin's eyes suddenly lit up. The rapidly approaching death had made him unable to think about anything else, and he staggered towards the door. He wanted to find a doctor. He didn't want to die. Just as he reached the door, just as he turned his back to Song Yan, a strange sound entered his ears. The man's body stiffened in place, looking down at his chest in disbelief. A blood-stained knife tip had emerged from his chest. Thud. The knife was pulled out again, and his body collapsed to the ground, twitching convulsively. He spat out some bloody foam, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. He had promised he would move aside, but he hadn't promised not to stab him from behind, so no problem. "There was one question I forgot to ask. How much money did he give you? How foolish to believe that the target you were trying to kill would let you go." The man bared his teeth, as if wanting to smile, but couldn't. 10 taels of silver." His voice grew weaker and weaker. In the end, even that tiny bit of breathing could no longer be heard. The light of survival in his eyes also gradually dissipated, turning dull. This was the second person he had killed, wasn't it? When he killed Yang Gifeng, his heart was still a little agitated, but now he was completely calm. 10 taels of silver. Life was truly cheap, both his and the assassin's. He did get one useful piece of information. The person who wanted to kill him had a problem with his leg. Song Yan's expression darkened. He carefully searched his mind and was very certain that he had no impression of such a man. "Is he crazy? I don't even know who you are, yet you come to kill me." He also knew that he had extorted 100,000 taels from Song Zhen and would come to Cayenne Family Trading Company to withdraw the money. This feeling of being targeted, yet not knowing the identity of the opponent, made Song Yan somewhat uncomfortable. Creak. The door was pushed open. Manager Cayenne's chubby figure appeared before him once again. Looking at the corpse sprawled at the doorway, his tiny, bead-like eyes merely flashed with a hint of shrewdness, and his expression quickly returned to normal. He seemed not to have seen the corpse at all, stepping through the pool of blood to reach Song Yan, holding a thick account book in his hand. "Young master, we can now exchange the secret code." The bank was also filled with filth. Those who became bank managers were all extremely shrewd characters. The man's disguise couldn't fool his eyes, but he didn't care. He might commit murder. The bank would also get entangled in a murder lawsuit, but the Cayenne family behind it had enough influence to settle the lawsuit. At most, it would just be a small compensation, but the money stored in the vault would forever belong to the Cayenne family. It was probably a case of dog-eat-dog. The secret code was confirmed. In 7 days, a massive sum of 110,000 taels of silver would be delivered to Luo Manor. Normally, it would be 90,000 taels. In this era, depositing money in a bank not only didn't earn interest, but one also had to pay the bank. Usually, it was a 10% deduction, but this time, there was a loss. Since the client was assassinated in the bank's secret room, some compensation had to be given. About a quarter of an hour later, Manager Cayenne and Song Yan returned to the main hall. The chubby face still wore a cordial smile. No one knew that a life had just been lost, as if nothing had happened. "Young master, what happened?" Gu Bangxia keenly noticed that Song Yan's spirits were a bit off and asked cautiously. "Nothing, let's return to Ningping." The carriage sped along, and when the sun had just begun to set, the carriage already stopped. Before them was Duke Song Manor. When they saw Song Yan emerge from the carriage, the gatekeepers of the Duke's mansion all trembled in fear, their faces pale. They remembered clearly that the previous gatekeeper, Zhang Xiaoshan, had been killed by Song Yan. The 9th young master, once bullied by everyone in the Duke's mansion, was now a terrifying fiend feared by all. There were even rumors that the imprisonment of 5th young master Song Zhen and the death of 7th young master Song Yun both involved the 9th young master, though there was no evidence. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The gatekeeper dared not be negligent, hurrying over, bowing and scraping, almost kneeling before Song Yan. "Is my father in the manor?" "Uncle is not in. He went out with 4th cousin. If cousin has something, why not come in and wait?" Before the gatekeeper could answer, a soft voice came from inside the manor. The voice was soft and sweet, carrying a captivating charm like a feather tickling one's heart. "Yang Xiao," a woman whose voice was far more alluring than her appearance. Still that unremarkable exterior, her chest seemed to be wrapped in something, and even her figure looked ordinary. From her appearance alone, Yang Xiao was the kind of person who would be completely lost in a crowd. Yet precisely such a woman possessed an irresistible allure. Like honey-coated poison, one knew drinking it would lead to death, yet couldn't resist wanting to taste it. Song Yan had met 2 such women. One was Yang Xiao, and the other was Minju from Quinyu Brothel. Minju was charming and graceful, but Song Yan felt that if Yang Xiao had Minju's looks, that alluring charm would probably drive men even crazier. The so-called naturally seductive was nothing more than this. That intense urge to embrace the woman before him and cherish her constantly stimulated his nerves. The methods of the hehuan sect were truly terrifying. If it were a man with a slightly weaker will, he would probably have fallen at her feet immediately, becoming a lapdog for the hehuan woman. However, Song Yan was ultimately not an ordinary person. Though young, he had already experienced too much. He let out a slight breath, and his slightly disordered emotions quickly returned to normal. Very well. The Duke's mansion in the evening seemed unaffected by Song Yun's death, returning to its usual scene. Some maids gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting about mundane household matters. Inadvertently, upon seeing Song Yan appear, their expressions immediately changed, and they scattered in a hurry. It was as if not a handsome young man had appeared before them, but the ox head and horse face from the underworld. "Am I that scary?" Song Yan felt a little regretful. He actually thought he was a good person. At least he didn't bully men and women or oppress the good. In this era, being able to do these two things was already considered a very, very good person. They probably bullied cousin before, so of course they'd be afraid. Yang Xiao, who was beside him, smiled. With someone like cousin as an opponent, let alone these servants, even I am a little afraid. Chatting casually, they arrived at a pavilion. Yang Xiao stopped. How about we rest here for a bit? Very well. A maid served scented tea. She put down the teacup and then hurried away, seemingly a bit rude, but Song Yan didn't mind much. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu guarded him, one on each side. Anyone approaching within dozens of meters of the pavilion would not escape their perception. He took a sip of tea, found it a bit hot, and put it down again. Miss Yang is joking. When did Miss Yang and I become opponents? That's no fun. I've already conceded defeat. What more does cousin want? Yang Xiao slowly shook her head. Song Yun is dead, Song Zhen is crippled and imprisoned and probably won't live much longer. Aunt has lost her power over the household, and perhaps soon she will die suddenly in her own room. With this string of events, you've become the biggest winner. Song Yan smiled. Miss Yang is truly getting more and more outlandish. My seventh brother died, and I was especially sad. Didn't you see I cried until my eyes were red at the funeral? Indeed, rubbing ginger on one's eyes would make anyone cry until their eyes are red. Song Yan leaned forward slightly to make Gu Bangxia's massage more comfortable, glancing at Yang Xiao. He was a bit unsure what this woman truly wanted to do. This woman was much harder to deal with than Song Yun. Although Song Yun was clever, he was greedy for fame, whereas Song Yan didn't know what weaknesses the woman before him had. Since he couldn't figure it out, Song Yan simply got straight to the point. Miss Yang called me over not just for this cup of tea, right? If Yang Myoking saw this, wouldn't she suspect that you and I are colluding? Besides, aren't you about to become Song Zhen's fiancé, making you my sister-in-law? This isn't proper etiquette. That's not necessarily true. She would probably think I'm approaching you because I want to control you or perhaps to see through you, understand you, so I can deal with you better next time. Her slender fingers caressed the teacup. The furniture in the Duke's mansion was extremely exquisite. The rim of the teacup was delicate and smooth with a very pleasant feel. What's more, she probably doesn't have time to monitor me right now. She's likely busy entertaining 5 guests who have traveled all the way from Hua State. Hua State? Waku. Song Yan instinctively leaned back. Good heavens, he hadn't expected Yang Myoking to be so deranged now, actually colluding with the Waku. Could it be that she wanted to use the Waku to get rid of him? Wasn't she afraid of being scorned and cursed by others? Well, that woman only cared about Song Zhen, so she probably wouldn't care about such things. But why was Yang Xiao telling him all this? Yang Xiao's lips curved, her unremarkable face gaining 3 points of charm. Cousin. Let's make a deal. Today, there truly were many unexpected events. A transaction. In Song Yan's eyes, Yang Xiao was an extremely intelligent woman, and such women were often very dangerous. Making a transaction with such a woman might lead to him being sold out if he wasn't careful. He was carefully deliberating, while Yang Xiao wore a faint smile, seemingly not in a hurry at all. The pavilion fell into an eerie silence. Before they knew it, the sun had already slanted further, and the sky looked like it was on fire, casting a golden glow over the entire Duke's mansion. The sparse trees and plants in the courtyard cast dappled shadows on the ground. Occasionally, a maid would pass by, and upon seeing Song Yan, she would quickly lower her head and scurry away with hunched shoulders. Yang Lu, the 8th son of the Yang family, also appeared once. When he saw Song Yan, he seemed to want to approach, but noticed that Yang Xiao was also with Song Yan and frowned. After a brief hesitation, he turned and left, perhaps having something urgent. Song honked on Song and had gone somewhere and hadn't appeared at all. Even Yang Myoking was nowhere to be seen. Logically, even if Yang Myoking truly had something to discuss with those Japanese pirates, it should have been concluded by now. Steward Wang, on the other hand, was quite leisurely. He sat on the steps of the courtyard gate, like an ordinary old farmer puffing on his dry tobacco pipe. However, this old-fashioned dry tobacco was quite difficult to smoke and could easily get clogged. He was seen tapping the steps next to him with the bowl of his pipe. Why do you want to make a transaction with me? Song Yan's voice finally broke the long-lasting silence. Because I have no way out with the Yang family. Yang Xiao was quite frank. Although life may not always be satisfactory, as long as there is life, there is hope. If I die, then there is nothing left. Saying this, she took out a letter from her bosom, placed it on the stone table, and pushed it towards Song Yan. Song Yan picked it up, glanced at it, and then smiled. The Langya Yang clan had actually assigned Yang Xiao the task of approaching and controlling him. I merely seek a way to survive. I once informed the Langya Yang clan that my cousin has two extremely powerful women by his side, capable of easily killing me. Moreover, there is Princess Luo Yuheng. If the princess were to learn that I was seducing her son-in-law, how do you think she would deal with me, given her temperament? Song Yan thought about it seriously, probably wishing for death but unable to achieve it. You and I both know this, but clearly the Langya Yang clan doesn't take it seriously. To them, my body, my life, are merely the property of the Langya Yang clan. Since it is property, it can be utilized, exchanged, or even sacrificed. If I refuse to comply, I will face cruel punishment. You have a clear understanding of your own position. Song Yan raised an eyebrow. So, the purpose of your transaction with me is to hope that I can save your life. Not just my life, I also hope you can help rescue my younger sister from the Langya Yang clan. After a brief silence, Yang Xiao spoke again, her voice trembling slightly this time. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps she knew this request was a bit excessive. For the current Song Yan, saving Yang Xiao's life in a place like Ningping County was simple. He just needed to send Yang Xiao to the Luo Manor. With the Luo Manor's defenses, even the Yang family would not find it easy to kill Yang Xiao. However, trying to rescue someone from the Langya Yang clan was a different level of difficulty. That was the Yang family's territory, the foundation of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Trying to kill him on their own territory would be all too easy. But Song Yan did not directly refuse. What can you offer me? She held the teacup with her bare hand, taking a light sip. The tea had already grown cold. The bitter taste was even more pronounced. Me. Song Yan's eyelids suddenly twitched. Behind him, Gu Bangxia's gentle kneading of his shoulders also suddenly stopped, her delicate brows furrowing into a knot, her gaze towards Yang Xiao filled with undisguised hostility. Princess was right. There really were too many vixen in this world, another one trying to seduce her son-in-law. My appearance might be too ordinary for my cousin, but my cousin should know that I have studied bewitching arts. Since she had already decided to make the transaction, Yang Xiao no longer hesitated. A woman who has studied bewitching arts can be of great benefit to a man. For a martial artist who practices dual cultivation, it can provide immense advantages. If my cousin desires it, I can give it, but perhaps the information I possess is of greater value to my cousin. I know my cousin is very intelligent, but when one thinks about things alone, there will always be oversights. I believe I can fill in those gaps. Song Yan smiled. She was quite confident. I need to know your sister's situation before I can decide whether to agree. Yang Xiao nodded slightly, and after a brief hesitation, slowly began to speak. The Yang family is a place teeming with beasts. A place teeming with beasts? Song Yan and Gu Bangxia were slightly stunned. Good heavens, you are a member of the Yang family, and your self-assessment is truly quite high. The Yang family has a legacy of over 1,000 years. The Yang family already existed during the period of warring lords. The Great Chu, Great Han, Great Wu, the world divided into 4, dynasties changed, emperors came and went, but the Yang family always stood firm. Even during the darkest days of the Central Plains, the 6 barbarian invasions, the Yang family did not suffer too great a blow. Therefore, the Yang family members are extremely proud of their surname. This pride, after fermentation, evolved into bloodline worship. Karahethi. Song Yan laughed. Bloodline worship, in his opinion, was the most foolish thing. Believing the Yang family bloodline to be noble was because they hadn't encountered Huang Keo. Otherwise, they would have discovered that the blood of aristocratic families was not much different from that of ordinary people. Worship then turned into faith. At its most fanatical, the Yang family once refused to intermarry with outsiders. They defied human ethics, allowing cousins and even biological siblings to marry to maintain the purity of their bloodline. Gu Bangxia, who was gently kneading Song Yan's shoulders, was stunned, her hand movements faltering. Even though Song Yan was mentally prepared, his lips still twitched, a bunch of lunatics. They were truly beasts. The teacup in his hand was placed on the table. He motioned for a maid to bring another pot of hot tea and then dismissed her. They must have given birth to a pile of deformed children. Or rather, children with some mental issues, right? Yang Xiao looked at Song Yan with some surprise. Deformed children, that term is quite fitting. You're right. According to the Yang family's clan records, many mentally challenged children were indeed born. The then patriarch of the Yang family felt something was wrong and quickly halted interclan marriages. This incident also led to the Yang family members having extremely weak moral concepts. Acts of sexual assault against female clan members were not severely punished within the Yang family. My sister and I were born this way. Yang Xiao did not elaborate on this aspect, but the way she instinctively clenched her fingers indicated it was difficult to speak of. In fact, with Yang Xiao's frankness about her origins, Song Yan already believed her by 3 parts, and it seemed that many things had been suppressed in Yang Xiao's heart for far too long. The prolonged suppression was an extremely cruel torment to Yang Xiao's spirit, pushing her to the brink of collapse. She also needed an outlet to vent, and with each word she spoke, she felt her spirit inexplicably lighter. Therefore, without Song Yan needing to press her, Yang Xiao spoke again. Our parents held high positions, but this was ultimately a very shameful matter. My sister and I were naturally not favored. They themselves committed such sordid acts, yet they treated my sister and me as the source of all their shame, ha. My sister and I are twins born from the same womb. However, I am normal, while my sister, though outwardly normal, has the intellect of a child. Song Yan sighed, a tragedy indeed. Inbreeding, it is said, has a very small chance of producing extremely intelligent offspring, but a greater chance of producing anomalies. Song Yan could largely imagine the kind of life the 2 sisters lived in the Yang family. Various forms of bullying were inevitable. Especially Yang Xiao, who not only had to endure all sorts of gossip, abuse, and bullying, but also had to take on the responsibility of caring for her younger sister, all while their parents neglected them. For a little girl, every day was an ordeal. The Yang family has dealings with the heroine sect. They select women from the clan to join the heroine sect. Most are from collateral branches. Their parents and relatives are arranged within the clan, both to improve their treatment and to serve as hostages for easier control. That year I was only 7. I knew I was too young to protect my sister. Perhaps one day my sister would mysteriously die because a mentally challenged offspring was a disgrace to the Yang family and to my parents. So I entered the heroine sect. As long as the Yang family still wanted to use and control her, they would undoubtedly have to take good care of the sister she cared about most. This was what Yang Xiao thought. It was the only hope she could grasp at that age and in that environment. However, Yang Xiao did not know, but Song Yan was very clear that children with intellectual disabilities born from such inbreeding had a much shorter lifespan than normal people. When was the last time you saw your sister? A year ago. Before coming to the Duke's mansion this time, I requested to see my sister, but was refused. Song Yan sighed, his gaze towards Yang Xiao suddenly filled with pity. This kind of innate disability, caused by inbreeding, often leads to a short lifespan, much shorter than that of a normal person. Yang Xiao is now 20 years old, and her younger sister, born from the same pregnancy, would likely have a lifespan of only 10 to 20 years even with modern medical advancements. The vast majority die in childhood, and few live past 30. Yang Xiao's ordinary face showed a hint of helplessness. They once promised me that as long as I could help Song Zhen secure his position as the heir, they would allow me to leave the Yang family with my sister. But I failed, and then they wanted me to control you. If I could control you, they would grant us freedom. And that is something I absolutely cannot do, so I can only cooperate with you, as long as my sister can be saved. Yang Xiao exhaled. You can make me do anything. This is a very intelligent girl. How could she not see that the Yang family was only using her sister to control her? Did she not understand that this was just a despicable deception? How could the Yang family easily let go of such a useful tool as her? All she would get was one utilization after another, until all her value was squeezed out, and then she and her sister would be discarded like trash. No, they wouldn't be discarded. Because Yang Xiao knew too many of the Yang family's secrets, she would likely be eliminated by the Yang family. As for her sister, there was no chance of her surviving either. Yang Xiao isn't stupid, she just forced herself to believe it. Otherwise, what else could she do? Perhaps it was precisely because she saw no hope from the Yang family that Yang Xiao turned to him for a deal. All she sought was a glimmer of hope. However, Yang Xiao probably didn't know that her sister might already be. Song Yan opened his mouth, wanting to tell Yang Xiao the possible truth, but seeing the expectation and hope in Yang Xiao's bright eyes, he didn't know how to speak. The outcome would be too cruel for Yang Xiao. Perhaps because their childhood experiences were somewhat similar, Song Yan felt a sense of pity, like two people in the same boat, looking at the woman before him. You know this isn't a simple matter. After a long silence, Song Yan slowly began. At the very least, do you know where your sister is? The Yang family is a very broad concept. Almost all of Langya is their territory. Yang Xiao's lips curved into a slight smile. She understood that when Song Yan said this, it basically meant that the deal between them was done. No problem. I've waited all these years, so waiting 2 more years won't matter. To show my sincerity, I can tell you some of the Yang family's plans. Do you know Song Zhen's true identity? The Yang family actually laid a very big trap with Song Zhen. Song Yan smiled. Are you saying that Song Zhen is actually Yang Zhen, that he has pure Yang family bloodline, and that the Yang family wants to use Song Zhen to usurp the Duke Song Manor and turn it into the Yang Duke's mansion? Yang Xiao, who was about to pledge her allegiance, suddenly had her voice caught in her throat. Throughout their meeting today, Yang Xiao had remained composed, but this time she finally couldn't help it. Her small face was filled with incredible surprise. Her eyes, looking at Song Yan, were even more shocked and also fearful. This was an extremely important secret of the Yang family. Even most Yang family members, apart from a few key figures, weren't very clear about it. How did Song Yan know? This man is truly terrifying. To incur such an enemy for the sake of that good-for-nothing Song Zhen, would the Yang family's decision-makers regret their past choices? Probably not, after all. They are just a group of extremely conceited individuals. Pressing her lips together, Yang Xiao still showed some stubbornness, unwilling to admit defeat just yet. Actually, it's not just. Song Yan then nodded again. I know. It's not just the Song family. Nearly 1/3 of the nobles in the entire Enning country have legitimate or illegitimate daughters from the Yang family. They are all doing the same thing, and some have even succeeded. Once these nobles are completely controlled, the Yang family's influence in the imperial court will expand unprecedentedly, making it easy to elevate the imperial prince-born to Yang Maoan to that supreme position. Her long, fair neck suddenly moved, but Yang Xiao felt her throat go dry. How does he know everything? At this moment, Yang Xiao seemed to see the outcome of the Yang family's painstaking schemes completely falling apart. This was supposed to be important information that she would use as her pledge of allegiance, but now it was worthless. This feeling truly filled Yang Xiao with a sense of defeat. However, as a smart person, Yang Xiao was still unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Her pearly white teeth bit her lower lip. And, are you trying to say that the Enning Emperor's first prince is also a pure Yang family member? I guessed that too. Behind Song Yan, Gu Bangxia's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes filled with shock, fear, and even intense killing intent. Yang Xiao clenched her fingers, her eyes welling up with a layer of mist, as if she had been bullied. Are you trying to say that not only the Langya Yang clan is doing this, but the Huilong Yang clan is also doing the same thing? Song Yan added some hot tea for Yang Xiao, and the rising steam made Yang Xiao's face appear somewhat hazy. The Yang family split into 2 branches about 100 or 200 years ago. The purpose was to create some distance between the bloodlines of the 2 branches, so as not to produce a large number of disabled children again. Then, the Huilong Yang clan would come to Langya for breeding, and the Langya Yang clan would go to Huilong for cultivation. Once successful, Great Chu and Great Enning will both be controlled by the Yang family. Of the Central Plains 4 kingdoms, the Yang clan will control half. Although Song Yan had entrusted the situation on the Yang family's side to Luo Yuheng, he himself had not been idle. After much thought, Song Yan finally arrived at an answer. The Yang family was by no means content with controlling just one country. They wanted to unify the Central Plains. Although the methods were a bit despicable, unifying the Central Plains would be a good thing for the common people, but given his enmity with the Yang family, he would certainly lose his life. At this moment, the slight resentment in Yang Xiao's heart disappeared. She was completely convinced. Even many Yang family members probably didn't know as much as Song Yan. She couldn't help but wonder how Song Yan, who had previously been confined to the Duke's mansion's inner chambers and hadn't left the residence for over a decade, and had only been in the Luo family for a month, came to know these things. Looking at Song Yan again, a layer of hazy mist seemed to have appeared around this man, making him mysteriously indistinct. I'm quite curious, you only belong to a side branch of the Yang family. The Yang family controls and uses you, but they certainly don't trust you, so how would they tell you such confidential information? Song Yan swirled the teacup in his hand and asked softly. The Yang family certainly wouldn't tell me these things, but I would investigate through various means. Yang Xiao also smiled. Do you really think I wasted my time all these years in the hehuan sect? My bewitching arts can't charm my cousin, but charming other Yang family members is possible. I wouldn't say complete control, but prying open their mouths to get some secrets isn't difficult. Perhaps one day these secrets could be used as a tool to threaten the Yang family, though a greater possibility is that I'll be directly killed by the Yang family. Yang Xiao stuck out her delicate pink tongue, saying so. Amidst her mature demeanor, a hint of a girl's playfulness finally emerged. As a girl, without parents to care for her and without brothers to dote on her, living alone with her sister in that place where beasts roamed, it was truly not easy. She wanted to survive, and the only way was to desperately suppress her true nature. But in front of Song Yan, it seemed she didn't need any of these false pretenses. Perhaps it was because Song Yan was truly too smart. Her small cleverness was meaningless in front of him. The deal is made, Song Yan exhaled, saying. Even daring to reveal such confidential information was enough to prove Yang Xiao's sincerity. Hearing this, Yang Xiao smiled, a very, very happy smile. The happier she was, the more Song Yan's head ached. He didn't want to shatter Yang Xiao's beautiful illusions, but he also didn't want to turn against her once everything was settled. He knew that doing so might break the newly formed deal between them, but it was better to clarify some things beforehand. Miss Yang, there's something I must tell you first. Weighing his words carefully, Song Yan's mind was unstable, and ripples spread across the surface of the tea in his cup. Your sister's situation may not be optimistic. Yang Xiao's body trembled slightly, her expression unchanged, but her eyes welled up with intense fear. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the side. What does my cousin mean by this? You know, I am a healer, Song Yan sighed. From a healer's perspective, congenital brain disease is incurable for life. Her bright eyes grew increasingly pained. These were the words of a healer who could even cure tuberculosis. Some small hopes in her heart shattered at this moment. Moreover, such patients often have extremely short lifespans, with the vast majority dying in childhood. Generally speaking, to put your mind at ease, they should allow you to meet your sister occasionally. However, before you entered the Duke's mansion, requests to meet were denied, which is very abnormal. I cannot determine your sister's current situation. I can only say that I hope things haven't progressed to that point. As if purely by instinct, Yang Xiao's small hands unconsciously wrapped around her shoulders, her body curling up and trembling. Her appearance, her expression, her eyes looked very pitiful, as if her life had suddenly lost its pillar of support. Perhaps at the moment she was denied a meeting, Yang Xiao already harbored suspicions, but she once again forced herself to erase them. But Song Yan ruthlessly tore open the scab, revealing the rotting flesh. Yang Xiao did not speak, maintaining this posture for a long time before slowly calming down. She looked at Song Yan, her eyes seeming to shimmer with tears, and their original brightness was now tinged with gloom. Cousin, you are truly cruel. Thank you for the compliment. I wasn't complimenting you. I just think it's not a bad thing to be prepared in advance. Exhaling, Song Yan looked at Yang Xiao again. So, do we still continue our deal? Why not? Yang Xiao said with a radiant smile, a smile so gentle it was chilling. However, the terms of the deal might have to change. I will do my best to plan everything for you, but if it truly comes to that, I want you to help me. Exterminate the Yang family. The Langya Yang clan, don't let anyone survive, especially my parents.